We gon' separate live from jazz. You might understand me. Ain't always better than damn. Oh, you're better than know me. Trap. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in trap. D57, nigga on his ass down quick. Nigga came at me about a fucking bitch. D57, I laid his ass down quick. Blah, boom. Yeah, all that shit. Niggas talking shit. On with all that shit. 20, 50s, 100 shit, I want it all. First round drought, pick that's how I ball. Big she bad, but I put that hoe on pause. Trap, I'm on my trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. NBA ballin', I'm that drought pick. C57 lay his ass down quick. Body found in the bag, laying in the ditch. Blah. I'm on my trap shit. For 48 bitch. Nigga playing with the G shit. C-Mo, you know I'm with the shit. I'm ballin', girl, paid him back in 96. Don't give a fuck about what I do, cause that don't make you shit. 93 game bad, they trap pick. I don't know nothing about shit, I'm on some trap shit. Hold the fuck up. I don't think these niggas believe in you, man. They sleeping on you. Real, man. I thought ain't you the number one trap pick? I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in drought pick. Don't turn off the phone, it's time for this meet. Had to grind for the shine, it's all the way on me. I'm on some trap shit, you niggas somewhere out there sleeping. Trap like a drive-through, they know I keep growing mad, cause I keep on firing up that reefer. I told them faces, got it, hold it down for my people. Ballin' like a motherfucking drop pick. D57, nigga gon' lay his ass down quick. These scared of something bad is all a nigga need. In my trap house, no sticks, stems, and no seeds. NBA drop pick, that's how I ball. 20, 50, 100 shit, I want it all. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my motherfucking trap shit. I'm on my trap shit. NBA, I'm the number one in drop pick. Let's go. Shoot the kid down. Yo, I aim a little better when I'm out the pills. He talking too much, put the drink to a grill. Slide through the A trying to give me a kill. Post on the 9 trying to give me a hat. Feeling like water, let's speak on the face. Smoking on to the face out the pack. Eat me for baby, they know where I'm at. Yo. Lick on the war, nigga know to be ready. Hand in the slammer, he just no telling. He come home slamming shit like he millie. Got on my ass, I got tired of disgracing. My bitch got a body, she came with a Billy. Bows in the head, it gon' fit it like Billy. Bows in the head, it gon' fit it like Billy. Yo, boys in it and in. If I hop out the cowboy, you know we gon' spin again. I'ma call him my evil twin. This a Q37, you know we gon' swear the pin. And ain't no not to fuck with me. Do it so out of town, ain't no nigga touching me. And ain't no nigga booking me. I ain't squashing no B, nigga know the bitch stuck with me. Yo. Drive out, gang red like no tag. Jamming that gun on like pro man. Dr. Miami, I'm dropping the bag. Leo, she running, we snatching the jag. Leo, she running, we taking the car. Get on my body when I pop from bar. Smoking no gas, this shit come from raw. Girl like the money on my head, so I'm sliding through the city with a bad little bitch from the DC. Yeah. I hop in the college, you got you a gun. You know we like exotic bitches. Hey, it's an 8 gang nigga, super 556, and I bet I put one in these fitted. 392 when I slide through the city. Face shot gang. Yo. Camping on wax, she ain't did shit gangster. We're around town, you got both of your Bible. Bump down gang, boy, this shit can get dicey. Spot 13 says you wanna be famous. Freestyle shit, they gon' put me on famous. Spot 13 says you wanna be famous. Freestyle shit, they gon' put me on famous. You know you a bitch and you know you a hoe. You better stop popping the pills. I drop a back on your head, you know I get that. You know you got 3 days to live. These niggas say they got bodies, they ain't got no bodies. These niggas not stepping for real. Put down the Glock and hop in the field. Throw them in traffic, I clips on the steel. These niggas say they got bodies, they don't got no body. Little niggas just stop out the camping. You might just slide on your block and shoot shit out the traces before niggas say he won't stand it. We send a shot out the car and we don't do no walking. We flipping shit just like a mattress. Heard you got booked for your 50. I dumped the whole 50, then disappear just like a magic. I disappear on your block like I'm counselor. Cause it's the new year, heard about the last one. Let the boy leak and he didn't have a bladder. I get off a perk and I aim a little better. Buddhist get fighters get fight like the devil. I don't do the cuff while you trying to sell them. Bro got a gun, but I caught the Beretta. I call up them, kill them, they slap out whatever. Yo. This shit no motherfucking cap, nigga, you hear me? Don't shit like me with none of this shit, you hear me? Let go. Yo. Nigga still to regular, nigga took off. Nigga gon' steal 900 block. Oh God. Nigga know what going on. Let go. Yo. Once I gon' get me a body, I do me a show and I turn up with my paparazzi. My bitch got a body. I big got a truck, got pounds of exotic. Pounds of my money, she just went to college. I'm been to the bases, I'm feeling like got it. Hit like trying to get face off his body. I peep out the shade, he don't think that I caught it. Yo. Ice on my dick, boy, he like some thermal. Business, I'm feeling like gone. I feel like she got me glizzo summer. Glizz made the play, I put up in the home. I just got some hit from a bitch out to Yona. Put the little bitch and I bought her some bonus. Like about the boner. I ain't gon' speak on the night that I didn't want to slide, but he got some shit to the face. Niggas say that by action, they not right no action. I heard you got booked for your drink. I got like already Cleveland, I know they gon' give me, so I gotta stay out the way. All that talk, little nigga, I ain't gon' back and forth. You better say what to say. Yo, my first video, man, I'm full nigga robbing. You ain't got nobody, so stop all that fly. Baby, the creep my apartment. We ain't with a fake, but we knock off and knock it. I know where you stay, we can meet any day. Got 100 some sides, they gon' knock off the face. Better ask me like Glizzy, I been with some way on for 900 block, but I'm BSDK. My bitch on the door, just gave me the drop. We gon' walk the boy down with 100 some side. We gon' wait till the boy put his ass in the golf. It's a big bump start, hit him up on the mark. Squeeze on the glass, let me see like the honest. I just fought the off bitch, I knocked off a buddy. I'm geeked out the righteous, I feel like a zombie. He try to run up, put the glove in his stomach. Hold on, whoa, let's go. I slide through the block with the drink in my throat. They be watching my pay, they don't think that I know. What you say you was she, what the shit to a go. My little bitch running out and get wet like the boy. Let the cop on my shit, so I switch, hit him up, pick him up, leave her brains on the front, 100 side deal. We say head of the stroke. Yeah, ice on my body, it hit like some hot out right. Got the show 7% of the deposit. I just made the bitch from the AC Azada. Hey, she mama sit there and she got me potty. I'm more than they mission, I guess I'm a top. We get a bitch and I get face, I get body. I be hard to say he don't think that I caught it. Right now, wanna plug out him loafing and riding. Fell out with the whole, now the whole try to bad me. You out on Facebook, how you just started rapping. And don't give a fuck about your baby daddy. I ain't wanna make that nigga.
Me just on the gas in the silence amendment. I be knocking shit out the park like I'm saying. Shout out to TV, hold you when you a Grammy. I get out my body when I pop a Zammy. I gotta get to the paper, don't care about these haters. I'm too busy chasing my chain. I'm trying to sign me a deal and cock out the ass and pull up a big limousine. I gotta get to the green and feed my whole team and pop out of Emory, Virginia. Dropped out of college, I couldn't stay focused. Now we in the trust, every junkies and genius. Psycho them niggas and I know they gon' hate it. Came from the bottom, they scream on his face. Scream my heart, but I got it. Patient remain when them days you sleep in the basement. My little brother, he fight all these cases. He died in 11. I know he gon' make it. All my body, I go by the cycle. I can't run the Delta and none of them gon' hate it. Yup. Hey, don't wait.
Yo. What's happening? Hit that like button. Subscribe to the channel right now. You dig? Mark Magsayo exposed by Rey Vargas. Rey Vargas, you know, he might be the next great Mexican champion. Rey Vargas, 2-division world champion. This kid is amazing, bro. Rey Vargas put on a hell of a performance last night. He outboxed Mark Magsayo and became the new WBC world champion, man. You know what I mean? Mark Magsayo made a statement. Rey Vargas made a statement last night by beating Mark Magsayo. Mark Magsayo, of course, the man that beat Gary Russell Jr. And a lot of people were saying Mark Magsayo was going to be the next Manny Pacquiao. They said Mark Magsayo was the next Nonito Donaire. And he came up short, bro. You know what I mean? He got outboxed last night by Rey Vargas. I was impressed by Rey Vargas. Rey Vargas moved up in weight, became a 2-time world champion in 2 different weight classes. I got to tip my hat off to Rey Vargas. That was a hell of a performance. You know, he boxed a very good fight, very smart fight against, the naturally bigger guy. Even though Rey Vargas is much taller, much longer than Mark Magsayo, Mark Magsayo was a natural 126-pounder. Remember, Rey Vargas, he started off at 122 pounds, and he moved up in weight and got the victory. I was impressed by Rey Vargas last night. I think Rey Vargas has potential to be the next great fighter from Mexico. You know, everybody talk about Emmanuel Navarrete. Everybody talk about Oscar Valdez. But what about Rey Vargas? Rey Vargas, he's a champion in 2 different weight classes, just like Emmanuel Navarrete. I think Rey Vargas got better skills than Emmanuel Navarrete. He's a better boxer. He got a better jab. He got better skills. You know what I mean? Everybody was talking about Oscar Valdez because Oscar Valdez was a champion in 2 different weight classes. Well, goddamn it, Rey Vargas is a champion in 2 different weight classes, just like Oscar Valdez, just like Emmanuel Navarrete. Put some respect on his fucking name. That's what I gotta say. Put some respect on Rey Vargas' name. He had a good performance last night. He did what he had to do to get the victory, and he came out on top. You dig? He came out on top, and I'm looking forward to see what's next for Rey Vargas. Big Taco, what's happening?
What's happening, man? What's happening, man? That was a good fight. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was a good fight, man. That was the guy that beat Gary Russell Jr. And Rey Vargas took it to him. You know, Rey Vargas used to be with Golden Boy Promotions. He left Golden Boy, went to the PBC, and now he became a champion again. So, you know, I think Al Heyman and the PBC, they might have to match up Rey Vargas with Leo Santa Cruz at 126. You know, Leo Santa Cruz still got a belt at 126.
Right. That'd be a nice fight. That'd be an action-packed fight. I think Vargas made it a little harder for himself. I think he could have went in there and got it a little bit easier. But he made it an entertaining fight. But and to me, in my eyes, I think I would have liked him to use a jab more and to take a little bit less punishment. But you know, he's a
You're right about that.
He's a warrior.
You're right about that, Taco. Because like besides that knockdown, because he did get dropped by Magsayo, but he got back up and showed that he got a lot of heart. But besides that knockdown, he did pretty good. So I think he just got to stick to the sweet science, stick to the skills, stick to the jab and the movement. Right. You know what I mean? And I think he'll do pretty good.
Yeah, he'll do pretty good because he's very long. The only thing, I don't put too much credence on power, but he got a little pop to him. But I just think that when you going up in caliber of opponents, he got to be able to stick to a game plan and use his jab and be able to box because that without having that power, it could get you in trouble, man. Having a warrior mentality too much when you got the skills to box.
Exactly.
He could have gave.
It's all about sticking to the game plan, right, Taco?
Yeah, he could have gave him some swing rounds that the judges could have gave to Magsayo. You know what I'm saying? No, Junior. And that's what happens when you take chances, too many chances. You know what I mean? And that's why I think that
Taco, what you think about Magsayo? You think he was a one-hit wonder, just like that win over Gary Russell? Do you think he could bounce back and be a champion again? Or do you feel like he just lucked up and got that win over Gary because Gary was injured and shit? Gary had one arm. What you thought?
I think Gary probably would have beat him if he would have had both arms. We had a thing going on with Gary. That's the only reason why. That was any without no strings attached. Gary Russell would have beat the hell out of that guy. But Magsayo is a good fighter. I wouldn't say he's great. I'll say he's a good fighter. I think that he could go down and get some wins, surprise a couple of people. But great, I wouldn't give him that. But he's a good fighter though, man. I wouldn't take nothing away from him though. He's a good fighter.
Feel like he's a one-hit wonder though. Do you feel like he just lucked up and got a injured Gary Russell Jr. and came out on top like that? Do you think that's what it was? I think
he could luck up. I think as you seen, he knocked down Vargas last night. So
he did drop him.
I don't see it like that, but I can see him getting another upset for a title. You know what I'm saying? Catching somebody slipping and mopping, but if people play him smart and outboxing, then he's gonna have a long night. You know what I mean? It just depends on to me, it depends on the opponent he faces. If he face a boxer, I don't see him doing nothing. But if he face somebody that's gonna give him a chance to be able to land a shot, then yes. And then to me, his stamina is a factor too, because once he knocked him down, to me, I think he was a little bit out of gas. He should have finished him.
Hey, Taco, quick question. What up, Hot Rod? What y'all think about Errol Spence Jr. last night? He said the Terence Crawford fight gonna happen next. Errol Spence pretty much guaranteed a fight with Terence Crawford next. What's your thoughts on that?
That's what I've been saying, H, bro. That's why I'm like, man, why you niggas is tripping, bro? Just relax. And I understand we want the shit to come out right now. You know what I mean? But, we need to just be patient, bro. This shit gonna take time. You feel me? This is what people saying is the best fight of boxing. You feel me? You can't expect Earl and Bud to accept some pennies. Them niggas got to get paid. Nigga, you feel me? I'm with the fighters getting paid. They got to get paid some nice. These promoters getting a lot of money. Why they can't get some money for the best fight in boxing? They gonna make money or they gonna break even. It don't even matter, nigga. Shit, come on. Pay them niggas and give us the best fight in boxing.
Hey, Taco, what you think about this comment from my boy Magic? He said that Filipino was hella dangerous. Russell lost. No excuses. Stop that shit. He was injured, though. It's not excuses. Gary Russell was injured, right?
I mean, yeah, we seen him get injured. I mean, what we said he lost. You asked me, I'm just saying, in my opinion, bro, I was saying, in my opinion, if Russell wasn't hurt, I think that he would have beat him easily. And he was beating him easily with one arm. So, I mean, I don't know what fight you was watching, bro. I don't know. Everybody scored.
Yeah, he lost that fight. He lost that fight, Magic. I been said he lost that fight, but the fact is, Gary Russell had one arm in that fight. He couldn't even throw his right hand. You know what I mean?
And that was noticeable.
But he lost. He lost. Nobody said he won or none of that. Right. We ain't making excuses. He lost, but he was injured. Man, and you seen it in the ring if you watch that fight.
It wasn't like some Teofimo shit or some some Lomachenko shit or some motherfucking Manny Pacquiao shit. It wasn't none of that. It wasn't none of that. Oh, after the fight, I got an injury. That's not after the fight, bro. That shit I get you. Or Deontay Wilder, he did the same shit. Like if it was some shit like that, then yeah, I got you, bro. But it wasn't like that. You could obviously see that he injured his fucking arm, bro. You can see the shit, bro. Just like when Tank Davis injured his hand in the 10th round, you can see that shit. So, I mean, I don't want to disrespect your boxing knowledge and nothing like that, though, bro. But like, come on, bro. Like, I don't know, bro. I guess everybody see it different, bro. He lost though. He did lose. No excuses. I'm saying with a healthy Gary Russell would have beat that boy ass. And if you think different, then I mean that's your opinion, bro. I respect your opinion, but I will respectfully disagree because what he was doing with one hand, man, if he would have did that same shit with two hands, bro, just imagine, bro. Like, look at the Vargas fight. I think Gary Russell could have beat Vargas. To me, in my opinion, I like Gary Russell. I give him his respect. You feel me? I think Gary Russell could beat a Vargas. You feel me?
Hell yeah. Yeah, I mean, that would be a good fight. Gary Russell Jr. and Rey Vargas. It looks like Gary Russell's really focused on training his brothers at the time because his father passed away. So, you know what I mean? I don't know what's next for Gary Russell Jr., bro. I don't know. But I like what I see from Rey Vargas right now. I'm loving what I'm seeing from Rey Vargas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from him, too. I just want him to tidy up, though, a little bit. You gotta know when to hold him and know when to fold him. You know what I'm saying? That fight he could have went out with a knockout in that fight. You know what I'm saying? If he would have knocked him out, then everything that we saying right now is none and void. You know what I mean? What's gonna happen when he get to a person that'll put those punches together a little bit better? You feel me? And got the stamina to finish.
What you think about Rey Vargas, being the next great fighter from Mexico? You got fighters like Oscar Valdez. I mean, what about Oscar Valdez? What about Emmanuel Neverente? How does he match up with those guys? You know what I'm saying? Oscar Valdez is a 2-division champion. So is Rey Vargas. Emmanuel Neverente, 2-division world champion, just like Rey Vargas. So, he got the same accolades as Oscar Valdez and Emmanuel Neverente. What do you want to see next, though, Taco, from Rey Vargas? Did a fight with Santa Cruz in a unification? They both with the PBC. What you think about that matchup? Rey Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz at 126. Leo Santa Cruz is the WBA Super Champion at 126. Rey Vargas is the WBC World Champion. What you think about champion versus champion in the unification? Who you got? Who y'all got? Hey, Magic. I know you know what I'm saying, you represent, you know what I'm saying, for your people, you know what I'm saying? I know you represent for the great Mexican fighters out there, Magic. I want to ask you, do you feel like Rey Vargas is the next great champion from Mexico? 2-division world champion. He only got one loss, and he didn't lose that fight. It was because of an injury, right? He's really an undefeated fighter. Emmanuel Neverente got a loss already. I think Rey Vargas is a better boxer. I think Rey Vargas has potential to be a great champion, bro. I like Vargas. I think Vargas could beat Leo Santa Cruz, man. Vargas got skills. You seen that jab? And he's only going to get better and better, bro. I like Vargas. Leo wins by TKO. I got Vargas. Psycho. What up, Psycho? Rey Vargas, hell of a performance last night. He beat an undefeated fighter, Mark Magsayo, the man that beat Gary Russell Jr. Gary Russell Jr. was the longest reigning champion in boxing, and Magsayo beat him. Magsayo was undefeated. They said Mark Magsayo was the next Manny Pacquiao. And what happened? Rey Vargas went out there and beat him like a true champion. He took the belts. You know what I mean? So I like Vargas, man. I think Vargas can fight. I think Rey Vargas is an underrated fighter, and I hope that he gets the credit that he deserves now, man. Rey Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz, I think that's the fight that should happen next. Leo Santa Cruz been holding that belt hostage at 126 pounds for too long. Rey Vargas is ready to unify the division. I want to see Rey Vargas and Brandon Figueroa. What y'all think about Rey Vargas and Brandon Figueroa? Brandon Figueroa fought last night. He fought last night in a title eliminator. He got the victory. Those are some good fights right there, man. Leo Santa Cruz, Rey Vargas, and then the winner can go fight Emmanuel Neverente in the unification. Will we see Undisputed at 126 pounds? Do you guys want to see Undisputed at 126? He said Figueroa beats Rey. That'd be a good-ass fight, man. That'd be a good fight. I would love to see that fight. But Figueroa got to work his way up. He only got one fight at 126, and Rey Vargas is looking to unify with the other champions like Leo Santa Cruz, man. Unifications trump mandatories, right? That's what people say. My boy OD, he said Brandon Figueroa versus Gary Russell. He said, I would like that fight. Yeah, but Gary Russell said he was moving up to 130. Gary Russell want to move up to 130. He said, Neverente power is insane. Neverente would take Figueroa and Vargas the same night. I don't know about that, Psycho. I don't know about that. Hey, Psycho, Magsayo had power too, right? You can't hit what you can't see. Rey Vargas can box. You see that jab by Rey Vargas and then the footwork by Rey Vargas. He has a good defense. He was making Magsayo miss all night. Making him miss, making him pay. You know what I mean? Yeah, he got dropped. But that comes with the territory. A true champion can bounce back. And he showed me he was a true champion. He got knocked down. He got back up like a warrior. And he started boxing. Made his adjustments. You see what I'm saying? And once he got dropped, he got back up. And he won every round, bro. I'm looking at, Rey Vargas as potentially one of the best fighters from Mexico right now, man. When you look at the fighters from Mexico, of course, you got Canelo Alvarez, Zurdo Ramirez, Oscar Valdez, Emmanuel Neverente, you got Jesse Bam Rodriguez, Andy Ruiz, Virgil Ortiz Jr., Rey Vargas needs to be in the conversation. Jaime Munguia, another one, Munguia. Rey Vargas is the WBC champion of the whole world. He earned it, bruh, by beating an undefeated fighter. Rey Vargas can box. I think Rey Vargas has a better IQ than Emmanuel Neverente. I think Rey Vargas is in better shape, better condition than Emmanuel Neverente. I got Rey Vargas right now as my top dog at 126, man. I'm riding with Rey Vargas, man. I like what I seen from Rey Vargas yesterday from a technical aspect. Even though he got dropped, when he got dropped, he got back up and he made those adjustments. Kept boxing, kept pumping that jab, the footwork. He said we should go. Hey, Psycho, listen, Psycho. A fight between Leo Santa Cruz and Rey Vargas is a huge fight. Mexican versus Mexican. That fight right there could be like Marco Antonio Barrera in an Eric Morales type of fight. It's a fight that I would love to see. Champion versus champion. Rey Vargas, the WBC champion of the world. Leo Santa Cruz, the WBA super champion. Unification, champion versus champion. I'm telling you, that's a big fight, bro. That's a big fight right there. I want to see it. Champion versus champion, unifications. Why not? Neverente Vargas, but Psycho. Neverente's with Top Rank. He's with ESPN. Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz, they both with Al Heyman. They're both with the PBC. Both of them fight on Showtime. That's an easy fight to make, and it's champion versus champion. The winner of that fight, bro, gonna be a fucking star. Leo Santa Cruz already been in big fights, man, with Carl Frampton. Leo Santa Cruz, 4-division world champion, Leo Santa Cruz. Leo Santa Cruz is a 4-division champion. Bro, Inoue is only a 3-division champion. People love Inoue so much for being a 3-division champion. People love Lomachenko so much for being a 3-division champion. What about Leo Santa Cruz, 4-division world champion? And imagine that if Rey Vargas can beat Leo Santa Cruz, bro. What does that do to the career of Rey Vargas? He just beat undefeated fighter Mark Magsayo. People was hyping up Magsayo as the next Manny Pacquiao, as the next Nonito Donaire. They said Mark Magsayo was the next Nonito Donaire, and Rey Vargas gave him a boxing lesson. It was a war. He got a little dirty in there. Yeah, he got dropped, but he got back up, man. He showed me the heart. He showed me that he knows how to recover. He showed that he knows how to survive. He said the trend right now is to be undisputed. Exactly. Everybody want to be undisputed. Devin Haney, undisputed champion. Josh Taylor, undisputed champion. Jermell Charlo, undisputed champion. Canelo Alvarez, undisputed champion. I want to see it, bro. I got to see that. Those are big fights. If Vargas beats Leo, Neverente has to be in the mix next. Yeah, I agree with you. But check this out. If Vargas beats Leo Santa Cruz, he already beat Mark Magsayo. He's already a 2-division champion. If he becomes unified champion, he has a better resume than Emmanuel Neverente. He will have a better resume than Emmanuel Neverente, bro. And he will have a better resume than Oscar Valdez, bro. Because Oscar Valdez, his best win was Miguel Burchell. But that wasn't a unification, though. It was a good win, but Leo Santa Cruz has accomplished more than Miguel Burchell. Leo Santa Cruz is a 4-division champion. Miguel Burchell, he was like a 1-division champion, right? I think he was a 1-division champion. Or was he a 2-division champion? Was he a champion at 126, Miguel Burchell? Rey Vargas has a chance, bro, to do something great, bro. I'm telling you. And you know what I mean? Shout outs to everybody from Mexico. Shout outs to all the great champions from Mexico. You know, Rey Vargas has an opportunity. He has an opportunity to be the next great fighter from Mexico. And the way you do it is by fighting the best. You go in there with Leo Santa Cruz, a 4-division champion. Leo Santa Cruz, a very accomplished fighter, a very decorated fighter like Leo Santa Cruz. That will be a big win on the resume, bro. I feel like Vargas avoided Gary Russell Jr. For real, you felt like that? Gary Russell Jr. a tough fighter, man. You know, Gary Russell Jr. is a hell of a boxer. Tell me why, though. Let me know. He said, can't forget about Josh Warrington. He's the IBF champion. Josh Warrington. He's the champion? What about Mauricio Lara? Didn't Mauricio Lara beat Josh Warrington? They had a rematch, huh? But the rematch was a draw. What happened? JW, where you at, JW? Pull up on me. Hit that link, JW. He said Ray Corner told him, you can't bang with Magsayo on the inside. Yeah, he can't. He cannot. He got a box. And that's what he did, bro. Skills wins fights. And Rey Vargas showed us that last night. He came in here popping that jab like Devin Haney, man. Yo, Rey Vargas reminds me of Gennaro Hernandez, who was a great champion from Mexico. Y'all remember Gennaro Hernandez? Was a hell of a fighter. Fuck Josh Warrington, that dirty headbutting bitch. Damn, Armando going in on him. The featherweight division is stacked. I like Rey Vargas right now. Very tall fighter. He got good footwork. Very smart. He has a good IQ. Underrated boxing IQ. Pure roll. Rey Vargas, hell of a fighter, man. Mexico should be proud of Rey Vargas, man. That man did his thing last night. That was a great fight. He had to go through some adversity last night, man. He got dropped in that fight, got back up, and he won the fight. He knew how to survive. He knew what he had to do in there. He showed me heart, right? He showed me that grit. He showed me that dog in him. And he showed me skills last night. That jab, man. What's up with it, Taco?
Yeah, that was nice, though. You feel me? You know what I'm saying? That's nice when you see that from a fighter, how, like you just said, you see when they go through that adversity, you know what I mean, what they're going to do. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, like I was telling you earlier, like, I just feel like, you feel me, if he could just know when to turn it on and turn it off, man, he gonna be cold.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that dude can box, man. He's smart, Taco, bro.
Right.
And that jab he got right there and his IQ, bro. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying, H. That's what I'm saying. Like, I know he want to box and make it an entertaining fight, but man, so you just get to, like I was saying, Kelly, you gotta know when to hold him and know when to fold him. You know what I'm saying? It's times where you want to box and times when you don't, especially when you go into a championship. I think that he was kind of like landing more like that, especially it was a championship fight. So I think he was just really trying to lay it all out. Like, fuck it. I feel him though, and he did it.
Man, that man was doing his thing, Taco, bro. I think he can be I think he could be one of the best fighters from Mexico, Taco. I asked you earlier, do you think he could be the next great champion from Mexico? You said no. I think he can, though, Taco. Tell me why you disagree with me on that one.
I just think that, like I said, I just think the warrior mentality comes into effect with him a little bit too much. Now, I think that he can still be great. I mean, he got potential, H. You're not wrong on anything of what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But it's just like I say, you know what I mean? We like those fighters that take a lot of chances, but when you take those chances, man, the odds don't be against you all the time. The odds be against you all the time, taking those chances.
But he's more of a boxer than a banger, though. He's more of a technician in that ring, if anything.
Like he was banging to me a little bit. He boxed like a little bit, but he was throwing more hooks and uppercuts. I'm like, damn, this nigga is going in. But when he threw the jab, it was effective. I'm like, why he's just not just saying, forget it, I'm finna just jab his whole nose in. I'm finna pull a Devin Haney right here. You know what I'm saying? But I just think that he wanted to make the fight, a little bit more entertaining, and I appreciate that about him.
Yeah, hey, Taco, see, with experience, he's going to get better and better, right?
Right.
So he know that he really just can't sit there and bang with people like that. That's to his disadvantage. But now, after beating Magsayo, I think he's going to learn, Taco, like you said, to clinch. You got to know when to hold. As you can see, Devin Haney is getting better at clinching niggas and holding. He know when to tie you up. I think with Vargas, he's going to learn. He going to learn from this fight. Like, I can't really sit there and go toe-to-toe. I got to box. I got to know, when to tie him up and all of that. I think getting dropped by Magsayo is going to help him in the long run. You know what I mean? Because he going to know not to sit there and trade. You know what I mean? You see what I'm saying? Because he ain't going to try to get dropped again, Taco.
Nah, he ain't. No, that's what I said. I kind of want to see,
just like Devin, when Devin got hit by Linares, it rocked him. He didn't go down, but that shit was like a blessing in disguise, where Devin started to tighten up his defense and shit.
Right.
You seen him in the Cambosis fight; he wasn't making those same mistakes. I don't think Vargas will make the same mistakes in the future.
That's why I'm eager to see his next fight, H. You feel me? Because I want to see. I want to see how he is now that he got the belts. And that's why I said, because I don't know if that was the game plan for him. You feel me? To just be a little bit aggressive to make sure you don't, because to make sure they don't make a boring fight or try to get him the rounds. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know if he was trying to fight like that just to secure the win. You know what I mean?
No doubt.
I kind of want to see his next fights to see if he do better, do like what we saying. You know what I mean? Clinch a little bit more. Use your jab. Stay on the outside a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? Know when to come into the inside and to get out the outside. You know what I'm saying? Make rounds a little bit more easier. You know what I'm saying? Win 2 or 3 easy ass rounds. Then go ahead and start boxing. You know what I'm saying? I mean, start fighting.
Exactly. He could, he actually could just make that shit a boring fight and outbox a lot of these guys. You know what I'm saying? Jab a nigga up, tie him up on some Bernard Hopkins shit. You know what I mean? And he could a lot of these guys at that.
He should have did that a couple of times. He should have did it a couple of times in a round just to get him confused. And then that's how you extra get him to catch him. You know what I'm saying? Because he think that you gonna box all the time and you ain't gonna, you know what I mean? And then that shit, you pull it up on him. Boop, 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 boop. Hold on, boy, I'm ready to fight now. let me kill your phone.
Yeah, absolutely. What up, P, man? What's good? What you thought
Hey,
about
Mo.
that fight last
What up,
night?
Taco?
Ray Vargas. What you thought about Ray Vargas' performance last night, P? Ray Vargas became a 2-division world champion. You know, put him up there with Oscar Valdez and Navarrete, fighters from Mexico, 2-division world champions. So he put his name in that list right there with those guys. What you thought about his performance, man, and what he accomplished?
I thought it was good. I had it a bit wider than the judges had it, to be honest. Yeah, I thought it was real good. You know, like he's not a completely finished product, but this is like my first time really fully watching him. People have told me in the highlights I've seen, he's a bit more he uses a bit less pressure, but I read somewhere that Nacho wanted to, especially with this dude, want him to turn the heat up a bit more. So to get Magsayo on the back foot, which I think he did, especially in the middle rounds. So which ended up working out for him. You know, Magsayo caught him, dropped him, but you know, was able to get up, survive, and finish strong, man. So yeah, he looks like he's gonna be good. It's the thing is fuck, man, 126 is stacked, bro. You got killers there, man.
Yeah, what you think about a fight between Rey Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz? They're both with Al Heyman. Both are champions. Leo Santa Cruz is the champion of the WBA. He does have the super belt. And also you have Rey Vargas, the new WBC world champion. What you think about a all-out Mexican war between Leo Santa Cruz, Rey Vargas, and a unification?
I think that's a great fight, to be honest. Because like you said, it's a unification. They both throw tons of punches, and I think it'd be a great fight, man. I think it's a 50-50 fight. I would lean shit. Right now, I would have to watch Leo's last fight, because I remember watching it, but I don't remember off the top real quick to see like how he looked. You know, if just you know like just how he looked on the last fight. I know he won and all, but just to see any sign of slippage, you know, because Vargas is definitely the younger man. I think he's like 20 something. Is he? Yeah. How old is he? You know?
How old is Vargas?
I don't know. I think he's 25 or something like that. But he's young, you know.
Like he might be older than that, though, Pete.
Think so? He looks young, though. He looks young, man. He just looks kind of old because he looks kind of weird. His chin is kind of weird, you know. Yeah. Anyways, but
they got a lot of fights right there. You right?
Oh, dude, yeah, they do. I mean,
right about that shit, because you got Figueroa who just fought on that undercard, man. You know,
Navarrete, Bronco Lara, bro. There's killers there, bro. You got Leo, like you said, Gary Russell, Magsayo. You know, Magsayo got power, man. He already beat Gary Russell once. I mean, that'd be a good rematch to see. You know, like Gary Russell get back on the win column and stuff like that. You know, because he had a bad arm or whatever.
Russell was trying to say he was gonna move up to 130 pounds. That's the word on Gary Russell.
Okay.
That's the last I heard from Gary Russell and his team. They want to move up to 100. Mm-hmm.
The chat saying is Vargas is 31, so he's actually shit, man. He's in his prime.
31. That's still a good age, bro. That's the same age as Canelo. The same age as Errol Spence.
No, for sure. No, that's Spence, like, bro. He's like, you know, he ain't gonna get any bigger, any smaller. He's right there. You know, he just won his second championship, like you said. The only thing I think he needs to work on a bit is his accuracy, his punch accuracy. You know, like Magsayo did make a miss a couple of times, but like I was saying before, he was pressing the action more. You know, which is a style that of what I've read and what I've seen a little bit, he's not used to. You know, he's more of a let the fighter come to him and counter punch him and stuff like that. So it'd be interesting to see what Nacho Beristain, if he is going to keep him fighting as aggressive as he is, as he did against Magsayo, which I would recommend, you know, because he did fight. He looked really, like I said, it was his first time kind of fighting in that new style or whatever, but he looked good, you know. You just have to work on punch accuracy, and he looks like he has a chin, man, because we all know Magsayo got power, brother.
Hey, everybody hit that like button right now. Let's get those likes up, man. We only got 16 likes, 41 people listening. Smash that like button. So what you thought about Mark Magsayo's performance? It was a lot of hype around this guy. He is Manny Pacquiao's fighter. He just beat Gary Russell. Do you feel like he was being overrated? Do you feel like he just went in there with a great fighter like Vargas? He still showed the power. He still was able to drop him. What's your thoughts on Magsayo?
Yeah, man. Just kind of, he's a bit overhyped, H, to be honest. And not saying that he sucks or anything. It's just he could be easily outboxed. You know, of all his top competition, they were all having like tremendous success against him. You know, especially Luis Ceja until he knocked him out. That's when he learned that he had that that power that could change the fight at any moment. And then Gary Russell, even with a bad arm, Gary Russell was making him miss a lot. So I think he's a very decent fighter. I rate Magsayo. He's no Manny Pacquiao like they're trying to kind of sell him, you know. Manny was kind of like this is the next one, you know. But he's still a good fighter. He's obviously a former champion. I think he's I don't think he's no bum. You know, he's just I would say compared to all the killers in that division, he's probably at the end, in my opinion.
Okay. Would you like to see a rematch between Mark Magsayo and Rey Vargas? Do you feel like he deserves a rematch? Or should he straight go for a unification with Leo Santa Cruz?
Does he deserve one? I mean, I thought he fought well. I mean, but I thought Rey Vargas fought clear. You know, maybe down the line, you know, he could get that work with Rey Vargas. But yeah, I would like to see him, especially since he's 31. I would like to see Rey Vargas with Leo, especially Leo's. Fuck, man, I think Leo's like 36. You know, try to get a unification going. You know,
36 for real.
Yeah, he's one of the older one. He's one of the older champions. H. I think so. Let me check. Yeah, man. Because remember he fought Tank a while back, and he was a vet then.
What, a year and a half ago? Almost 2 years ago.
Was it a year and a half ago? Shit, man. Yeah, it just feels longer for me. For some reason, I don't know. Yeah, but Leo is definitely the oldest in the division, if I'm not mistaken. Though I might be tripping on 36, but I guess he's a little older.
Hey, Pete, what you think about Rey Vargas' style? He's more of a boxer. You know, he's more of a technician, if anything. He's not your typical Mexican fighter.
Yeah. Well, he's with Nacho Beristain. You know, like all the fighters that Nacho has had haven't been the prototypical like what you think of Mexican a Mexican style. You know, where it's like coming forward. You know, like throwing lots of punches. You know, that the Mexican style defense where they roll with the punches and stuff like that. You know, a lot of head movement and stuff like that. You know, you remember of Juan Manuel Marquez, El Finito Lopez. You know, they were all technical fighters, but they were all exciting fighters. You get what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. The knock on Rey Vargas, like even though I didn't heard about, I mean I heard about him a little bit, even though I didn't watch a lot of his fights before he fought Magsayo. Like he was kind of known as a boring fighter, you know. But still, you know, you do what you got to do for the win, and even in the highlights I saw, he was never like, oh my god, it's super boring. But yeah, he's just kind of like in the style of what Nacho Beristain looks for. Very fighters that throw a lot of punches and that are very technical fighters. You get what I'm saying?
Right.
Counter
punch. Bro, if he sticks to his game plan, P, and work off that jab and just box like a fucking Devin Haney or some shit, it's gonna be hard for anybody to beat that dude at 126, my guy. I ain't gonna lie, because he's so fucking tall, and then with his speed and his fucking footwork. And then that motherfucking jab. He knows how to control the distance, the range. If he sticks to his game plan, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's going to be hard for anybody to beat that dude.
Yeah, for sure. And actually, now that I think of it,
he can make a fight boring. He can make a fight boring if he wanted to. Jab, tie you up, you know, dance in that ring. Bro, it's hard to fucking beat that type of style, bro.
I mean, me personally, like, it's hard for like, you know, especially dudes like straight from Mexico, it's kind of hard for them to be a boring fighter. It's not like they've never had boring fighters, you know, but at the end of the day, like I said before, you know, at the end of the day, Mexicans just care about, you know, like the championships and stuff like that, you know, like they kind of like they just don't like extremely like a good example is Oscar and Trinidad. Do you remember that? You remember that fight when he like lost it at the end because he goes like coasting, you know?
Yeah, like, but he wasn't throwing any punches. Like he stopped throwing punches. That's where he fucked up at. But he was winning the whole fight.
Yeah, that's the big thing though. Like, because like especially like with Mexican Americans, it's already hard for like the Mexican fans over there to kind of accept us or whatever. But like when we're fighting like a big fight against, especially against a Puerto Rican, they'll accept us. But like that's where he fucked up and eventually they forgave him and shit because obviously he became a dope ass a fighter. Is that like it's just the Mexican fans, they don't appreciate, like, even if you have the fight won, they don't appreciate just kind of like running not fighting. You get what I'm saying? Like literally they want you to fit, they want you to if you're kicking the guy's ass for 9 rounds, they want you to keep it up. You get what I'm saying? Don't just coast. They don't want you to coast. That's pretty fucked up, and it cost him on the cards, you know.
Yeah.
Yo, what's up, Colin? What's good, man? What you thought about the fight last night?
Was cracking.
What's up, Colin?
It was a good fight. I mean, I don't like Mark Magsayo, man. I don't ever want to see him fight ever again.
Nah, come on, bro.
Well, I'm serious,
bro. He still so hard. He still got the knockdown, though, bro. Like his style ain't gonna lie. He's like a fucking brawler, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah,
definitely.
but like he doesn't know how to. He didn't throw one jab the entire fight, bro. Like the first round, he did really good and just stopped working on that shit. Like he's horrible. Nah, but like, what's his name? Rey Vargas is nice though. I think he'd be a problem.
He still got a majority decision though, bro. Like it was a split decision. I mean, like
what did you?
It was though, according to the judges.
But I don't think I used to think like Khaled before. Go ahead, Khaled. My bad, I cut you off.
Some people thought Magsayo won the fight though.
No, listen, I'm not like this with a ton of fighters. Like I just thought like I felt really underwhelmed with this fight against Gary Russell too, but he showed the same thing yesterday. Like he can't work. He has really good power and speed, and he's a decent counterpuncher, but he just doesn't know how to use whatever his gifts, you know. So it's like it's kind of tough to watch him. You know what I'm saying?
I hear you. The thing is, like I like the way you think about him now. Before this fight, well, I mean, I kind of still think about that. To be honest. But something about him is like he's always in the fight, you know. Like I like fighters that are like that. Like even though he's like technically like not very very good, like he for some reason like when I was watching even the Vargas fight, like Vargas especially in the middle rounds, I thought Vargas was like boxing him up, like you know beating him easy. But like for some reason, like I just felt like in the back of my head, like fuck man, like I just hope Ray don't get caught. Ray don't get caught, you know. And I like those type of fighters, man. They always make it at least interesting.
Yeah, he always has the power, so.
Yeah. So it is what it is. I mean, I know some people like trust me. Yeah, I agree with you, man. He has I mean, maybe he is what he is already, but I mean, he definitely can work on definitely setting up his shots and shit like that, throwing the jab more consistently, like you're saying. I hear you.
Because he's big and powerful for 26. So if he just learns how to set up his counter punches, his uppercut, his right hand, he'd be a problem, man.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think they're trying to make him somebody he's not. You know, like yesterday he was like busy like trying to jump in and out, kind of like Manny, you know, and that's probably what, like maybe his team and Eddie, they're like, oh, you know, I'm trying to make him like Manny. Maybe that style's not suited for him.
Exactly, that's true. I didn't like the way he was doing those weird like half steps.
Yeah, they weren't effective at all, bro. Yeah,
he couldn't close distance easily. But who do you guys think is the best at 26 though? You guys think Rey Vargas would be?
For me, it's Navarrete, man. I got him pound for pound, man.
For me, I got Vargas.
Really?
I think
Vargas. I dig it.
Out of all the champions right now, I think Vargas to me is probably the most skilled. I think he has the best IQ. He's the smartest fighter. I'm gonna go with Vargas.
I can see the most skilled. I can actually definitely
and smart too. That IQ, bro. You know what I mean? He's smart. He got the footwork too. He can box. He got the jab. Navarrete got a jab too, though. But he likes to mix it up more. He likes to mix it up, though, P.
Yeah. I mean, but that's the thing, man. When like Mexican fighters, they you know, they love their fans, you know, and they want to entertain them. But the good thing is that like most Mexican fighters, like over here, Mexican Americans is a little different because you know, like it depends on who the coach is. Like they're very well taught in their style, bro. So like they know what they're doing when they're going in there. Like for the untrained eye, they can see that they're just going in there kind of winging punches, but it's all kind of like controlled aggression, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah, I remember watching an old Rey Vargas fight, and the Mexicans, they were booing him.
Yeah, man, it's just they want to be entertained, bro. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, they were booing him, bro. I was surprised at that. No, but what do you guys think about Robeisy?
I like him. What I saw against Nova, I like him. The only thing about Nova is I kind of felt that was kind of coming. Like Nova, he was good, really? But it's kind of like literally that one dude that Encarnacion, I think, was like piecing him up until Nova got the stoppage, and then so like literally he was still a good fighter, Nova and shit. But yeah, Robeisy looks like he's gonna be a problem too.
Bro, Robeisy, he's really good, man. He got the skills. and he's showing he has power. So.
Yeah, Robisi's good, but like I'm just saying, like out of the current champions, to me, out of the belt holders, Rey Vargas is to me the best. I just like his skill set, you know. But as far as like the whole division, Robisi Ramirez is a hell of a boxer, very smart boxer, Olympic gold medalist, just knocked out Abraham Supernova. That dude is sharp. You know, I would like to see Neverente and Robisi. They both with top rank. I think that'd be a good ass fight right there. But I heard Neverente's talking about moving up to 130 anyways. I heard he was gonna move up to fight Oscar Valdez, and I heard he was gonna move up to fight Shakur. But Shakur's fighting Conceição.
Yeah, I saw an interview with him that they were trying to work something out, but it couldn't get made. With him and Shakur. But yeah, man, there's definitely smoke at 126, and there's definitely smoke at 130. So yeah, man.
Yes. Yo, you know,
think Neverente can make 126 easy, or that's part of the reason why he was talking about moving up to 130?
I never read or seen anywhere where he's kind of like struggled with weight H. So I'm gonna say that no, he doesn't have an issue. But I mean, like he's not. I think he's one of the taller fighters at 126. So I'm sure if you moved up to 130, it'd be easier, you know.
Okay, would you rather see Neverente stay at 126 or go up to 130 to fight somebody like Oscar Valdez?
I want to see Navarrete and Figueroa before he moves up. That'd be great.
That's a good fight.
But Figgy will PBC. So I'm thinking Fig, he might have get a fight with Rey Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz. I'm thinking they're gonna match those guys up with each other.
What about Neverente and Robisi?
That's a great one too. That's a great one too. For like a style matchup, like the clash of styles, man. It's a great fight as well. It's just Robisi's kind of like I would say the experience, you know, favor with Navarrete, but still, I mean, what he did with Nova can't be ignored. So that would be a great fight too, to be honest. All these fights are great, man. To be honest.
Yeah. Hell yeah, that would be a good fight. Neverente he's a good fighter. He can box too when he wants to, but he does like to, you know, mix it up. He likes to go toe to toe with you. You know, he has been in some wars though. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
that fight with Joed Gonzalez, he beat Joed. He fucked up Joed, but Joed, you know, punished him a little bit too. I remember after the fight, that dude took some. Yeah, that wasn't an easy fight for Neverente. I would say that Robisi is more skilled. I will favor Robisi, but like Piro said, Neverente, bro, is a veteran. This guy been a champion, defended his title plenty of times. You know, so it'll be a hell of a fight. I will favor Robisi, but I think they will have Neverente as the favorite. More people will pick Neverente in that fight. Robisi will be the underdog for sure.
What's up, Ellie? What was I gonna tell you, H? The thing with Navarrete, man, is like he never gets tired. He's got a fucking gas tank, throws tons of punches, and he has an awkward style, man. And you know, awkward styles, bro, they always give like any fighter issues, man. That's what makes him so tough to beat. You know, Robisi got the skills, definitely. That's why, like, you know, kind of like the mesh and styles, it'd be interesting. It'll be an interesting fight. I can see it almost being like a Manny Pacquiao Marquez type of fight. You know, I'm not saying it's gonna be that, but you know, like, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if the way when they fought down the line, it turns out being like that.
See, the thing that concerned me about Neverente is I think sometimes he gets tired in fights. Like sometimes I see him running out of gas, but then he bounced back. He gets like a second wind, you know what I mean? But those are some of my concerns with Neverente. And he's so awkward at times that it's like he's almost like fucking out of control and shit. Like he's kind of you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I know exactly what you mean. The way you described it is the way I used to describe Manny Pacquiao when he first started. You know, he always looked like out of control and shit, but it worked for him, you know. And we all know how his career ended. Yeah, Navarrete, to me personally, I've never seen him get tired. I mean, like I think I think in his fights he takes like rounds off because he has to pace himself because he has a fucking crazy ass output. But yeah, I've never, to me, in my personal opinion, and in what I've seen, my experience seeing fighters, yeah, I don't think gas tank is an issue. Could be wrong though. That's just my opinion.
I mean, this is the second weight class, right? I don't think the weight is an issue.
Yes. Yes, sir.
He
Yes,
probably
sir. Yeah, no,
he's probably
definitely not the weight, but
yeah.
H was more like concerned on his gas tank,
Yeah,
because
I
he
know.
said like he got tired. And whatever. Yeah, but my
Nah,
bad. Go ahead.
but I think he's gonna move up because like that's where all the top ranked fights are at. They got Valdez,
True.
Shakur, Conceição. Like nobody wants to fight him at 126 because they're all at like PBC.
Yeah, that's what I think I was telling the homie, man. If this fucking bullshit about like crossing the street and all this promotional shit, like if that didn't exist and all the fighters, all the fucking promotional companies fought each other, man, like from 126 to like 147, bro, there's like so much talent, like from like 1 to 50. You just see like fucking up prospects, contenders, champions, they're all fucking great, man. But unfortunately, it is what it is.
Bro, if that happened, there would be so much like so few undefeated fighters,
Yeah,
and like
that's why we
that
need
shit
to
would be
get
crazy.
like me, my
But we need that.
personally, we need to get away from the undefeated fucking fighter bullshit,
Facts.
bro.
That's
It's
facts.
just like that. It's just, it and it's not even common anyways, bro. Yeah, it's almost like a novel like record. Don't get me wrong, like literally the guys that have done it, it's a great accomplishment, bro. But like now it's kind of like, they're like afraid of losing their O and stuff like that, bro. We're like at the end of the
Right.
day, you shouldn't be afraid of losing your O. You need to be challenging yourself to be the best. That's how you become the best, in my opinion.
Yeah, that and like I feel like these promotional companies, they want that. They want like all their fighters to be undefeated. So like when you promote a fight, it's better to have like, yo, this guy's an undefeated champion to like someone who never watched him before.
Yeah, it's like a
Because
bargaining chip too. Like when you do
exactly.
that A side, B side shit. Yeah, man,
Yeah,
I noticed that shit
exactly.
too, brother.
It's like marketing and like a way of making more money.
Yeah, man, it's boxing promotion, bro. It's been like that since I was a kid, bro. That's why, like, I get frustrated with it, especially like nowadays. It's so egregious, but it's been
Mhm.
happening forever, bro. So I'm like, whatever, bro. I get mad at it for a couple of seconds, and I'm like,
Right. Yo, so Ryan Garcia's fighting this weekend, right?
yeah, man, I'm gonna be at that one, man. Can't wait. It's my boy Ryan, man.
Oh, for real? Where
Yes,
is it
sir.
in it's in California?
Yeah, it's at the Staples Center.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Yeah, I never seen
Damn.
Ryan fight live, man. So that's cool. I
Bro,
saw some
it's at
fans
the
at the
Staples
Staples
Center.
Center.
I thought it was at a different stadium, at a
No,
Oh, they
different
call it
arena.
crypto now. They call it
Yeah,
crypto now.
they
Oh, they
renamed
changed the
it.
Staples Center name to the Crypto?
Yeah, to the
Yeah.
crypto arena. Yeah,
Man, that's crazy.
it's been a Staples for a cool minute.
No, but how do you think he's gonna perform though?
Hell yeah. It's been Staples Center since it first opened. Remember, they was at the Great Western Forum at first, then they opened that Staples Center in downtown.
Yeah, I saw the Lakers
Right.
play like 5 times at the Great Western, the Forum.
What y'all think? How do you think Ryan is gonna do against what's his name?
Fortuna.
Fortuna, yeah.
I think he's gonna do well. I think he's gonna knock him out probably late. Yeah, I think it's gonna do well.
Yeah, that's a good
Fortuna can be overlooked though.
decent
Fortuna
match.
can be overlooked. So
He's
I think
a
it's some good
dirty
work.
ass fighter. Fortuna is a very awkward fighter. And on top of that, he's a very dirty ass fighter that likes to headbutt you, hit you in the nuts, hit you behind the head, elbow you, and hit you after the bell. He's one of the dirtiest fighters in boxing, bro. And I wonder how Ryan Garcia is going to deal with that shit. That's my only concern. And then the guy is a southpaw. We seen Luke Campbell, a southpaw, drop Ryan Garcia before, bro. So, I think it could be a test. I think he's going to test Ryan, bro.
And I like that age because, like, to me, Ryan is still young. I'm not saying like he's not ready for the best fighters in the division, but like I think it's just like you said, is a southpaw. It's always good to fucking fight southpaws because they're few and far between in boxing. And he's like you said, he's awkward, he's dirty, so it's not like this is gonna be some good work for him, man. So I think he's gonna knock him out, but hopefully he does, give him some good work so he can like fucking adjust and we can start seeing some more progression out of Ryan. So I'm excited for the fight, to be honest.
Yeah, man. That dude Javier Fortuna is a dirty ass fighter, bro. Awkward fighter, bro. Headbutts.
Yeah, I was at the JoJo
bro,
fight.
look,
I was at the
his
JoJo
last
fight.
with JoJo.
Yeah, I was there.
Yeah, he
man.
cut
I was
JoJo with a headbutt.
Yeah,
That
no, I
was
saw.
intentional too. He came in with his head. Imagine
Yeah,
he does that with Ryan. And we all know that Ryan Garcia does have flaws, bro. Ryan Garcia is not a good inside fighter. He doesn't know how to fight on the inside right now. Maybe he can learn later. Ryan Garcia right now, he doesn't know how to fight going on the back foot. If you could put Ryan Garcia on the back foot, bro, you can actually really fuck. You could give him some problems, you know. But Ryan, as long as Ryan Garcia is coming forward, he is dangerous. Ryan Garcia is huge too. He's a big ass lightweight. He's around 5'11". He's the same size as Virgil Ortiz. He's way bigger than Javier Fortuna. So I think the size advantage is gonna favor Ryan Garcia. He's much bigger than him. Ryan Garcia is very strong. Ryan Garcia is very powerful, and he has dynamite in his left hand. Ryan Garcia is one of the biggest punchers in the whole sport. That left hook, bro, if he catch you with it, he gonna knock you out. You know, so man, I think it's gonna be a good fight, man. I think it's gonna be a good fight. I'm excited about it, to be honest. And on top of that, they were supposed to fight before, and everybody said Ryan Garcia ducked Javier Fortuna and pulled out the fight, and now he's fighting him. So I think this is gonna answer a lot of questions.
There you go, H. I mean, like that's why we watch the sport, man. You know, I'm a Ryan fan, bro, but like, you know, just because there's like, even if this guy was favored, man, you know, that's why you fight the fights, bro. You gotta fucking fight the dirty ones. You gotta fight the clean ones. You gotta fight the dogs. You gotta fight them all. You know, gotta fight them all.
Yeah, Fortuna is a dirty motherfucker, bro. Like, you know, I'm not saying he's the best fighter, but he's a good fighter. He's a decent fighter. He knows how to box. You know, Fortuna, he got 2 losses, right? He got 3 losses. He got beat by JoJo. He got beat by Robert Easter Jr., but a lot of people thought he actually won that fight with Robert Easter. Gave Robert Easter all type of problems, and Robert Easter tall as shit, just like Ryan Garcia. He might be taller than Ryan, but he ain't got no power like Ryan. Fortuna gonna respect Ryan Garcia's punching power. He is.
Yeah, no, for sure. Everybody does, you know, and that's why people. That's why we haven't seen him fight on the inside, H, because nobody has been able, when they get close enough, like they respect his power so much that they have to take they have to fight a little bit more at distance and shit, you know. So it's gonna take maybe a dirty fighter to show what he could do on the inside. That's why, like, you know, at the beginning, I kind of didn't want to see this fight because to me it was kind of going backwards. But at the end of the day, I mean, Fortuna's still a decent fighter. He's no slouch. So and at the end of the day, it's a good experience, and it's a lefty. So, you know. And then Ryan was he was missing a whole year, so we need to get him in there, get him to work. What's up?
Yo, P.
Yes, sir.
Look at this comment. Junior Delgado, JD says Ryan getting knocked the fuck out on 7 rounds, and as you can see, he has no boxing, no life. Of course, that's Team Canelo. No boxing, no life. Yeah, this is crazy. Ryan Garcia going into a pretty tough matchup with Javier Fortuna, you know, and he's been talking plenty of shit about Canelo. Plenty of shit. You know,
they both been talking shit about each other, bro.
Yeah, but he's like the little bro, right? He's like the little bro. I think Canelo said something about him first, right? Canelo said something about him first, right?
He did.
And Ryan kind of like let it slide at first. But then once,
I remember he took the high road, and then I, you know how the media people they kept pressing him on it. So then they started talking shit. At the end of the day, like I think what was key is he was saying something about like he owes Eddie money, and he was talking about this and the other and then like Eddie was saying this, and Eddie was saying that. But I saw a recent interview with Eddie at the Triple G what's it called, the press conference, and they asked him about it, like what he thinks about Ryan, is he dead about this dedication and stuff like that, and he pretty much said that like that he didn't believe any of that stuff, and he says that the proof is in the pudding, like he wouldn't be undefeated and where he is right now if he was undisciplined, you know, and which makes sense to me, and I thought from the get, you know, it's just unfortunately sometimes they don't work out, you know, it didn't work out.
Dang, Ryan Garcia had been talking a lot. Like, he's been talking about everybody. Him and Canelo been going back and forth. Do you think that's just adding pressure to himself, like going into this fight with Javier Fortuna? And if Ryan Garcia loses this fight, you know, will people say, like, people going to make fun of him? You know what I mean? Because he's been talking shit about Canelo because Canelo lost to Bivol. What if he goes out there and lose to fucking Javier Fortuna? Will that make him look like a fool? You know, and on top of that, what you think about the Canelo fan base now, you know, pretty much turning on Ryan Garcia? Well, some of the Canelo fan base, because I know you a Canelo fan too, but some of those guys like Junior Delgado, you know, they want to see him get knocked out in 7 rounds. Do you think Ryan Garcia, you know, kind of like added more pressure to himself by going at Canelo? Because Canelo, of course, you know, he lost to Bivol, and Canelo accomplished so much. Like Floyd Mayweather said, Floyd Mayweather told Ryan Garcia, bro, like, you know, pretty much watch your fucking mouth, watch who you're talking to. Canelo has accomplished way more than you. So Floyd Mayweather said, before you accomplish what he accomplished, don't talk about him like that. What you think about Ryan Garcia talking all this shit about Canelo leading up to a tough fight with Javier Fortuna, bro?
Sign of the times, to be honest, H. Like literally, all these fighters like say something or other and shit, and all these fighters get criticized. I mean, I don't think he's gonna get any more criticism than he already gets. He's definitely gonna look a fool if he loses. But I mean, people already talk shit about him, call him an Instagram model and shit like that. So at the end of the day, I mean, they're gonna say it anyway. So like, I mean, fuck it. I mean, look at. I guess he knows what he's doing, right? He's got he's been doing good, like on the promotional side. So, you know, he's doing something right, you know?
Yeah, for sure. What up, Cassidy? What's good?
Puro.
What's up with it? Yeah, it's kind of choppy you on that laptop, huh? Come back on your phone. Yeah, it's choppy. Come back on your phone. Because it's fucked up the audio.
It's cool, man.
Hey, yo, P, but bro, like this dude Ryan been talking hella shit, bro. He been talking hella shit. He even picked Triple G to beat Canelo, bro. Like
I know, I saw that shit. I'm like fucking Ryan.
That dude is crazy. He's crazy as fuck.
He's like kind of like a little bit like
young dude.
Like YouTube, man. He's like trolling fucking Canelo and shit.
He don't give a fuck. He young as he young as shit. Them dudes like Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez. Them dudes is young as shit, bro. They from a different generation. Those guys really just don't give a fuck, bro. You know what I mean? And Canelo lost to Bivol, and Canelo was saying Ryan wasn't dedicated, Ryan wasn't this. Then Canelo lost. Then Ryan was like, yo, you talked all that shit about me, but you end up losing. So Ryan looked like, yo, I have an opportunity to kick him while he's down, and that's what he did. But at the same time, he added extra pressure to himself because this fight he got coming up, I don't think Javier Fortuna is the best fighter in the world or nothing like that, but I know he's a tough fighter, right? Javier Fortuna did get knocked out by Jason Sosa. He got knocked out by Jason Sosa, you know, a long time ago. But, man, I don't know, bro. You think Ryan gonna knock him out?
Yes, sir. I do.
Which round?
I'm thinking like 9th round.
A lot of Ryan knockouts be early besides that Luke Campbell one. It wasn't that late either, though. What round did he knock out Luke Campbell?
I believe in the 7th or the 9th. I don't remember. Well, 7 or 9.
Okay.
That was some shit though. But like literally, I mean, like even though he's not with Eddie, he did learn a lot from Eddie because he wasn't throwing those body shots or like he wasn't going. He wasn't. He learned that fucking fucking feint the fucking jab, feint the jab to the head, and they go to the body. You know, he learned that from Eddie, man. So I mean, he learned from Eddie. You know, so the kid, it's not like the kid's garbage. You know, everybody talks shit about him, but I mean, this is. I mean, I think going forward until until it changes, or maybe this is always how it's gonna be, especially the social media. Everybody talks shit. You know, sometimes you don't even know when they're even serious. You know, it's just this is how they promote themselves, I think.
For sure. Yo, Frank, what up though? What's good,
what's
Frank?
Up, guys? Just watch the fights last night and listening to you guys.
Shit, fam. What's going on
What
here?
you thought about those fights last night, Frank?
What's
up with it? Butch, what's good?
You good, yeah? What's up, Puro? What going, man?
What up, Butch, man? Are you doing okay, man? I remember H was saying something that are you good?
Yeah, I'm good, man. I appreciate that. Safe Puro, man. I'm good, man. You know, it's just life, fam. You get me? It's cool, man.
I feel you, but I'm glad you're good, man. Go ahead.
Soldier, bro. He a warrior, bro. He got into some shit, but he good, bro. You know what I mean? Strong.
I'm glad to hear, man.
I'm good, man.
Thank God, bro.
I'm good, man. I'm
Oh,
good.
shit.
I'm good.
Ouch.
I'm good.
Yeah, that hurt.
Damn,
I've been there, done that, brother. Trust me. Let's see.
Good.
Oh,
Good.
fuck.
God.
Good.
I've been there, done that.
I'm good, man. Safe. I appreciate it, blood. You get me.
Yeah,
Hope
no, for
H and
sure,
you, man,
man.
are
I don't
right.
want nothing to happen to you, man. Stay safe out there, brother.
What's up, Frank?
Mm-hmm.
Frank.
Oh,
Hell
okay,
yeah.
yeah, man. So,
Oh, Frank.
like you asked me what I thought. Well, for starters, I thought Brandon stole the show. That was my opinion. I think he had the best performance of the night. I think Vargas Magelso was a decent fight. I expected more of Magelso. Vargas is not impressive, and Martin, he's good, but man, he just looks small in there. So, just the summation of what I thought.
What you think about Frank Martin and Errol Spence Jr. calling out Chris Colbert?
Well, before anything, as I was watching, I said, man, he need a great fight would be Rolly Romero. And then I seen that they said that's who he first called out. But to be honest, I don't ever want to see Chris Colbert again. I don't think any fighter's a quitter, but I mean, he kind of gave up in that fight, like his last one.
For sure. Yo, Cassidy, what you thought about those fights last night? What you thought about Rey Vargas' performance? What you thought about, Frank Martin and also Brandon Figueroa?
Obviously, yeah, obviously, I want to give credit to my. Let me. Obviously, I know you guys. I know you guys. I don't know if you watched the fact, but you lot didn't give my boy some credit. I told you he's gonna fucking fuck
Oh,
up
Derek
Pule.
Chisora?
Yeah,
Oh,
I
your boy
told you.
Chisora?
I told you. I told you he's gonna come smash up Pule. I told you, man.
I don't know if he smashed him up, man. It was
No,
a
he didn't
close
smash
fight.
him
I
up.
think with that Pulev won, though.
Yeah. It was a toss up. It was a close fight. You get me? It was
But
a
he won,
close
though. I
fight.
give him his,
Toss up.
his respect, for sure.
He got
He
12
came to
losses.
fight, man.
He got 12. That's what I'm saying to you. He comes to fact. That's why we love Chisora. He comes to fact. He's 33-12 now. I respect him. He called out Wilder. You get me? He said only big money. He said only big money fights. You get me? I'm just showing some love to Chisora quickly. You feel me? Because I was impressed with Frank Martin. You feel me? That's my guy. I've been ranting about Frank Martin ever since I joined your platform, H. You feel me? I've been ranting about Frank. He's one of my favorite fighters. Because he's very well. He studies his craft. You get me? He's very dedicated. He's always in the gym. You feel me? Like I think he's on that stratosphere of taking the big fights. I didn't really appreciate Errol Spence calling out Rolly Romero and those guys. Like he doesn't need to be fighting no Rollies and all that stuff. He needs to be fighting the big boy. Like, they need to make that Tank fight. I want to see him and Tank. But I know Tank. I know Calvin Ford that they don't know parts of Frank Martin.
You don't think so? I don't know, man. Like, it'll be a good fight. I think Tank can knock him out, though. Because I see he was getting hit, though.
Let's
he was
make that
getting hit a lot, but he's a good fighter. He looked like he gets better as the fight continues. He looked like he a slow starter. I think it'll be a good fight with Tank, 2 southpaws and all. But I watched him fight and I watched Tank fight. I don't know. Tank looked like he more impressive to me. But it would be a good fight. It'll be a good test for Tank, you know?
Yeah.
I agree. I'm going to be in the minority here, but I think he beats Frank Martin. Will beat Tank Davis if they ever fight. I know it's a hot take.
Nah, bruh.
It's a
Tank
hot
Davis
take.
would knock the shit out of fucking Frank Martin, bruh.
I don't know,
Jackson
boy.
Marinez,
I don't
bruh.
know, boy.
You seen Richard Comey knock the shit out of Marinez, and Marinez was winning rounds against Frank Martin in there, bruh. Let's be honest. He was outboxing Frank Martin in that spots. It was a competitive fight.
If somebody
stopped him in the final
Marinez is a good fighter.
We seen what Richard Comey. We seen what Richard Comey. We seen what Richard Comey do to Jackson Marinez. He destroyed him way better than Frank Martin did, though, bro.
Let me explain my thinking. Comey's an elite fighter. I don't just say it because if I say that, someone may think I'm a Tank hater. I think Tank beats Devin Haney and he beats Ryan Garcia. I just think
he definitely ain't gonna beat no Devin Haney. He ain't gonna beat Devin Haney. How do you haven't beaten Devin Haney?
Exactly.
You said Tank could beat Devin Haney, but he can't beat Frank Martin. That don't even make sense.
Stop Devin Haney.
Wait, how did he stop? How did he stop Devin Haney?
Hell nah, nigga. Devin Haney boxed the shit out of Tank Davis, bro, with that jab, bro. He's trolling. Nah, he's trolling, bro. He trolling, bro. You ain't even gotta ask him. You know that's some troll shit. He said fucking Tank Davis would knock out Devin Haney, but Tank Davis can't knock out Frank Martin. Devin Haney, who's way better than Frank Martin, bro.
He's undisputed champion.
Devin Haney is better than Frank Martin right now. I mean, he's a little bit better than him
Of
now.
course, he's the undisputed champion. What the fuck is we talking about?
But you think Devin Haney beats everybody?
Yeah, at 135.
Devin Haney beat the shit out of Frank Martin.
I'm not a fan of either Tank or Devin.
Frank Martin's a good fighter, but he can't fuck with no fucking Tank Davis, bro. That's why they're trying to make him go fight Rolly. That's why they not trying to fight Tank next. That's why they calling out Chris Colbert and all of those guys.
I said
they know
when they eventually do fight.
Yeah, they know
Frank Martin beats Tank Davis. Again, I said it's a hot take. Yeah, right now Tank Davis would beat.
So
that's why they know that boy ain't ready, man. Cassidy, you talking about Frank Martin fighting Tank? Why Errol Spence ain't talking about that? That's his damn promoter. Because they know he ain't ready for the top guy.
But what I hear from Frank Martin? No, but what I hear from Frank Martin?
He made his adjustments. He did good and got the stoppage.
Jackson Martinez is a good fighter, though. He's a very good fighter.
Huh?
No, Martinez is a good fighter. You get me? He's a solid opponent. Very good.
Bro, you saw what Richard Comey did to that bum?
He not a bum. Nah, he ain't a bum.
Did you see what Richard Comey did to him? Oh, you forgot about that.
Frank Martin is just started.
Did he look like a very good fighter against Richard Comey? Right now. No, he did not.
But we're talking about
that's one performance. That's one performance.
Bruh, he was coming off a knockout loss. Let's be honest. Jackson Martinez was a bum that fucking was outboxing Rolly. That's how he made a name for himself. Then in his next fight, he got knocked the fuck out by Richard Comey. You know what I mean? Frank Martin got him, and he was giving Frank Martin some problems, bro. He was definitely giving Frank Martin problems in that fight. But Frank Martin made his adjustments and got the stoppage. So then, you can congratulate him.
Let me ask you then,
Good job.
If this is the route we're going, so then who beats who? Who beats who then? Because we got Tank, Haney, Lomachenko, Teofimo moved up, and this Frank Martin.
Lomachenko, the man that got beat by Teofimo Lopez. So Lomachenko, he already got beat by Teofimo Lopez. He got beat by Orlando Salido. Yes. He got beat by Orlando Salido, and he got beat by Teofimo Lopez, right? Tank Davis, Devin Haney is the undisputed champion. He just beat the man, George Kambosos Jr., the man that beat Teofimo Lopez, the man that beat Vasily Lomachenko, right? Devin Haney's the undisputed champion with all the belts.
Okay, but that's what I'm asking you.
He's the number one lightweight in boxing.
I know. Okay.
He's the number one lightweight in boxing.
And I'm going to ask you.
You know what I'm saying?
To
say that Tank Davis knocked out Devin Haney, bro, that's cap. I wish Tank Davis felt the same way. Why he don't want to fight Devin Haney? Why Tank Davis don't want to step up and fight the top guys?
He called him out.
Why is Tank Davis fighting bums like Rolly? Why is Tank Davis fighting nobodies like Mario Barrios?
They called out
right,
Tank. But Tank called out Haney.
Devin Haney been calling out Tank Davis for years, nigga.
No, you saying that Tank didn't call out Devin, and he did.
He did call out Devin, but then he went missing.
No, he just told him
he doesn't want to fight Devin Haney. Tank Davis is the mandatory of the motherfucking WBA. All he got to do is activate that motherfucking mandatory position and force that motherfucking fight. So was he really calling out Devin Haney, or was he just trying to promote his bullshit ass pay-per-view with Rolly that nobody wanted to see? He was using Devin Haney's name for promotion because Tank Davis said he wanted to fight the winner of Devin Haney and George Kambosos. Devin Haney won that fight. So where the fuck is Tank Davis? Devin Haney won that fight. It's been over a month, nigga. And Tank ain't said shit.
Look, I don't understand why you got to be a fan of one or the other. You can't like both. You can't like Tank. You can't like Devin. You can't like Lomachenko.
Hey, I'm keeping it real, my nigga. Hey, I'm keeping it real.
What's
you
keeping it
real? Emotional because I'm talking about Tank Davis, my nigga. You getting emotional because I'm talking about Tank Davis, nigga. You tell Tank Davis, let his motherfucking nuts hang.
No, your heart's in your throat. Hey, you can calm down. Your heart's in your throat. I'm not. I'm calm. I'm chill. I'm like 50 degrees.
In the motherfucking ring, nigga. Devin Haney, the number one lightweight in boxing.
Tell Tank to get in there. Tell Tank to get in there.
Yeah, nigga. The number one lightweight in the whole motherfucking sport. Nigga, we got all the belts, nigga. Fuck you talking about?
But you on his team? You know him? Can you call him right now?
Nah, fuck that.
Yes. Yes, Hitchkin.
Wow.
Yes, Hitchkin, dog.
Because I said Tank beat Haney.
Mr. Frank.
Because I said Tank beat Haney. This is where it goes.
Mr. Frank.
Where your brain at, dude?
Mr. Frank.
He ain't talking about shit. He trolling, nigga.
Mr. Frank.
It's a troll because I said Tank beat Devin. How is that a troll?
Mr. Frank.
He's just screaming.
Mr. Frank, Hayes can differ.
He's screaming over me. That's not a. He's not arguing. He's screaming.
Mr. Frank,
nigga, put some bass in your voice, nigga.
When I argue my chick, that's what she sound like.
Mr. Frank,
that's what she sound like.
Hayes can differ right now.
She screams.
Hayes can differ right now.
Shut your bitch ass up.
Why you screaming though? Why you
pussy.
screaming though?
Fuck you talking
Why
about?
you screaming
You a
though?
bitch, nigga.
You can't speak.
You
You
a
can't
bitch,
speak.
nigga.
Why you
a
screaming
bitch,
though?
nigga. Stop
You
getting
sound
all
like my
sensitive
chick,
and
dude.
emotional.
When I tell my
soft
chick
ass
no,
nigga.
that's what she
Shut your
sound
bitch
like.
ass up. You
Why is your
hoe-ass
heart in
nigga.
your throat?
You's a
Why is
bitch,
your heart in
nigga.
your throat?
Hoe-ass
Why is your
nigga.
heart in your throat?
Shut your bitch ass
Why
up.
don't you put
this
your
is
heart where
Haney.
your heart
You
at?
came
It's
to my
Haney time,
channel
You
to
know
Frank,
where
talk.
my heart at? My
Yes,
heart is
nigga.
in my stomach.
Don't come here and talk
You
about Hayes,
subscribe to
man.
my channel. Get off my dick. Get off my
Ain't
dick, nigga.
nobody
You
on
my
yours.
fan,
You got
nigga.
what? What you
Bitch
got
ass
like?
nigga. You a fan of the channel.
You
You
got
a fan of
11
the
viewers,
channel.
dude.
Shut your bitch
You
ass
are
up.
not
Hoe ass
popping
nigga.
like that.
Hoe ass
You're
nigga.
not
You
popping
came
like
to the
that.
panel to talk to me. I don't want to talk to you. I don't even know who the fuck you is. I don't even know who the fuck you is.
Why you
Pussy
getting
ass
so?
nigga.
Why you
Bitch ass
screaming?
nigga.
Why are you
Shut your bitch
screaming though?
ass up. Now
Let me
shut
ask
your
you, why
bitch
you
ass
screaming
up.
though?
Hoe ass nigga. You's
Dude,
a
nobody
bitch,
even
nigga. You
came
don't
at
know
you
shit
crazy.
about boxing. You
What
don't
you
know shit about boxing.
do?
Pussy.
Haney do you up the
Casual
booty?
ass
Is that
nigga.
what it is? He
Nigga,
screw
shut
you,
your bitch
huh?
ass up.
Haney
Shut
bend you
your
over,
bitch
huh?
ass up.
That's why you got.
Bitch
Why
ass nigga.
Stop that.
Haney
Stop that
get your
stuff.
juices flowing, huh?
Bitch
He
ass
bent
nigga.
you over. That's why your
Mr.
booty
Frank,
juicing up now,
Mr.
huh?
Frank,
That's
Mr.
why those
Frank,
emotions are
Mr.
going.
Frank,
Because your
stop your
lover,
shit.
I said, oh, your
Stop your
lover will
shit,
get
Mr. Frank,
stopped.
man.
Your lover will get
Shut your bitch
stopped.
ass up. Nigga, Tank Davis is a
Yeah,
duck.
he gonna lose his
Tank
voice
Davis
because
is
he's
a duck,
screaming.
nigga. Hoe ass
I'm gonna
nigga.
keep it going
Talking
so he
about
can lose
Frank
his
Morgan
voice,
to
man.
beat
His
Tank
heart is in
Davis.
his
You don't
voice.
know shit
No, we
about boxing.
gonna cook you.
This
We gonna
nigga
put in
said
the
Hey,
form.
Frank
Haney went
Morgan
deep
will
up his
beat
gut.
Tank
We gonna
Davis,
put your
nigga.
ass in the
You
form
don't
again,
know
Ooh.
boy.
shit about
Hey,
boxing.
check
We
your
gonna
Shut
put
drawers,
your
your
homie.
bitch ass up,
Check your
we
pussy.
gonna put
drawers.
your
They
ass in the
got
Shut your
booty
form
bitch
again,
juice in
ass
boy.
up,
them.
pussy. You's a
Check your
bitch.
drawers, man. They juicy
You's a
right now,
bitch,
bro.
nigga. You
You
don't know
sound like
shit
my
about
chick,
boxing.
dog.
Now shut
You
your
sound
bitch
like
ass up.
like
Hoe
my
ass
chick,
nigga.
man.
You don't know shit
You in
about
your
boxing.
feelings, bro. Why is
Nigga
your
said
heart in your
Frank Morgan
throat?
will
Why are
beat
your
Tank
veins about
Davis.
to pop out,
Stupid
dog?
ass nigga.
Did he
Shut
do
your
you
stupid
that
ass
good?
up.
Did he
Shut
hit your
your
heart?
stupid
Did he
ass up.
break your heart? Is
Frank
that why you
Morgan
so
will
mad?
beat Tank Davis. You don't know shit about
Yeah,
boxing,
that
nigga.
didn't make no
You're not
sense.
even
That
calling out
Uh,
didn't make no
motherfucking
sense.
Tank Davis. Bitch ass nigga. That's why they calling out Rolly.
damn,
Stupid ass nigga.
dog.
Shut
On the
your
real,
stupid ass
Yeah,
up.
yeah,
your heart
Frank.
Pussy
We,
about
ass
hey,
to
nigga.
Frank.
explode, dog.
Hey,
Shut
Frank.
your
We ain't
bitch
going
ass up.
Man,
nowhere, boy. We
calm
ain't
down,
going
bro.
nowhere,
Your
boy.
blood
That
We
nigga's
ain't
pressure
a
is
going
going
bitch.
nowhere,
through
You
the
don't
man.
know
roof,
shit
You
man.
about
came,
boxing.
you came
Hoe
on
Your
here
ass
to
blood
nigga.
chat.
going, your
Let
blood
me
You
teach
pressure
you
came on here to
something.
rising.
this platform
Let
and
me
started
teach you
chatting your
something.
shit, boy.
Let me teach you something, pussy. You don't know shit about the sport, nigga.
uh,
Shut your bitch
so
ass
what you
up.
know? Where
Yeah,
you
that's what I
been? Who
thought.
you know?
Better lock
I
you in, pussy.
guarantee you, I know
Nigga, you
way
on
more
my
than you. I know
channel?
way more
You
than
came to
people.
my channel.
I've been in the
Obviously,
game,
I must
homie.
know
You
something.
don't know
You hopped on
shit.
the
You
panel to
lying.
talk
Who
to
you
me.
know? Say
You
names
hopped
and
on
who
the
you
panel to
know.
talk to
Tell
me.
me who you
I must
know.
know
Who do
something,
you
you
know? Where you
stupid ass
been?
nigga.
Yeah, that's
I
what I
wouldn't know you
thought.
from
You
your
don't
bag
know
of rice,
nothing,
pussy
man.
ass nigga.
You ain't
I
never
wouldn't
been
know you
nowhere,
from your
done
bag of
nothing.
rice,
Stop
but
it.
you know me.
You don't
You
know
wouldn't know
nobody,
me,
dog.
pussy ass nigga.
Stop. Do you
Bitch
know
ass
Devin
nigga.
personally? Why
Shut
you
your
defend
bitch
him so
ass up,
much?
pussy
You
ass
about to have
nigga.
a heart attack
Tell that
over a
nigga
Devin
Tank Davis,
Haney?
step
Really?
up to the
Yes, Mr.
plate
Frank. Mr.
and fight,
Frank.
nigga.
Mr.
Tell that
Frank.
Yeah.
bitch
Hey,
I
ass nigga
promise
Tank
that
you.
Davis
bitch
stop
can't fool
ducking.
Haney right
I
Tell
now.
Tank
promise you.
I'm
Davis
You
stop
fucking
won't.
telling
ducking.
you
I
what you need
Tell
promise
to
you.
Tank
know.
Davis
You will
stop
not put your
ducking,
money where
pussy.
your mouth is.
Tell Tank Davis
Get
stop
off his
ducking,
nuts. He's
pussy.
not the
Tell that
GOAT.
nigga Tank
Stop
Davis
it.
stop being a bitch, nigga. He a bitch like you.
You
That's why
don't
you
know
like
him
Tank.
personally
Cause both of
either.
y'all some bitches, nigga.
You
Both of
don't know
y'all
him
niggas some
personally
bitches,
either.
nigga.
I wish you
Dead
would
ass
say
nigga.
Devin. I wish
Hating
you
on
would
my
say
nigga
that to
Rey
Tank's
Vargas.
face. You're
Pussy
nothing.
nigga.
You don't
Shut
have
your
the
bitch
nuts to
ass up.
say it to
Whole
Tank
ass
face.
nigga.
You would
Shut
never
your
say
whole
that to
ass
Tank
up.
face. You
You's
would
a
never
pussy,
call him that.
nigga.
You would never call
Bitch
Tank a
ass
bitch
nigga.
to his face.
Whole ass nigga don't
You
know
would never
shit
call
about
Tank a
boxing.
fake.
Shut your
Yeah,
stupid
that's
ass
right.
up.
You would never
Bitch
call
ass nigga.
Tank a
Came
bitch
on
to
the
his
panel to talk
face.
to me.
Yeah, you
Bitch
saying you
ass
talking
nigga.
real
You
tough.
a fan,
Yeah.
nigga.
Oh yeah,
You a
you're a
fan of
tough
the
guy,
channel.
right?
Pussy ass nigga. Shut your bitch ass up.
A show
Shut
of
your
what,
bitch ass
dude?
up.
Of
Pussy
45
ass nigga.
people watching?
Troll ass nigga. You's a bitch, nigga. You's a bitch.
You know who you
Bitch
sound
ass,
like?
bitch ass
You
nigga.
sound like my
You
chick,
a bitch.
dude. When I tell her
You
no.
a bitch, nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Bitch ass nigga. Hoe ass nigga. Troll ass nigga. That's what I thought, bitch. Just like I thought, nigga. Hoe ass nigga. Talking about Frank Martin will beat Tank Davis, but Tank Davis will beat Devin Haney. Frank Martin will beat Tank Davis, but you saying Tank Davis will beat Devin Haney. Nigga, you don't know shit about boxing, nigga. The nigga Frank Martin was going life and death with his nigga Jackson Marinez before he stopped him, nigga. He was losing rounds in that fight, getting out boxed. Pussy ass nigga. Fuck you talking about? Devin Haney will beat the shit out of Tank Davis. That's why Tank Davis ducking Devin Haney. Whole ass nigga. Fuck you mean? Devin Haney, undisputed champion at 23 years old. Bitch. And motherfucking Tank Davis ain't been fighting nobody. Whole ass nigga. Fuck you talking about, bitch. Real talk, nigga. Devin Haney, the #1 lightweight in boxing. Pussy. Just like that, nigga. Whole ass nigga don't know shit about the sport. Rookie ass nigga. Real talk, nigga. Haney. Undisputed champion, bitch. We run the lightweight division. Tank Davis ain't nothing but a duck, nigga. Whole ass nigga. Fuck you talking about, pussy. Haney. Undisputed, nigga. We got all the belts. Bitch.
All the belts, man.
What you talking about? Tank Davis, nigga, got it. Come on, bro. Tank Davis fighting bums like Rolly, bro. Stop it. Knock it off, nigga. Whole ass nigga. Haney. Undisputed champion, bitch. That way, ho.
Yeah,
we got all the belts, pussy.
Yeah, that's how we're gonna keep it going. We're gonna keep stamping on Tank's neck until he comes out the fucking woodwork and he does what he's meant to do. Fight the best. And we don't give a fuck. We're gonna run them off the block until we fucking fight Devin Haney. We don't give a fuck. You know, come around and talk about bullshit. You don't even know what they're talking about. Frank Martin. Yes, I like Frank Martin. Yes. He looked good. He looked decent yesterday. He looked decent. He looked okay. He looked more than okay. He looked decent. But he's not beating no Devin Haney. I'm sorry.
Facts. Hey, so what you thought about those fights last night? What you thought about Rey Vargas' performance? Let's start with Rey Vargas, his fight with Mark Magsayo. What you thought about that?
Yes. That was an excellent performance from Rey Vargas. I was surprised. I had Magsayo. I had him. At first, I had Rey Vargas. When I done my breakdown on the fight, I had Rey Vargas winning the fight, and then I went back and done some more video. I done some more screen work on Magsayo. Then I had him winning the fight. I picked him to win the fight in the end by knockout, and he did knock him down, but it wasn't enough to get the fight. I'm sorry, to win the fight. So I was impressed. I was impressed with Rey Vargas. He controlled the range. Like you said, he used his jab. You get me? He used his jab. He didn't allow Magsayo to do anything. Magsayo fought Rey Vargas' fight. Rey Vargas had a shot. He's going to be very hard to beat, like you said, at that weight class. He's going to be very, very hard to beat. He's 5'10". He's got a 70-inch reach, I think. If I'm not mistaken, he's going to be very hard to beat at that weight class. So I do want to see him against a couple other guys. You get me? To see where he's at that weight class, because I think that's his first fight at that weight class, if I'm not mistaken. So I was impressed with Rey Vargas. Even though he got knocked down, he showed me that he's got a decent chin. He can get back up from adversity. Now that's what I'm saying. I've seen him face adversity, so I can say, yeah, he's ready to be put into the line of fire, because he did get knocked down. I wasn't too sure if he would be able to continue and finish off the fight strong, because I gave Magsayo about 2 to 3 rounds. I gave Magsayo. So apart from that, it was an excellent performance from Rey Vargas. So shout out to Rey Vargas.
Facts. So what you think should be next for Rey Vargas? Is it a fight with Leo Santa Cruz? Leo Santa Cruz is the WBA super champion at 126. Rey Vargas is the WBC champion at 126. They're both with Al Heyman and PBC. Do you think that's the next fight with Leo Santa Cruz and Rey Vargas?
That's very tough to say, you know. That's very tough to say. I wanted to ask you, would you think that's the next? Is that the next move for him? Would you say? Because there is a couple other guys I would like to see him fight. I wouldn't want to just see him fight Leo Santa Cruz. You get me? I want to see him fight my other countryman, my fellow countrymen. There's a couple guys I want to.
Yeah, I think the fight with Leo Santa Cruz is the fight that makes the most sense. Leo Santa Cruz is the champion. I want to see champion versus champion. It's time for unifications.
What about Josh Warrington though?
Isn't Josh Warrington with DAZN?
Yeah, but
yeah, I mean, we're talking about fights that can actually happen, easy fights to make. Like I just said, Rey Vargas is with the PBC. He's with Al Heyman. Leo Santa Cruz is with PBC and Al Heyman. Those are 2 champions. There's an easy fight to make.
But you know what? When it comes to those weight classes, they don't demand so much money. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of easier to make those fights with those companies. Do you know what I'm saying? When it gets to 135 and upwards, it's kind of difficult because they demand so much money.
Yeah,
But
but
those little,
that's the fight to make though. That's an easier fight to make. Either that's an easier fight to make, bro. We all know that Al Heyman and fucking Eddie Hearn really don't do business with each other like that. So the easier fight to make in a unification, they on the same network, they got the same advisor, is Leo Santa Cruz. It's simple. That's a way easier fight to make, bro. Just like fucking Shakur Stevenson and Oscar Valdez. They was fucking both with top rank, so they fought each other. You know what I'm saying? Shakur Stevenson could have went over there to go fight whoever Ogawa or some shit, but he went to go fight Oscar Valdez because that was the easier fight to make, bro.
does he want the fight though? Does Leo Santa Cruz want to? I don't hear. I've never heard him call out Rey Vargas' name. Does he want the fight?
Yeah, he called out Leo Santa Cruz last night, bro. He called out Leo Santa Cruz after his fight, so that's the fight to make right there, and that's gonna
And
be a
they're
big
both they're
fight.
both Mexican. They're
Leo
both
Santa
Mexican,
Cruz,
man.
yeah, they're both Mexican. Leo Santa Cruz is a accomplished fighter. You know, Leo Santa Cruz is a very good fighter at those smaller weight classes. Leo Santa Cruz was a 4 division champion. He's still a champion, bro.
That's a tough.
That's gonna be a big fight between two Mexicans. The WBC champion Rey Vargas and the WBA champion Leo Santa Cruz. I need to see that, my boy.
Yeah, it's a very tough fight. Very, very tough fight. That is a very.
Yep. So, was you impressed by Rey Vargas' performance last night, though, bro?
Yes. I was. But besides the knockdown, he lost concentration. Like you said, he seems to get.
You kind of low. Say again.
I said no, like you said. Even though discount the knockdown, like you said, he gets a bit lackadaisical when it gets to the championship rounds. I've seen of Rey Vargas in the past fights that he's had, but yesterday, like I said, I'm not going to give him the knockdown too. I'm not going to count it too tough because he did win majority of the fight. He washed Magsayo. You get me? I'm not really impressed with Magsayo. I don't. I want to put it more on the. I want to put it more on the coaching of Magsayo, the game plan of Magsayo. That's why I think Rey Vargas looked how he looked yesterday. Because if he was going against someone like Navarrete or even Leo Santa Cruz, I think he would have mad difficulties. You have mad difficulties because those guys know how to put their punches together. They know how to level change correctly. Max Sales, like you said, he's wild. Like he's like a Maidana 2.0 or I can't. Yeah, he tries to put Maidana and Pacquiao style into one. I can't really explain it when it comes to Max Sales, but he needs to go back to the drawing board. And Freddie Roach needs to sort out another game plan for him because he can't continue fighting like that against the elite competition. But Rey Vargas, he's a very I believe that.
Do you feel like Max Sayo was somewhat of a hype job? You think like Max Sayo was somewhat of a hype job?
Yeah, but that's not his fault though. You get me? That's not his fault. But yeah, I do believe he was built up to be a hype. The next Pacquiao. Nah, man. You get me? He's from the Philippines. I'm sure if he was Mexican, they wouldn't be calling him the next Pacquiao. You get me? So I don't know, man. You can't really win. You can't really win. It's not his fault though. It's not his fault. He got put in a position. You got the WBC belt of a great win of Gary Russell Jr. You get me? Even he's in the mix. I want to see Gary Russell Jr. against Rey Vargas.
Gary Russell said he was moving up to 130.
I don't know how he's gonna. If he does that, I don't know who's gonna fight there. But I have no idea who's gonna fight there. But I would like to see him stay in that. I would like to see him stay at 120. Yeah, 126. I would like to see him stay there. I don't want to see him go up to 130, man. He's got unfinished business at 126. I didn't like the way he went out and against in his last fight.
Because I talked to Gary Russell's brother before he died, the Batman, and he said that Gary Russell was moving up to 130 pounds to go fight like Chris Colbert and shit. But you see Frank Martin calling out Chris Colbert.
I'm not too sure that Chris Colbert want that work. I'm not too sure, you know. I know Chris Colbert.
What you thought about Errol Spence calling out Chris Colbert, saying that Chris Colbert, you should fight Frank Martin? Remember, Chris Colbert was talking shit about Errol Spence. Remember that shit?
Yeah, I remember.
So Errol Spence now got his fighter. Errol Spence trying to put his fighter on Chris Colbert for talking shit about him, but we know Chris Colbert fight at 130, and he's coming off a loss at 130. Do you think Chris Colbert to move up to 135 to go fight, and do you respect that?
Yo, like I said, this is what I'm talking about. If Chris Colbert goes and does something like that, I'll completely give him 100% credit to say yes, you're on it. You are on this thing. You are on this thing. The guy's called you out, so now you're gonna respond by accepting the challenge and going up into his weight class and fighting him. Simple as. But I believe that Chris Colbert will not be doing that. He knows his place. He's gonna stay in his lane. He understands that Frank Martin is a beast. He has seen what he's doing to. He's seen what he's doing to these opponents. You get me? They're not on Frank Martin's level per se. Maybe Martin. You get me? Not on Frank Martin's level just yet. But Chris Colbert understands that. That's a bit. Hey, don't put your head in the George Foreman grill for too long, man. I like Chris Colbert though. He needs to go back and get that back, that unfinished business. Either go fight Gutierrez or get back that Hector Garcia work. You get me? Chris Colbert still. I don't like when guys trying to jump out of weight classes. Still got unfinished business to do, man. I don't really like that. Unless you've reached the top of the mountain peak when it comes to the division of maybe getting undisputed or you've unified a couple times. Like, do you understand what I'm saying? Apart from that, you better keep your ass in that. You stay your ass in that division.
I mean, but do you think they should be calling out Chris Colbert? Because Chris Colbert just got his ass whooped in a fight at 130. Chris Colbert don't even fight at 135. Why is they trying to pick on little guys, though? Coming off a loss, why are they trying to pick on a little guy coming off a loss? That's what I'm saying. Chris Colbert just got his ass whooped. Everybody's seen that. Why would you want to fight that guy who's coming off a loss at 130 pounds? Where you got so much smoke at 135 with Michelle Rivera, El Rayo, Pitbull, you know what I'm saying? Tank Davis, all of that smoke. But focus on little Colbert. What's that about, bro? Coming off a loss, who's fighting at 130, picking on a little guy.
The only possible outlier that could be in this cake is they just want to sell tickets, man. Chris Colbert knows how to sell a fight. No one fucking knows who Rivera is. Who the fuck Rivera?
What is that, bro? We talking about motherfucking building up your resume, fighting the best at your weight division. Chris Colbert not in the weight division. Chris Colbert just lost. He fight at 130. Why would you call out somebody who's fighting at 130 who's coming off a loss? Is it because there's some personal shit? Or because, you know what I mean? Because he was talking about Spence? Bro, it's so much smoke at 135. Like I told you, Michelle Ali Rivera. Why you don't fight Ali Rivera, bro?
Cause, man,
why your boy Frank Martin don't go fight Ali Rivera, who's with the PBC, bro? Why is he calling out Chris Colbert at 130 coming off a loss? Who just lost, bro?
Look, it's about clout, H. It's about clout, man. Chris Colbert got a bigger name. Honestly, Chris Colbert got a bigger name.
Oh, Chris Colbert got clout.
Yeah, he got that clout, man.
But so it's not about fighting the best then. So it ain't about fighting the best.
Not when it comes to who you talking about. It's not. You feel me? Each fighter is an individual, H. You feel me?
All right.
Certain fighters go for the clout. Certain fighters.
Why you didn't say Michelle Rivera's name, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it don't make sense.
I mean, my boy Cassidy. Why didn't it say Michelle Ali Rivera name? El Rayo's name? Pitbull. What's up with those fights? Why Rolly coming off a knockout loss? Why Chris Colbert coming off a loss? What's up with that?
It seems like Frank Martin's a big low risk. You get me? Yeah, high risk, low reward. You feel me? That's what it kind of seems like.
Risk for who?
Maybe the other fighters.
What are you talking about? Low risk, high reward.
Because if you
what you mean, bro? He's not calling out the top guys. They keep saying Rolly name. Rolly's not one of the top guys. He just got knocked out by Tank. We all know Rolly's a bum. Then they calling out Chris Colbert, who fought at 130, who lost. He's not even a lightweight.
But look though. Look who Rolly fought though.
That's some fucking bullshit, Cassidy. You supporting that shit?
Yeah.
No fucking way. No fucking way.
What about Michelle Ali Rivera? Why he don't say his name, bro?
That's what I'm saying. I don't know why these guys' names are not getting put in the mix. No one talks about Michelle Rivera. I don't know why.
We saying Frank Martin. Why Frank Martin? We're talking about him. Why Frank Martin ain't calling out Ali Rivera or El Rayo? None of those guys.
Because with me, huh? Because you think he's
Well,
gonna
you
get
don't want
big?
no smoke. You don't want
With
no
me,
smoke with Ali
do they want
Rivera.
belts? With me, to me, why is he not calling out Devin Haney? To me, even though Devin Haney's with top
Who
rank
want
in the
belts? Who the fuck is talking about belts? Ali Rivera didn't say nothing about no belts.
No, I'm saying
It
to you,
was you say so. Frank Martin with the belts. Devin Haney's the one with all the belts. So if he want the belts, why is he calling out Chris Colbert? He's not a champion. He fight at 130. Why is he calling out Rolly? He's not a champion. He just got knocked out by Tank. So it
that's
ain't
what I'm
about
saying.
the
I don't agree with
belts.
that. No, I'm saying if I had the mind frame of Frank Martin, to me it would be just to get me build my portfolio on my legacy jumps, make my legacy better. So I'll be chasing the
Yeah,
top
build
contenders.
with the
I'll be
by
chasing the
fighting the
Eastside
top
Cruises.
guys.
I don't know. I just want to say to you, I have
Ali
no
Rivera is a
idea why
top 10.
Spence. I don't know why
Ali
Spence.
Rivera. No, we talking about Frank Martin. We talking about Frank Martin and Ali Rivera. Why he don't fight Ali Rivera next? That's the fight to make for Frank Martin. That's the fight. He's 27 years old. Ain't no Chris Colbert fight. Ain't none of that bullshit. Ain't no fucking Rolly bum ass Rolly. Ali Rivera, Frank Martin. I got Ali Rivera.
Hey, it's the same thing.
You don't want
And
that
Bush.
smoke with Ali.
Hey Bush, this ain't no disrespect to you, man, but it's the same thing Conor Ben doing, man. Why he calling out motherfuckers instead of calling out people like Ennis? People like, you feel what I'm saying?
Hey bro. I'm a real G. H already knows. I understood what you men are talking about. I don't like the way Conor Ben's just
It's the
sitting
same.
on his phone. He's not. He's talking about fucking Brona and all these other people. He doesn't talk about. I've messaged him myself personally saying you need to fucking say these guys' names. You're not making what your movements, your actions ain't making any sense. So I've already gotten to these. I've already gotten to him about these type of things. Whether he looked at it or not, it's none of my. I don't give a fuck. But as long as I've sent my energy towards him, he understands that he needs to call out these guys. So I'm not fucking sticking up for what Conor Ben is doing. He's not doing what he should be doing when it comes to calling out the right fucking top A-class fighters. You get me? It's like every time man mentions Boots and Virgil Ortiz, his eyeballs start going spinning around like he's in space or something. So I don't know. And as for Frank Martin and Errol Spence, I don't understand why the fuck they're calling out Roy Romero and Chris Colbert. It is not making any sense to me at all. It's not making any sense to
Yeah,
me at all.
the fight to make is with Ali Rivera, bro. That's a
Hey,
good ass fight.
that's a
Errol,
great
Errol
fight,
Spence
man.
can go. Errol
That's a
Spence
fucking
can
great
go and
fight.
tell Al Heyman or one of them or whoever, Elena Ellaby or
Yo,
whatever, to
but
go and
you
make
a
that fight
Frank
happen.
Martin fan though. You say he one of your favorite fighters. You
Yes,
should, push Frank Martin to fight Ali Rivera. That's the fight to make. He's undefeated.
yes. And I think he's ranked. I think Michelle Rivera, if I'm not mistaken, is ranked number 1. If I'm not mistaken, the WBA.
Exactly.
Yeah, he is. He is.
He don't want that smoke with Ali. Are they gonna say Ali is high risk, low reward? That's what they gonna say about Rivera. That's some, bruh. That shit ain't cool, bruh.
Well, Frank,
Ain't nobody said it was cool, man.
the only excuse that they can use is Frank Martin is rated 40. He's rated number 14. Michelle Rivera is ranked number
No,
3.
Frank
So
Martin should be the one calling him out because he ranked higher. He's the one that's ranked high. He should be calling out the top lightweights. And Ali Rivera is one of the top lightweights, especially on that side with the PBC. He already ranked number 1.
I'm sure. I don't know. I'm sure Frank Martin knows who that is.
Of course he
Would
know
you
who
agree?
that is. Oh, you about to do that Keith Thurman shit. You
No,
don't know
no,
who he
no,
is.
no, no, no. I ain't doing that
He's
shit.
a lightweight in the sport of boxing. We know who the fuck he is. We just fans. Of course he know who he is. He in the same division as that guy. They both with Al Heyman. They both with the PBC. Of course he know who he is. Now
Man,
you gonna tell me he don't know who he is? Come
it's an
on,
easy fight
Cassidy,
to make,
bro.
man.
You
No,
gonna act
no,
like
no,
this
no,
nigga don't
no.
know who he is?
It's an
No,
easy
no, I
fight
never
to
said that.
make.
I never said that.
Come on, that's that
I said,
Keith
I said,
Thurman ass shit.
I said, wouldn't you agree? I said, wouldn't you agree? I said,
Of
he
course he
knows.
know who he is.
Yeah, that's
That's
what I
not
said. I
even a
said,
question.
yeah, I said, you would agree that he knows him, right?
Everybody knows that he know him. That shouldn't even be a question. He know him for sure, 100%. I don't even know why you would ask that. They both with Al Heyman. They both fight with the PBC. They both fight on Showtime, and they both in the same division. Of course, he know who he is. That's another excuse. Frank Martin don't know who Ali Rivera is. I know her. That nigga, the new Keith Thurman around here. The new Keith Thurman. Keith Thurman didn't know who Boots is. Do you think Keith Thurman know who Boots is? Do you think Keith Thurman knew who fucking Errol Spence was when Errol Spence was calling him out? Damn right he did. He knew who he was. That's when a nigga don't want to fight. When Lomachenko said he didn't know who Devin
He
Haney
did it
was.
to
When
David.
Devin
Yep, right.
Haney Lomachenko, remember that? And Lomachenko ducked
Right.
Devin Haney, and he's still ducking him to this day.
Right. He did that shit to Devin, man. But he was calling out Tank though. Ain't that a bitch? Like that
Yeah,
shit
he was
crazy.
calling out Tank, but he wasn't calling out Devin Haney.
He wasn't calling. That's my point though, H. He wasn't calling. And Haney was the mandatory. You feel me? Shit crazy, man. That's just how it is now, man. You gotta like, and I think that got a lot to do with the promoters though, H. You feel me? I don't think it's mostly the fighters, for real. Because they fucking fighters. If they
Errol
fighters,
Spence is the promoter for
yeah,
Frank Martin, so that's why he's doing that. He
right.
don't, yeah. They don't want to put him in the ring with Ali. They know he can't fuck with Ali, bro. Ali
They
is
trying to keep their bread up, man. The promoters
Ali
trying
is
to keep their
jabbing him
bread
up,
up.
bro. Bet he won't say his name, Cassidy. I guarantee you, Errol Spence or fucking Frank Martin would never say Ali Rivera's name, bro. Yeah, I'm for real. Did he say his name yesterday? No, he did not.
Nope.
He made sure he didn't say that name. He said fucking Chris Colbert name before they said Ali, who's a motherfucking lightweight.
Right.
That's what I said. There
Right.
must be
In the
some
same
type.
division though. You feel me? That's how I know some
I
fuck
don't
shit, man.
respect that shit at all, bro. That's not free smoke. You picking and choosing. You picking Chris Colbert coming off a loss, who's a little guy at 130. Then you calling out Rolly, who got knocked out by motherfucking Tank. Ali right there, ranked number 1. You don't want that work? They acting like they don't know who he is and shit. That's crazy. Errol Spence and Frank Martin, they said they don't know who fucking Ali Rivera is now. That's some ducking ass shit going on, bro. Just make that fight with Bud Crawford, bro. And I got Bud Crawford over Errol Spence. Does Errol Spence know who Crawford is? Now he do. At first he was acting like he didn't know who he was. First you got to go get a belt. You got to go do this and that.
Right. They told him to go get a belt. He got a belt. They ain't make the fight.
Maybe that's what they're gonna do with Ali Rivera. Because Errol Spence is promoter. Maybe they're gonna say he got to get a belt.
Keith Thurman said the same thing though. Feel me? Said he was too little. I don't want to fight you. Now you talking about he ducking and shit. You feel me? There's just hey man, there's some sucker shit going on in boxing, man. There's only a couple motherfuckers that really want that smoke, man.
I agree with you, bro.
Feel me?
Frank Martin don't want that smoke. You know, I talked to Frank Martin on Barbershop Conversations. Y'all didn't see that shit when I pulled up on him. He was over there.
I'm trying to catch up, man.
Yeah, I pulled up on Frank Martin. He was over there saying he want to fight Ryan Garcia. I want to fight Ryan Garcia. I want to fight Ryan Garcia. I'm like, nigga, Devin Haney, the world champion. You supposed to be calling out Devin Haney. Why the fuck you calling out Ryan Garcia? Ryan Garcia not a champion. He wouldn't say nothing about Devin Haney. I had to force this dude to say Devin Haney. Now he started to say his name, but he ain't say his name last night, though. He said his name after that Romero Duno fight because I put pressure on his ass. He was talking about Ryan Garcia.
Everybody want Ryan because that's a big money fight, man. That's like you want you be getting hype, H. I'm telling you, man, you be getting hype. You weren't trying to hear me. You thought I was on some fuck shit the other night, man. It was like 3.
Nah, hell nah.
Look, man, but look, the biggest fight, as far as the money wise, is Tank and Ryan, man. It ain't the biggest fight in boxing, but it's the biggest money fight. You feel me? It really is. It just is.
Bigger than Spence and Crawford?
As far as money, I think so. Straight up. Just because it's a Mexican and it's just a black motherfucker. For real. That's money every time, bruh. Feel me? It's just money.
They do got a lot of fans too.
Yeah, and they got a lot of fans and shit. And like that's just big money, man. It's big money.
Nigga Ryan Garcia, a big ticket seller. So is Tank. He a big ticket seller too. Both of them.
Ryan sold out like 15,000, 12,000.
Yeah.
Tank 20,000. Come on, man. Put that shit together, yo. You feel
nigga, Ryan Garcia finna fight Saturday. You know that shit gonna be cracking.
Yeah, that shit gonna be
that shit finna be cracking up in there.
It's gonna be sold the fuck out, and he ain't even fight nobody that he should lose to, but he might lose. You feel me? Come on, man. That shit is what it is now, man. It's some sucker ass shit, but that's just what the fuck it is now, man. For real. It's just that simple.
Hell yeah.
I don't like that shit, but I mean, I like the fight year so far. Just some good ass fights, man. Fights that I actually wanted to see this shit. You know what I'm saying? keep going.
Hey Cassidy, what you think about what you think about C-Town saying that he think Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis is a bigger money fight than Errol Spence and Terence Crawford? What's your thoughts on that? Yo, Cassidy,
My motherfucker sleep, man.
that nigga passed out that quick.
Yeah.
Goddamn. Hey,
Sleep is
hey,
smart.
so C-Town,
What's up?
what you think about Ryan Garcia fight this Saturday, man, with Javier Fortuna? What you think
Man,
gonna happen?
honestly, I think Ryan should win by a landslide, but it don't look that way to me because like I mean I listen all the time, H man. I just can't join all the time. I got shit going on right now that's real serious, man. I got to stay focused. But look, man, he a dirty ass motherfucker, man. I've been listening to y'all, man. And if you really watch boxing like we do, everybody know that. You know what I'm saying? How Ryan go deal with that shit? That's what we got to see. You feel me? Like I mean, I don't know who was on. They said this might be the first motherfucker that might make him fight in the inside just because of that shit. You feel me? We don't see that shit because Ryan got power. Everybody know that. They don't get too close. You feel what I'm saying? So, I mean, it's a 50-50. It's honestly a 50-50 fight to me because he ain't never been in this situation with somebody that can crack like that and don't care about the rules of boxing. You feel me? So you gotta put that in, and everything gotta get put in perspective in the fight, man. Because it's actually when it come down to it, it's a fight. You know what I'm saying? You gotta get in the ring. You gotta prove it, and you gotta face this some bitch, no matter how they fight. Because I'm pretty sure they doing their research. They know this motherfucker dirty. You know what I'm saying? So what you gonna do about that? Ryan ain't the type of motherfucker he ain't the type of fighter that you think from the streets, man. That know about just being gutter like that. Like, he don't come off that way. You know what I mean? Like he might not be able to deal with that shit in no type of capacity. You feel me? So I just want to see it, but at the same time, he can crack. So if he catch that motherfucker, we might not even get a chance to see that shit because he might catch him early because he's just reckless.
My boy Jerry Tasker says Ryan will stop Fortuna with the left hook to the body. What you think about that breakdown?
Hey, I think that makes sense because Ryan left hook is something serious, and if he catch you with it, you go to sleep. Especially if he catch you in the face with it. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I give credit when credit due, and he got a mean ass left hook. It's just that simple.
Hey, and this Ryan Garcia's first time against a former champion, bro. You know what I mean?
And
he ain't never been there with a former champion.
He got dropped by a southpaw. You feel me?
He got dropped by fucking your boy Luke Campbell. He never was a champion either.
He almost broke his arm, looked like. You feel me? So that's what I'm saying, man. There's a lot of intangibles people ain't thinking about this fight. It's a closer fight than what people think it is. But you know what I'm saying? I that's just my opinion. What you think about that shit, H? You feel me?
Man, I think it's gonna be a tough fight though. I ain't gonna lie because Javier Fortuna is a dirty fighter. He's an awkward fighter, and Ryan Garcia ain't never been in the ring with somebody like that. But when I look at the size advantage, Ryan Garcia is much, much bigger than Javier Fortuna. Ryan Garcia, 5'11", with a 72-inch reach. He the same size as Virgil Ortiz.
He gave Easter that work. He gave Easter that work. Easter tall and long like that, man. You feel me?
Roughed up. But Easter ain't strong like Ryan. Even though, see, Ryan he's like physically strong. Ryan Garcia is powerful, my nigga. You know what I'm saying? So it's going to be interesting to see how this fight play out. But I think Javier Fortuna got to get on the inside of Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia don't know how to fight on the inside. And Ryan Garcia don't know how to fight going backwards. He don't know how to fight on that back foot.
Yeah, that's how he got dropped by Luke Campbell.
Exactly, bro.
You know what I'm saying? But everybody, I'm telling you, man, everybody don't pay attention to the little shit like that, H. You feel me?
Mm-hmm. But I see it. I see it all when I watch these fights. And I know what Ryan Garcia's weakness is. And Fortuna, he does have some ability to give Ryan Garcia some problems. He does have the style to give Ryan Garcia problems. And then you got to think about, the dirty tactics of Javier Fortuna. This dude will headbutt you, hit you in the balls.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? you behind the head, hit you after the bell, elbows, every dirty tactic in the game. He does it. He's one of the dirtiest fighters in boxing. So I want to see how Ryan Garcia deals with that. But what if Ryan Garcia go out there, make easy work of him? You know what I mean? Don't give him an opportunity, you know what I'm saying, to rough him up. What if Ryan go out there and just blaze him in one round or some type of shit? You know what I mean? What if Ryan Garcia go out there, blaze him in one round? You never know, you know what I'm saying, what could happen. My boy Boxing Magic says Ryan will fill in to 147. Man, Ryan Garcia is huge, bro. That motherfucker is big as fuck. He's the biggest lightweight in boxing. I wonder which weight class this fight gonna be at. Is it gonna be at 135? Are they fighting at a catch weight? Because I heard that Ryan Garcia was struggling to make 135, bro. Like I said, that motherfucker is very big for that weight division. You know what I mean? So I don't know if Ryan Garcia can make 135, bro. His last fight was at a fucking catch weight for a reason. It's at 135. Do you guys think Ryan Garcia can make 135 easy though? You know what I'm saying? Will he struggle to make the weight? Will he be weight drained? You know what I mean? Javier Fortuna is a smaller guy. Javier Fortuna like 5'6", nigga. He's only like 5'6". Ryan Garcia 5'11". Ryan Garcia has a 72-inch arm reach. Javier Fortuna got short arms. You know what I mean? But like they say, styles makes fights. Styles makes fights. Does Javier Fortuna have the style to give Ryan Garcia problems? Or will Ryan Garcia be too strong, too powerful for Javier Fortuna, man? So it's going to be a good fight. It's going to be a decent fight. I know a lot of people was upset with Ryan Garcia. They felt like Ryan Garcia ducked Javier Fortuna first time. Ryan Garcia pulled out the fight and said he was dealing with mental illness. And now they finally gonna fight each other, man. So I'm excited about this shit. Tank stops Ryan. Yeah, that'll be a good fight. Ryan Garcia and Tank Davis. I will favor Tank Davis in that fight. I got Tank Davis over Ryan Garcia. I think Ryan Garcia is still a work in progress. Tank Davis is older than Ryan Garcia. Tank Davis has more experience as a professional than Ryan Garcia. So I would definitely favor Tank Davis. But, dog, the size advantage would be crazy. Ryan Garcia is much, much taller than fucking Tank. Tank Davis only 5'5". Motherfucking Ryan Garcia 5'11". Like, that should be a crazy fight. You know, Ryan Garcia is very popular. He's very popular, bro. Ryan Garcia, very, very popular. He got a bunch of fans. A fight between Tank Davis and Ryan Garcia, that'll be a big ass fight. No doubt about it. But you know me, I want to see Tank Davis fight Devin Haney. Ryan Garcia don't have a belt right now. And you know, I don't think Ryan Garcia is serious about making those type of fights right now. I don't think Ryan Garcia is ready for those big fights at the moment. He talk a good game. Ryan Garcia been talking shit about everybody. He been talking shit about Canelo. I thought Canelo was his boy. I thought he was looking up to Canelo Alvarez. He wanted to train with Canelo. I thought Canelo was his big bro. Now you got Ryan Garcia going back and forth with Canelo. He talking all that shit. He better back it up. That's all I got to say. He talking all that shit. He better back it up. My boy Tino says Ryan treating this like a tune-up going into a Tank Davis fight. He's thinking he's going to be able to stand up and see shots coming. But without him improving his footwork, it won't be much. It won't be much of a fight. Who you got in that fight, Tino? You got Ryan Garcia or Javier Fortuna? It's going to be a banger. It's going to be a banger, man. Errol Spence Jr. said that the fight with Terence Crawford going to happen next. Errol Spence said the fight going to happen next, bro. What y'all think about Errol Spence saying the fight with Terence Crawford gonna be next. He said he guaranteed it. He promised it. Ryan over Fortuna. You got Ryan the Beast. Ryan Garcia got to prove himself, Tino. This is the first time Ryan Garcia going in there with a former champion. This is going to be the toughest fight of Ryan Garcia's career, bro. This is going to be the toughest fight in the career of Ryan Garcia, bro. He ain't never been in the ring with somebody like Javier Fortuna. This is going to be his toughest test. And Ryan been talking all that shit about Canelo. He better worry about his damn self. He better worry about Javier Fortuna. Don't worry about Canelo and what Canelo doing, bro. You got your own problem, Javier Fortuna. You know what I mean? Javier Fortuna is the type of fighter that will test you. Javier Fortuna is the type of fighter that can rough you up, man, if you ain't ready for it. I seen Javier Fortuna make it a tough fight with Robert Easter. Robert Easter, very tall fighter, just like Ryan Garcia. But the difference between Robert Easter and Ryan Garcia has one-punch knockout power. Javier Fortuna did not respect the punching power of Robert Easter. But when he fight Ryan Garcia, he going to respect that power. He going to have to. You know what I mean? It's going to be a good-ass fight, bro. You know, we got plenty of good fights coming up in the sport of boxing. We got Anthony Joshua and Alexander Usyk, the rematch. I'm going with Alexander Usyk. I think Alexander Usyk, he going to beat Anthony Joshua. He beat him in the first fight. He made it look easy. He gave him a boxing lesson. Anthony Joshua looked bamboozled in that fight with Alexander Usyk. He looked bamboozled, bro. He was confused in that one. What up, Gilbert? He said going to spark him inside of 5 rounds. Book it. Gotta wait and see. We gotta wait and see. It ain't gonna be easy, man. I hope he don't think it's gonna be no walk in the park. Javier Fortuna type of guy that gonna test you, bro. He a dirty ass fighter. Ryan Garcia ain't never been in a ring with somebody like that. What's gonna happen if Ryan Garcia get a cut? I never seen Ryan Garcia with a cut on his face, bro. Imagine that shit. Javier Fortuna headbutts him, open up a cut on him. My boy Jerry Tasker, he said Usyk, AJ was a close fight. Go watch it again. Usyk did not dominate AJ. Yes, he did. He almost knocked him out in round number 12. Go back and watch round number 12. That's all you got to see. Usyk was beating the brakes off that boy. Anthony Joshua probably won about 3 rounds at the most. 3 or 4 rounds. Usyk embarrassed and beat him in his hometown, bro. Gave him a fucking boxing lesson, Jerry. He whooped his ass, Jerry. He almost knocked him out in round number 12. They had to stop the fight early. I ain't never seen that shit in the history of boxing. They stopped the fight with 6 seconds left. Anthony Joshua was out on his feet. Usyk was about to knock him out. Nigga, they pulled the plug. Stopped the fight. Usyk dominated him, bro. He embarrassed him. He gave him a boxing lesson. And it's going to happen again. Just get ready for that rematch, bro. What you gonna say when he do it again in the rematch? What's up, Geezy? Look at his fake H Money account. They're making fake accounts. We got these trolls in here hard, bro. God damn. So many trolls, bro. What up, Geezy? A24 Geezy. It's Haney time. Haney. Devin Haney, the undisputed champion. The youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. Let's go, Geezy. Haney did it, bro. He did it. Let's go. My boy Jerry Tasker, AJ hurt Usyk also. When? Fight was, he said, even going into the 10th round, you need to watch it again. No, it was not. It wasn't even close, man. It wasn't even close. Joshua had his moments, but Usyk clearly won 8 rounds at least, in my opinion. 8 rounds, bro. What is we talking about? What is we talking about, bro? He gave him a boxing lesson. Come on, Jerry. You need to go watch it again. I watched the fight. I seen AJ get his ass whooped. I seen him get knocked out before, too. You must be an Anthony Joshua fan, bro. I know you hoping that he come back in a rematch, but he with Robert Garcia. He think he gonna apply pressure, but he ain't got the chin. He can't take a punch. He can't take a punch. That man's scared to get hit. He's scared to get hit. And Usyk gonna hit him. Usyk gonna test that chin. We gonna test that chin. We gonna test that chin. For real, though. Your boy can't take a punch, man. You know what I mean? He's a good fighter. I give you that. But guess what? In the sport of boxing, you gotta have a fucking chin. You must be able to take a punch when you go against the elite. They were just saying that Alexander Usyk wasn't a puncher. They were saying Alexander Usyk was pillow-fisted. But what happened when he fought Anthony Joshua? He was knocking him all over the ring. Usyk, one of the most skilled fighters in boxing. One of the best fighters in the world, Alexander Usyk, bro. Usyk is a hell of a fighter. What's up, 24? Geezy. Geezy. He said Tank was talking all tough because he knew Haney had to fight Kambosos again. Exactly. Tank Davis, he was using Devin Haney's name to promote his fight with Rolly because nobody wanted to see that fight with Rolly. Everybody was talking about Devin Haney and George Kambosos for the undisputed championship of the world. And Devin Haney made history. Devin Haney and George Kambosos was the biggest fight in the history of the lightweight division. They broke all the records, bro. Devin Haney and Kambosos made way more money than Tank Davis and Rolly. You know what I'm saying? Way more people went to Devin Haney's fight with Kambosos than the Tank Davis fight. Nigga, they had 2 times more people at motherfucking Devin Haney and Kambosos fight in Australia. And guess what? My brother Outlaw was there styling and profiling. You know what I'm saying? Outlaw was there. He watched Devin Haney become the youngest undisputed champion in the history of boxing. Straight up and down. Let's go. My boy Chris, he said AJ is big for no reason. Facts. Big for nothing. Big for nothing. That nigga got all those muscles for no reason. He ain't gonna bust a grape, man. Come on, AJ. Goddamn, put that nigga in a headlock or something. Wrestle with him. Shit. Rough his ass up. Goddamn. But guess what, Chris? It gotta be in you, bruh. I don't think it's in him. He ain't got that dog. He ain't got that grit. He don't have that it factor, bruh. He doesn't have that killer mentality, bruh. He's scared to get hit. My nigga, fighters like Mike Tyson didn't give a fuck. Fighters like Joe Frazier, nigga, he took one to give one, my nigga. Anthony Joshua was scared to take a punch at this point, my nigga. Just like Joe Joyce. Joe Joyce, the heavyweight from the UK, he said it. Anthony Joshua, his chin is gone. He don't have a chin. That's what Joe Joyce said. Another fighter. That's not me. I'm quoting what Joe said. You know what I'm saying? It is what it is, man. And guess what? Alexander Usyk, one of the best fighters in the world. He's an accurate puncher. Very accurate. He know how to put his punches together, and he got a great defense. Great head movement. Come on, bro. Great footwork. Great movement, period. He has great ring generalship. You know what I mean? And that's what it's all about. Boxing is the sweet science. Usyk is a better fighter at the end of the day. You know what I mean? I feel like Usyk is a better man than Anthony Joshua. He's a better man. You hear what I'm saying? He's more of a man. He's more of a man, bro. That's what it is, bro. Because Alexander Usyk, he's a man's man. He's a stand-up guy, straight up. You know what I mean? Anthony Joshua is the heavyweight version of Adrian Broner. Man, I think Broner got a better chin than him, though. You know what I mean? Like, I see what you're saying, though, because they do got a lot of accolades, right? They got a lot of accolades. Adrian Broner is a 4-division champion. Adrian Broner was the fastest 3-division champion in the history of boxing. He was the youngest. Adrian Broner was the youngest 3-division champion in the history of boxing, bro, and you can never take that from him. Anthony Joshua is a 2-time unified champion, heavyweight champion. He's trying to become a 3-time heavyweight champion. You see what I'm saying? So they got accolades, but when you look at the big picture and you really break that shit down, you know what I mean? It's not, you know what I mean? It's not what it is, bro. You see what I'm saying? Adrian Broner, 4-division champion, but who did he beat to become a champion? Let me wait. Who did Adrian Broner beat to be a 4-division champion? I can name 2 of those guys off top. He beat Paulo Malignaggi at welterweight, became a welterweight champion. Adrian Broner beat Antonio DeMarco at 135 to become a lightweight champion. Then Adrian Broner, he beat another guy named Vicente Escobino, a guy you never heard of for a vacant belt, right? Who was that guy? You see what I'm saying? Then Adrian Broner at 140, man, he beat a guy you never heard of, man. Akhmadaliev or my nigga, I don't know what that nigga name is, but he fought a guy you never heard of for another vacant belt. So they put this man in position. And you can say the same thing about Anthony Joshua. They put him in position, right? Anthony Joshua, first time he became a heavyweight champion, who did he beat? First time Anthony Joshua became a heavyweight champion, Haplo. He beat Charles Martin. Charles Martin, who was a vacant champion. Who did Charles Martin beat to become a heavyweight champion? He beat a nobody, a guy from the Ukraine you never heard of, for a vacant IBF champion. Then Anthony Joshua, at like 16 fights, fought that guy for that vacant belt. So how impressive is that? He beat fucking, what's his name? Charles Martin to become heavyweight champion. Then the next time, the way he became a unified champion, he fought against Vladimir Klitschko. Vladimir Klitschko, who wasn't even a fucking champion at that time. Vladimir Klitschko just got his ass whooped by Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury beat his motherfucking ass for 12 rounds, Haplo, and beat him easy, C-Town. You know what I'm saying? Tyson Fury was the one that dethroned Vladimir Klitschko. So Tyson Fury beat him, took the belts. Then Tyson Fury retired from boxing, vacated all the belts. Then Vladimir Klitschko, who was actually retired, he was retired from the sport. Vladimir Klitschko was retired for 18 months, hopped off the couch, and he fought Anthony Joshua. And then they put all those belts on the line.
He was 100 years old, man.
Yeah, he was like 40, coming off an ass whooping from Tyson Fury, and he's coming off a retirement. And then Joshua fought that old man for a unification. I don't even know how all those belts was put on the line. Somebody explain that to me. They fought for Tyson Fury vacant belts.
Hey, H, who was in the heavyweight division there that had a name like that?
Well, Wilder at that time, I think Wilder was around because Fury had retired. Wilder had that WBC.
He was just
Wilder had the WBC belt though.
Yeah,
he had the WBC, and remember, Wilder was calling for Anthony Joshua, and Joshua never fought Deontay Wilder.
Hey, we knew that fight.
You know, a lot of people felt like Joshua ducked Deontay Wilder. He was protected from Wilder, bro.
You can't never tell me that you thought that fight was actually gonna happen because Joshua wasn't gonna get that smoke from that motherfucker, man. It's sucker shit going on. You feel me? It's been going on, man. And it's because of the promoters. It ain't because of the fighters. It's because of the promoters, man. It is. That's just what it is.
Yo, C-Town, what you think about Tyson Fury retiring from boxing? And guess what? Tyson Fury said the reason he retired is because those fights with Deontay Wilder.
Right.
He said he took punishment. What you thought about that when Fury said that?
Man, I thought it was the truth. First of all, you feel me? That's the first and foremost. I thought it was the truth because that took a lot out of him, man. Tyson Fury ain't never got hit like that before, and he never fought nobody like that before. It's just that simple. So, I mean, you can't be mad about that, man. It's like, I mean, everybody know they breaking point. You know what I'm saying? Especially in this sport, you better know it, or you're gonna end up messed up for the rest of your life.
Hell yeah. And what you think about Tyson Fury said he need for $500 million to come out of retirement to fight Alexander Usyk. He said he
know
would
what?
come out of retirement. Look, this nigga said he would come out of retirement to fight. He said that would be a big fight in the UK. But he said if Usyk win, he need $500 million.
Because
That
he's trying
you
to
like
get that paycheck,
bitch.
man. Tyson, you gotta
Usyk
realize,
said, nigga, that what Usyk said. Like, nigga, Fury, you a bitch. You scared to
yeah,
fight me.
yeah,
You want $500 million to fight me, but you will come out of retirement to go fight this nigga AJ.
because he know he can whoop AJ. See what I'm saying? Like, man, you can't get around the suckiness, man. It's sucker shit, man. And that's the only explanation for all this shit. You feel me? As a fighter, you know what I'm saying? It's certain things that you do in life, you got to think you the best at all times. Because if you don't, you need to stop doing it. And if you stop having fun, you need to stop doing it. You feel me? I mean, boxing is one of those sports. It's just that simple, man. If you don't think you the best fighter in your weight class as a boxer, then you don't need to be boxing. Period. Flat out. If you don't, yeah. That's what's
Hell
up,
yeah.
yo. Yeah,
Yeah,
man.
you cooking,
You
bro.
gotta
I feel
think
what you're
that.
saying, bro. I feel
You
what
got,
you're saying. There's a lot of fighters like that, bro.
yeah, exactly. It should be though, H. You feel me? Why, man? Your job is to get punched in the face and punch somebody else in the face as hard as you can. Why don't you if you don't think that way, you don't need to be doing that shit. Period. I mean, it's just that simple. And it's a lot of fighters that don't think that way, dog. And it's a lot of people, favorite fighters that I can name right now. People get mad at me right now, but they don't think that way. I know by their actions. You feel me? And by the way, and by the people that they choose to fight. For real. And it don't make them, it's not talking down about them. It's just what the real reality of the situation is.
Haplo says Fury needs to fight the winner of Joshua Usyk, and I believe he will. If he doesn't, disappointed. Well, you should be disappointed already, Haplo, because Tyson Fury said he retired from the sport of boxing and he's not coming back. And Tyson Fury said these are his own words. He said he will come back if Anthony Joshua beats Usyk because it's a big fight for the UK. But he said if Alexander Usyk beats Anthony Joshua, he needs $500 million to come out of retirement to fight Alexander Usyk. That's what he said. You got $500 million for Fury? That's what he said. No, he said it. What you mean you don't believe him? I don't believe Fury at all. That's what he said. You got to take what he said, bruh. Come on, bruh. You got to take what he said, Haplo.
Everybody can't take the truth, man. I'm telling you. The truth ain't for everybody. It's just not.
As usual, even
when
I
they
take a man for what he say, man. You say what you mean. He's a grown ass man.
Look,
fuck that.
They don't.
Nah, Haplo, bro. Fury can't be saying that type of shit. And I'm a Fury fan, bro. You got to keep it real. You got to hold Fury accountable, bro.
You got to hold.
He needs to fight the winner of the fight, no matter who it is, bro. Can't be picking and choosing who you gonna fight. Go ahead, C-Town. Cook.
You got to hold them accountable, man. Every time, because it's the fight game. You feel what I'm saying? Like your job is to beat somebody's ass. You know what I'm saying? Like you got to be very confident in this shit. You feel me? You have to. And if you even sound like you not, it's not gonna go well with anybody that's like us. At least that's like me. I don't know about everybody else that's like me. It ain't gonna go well with me, man. I'm gonna think you a sucker immediately. Flat out. I mean, that's just what it is. Cause you in a sport that It's only you. You can't blame nobody. You cannot blame nobody else because you the one that got to go in there and do that shit. It's just that simple. It's not complicated. It's not rocket science, man. It's just not. It's not, man. You gotta be able to go in there and accomplish what you say. If you don't, you get back up and you try again. If you don't do that, you definitely a sucker. And you need to retire immediately. So I mean, that's just my thoughts, man. I mean, I ain't trying to rant on, but I mean, I'm like I did this shit. You know what I'm saying? I just didn't continue because I didn't want to. You know why? Because
YB, Young Billy, YB in the house.
Yeah, what's
Young
good,
Billy.
YB? Salute, man.
Yeah, I know YB went to the fights and shit. He was over there with Errol Spence, Frank Martin. Frank Martin did good, YB. I see Errol Spence got his promoter hat on, right? And he was talking about, Frank Martin fighting against, he said Frank Martin fighting Chris Colbert. Because I know Chris Colbert was talking shit about Errol Spence. So Frank Martin is his fighter. So that, Errol Spence, the promoter, said Frank Martin, Chris Colbert. But I know Chris Colbert fighting at 130, he's coming off a loss, right? You know what I mean? And also they called out a Rolly. Rolly, another fighter, at 135. Rolly coming off a loss. He got knocked out. You know what I want to see, YB? I need Frank Martin versus Michelle Ali Rivera. That's what I need. The number one contender. Frank Martin, Ali Rivera. They both with the PBC. 2 undefeated fighters. I need it. Nah, I don't like Colbert and Martin. Because Colbert just got his ass whooped, bro. He had 130, man. Come on, bro. He coming off a loss, bro. He a little nigga, man. He's not even at 135. I don't want to pick on Chris Colbert after he coming off a loss. You see what I'm saying? And he got to move up. What about Ali Rivera, Michelle Rivera, and Frank Martin? I think that's the fight. I want to see that shit. They both with the PBC. They fight at 135. Frank Martin and Ali Rivera is a great fight, bro. That's a dangerous fight right there. I got Ali, by the way. I like Frank Martin. I got Ali Rivera winning that fight. That jab, though. Ali can box, man.
Hey, man. Hey, so what you think about this, man? What you think about the matchups at 140, man? I think 140 is a live-ass division in the sport of boxing right now, but it's not getting no recognition because somebody got the belts all tied up and shit. You feel me? And I really think that's a good division in boxing. That's one of the best divisions in boxing. Ain't none of these fights happening, and ain't nobody talking about that shit. Because the top 20 and 140 is something serious, man. That shit is serious as fuck. For anybody moving up, for anybody moving down, anybody calling out anybody at 140, that shit is serious for anybody at that shit. What y'all think about that shit, man?
Yeah, I like that, bro. That'd be good. Hey, my boy 24 Geezy said Rolly, Fortuna, Pitbull, Rivera. Those should be Martin's next 4 fights. If he can get past those fights, then Tank Davis, then the Tank Davis fight. Yeah, man, I like that Michelle Rivera fight, man. Ali Rivera and Frank Martin. That's a good-ass fight.
No, that's a great fight, Ace, man. But, I mean...
And Pitbull.
Hey, man, that's where I was going with that shit.
If he can get a Pitbull, of course, Pitbull is the biggest name. Out of all of those guys right there, Pitbull got the biggest name out of all of those guys. Rivera might be the best out of those 4, though.
Right.
Rivera a good boxer, bro. He big as shit, too. What you say, bro?
I think Rivera is the best boxer. That's the best fighter if we talk about them 4 people.
Yeah, he might be because he got a good jab, bro.
And he got good footwork, man. He got good footwork, man. Like his distance, he keep his distance. You feel me? Like I think
Frank Martin's strong though, and Frank Martin looked like he get better in the later rounds. He looked like he's a slow starter, but once he get his shit going, Frank Martin start getting better and better as the fight goes. You know what I mean? But Rivera got a great jab though, so it'd be a good matchup, man. I don't think they'll put him in there with Rivera though. You know what I mean? I don't think they would, man. I don't think Errol Spence will risk it. Put his fighter in there with somebody like Rivera. You know what I
Why
mean?
not, man? Hold on. See, this is what I don't get. This is why I say it's a lot of sucker shit going on. Because De La Hoya been doing this shit and Floyd been doing this shit for a long ass time. Whether you like either one of them or not, they've gotten there with the best, and especially with De La Hoya, win, lose, or draw, he got in there with them motherfuckers, man. You feel me? And he still kept his status. You feel me? You know why? Because he fought that motherfucker. He didn't act scary. He didn't hesitate. Well, he hesitated with Shane Mosley a little bit. You feel me? But other than that, who did Oscar hesitate with? Nobody.
Now, yeah, Oscar was free smoke. He fought everybody. He even fought Bernard Hopkins at 160.
You feel me? He ain't lose no status because of that shit. So why are you afraid to let your fighter lose? You feel me? Or get in there with somebody that they can lose to. That means your fighter one of the greatest fighters. Because they take this type of top motherfucker to even think about somebody beating your fighter. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So why
yeah. Frank Martin making a name for himself, though. I ain't gonna lie. Just by him being associated with Errol Spence, one of the biggest names in boxing.
Right, and they go,
that's his fighter. He around Errol Spence. He got Errol Spence promoting him. Errol Spence doing a good job talking that shit. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what he needs to be doing. Earl Spence is doing a good job promoting fighters now.
Who that remind you of? Floyd, man.
Yeah, they trying to build up Earl Spence like the next Floyd on the BBC. They got him and Tank. They building up Tank Davis and Earl Spence like the next Floyd Mayweather on the PBC right now.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Yeah, so why not put your fighter in there? De La Hoya was the same way with Top Rank and PBC. That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Zab, you can name them, man. They caught that smoke, they caught them losses, and didn't take nothing away from their fighting ability.
Yep.
So why not do that shit? You feel me?
He's making a name for himself now, though, Frank Martin, bro. And he's only 27. Niggas act like 27 is old. That's still young, nigga. When you 27, 28, even when a nigga like 29, that's still a good age, nigga. You know what I'm saying? That's a good age, bro. And Frank Martin doing good. He making a name for himself. He just beat Jackson Marinez. They talking about him and Rolly. You know what I'm saying? Errol Spence talking about it. Everybody know who Errol Spence is, so nigga can't just little boy him because he got a promoter.
Right. He got a real promoter.
Big name. That's a big promoter right there, nigga.
Yeah.
Rashidi look good in there. You know, he like the guy he fought wasn't that good, but Rashidi looked good, bro. He looked good in there, bro.
Hey, Rashidi the only one talking about that somebody. Though. You feel
the dude he fought wasn't good, but man, Rashidi looked sharp though. Right?
Rashidi the only one talking about he want that smoke from Boots though, man.
Mm-hmm. I like Rashidi with PBC. I like him over there because they got a lot of fights for him. They could put him in there with Keith Thurman, Stanley Jonas, Boots.
Yeah.
He already said he would fight Boots. I respect Rashidi, man. And he already beat Alexis Rocha, so he been in there with some good fighters. You know what I mean?
Right.
I like Rashidi, bro.
Right. What's up with the beast, Rasim Rahim, man? When
he fight at 126.
I know, but I'm saying I'm just asking when he go fight again because I like him and
126 or 122. No, he's at 122. He's at 122 with Stephen Fulton and MJ. He waited for a title shot.
Yeah,
he might
that's what I'm
him
saying.
a shot with Fulton. He might fight Fulton. Fulton don't duck nobody. Fulton will fight him.
I know, but what I'm saying is when we go see him, we ain't seen him in a long time. Feel me? That's like one of my favorite fighters down in the lower classes, and ain't nobody. I ain't heard nothing.
Oh, YB no. YB said C-Town he gonna fight on the Charlo card. Well, he said, but Charlo got hurt, so they canceled that fight because Charlo got injured. You know what I mean? So they got to get him another date and shit. He had a fight booked and shit, but Charlo got hurt. They canceled the whole card and shit.
Hey, salute YB, man. I love the footage, y'all. For real, that's
he interviewed him, huh? He got an interview with him.
I love the footage, man. That shit's
Yeah, he just interviewed Steven Espinoza, and he just interviewed Frank Martin. So he making moves. He making big moves out there. Steven Espinoza, bro. That's the head of Showtime Boxing. He in charge of that shit, so that's big right there. He's going to these events, you know what I mean? You see, mixing it up with the PBC and shit. PBC let him, he got, had credentials doing his thing. You know what I mean? That's good.
Yeah, man, that shit ain't cheap neither, man. People be thinking that shit
Yeah, we
free.
gonna get him his credentials and shit, man, for
Yeah,
sure.
man. Yeah, man. YB salute, man. Keep that good work up, man. For real.
Mhm. Hell yeah. But you got Ryan Garcia this Saturday. You know what I'm saying? Ryan
Yeah,
Garcia
man.
fighting
I'm
in
excited.
LA. He
I'm
fighting at the
excited about that.
Staples Center, nigga, where the Lakers play at, nigga, where the Clippers play at. They building up Ryan Garcia like a star, bro. No matter who he fight. There's a lot of people invested in Ryan Garcia, bro. He got a big name. No doubt about that. I ain't, you know what I mean? Like, people like me, I'm going to just keep it real. Ryan Garcia got a big name. He got a lot of fans. He's a star. He's a superstar. But
Yeah,
what
he
I'm saying,
sell out,
he
man.
ain't got no belts. Devin
Right,
Haney, the one with the belts. Devin Haney's the one, you know, respected, the
right.
champion. But Ryan, he brings something different to the table. Everybody brings something different to the table.
Yeah,
Every fighter brings something to the table. Ryan
yeah.
Garcia bring a lot of fans. The
Mm-hmm.
nigga bring, you know, I heard he bring money in. That's what I
But
heard. You know what I'm saying?
no, he done proved it, man. You sell out 15,000
Haney
people.
bring money in too though, because Cambosis got 10 mil though, and motherfucking JoJo got his biggest payday with Devin Haney, and that nigga Linares got his biggest payday with
But
Haney. So
they
Haney
got
bringing that bag in too. Ryan
yeah,
bringing
man.
bag in.
Yeah, man. But this the thing, man. This what people. This is the debate with that shit. They got the money to spend because who they promotion company is. You feel me? Like
Hell yeah.
that don't mean the same thing if they were PBC or if they were Top Rank or if they were any. Right now, Devin with Top Rank, he can't do that same type of move like right now. You feel me? Just because Bob ain't about to give up that type of money to nobody, flat out. He done
Mm-hmm.
proved that shit over decades, literally. You feel me? So that shit
Bro,
slow.
facts, bro. You
You know
right
what I'm
about
saying?
that. Imagine if they make a fight with fucking Ryan Garcia and Tank, though. You know,
That's
of
gonna
course,
be funny, man.
I want to see Devin Haney and Tank. I ain't gonna lie, but
Yeah,
if Tank Davis fight Ryan Garcia, you know what I mean? How
that's
big that
gonna be
fight gonna be?
money, man.
You said
That's
it's the
money, bro.
biggest fight in boxing,
I know, not the biggest money.
the biggest money fight.
Yeah, man. It's the Mexican black shit. It's the favorite fan shit. It's the most followers shit. It's the knockout artist shit. It's the Oscar versus Floyd shit. It's all kinds of shit come with that shit, man. You feel me? So yeah, man, that's a big money fight, dog. It's a big money fight. It just
Yo,
is.
facts. It is a big fight. I ain't gonna hate on them. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna be a hater. You know what I mean? I want to ask Big Shelton, man. Big Shelton, where you want to start, bro? We had some good fights yesterday. Derek Chisora, you know, me and you, we talked about it early yesterday morning, and then also we had, you know, of course, the new champion, you know, Rey Vargas. You know, the man upset Mark Magsayo. A lot of people said he was the next Nonito Donaire, and Rey Vargas beat him. A lot of people saying Rey Vargas is the next great champion from Mexico now. You know, also you had Figueroa came back after his loss with Stephen Fulton, looked good, moved up to a different weight class to 126. Figueroa got the knockout. You know, also you had another fighter by the name of Frank Martin, Errol Spence Jr.'s fighter. Frank Martin, lightweight. He got a knockout, late knockout against Jackson Marinez, the same guy that was boxing up Rolly. You know, the same guy that got knocked out by Richard Comey, but he came back. He gave some good work to Frank Martin, Sheldon. And also, we got breaking news from Errol Spence Jr. and Derrick James. They guarantee Terence Crawford will be next. They promised the people that the fight is going to happen next. Shelton, go ahead, brother.
Yeah, I told you yesterday that Magsayo wasn't that good and he was gonna get beat. That dude is one dimensional, as you saw last night.
So you felt like he's a one-hit wonder, a hype job, mate.
He's one dimensional. He's not very good. And Rey Vargas just outboxed him. I mean, the fight, they scored at 115, 112, but it wasn't that close. Even with the knockdown, the guy maybe won 2 or 3 rounds. He's not that good. He'll never be champion again.
What about Rey Vargas, his performance, the way he boxed in that fight?
I thought he looked great for a guy that's coming off of a long layoff from an injury. Rey Vargas never lost at 26. He moved up to he never lost at 22. moved up to 26. He won a title. He says he wants Leo Santa Cruz next. That's the fight I want to see, because we know that the Navarrete fight, he won't get it. And we know that the Warrington fight, he won't get. So you got Leo on the same side of the street, as they say. That's the fight to make. That's a unification fight. I mean, hey, I like it. And we can go on to Frank Martin. He won. He looked good, but he's a 15-fight fighter. He needs to grow. I mean, I heard rumblings of people talking about fight Tank or fight. No, he's not ready for none of those guys at the top. I think he maybe he could beat Ryan. He beats Rolly for sure, because Rolly can't fight. But the top guys at 135, I wouldn't do that just yet. Give him a couple more fights. Let the kid grow. He had a late start in boxing. Let me give him a couple more fights, and then he might be ready for those guys. He got the skills, though. He's a good fighter, but he's not ready for the top guys yet. And
what you think about Errol Spence, the promoter? Says he wants a fight with Rolly for Frank Martin next. Also, he said Chris Colbert. He reached out to Chris Colbert on social media, and Errol Spence. Remember, Chris Colbert was talking shit about Errol Spence, right? And now Errol Spence, he wants his fighter to fight Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert, who fights at 130, he's not a lightweight. He doesn't fight at 135, and he's coming off a loss. What you think about Errol Spence, the promoter, calling out Chris Colbert to fight, Frank Martin? And Chris Colbert said he would do it.
Well, Chris Colbert he's desperate right now. He needs to redeem himself. He'll come up to 5 pounds. He won't beat Frank Martin, though. Chris Colbert's not very good. He don't have no power. He's gonna get stopped by Frank Martin.
Do you think that's a good fight for Frank Martin, a guy that's coming off a loss, and he's not even a lightweight? He's never fought at that division. Do you feel like it's
the name?
Do you feel like it's kind of like
good?
Hey, let me explain something to you. Do you feel like it's kind of like picking on a guy that's coming off a loss and is at a lighter weight class?
No, I mean, if the guy wants to step up, the guy makes the weight. If he wants to step up and fight, you fight the guy. It's a name. It'll be a good name on his resume because everybody knows. Well, hardcores, people
but
that
is it
are
a
in
good
boxing.
win though? Because this dude, Chris
No,
Colbert,
not
just
really.
got his
I
ass.
mean, you expect him to beat Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert's not very good, but he has a name and people know who he is. So you expect him to beat Chris Colbert. Chris Colbert's not very good, and but he has a name. It's just a name. That's all it would be. Now the Rolly fight's interesting because I think he beats the shit out of Rolly too, because Rolly's not very good. So both of those fights are great for Martin, not so much for the other guys.
So DJ says Chris Colbert called out Frank Martin. He said not the other way around. Oh, I thought Errol Spence was. I thought Spence started that shit. That's
Chris Colbert. No, DJ's right. Chris Colbert put out a tweet saying, "Yeah, I want to fight him next."
Oh, he said it first. Okay, I thought Errol Spence did that.
Yeah, it's not a good look for. I mean, it's not a good win. I mean, Chris Colbert's not very good. Everybody knows that Chris Colbert ain't that good. So, I mean, you respect Frank Martin to beat the shit out of him. Rolly, we know what Rolly is. You expect Frank Martin to beat him too. So, but their names, they're big names on his. There'll be big names on his resume because Rolly is ranked. Let's not forget that he is ranked.
He's coming off a knockout loss. I mean, what do you think about fighting guys coming off a knockout loss? And then people say,
if they sign the contract, if they get in there, if they sign the contract,
it's not that good.
Yeah, no, neither one of those guys are that. Neither one of those guys are good.
Do you want to see him fight like the best guys? Do you feel like
No, not right now. No, I don't think he's ready for the best.
What about a fight with Michelle Ali Rivera, the Dominican?
Yeah, that's a good fight for him. Yes.
You think he can hang with him? Who you got?
I would actually pick Frank Martin in that fight.
For real, over Ali?
Yeah, I would.
Oh, I gotta see that. I think I got Ali Rivera, man. That dude is.
But he don't have no pop. That's his problem.
I seen Marino.
He don't have any pop. Problem. You know what I'm saying? He don't have no pop.
Rounds.
Yeah, he can box. He's a good boxer. I like Michelle Rivera, but he don't have no pop on his punches. I don't think he can keep Frank Martin off him.
Feather fisted though. He ain't just pillow fisted.
No. He's not feather fisted.
Kind of like Bivol in a way. He got a little bit of pop to it. That boy.
We'll see. Pop. Well, you know what I say. You know what's my favorite saying? What's my favorite saying?
But they ain't. You said don't put him in there, but Frank
Put his
Martin,
ass in there.
Frank Martin and Errol Spence, they ain't said nothing about Ali Rivera. They said something about Rolly. They said something about Pitbull. They said something about Chris Colbert. But they ain't said nothing about Ali Rivera.
Right.
But think about it, H.
That was
Think
my
about it,
point.
H.
Yeah.
Who
This
knows?
motherfucker been on
Who
Showtime.
knows who Ali Rivera is? Who knows
The
him?
Dominicans know who he is. We know who he is.
Hey,
And guess
he
what?
done been on Showtime too many
Guess
times.
what? Real quick, he's the #1 contender. He's ranked #1 in the WBA. He's a fighter that's ranked high in ranking.
Oh, shit. If he's the #1 contender, then yeah, fight him.
Thank you.
I think in the WBA because he called out Tank. Rivera called out Tank.
H, he been fighting on Showtime for a long time, dog.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not trying to hear that shit. You don't know him, shit.
They know him, but
no.
What I'm saying is, boxing fans know who he is.
Okay, we just making sure that they ain't doing that Keith Thurman shit. Like I don't know who he is.
The public don't know who that dude is.
Yeah, I hope they don't do that. I don't know who he is. Cause Keith Thurman did boots. I just don't want Frank Martin acting like he don't know.
But Frank Martin ain't making no money like that anyway, so that's
Frank
a good
Martin
fight.
Know who he is though. He can't act like
Frank Martin knows who he is exactly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just saying. I'm saying neither one of them dudes is making no money, so that's a good fight for both of them.
I know. Yeah. Shit, but who he gonna fight then? He gonna have to fight somebody.
He gotta fight. Yeah, he gotta fight guys like Rivera. He should be fighting those type of guys. He should be fighting guys like a JoJo Diaz. Those type of guys.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Shelton, what's your thoughts on Errol Spence and Derrick James saying the Terence Crawford fight is next? They pretty much
great news for me. That's great news for me. As soon as they give me a date, I can get my damn accommodations ready.
So Shelton, I want to ask you, just because they said the fight is next, should we believe that? Do you feel like they're using Terence Crawford's name for promotion? What is it at this point? Do you when they say the fight is going to happen next, how much do you believe it? Do you believe it 100%?
Yeah, I believe it's going to happen because it's the biggest fight in American boxing. It's too much money that can be made potentially not to make the fight. And you know, both of those guys want to fight. Errol wants to fight. Bud wants to fight. The fight needs to happen because they both need each other for legacy's sake. If Errol don't fight Bud, his legacy will always be questioned. And the same, even though with all the accolades and the Hall of Fame and all that shit, if Bud don't fight Errol, his legacy will always be questioned. Why you didn't fight this guy?
For sure. What about you, C-Town? You know, Errol Spence and his trainer, Derrick James, they said that the fight is going to happen next. Do you believe that, C-Town?
Hell yeah, man. That's
like,
the
what
only
percent,
fight.
though? You believe it 100%?
Hell, fuck yeah, man. That's the only fight. That's been the only fight for years. Literally been the only fight for years. You know how quickly people got over Errol Spence and Thurman? You know what I'm saying? This shit been boiling over for years. Even when that shit was going on, people was talking about this fight. You feel me? So that shit's slow, man. I've been waiting on this shit for a long ass time, man. I've been waiting to see this shit for a long time. I can't wait for this shit. I'm excited, man. I'm excited like when Floyd used to fight, or when Tyson used to fight, or when Holyfield used to fight, when they was at their peak, or when Roy used to fight, or when Ward used to fight. You feel me? Like when they was at their peak, it was like, yeah, I'm excited. I don't give a fuck who they fight. You feel me? Like, but they fighting each other. That make it even better. You feel what I'm saying? Like, hey, listen, I can't wait for this shit. I've been waiting for this shit for a long ass time, just like a lot of people, and I've been wanting this shit for a long time, man. For real. I've been wanting this shit it's been obvious for a very long time. Very, 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 very obvious for a long time. For real. People was running from Errol Spence for a long time in that welterweight division. People don't remember that. Don't nobody talk about that shit, though. He been calling Danny Garcia. He been out them for a long time, man.
Yeah, Terence Crawford wasn't running.
Right.
You know what I mean? That's when that shit stopped. When Terence Crawford came around.
That shit's slow, man. That's what I'm saying. So all this ducking shit, wasn't nobody ducking shit. Them motherfuckers ain't want to fight me. One of these motherfuckers. For real. Now they want to fight each other. I'm so excited. For real, man. That shit real. That shit real for me because I watch the fight. I watch the fights don't nobody watch. Real, man. Man, listen, man. This is like I love this shit. I love this sport. Like people love football and basketball and baseball and hockey and shit and soccer and like all them type sports and shit. I love this shit like that. You feel me? And I've been waiting on this shit for a long fucking time, man. And I've been wanting this shit for a long time, and I'm excited. I'm actually excited as a boxing fan because this year been so exciting. It ain't been like this in a long time. For real. It just ain't been like this in boxing for a long time, man. You feel me? And I'm a combat sport just specialist. I love the UFC. I love anything that got to deal with any type of physical contact type shit. That's just the way I'm built. And yeah, man, boxing done went down. I'm so disappointed because I grew up around it. And yeah, man, I'm loving this fight. Man. This is one of the favorite. Yeah, man, I'm excited, man. I'm a boxing fan. I'm a true down boxing fan again just because of this fight. For real, because it's the best people that can fight each other in this division. We don't get that shit that often, man. And it's not like it's a blowout. You feel me? When you get that shit, it be like some blowout shit. And you kind of know who go in, man. You don't know who go win this shit. You don't. I don't care who you a fan of. You don't know who go win this shit. You just don't know. There's too many intangibles. There's too many of them. It's just too many of them. There's too many intangibles to even know who go win this fight. You know, regardless of who you a fan of. You know what I'm saying? Who you like better, or who you think chances is better, who the betting odds. It don't matter what your decision, what your decision is based off of. It don't matter what it's based off of. It's just you don't know if that shit go happen or not. Don't. Every round could change. It could be a different round every fight. In every round, the fight could be different in every round because of the judging that both of them is able to make. I'm telling you, man, I'm so excited about this shit, man. So excited, man, and I love that shit. I love that feeling, man. I can't wait for it to happen. That's how I know it's gonna happen.
Hell yeah. Hey, Shelton, so, you know, if this fight does happen, right? Errol Spence, Terence Crawford for the undisputed, how big would that be for the sport of boxing, Shelton? Just for boxing as a whole. Because motherfucking UFC is taking over right now. You know they got UFC on free fucking ABC on Saturday. Yeah, UFC, they got UFC on ABC, nigga. That's crazy. That's on free television, network TV. Anybody could watch that. Come on, bro.
Because that's the sport that the kids are into. But this would be huge for boxing because this is a fight that the casuals would even get into.
Shelton, wasn't boxing like that back in the day when you was a youngin', when Sugar Ray Leonard was fighting?
You could watch like Alexis Arguello, Aaron Pryor, all the top guys. You can watch
even Larry Holmes,
Ken Norton, Ali. You can watch them on a Saturday afternoon on CBS or ABC. All the fights are free.
Boxing ain't like that no more, bro.
No, because boxing is not as popular as it once was. See, back then, boxing was like the number 3, number 4 sport in America. Football, basketball, baseball, and boxing. Now, boxing is behind ice hockey, soccer, tennis, golf. All that shit's more popular than boxing.
That shit is crazy.
And bro. UFC, as you can see.
Yup. So this Saturday, they got UFC on ABC, bro.
Yeah,
you know what I
mean? Who has the contract with the UFC? When do they broadcast most of their papers?
I'm not sure.
Didn't
ESPN still is part of the UFC?
Nah, man. UFC.
ESPN, right?
Yeah, they started with ESPN.
Oh, yeah, they were ESPN too.
Who owns ESPN?
Yeah, they started.
And they was on Fox. Remember? They was on
Fox. They was on Fox Sports.
Who owns ESPN?
Who? I think Disney, right?
Disney. You know what else Disney owns? ABC.
Yeah.
Damn.
That's crazy.
Shit. Top Rank, they got boxing on ESPN too. You know what I mean? So I like what Top Rank is doing. I love what Top Rank is doing, and I love when PBC they was putting fights on Fox. Like they would put David Morrell fighting on Fox, but they haven't put no fights on Fox in a long
A
ass time.
long time, right?
But they
Well,
coming
you
back
gotta
with the
understand
Fox
something about that. You gotta understand something about that. People forget that Fox is basically a news organization. That's
Yeah,
what
but
Fox is.
Fox Sports is
Fox
well
has
known
the
because of the
NFL.
NFL, man.
Fox has the NFL.
Yeah, man.
Fox has Major League Baseball.
Yeah.
Fox
Yeah.
has
Yeah, man.
college basketball, college football.
Yeah.
Fox don't give a fuck about boxing.
Yeah.
Now, if they can make a slot for boxing, fine. If not, who cares?
Hey, Sheldon, though, they got a spot for sports, period. And if you
But they don't care about boxing because boxing is not a top level sport anymore.
I know, but
boxing is what you call a niche sport.
Right, but that didn't stop them from putting on performances, especially with the PBC. They was making money with the PBC, man. There was a lot of fights on Fox from the PBC.
Yeah,
man.
but what I'm saying is the money wasn't enough to keep them doing it, or else they'd still be doing it.
You right? I can't argue with that, but man, I miss that shit. Me as a fan, I miss that.
Of course, we missed it. Of course, who would not want to see good fights like this? Ruiz versus Ortiz fight shouldn't be on pay-per-view. It should be on Channel 11 Fox. That should be some shit that happens on a Saturday afternoon on Fox.
And I'm just
Donovan versus Barrio should have been on
Fox. I miss that shit, man. That's it.
A lot of these fights, Rolly versus Tank should have been on Fox. That shit wasn't pay-per-view worthy.
Yep. That's crazy. They put that shit on pay-per-view, bro. Every time Tank fight, they gonna put him on pay-per-view.
Cause Tank make money.
Bro, he's not really selling like those. People ain't buying those pay-per-views like that.
They're not buying the pay-per-views, but
Some people are though.
If you put him in an 8,000 seat stadium, he fuck around sell out 70 of them motherfuckers. For real. Straight up, man.
I don't know about that. No, I'm just saying, that's a lot of people. I don't know about that.
You put him in a 30,000 stadium, he'll sell out 20. I bet that.
Yeah, he'll do that. Yeah, I saw him do that in Atlanta. He was in a 20. He was in a 17,000 seat stadium in Atlanta, and he sold that motherfucker out.
I'm trying to tell you, that shit real money, man. Fuck them pay-per-views. They getting $5 million off the gate. You know what I'm saying? All that little pay-per-view shit, that shit just putting on icing on the cake. Merchandise and shit, all that shit, man. Listen, that like Ryan Garcia. That's what I'm saying.
If you put Tank Davis fighting on Fox, more people will make you watch Tank Davis. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, because more people watch TV than people. More people, if they put him on TV, more eyes will be on it. Yeah. People watch TV. They don't really, as far as the PBC, I don't know what they're trying to do. I really don't, because if you got an avenue to put, get your guys' views and eyes, you put them on regular TV. That's where the most people are going to see them. But hey, they I guess they got a lot more money than me. I guess they know what they're doing.
They definitely know what they're doing. I ain't gonna argue with them. You feel me? But at the same time, as from my perspective, I'm with you. I want to see that shit. You feel me? And I don't want to have to pay for that shit. You know why? Because I ain't have to pay for this shit. That's why I'm a fan of this shit. You feel me? I used to watch Roy Jones on USA Fights, nigga. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. You feel me? Like every night, my mom.
Bernard Hopkins, Jermaine Taylor was on Friday Night Fights, Tuesday Night Fights.
Oh, Shane Mosley. All of them, man.
Floyd Mayweather was on Tuesday Night Fights.
All of them was on. Listen to me, man. That shit real, man. Like I saw all them people for free. You feel me? And that shit, that's good, man. I don't know what to say about that shit, but at the same time, it don't stop me from paying for the fights I want to see. You feel me?
No, if I want to see it, I'll either pay for it or I'll go to it. I'll go and watch it live.
Right.
Or I'll pay for it. You know what I'm saying? If I want to see it. There got to be a fight I want to see.
Right.
I didn't buy that Rolly versus Pitbull Cruz Tank versus Pitbull Cruz or Tank. I didn't buy that shit. Tank versus Rolly. I didn't buy motherfucking Wario versus Thurman. I didn't pay for none of that shit. I didn't want to see it.
Yeah, I feel that, man. I'm just saying, man. The point is, for me, I don't care if I got to pay for it or not. It's just got to be a fight that makes sense and something that I want to see, and two people that I can have a conversation about, depending on what the circumstances is for the fight, man, for real. Because if it's not a good fight, it's not gonna be a conversation like that about it. You feel me? It's just not. You're not even gonna talk about it like that. You ain't even gonna think about it like that. You're gonna be like, yeah, he gonna get knocked the fuck out. And if something else happens, you're gonna be really, really, really surprised at that shit.
And let me ask you a question. Let me ask both of y'all a question. How many pay-per-views you think Ortiz versus Ruiz is gonna do?
Just not gonna do that much, man. Ortiz, and he just missed that window because he got knocked out twice, and that was not good. You know what I'm saying? But
some people will buy it. I'm thinking like 200, maybe under 200. I think max will be like 250, maximum 250. I can see it doing 200
that
or a little bit under
250. If that shit do 250, I will be shocked. I'll be shocked.
Maybe like 200 because Andy Ruiz got that Mexican fan base, and then you got Ortiz. The Cubans fuck with him, so it's
I'll be shocked if it does over 150.
He been out the loop too long. He been out the loop too long, H.
Hey, that's a Fox pay-per-view too.
He been out the loop too long.
Oh, they have a better promotion on Fox.
Yeah, I get that too, but he been out the loop too long and he ain't fought nobody, man. You know what I'm saying?
Ortiz. He just knocked out with your boy. What's his name? Charles Martin. That's the guy that Joshua beat for the belt.
Hey, come on, man.
Who the hell is
That's
that?
the guy that Joshua beat for the belt.
Who the hell is Charles Martin?
But Joshua ain't fought. Come on.
I'm saying that's who Joshua beat for a belt.
I know that, H. You know what I'm saying? I'm not gonna argue with no fact. But look, that shit's slow, man. That shit's slow as fuck. For real. It just, yeah, man. That don't do it for me, man. It just don't.
Ortiz only lost to Wilder.
Exactly, twice. But everybody saw that shit. See what I'm saying? And wouldn't nobody fight Ortiz? That was
bro. Ortiz just knocked the fuck out of Charles Martin. No, that shit was nice though. I ain't gonna lie. He came back. And he an old nigga, bro.
Right. Didn't nobody want to fight Ortiz, man. Ortiz only had to fight Wilder because Wilder ain't scared to fight nobody. You feel me? It was a lot of people ducking Ortiz, man. He was ranked a long time in top 10 for a long time, dog. Long time. And didn't nobody want to fight him, man. He couldn't get no fight. I don't know what was going on.
Maybe he's a good fighter, man, but he old, man. He going against a younger fighter like Andy Ruiz, man. You know,
he was old against Wilder, and he was beating up Wilder till he got knocked out. Especially the second fight, he got knocked out.
Yeah, if Ortiz would have came to America when he was young, he would have been the heavyweight champion.
That's what I'm trying to tell you, man. Didn't nobody want to fight that man, man. He was beating up Wilder for till he got knocked the fuck out, for real.
So what he was doing before Wilder knocked him out really don't matter much, does it?
Exactly, it don't matter. Exactly, but that's my point. You see what I'm saying? It took somebody like Wilder to do that shit. Every heavyweight ain't like that, dog. Every fighter, every weight class don't got that rock like that, man. They just don't. Everybody at 135 can't hit like Tank, man. You feel me?
Yeah, I got you.
So I'm just saying,
you know, the times we've seen him step up, you know, he got beat. So
right, but
we'll find out. I mean, you know, because now let me ask you this: do you think at 45 years old he's better than a 42-year-old Chris Arreola?
Hey, let me ask you this: who got beat worse, Chris Arreola or Ortiz when they fought Wilder?
Chris Arreola took more punishment.
Who got a rematch? Yeah,
Chris Arreola took more punishment. They both got knocked out. So
yeah, but who got a rematch, man?
Oh, he got a rematch. Yeah, he got a rematch. That's fine.
I'm just saying.
And he got knocked out again. So what does it mean?
Yeah, but it was not the same fight. It was not.
No, well, the reason I'm asking you this is because Chris Arreola just fought. His last fight was with Andy Ruiz.
Right.
Chris Arreola put Andy Ruiz on his pockets. So
I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
Do you think Luis Ortiz is better than Chris Arreola?
Look, Chris Arreola is a very determined, very focused fighter. He just didn't make the cut somehow. Like, I don't know what to say about that because he's a very good fighter. I don't have nothing bad to say about Chris Arreola, but he just
I'm just asking you, do you think Ortiz is better than Arreola? That's all I'm asking.
Yeah, boxing wise, hell yeah.
Okay, then he should run through Andy then, because
I'm not saying
Arreola damn near had him.
No, I'm not gonna say that either. Motherfucker still old as shit. He older than the fights we talking about. Years older than the fights we talking about. You feel me?
Well, Chris Arreola's what, 41, 42?
Yeah, but Ortiz is definitely older than that, man.
Ortiz is 45, 46. Something like that.
That motherfucker, yeah. So I'm saying, yeah, that make a big ass difference.
Okay, well, we're gonna find out because they show signs to fight each other. So we're gonna find out.
They did. Hey, that's good, all good and well. We gonna find out. And we gonna discuss that too. But until that happens, man, look, Ortiz and plus Ortiz still can crack. I think he still can crack. You feel me?
Yeah, he can still punch.
You know what I'm saying? So I don't count nobody out there. It's especially with heavyweights. You can't get hit like that. And that motherfucker know how to hit somebody hard. Real hard. Yeah. So you gotta keep everything in mind on this shit, man. Cause
they said Ortiz 39 now. He's older than that.
Wait,
you know what I mean? I think they say he's 41 now. I think they say he's 41 now, but he might be older than 41. You know, he still got skills, bro. He's still a very smart fighter that can box.
Very smart.
And we
what
know.
You say, say it again. What you say?
Still a very skilled fighter, bro, and we all know he can box.
Now, how old did you say he was?
They say he's 41. I think.
Luis Ortiz?
Yeah, but I think he's
not 41.
That's what they say he is.
No, well, like I said, I'm gonna relate the story to you. I'm gonna relate the story to you.
Go to BoxRec. They will
have I'm gonna relate the story to you. Everybody knows that who Yoel Romero is, right?
Yep.
Yoel Romero is the 2000 Olympic gold medalist in wrestling. He said when he was in Cuba, he grew up and he trained with Luis Ortiz. Now, everybody knows Yoel Romero is 45. Yoel Romero said Luis Ortiz is older than me.
He said he's older than him?
Yeah.
Yeah, that nigga's old, bro. You know what I mean? He's old,
that
and he's still
old
good, though. That's the crazy part.
He looked old for a boxer.
His legs ain't the same. He can't move the way he used to. So, man, Andy Ruiz might get him, bro. I don't know, man. But I'm going for Ortiz, bro. I'm rooting for Ortiz, but man, yeah, they got him listed at 43 right now. So that's how old they got him at. 43. So he might be older. He might.
Let me ask you this: do you think Ugas is 35?
Hell no.
Nah, he been around for a long time. I seen old videos of Ugas in Cuba, like old ass videos in Cuba.
Yeah, Ugas is about 38, 39.
I seen him in some documentaries of Cuba boxers, and this was an old ass documentary. He was in there.
Look. Hell yeah. Hey, Ugas was the problem with Terence Crawford, man. And like people, man, I don't even mention half the shit that I be.
Well, here's the thing. People bring up that amateur shit. That was 17 years ago.
No, man. I'm not talking about no amateur.
You beat that guy 17 years ago. You put him in the ring with Crawford now.
I'm not talking about no 17 years ago.
Oh, yeah, Crawford to take him. Now, Crawford done got way better than before. Crawford, he was the type of guy that kept getting better and better.
Right. That's what I'm getting at, man.
Still getting better today. The thing with Crawford, he's still getting better right now.
He kept knocking out people as he went up in weight, man. That gotta have some type of merit to it. Feel me?
They'll figure it out. Whenever the fight gets announced, they'll figure it out. They'll figure it out.
Well, usually at a certain age, fighters will start to like decline a little bit. But Crawford, like Floyd Mayweather, when Floyd Mayweather was 34, Floyd Mayweather still was beating the shit out of people, and he still looked young. Like he never looked like he got old at 34. 34, Floyd was still beating up on Marquez at 34.
You
know what I'm saying?
On Pacquiao when he's 36.
So, he was like 35 at Pacquiao time when he fought.
No, he was 37 because he beat he beat Canelo at 36.
I think he beat Canelo at 36.
Yeah.
See how good and sharp he was? Because he took care of his body. He took care of his body, bro. He didn't smoke or drink. Crawford the same way.
He was 37, I think, when he fought Manny.
Crawford don't smoke or drink. All he do is box. All he do is
and
fight.
You know what was the funniest part about the Manny fight? Everybody talk about he aged Manny out. He waited till Manny got too old. Well, Floyd is 2 years older than Manny.
Right. Right, though. That shit crazy. That should be tripping me out, too.
Man, I want to see Ortiz go out on top, bro. But even if he beat Andy Ruiz, he might try to go fight Wilder again. Because people are talking about the winner of Andy Ruiz and Luis Ortiz to fight Wilder. So I'm rooting for Ortiz because I'm a fan. You know what I mean? But damn, I know he's old. His legs ain't the same. Andy Ruiz is much younger. And when you that old, like, one of the first things to go is your chin.
It's your legs.
It's your chin, your legs. Yeah, your legs. That's what made him such a great fighter because he know how to move. He had the footwork. But now his legs are gone. He can't move the way he used to. You know what I'm saying? So can he take the punch like that? Andy Ruiz not the biggest puncher, but he is a heavyweight. So I don't know, bro. I'm going for Ortiz. I hope he win. But if Andy Ruiz win that fight, we got to see Deontay Wilder and Andy Ruiz, man. I got to see that fight.
Hey, man, Andy Ruiz get knocked out by Deontay Wilder. He come in with his head up too much. And Wilder know how to fucking time his shit. He done proved it over.
If he win that fight, I got to see Deontay Wilder come back and fight Andy Ruiz. I heard Andy Ruiz been calling him out too.
But hey, look, do you think Andy Ruiz could potentially knock out Tyson Fury?
Say it again.
Do you think Andy Ruiz could potentially knock out Tyson Fury?
Hell nah. Tyson Fury beat the shit out of his fat ass.
Look, time out. If Wilder did that shit twice, look.
I know, huh? Because Wilder different, bro. Wilder a dangerous fighter, bro. That 1-2 is real though. The Deontay Wilder 1-2, he perfected that shit.
Right. I'm trying. It's gonna get ugly if he get. You know how Andy Ruiz come in? That's not gonna be good. When we get somebody with the type of power and timing like Wilder, he gonna get knocked the fuck out.
Hey, fix your phone, bro. You kind of low. What'd you say?
He gonna get knocked the fuck out if he go in there with Wilder.
Who, Andy?
Yeah.
What you think, Shelton?
Yeah, I think Wilder probably stops Andy Ruiz. Too athletic. Move too good.
Y'all don't think Andy will be too much on the inside for Wilder? Try to use those Tyson Fury tactics and fight dirty on the inside on him?
If he comes,
I don't think Wilder will allow him to get inside. I don't think he has. I don't think Andy has the chin that Fury has.
Yeah.
What about Wilder?
I don't know. I don't think Andy can get around the little pawn. You know, right? Wilder used that jab as a rangefinder, so I don't know if Andy can.
You don't think he can get past that 1-2?
I don't think so.
Nope.
But what if he work his way, get on the inside, and start use his weight and try to wrestle with Wilder?
If he can get on the inside, it's big trouble for Wilder because Wilder's not that big of a guy. He's not that big of a heavyweight.
No, Wilder and Wilder's so tall. If Andy get on the inside, Wilder.
It's problems. If Andy get on the inside, get past that right hand, it's problems for Wilder.
Yeah. When the last time you see Wilder get real low like that?
Yeah.
You feel me?
Because Andy got them fast hands. Andy's hands are fast, so
yeah. So
he get on the inside, it's problems for Wilder.
Yeah, it's an issue. That's a big issue. Wilder
got to keep you on the end of them shots. That's how he knock you out because he catch you on the end of them long ass punches.
Yeah, Wilder ain't go. He don't be able to handle that inside. He too low, and he's too low. Water don't get low. He don't. He's like even with Tyson, he was standing up high. Like it was like yeah. He don't. He don't. He don't.
Yeah, the biggest question, C-Town is can Andy get around that motherfucker one too?
No, I don't think so.
Because if he can't, he's probably gonna get stopped.
Water really good at keeping his range. You feel me?
If he can get through that shit, if he can get around it and get on the inside, it's big trouble for the Bronze Bomber.
No, water improved his point with that range, man. For real. You can't take credit when credit's due. He done proved it over and over and over and over and over again against top competition too, the best. He done knocked down the best multiple times. So you got to just give like you got that distance and time and power down pat. He gonna eventually catch your ass like that. And if you can get up, you might win. You know what I'm saying? For real, but if you don't, you'll get knocked the fuck out. You know what I'm saying?
I agree 100%, brother. I agree 100%. So what you think about how you feel about the boy Chisora calling out Wilder?
I think it's a competitive fight, but once again, can you be perfect for 12 rounds? Look, it might get That's the thing about people that can knock you out, man. You gotta be absolutely perfect for 12 rounds. That's hard. That's very hard to do for anybody.
I thought it was smart. You call out the number one American heavyweight trying to get a big money fight. If you're on your way out, I think that's what you should do.
I think you should do too, but taking a big risk. It's a heavyweight division, man. That's a really, really, really big risk. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
It's not like welterweight. You feel me? It's not flyweight. It's not none. You feel me?
Yeah, I gotta get up in the morning. It's great speaking with y'all, man. I gotta shut it down.
All right, all right, my boy. All right, Big Shelton.
All right, brothers. I'll let y'all on the next one.
For sure.
Indeed, brother.
So, C-Town, who you got in this fight with Terence Crawford and Errol Spence? I want you to break down that fight for me. How you think it's gonna play out?
I think every round could be different. Like I literally think every round could be different because it's gonna be a lot of adjustments in that fight. And the thing about it is that's the most like significant intangible is that Terence Crawford noticed shit before his corner do, and he just don't need a reference point. Like that motherfucker know that shit already. So and I think Errol Spence, he don't rely on Derrick James, but he definitely take heed to what he got to say in the corner in between rounds. You feel me? So I think it comes down to whoever notice the weak point first or take advantage of their advantage before the next person, because I put it this way, whoever make the first mistake in any type of way is going to lose the fight to me. And I don't know how they're going to lose, but it's not going to be well after that point.
You kind of like going in and out your audio, my guy.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, you better now.
Okay. So what I was saying was, I think the biggest intangible is like Terence Crawford noticed shit before his corner say anything about it. You feel me? But Errol Spence, he don't rely on Derrick James, but he definitely take heed to what Derrick James say in his corner in between rounds. You feel me? So I think whoever make the first mistake and whoever can take advantage of that shit first, the other person is gonna lose the fight. And I don't know how that's gonna be, and I don't know who that's gonna be, but somebody gonna. if it's a perfect fight for both fighters, it's gonna be a boring fight, and it's gonna be a fight that everybody gonna want to see again because it go in controversial regardless. So if somebody gonna have to be dominant, and it's gonna have to be obvious, and I don't think anybody can say that about either fighter when it comes to this fight. So I don't know who to pick, but if I was to be just a fan, like I like Terence Crawford just because he moved through the weight classes more than Errol Spence did. You feel me? So
Yeah, facts. Errol Spence never moved up in weight before.
right, see what I'm saying? So it's like I like Terence Crawford better. So if you want to, if I had to pick somebody, it would be Terence Crawford because he's just moving through the weight classes and he's proving that it don't matter what weight class he in, he go be dominant. You feel me? So that's just where I'm at with it. If I really had
Hell
to pick
yeah.
somebody, you feel
So
me?
what about the size, of Errol Spence? Like a lot of people feel like Errol Spence is the bigger man. He's a natural welterweight. He walk around, you know, walk around like I think at 170 pounds, 180 pounds. Like that's a
Right,
big deal. He a strong motherfucker and he big at that division.
right.
You think that would be too much for Crawford?
I know. I don't think so, H. Hold on, H. Hold on real quick.
Okay. Yeah, because we know that Errol Spence Jr. is a natural welterweight. Terence Crawford started off at 135 pounds. And, when they met up with each other that time, I remember Errol Spence was telling Terence Crawford, oh, you too light in the ass. You too light, meaning like, yo, I'm bigger than you. And that's what he banking on. And that's what a lot of fans, that's why they picking Errol Spence. You know what I mean? That's why I wanted to see what you thought about that. I respect Terence Crawford moving up in weight and, going to fight the top guys, man, because you could go around that shit. He was calling for this fight. He's been calling for this fight, bro. You know what I mean? And that's why I got so much respect for him. Started off at 135, went all the way up to fight the top guy at the welterweight division. And remember, Errol Spence, at one point, nobody wanted to fight that dude, man. At one point, Keith Thurman was ducking Errol Spence. Danny Garcia was a champion with a belt, didn't want to fight him. Sean Porter at one point didn't want no smoke with him. Man, he was the boogeyman for real. And remember, Kell Brook is the one that fought him. Took that fight. Errol Spence was the mandatory for the IBF world title. Kell Brook just got beat by Triple G. And Kell Brook is a warrior, bro. I respect Kell Brook, bro. Even Floyd Mayweather said it, like, man, I respect you. You're a real warrior. You're a true warrior. Kell Brook. Kell Brook gave that man an opportunity. Kell Brook been in there with Sean Porter, Triple G, Terence Crawford, Errol Spence. You know what I mean? Amir Khan. I respect that. And Terence Crawford moving up in weight, like I said, challenging the baddest man in the division. The most feared man at 147. Remember, Mikey Garcia moved up in weight to go fight Errol Spence.
Instead of fighting Terence Crawford. I'm telling you, man.
Facts.
Look, hey, look, man. People don't talk about this shit though. I don't care about talking about it because I know it. Mm-hmm. I don't have to talk about it. But I think if it's any time to remind people about how scared people was of both these fighters, it's right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, even the champions didn't want to fight these fighters. You feel me? So, yeah, man, I'm excited about this fight, man. I love this fight. You
got Terence Crawford. I was asking you about the size advantage. Errol Spence being a natural welterweight. Danny Garcia said Errol Spence is really a middleweight. That's what Danny said. You know what I mean? So you think Crawford gonna be able to deal with that?
I think so, man, because Crawford just a dog like that, man. Feel me? They done said that shit about a lot of fighters, man. How he gonna handle when they get in the inside with him? You know what I mean? And he end up knocking their ass the fuck out. So
But that wasn't Errol Spence
it
though.
wasn't. I get that. Like, but that's why I want to see the fight.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's exactly why I want to see a fight.
Hey,
Because
so what you thought about Errol Spence's fight with Sean Porter? Did you watch that fight? And what you thought about it?
I think it was a great fight, man. But I think Errol Spence didn't have to fight that way. So if he make that same mistake with Crawford, he might be lights out. Because I think Crawford hit a lot harder than Sean Porter. You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
So if you make that same type of mistake, talking about you go fight his fight, yeah, that might not work out that well. You feel me? I don't know what to say about that one because Crawford done proved over and over again his power is his. Yeah, he got that shit. He got that shit. He got that shit. He been knocking out people that's been bigger than him for a long time, man. And yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Regardless of, you can say what you want to. These people still got the weight advantage, the height advantage, the reach advantage, everything that you're saying about Errol Spence.
Yeah, Crawford got the reach advantage though, and he ain't
He got long arms. He got real long arms. Yeah.
He ain't that much taller than him, but he is taller. And Crawford got the longer arms.
Yeah.
Crawford is like much thinner than him. Crawford is thinner. Spence is more stocky. You see what I'm saying?
Right. I don't know. I'm scared. Like that's the thing too. If Spence can take Crawford power, what do Crawford do then? You feel me? What do you do? Now you can't keep this man up off you. You feel me? Because you know he can walk through your shit.
Because he know how to fight on the inside. Spence is a great inside fighter. He's a great inside fighter, and he's a great body puncher, and he got a great jab.
So what you gonna do then? You feel me?
Mm-hmm.
This fight can go either way like that, man. That's what I'm saying.
Do you think he could bully Crawford in the ring? Go out there.
No, I don't think neither one of them gonna bully each other until we got to find that out in the later rounds. You feel me? If it go that far.
You don't think he can manhandle Terence Crawford?
I mean, I don't think neither one of them gonna have to let that shit happen. They ain't that type of person that back down. You feel me? And neither one of them gonna back down, man. It's not gonna be a back down fight. It's not gonna take long for fireworks. It's not. It's gonna be like the first couple rounds.
Yeah, you see what James Brooks said though. Hey, James Brooks said, "H, quit with the." He said, "Quit with all the noise." Earl gonna pop Crawford. Period. Damn. What you think about James Brooks? He said Earl gonna pop Crawford, pop his ass.
Hey man, if he hit Crawford too hard, too early, it might get ugly. Because Crawford, he like to get hit, and when he get hit and woke up, something come up out of his ass, man. And he done proved. How many times he got to prove that shit? You feel me? And that's what make it real interesting because when that shit come up out of his ass and Earl still eat that shit, what you go do then? You feel me? Or what if that shit come up out of his ass and then he lay Earl out, but Earl get back up? It ain't gonna be the same fight after that. I bet that shit. That motherfucker ain't gonna be doing 100 punches around then. You feel me?
And you think he gonna pop him like my nigga James saying, no, I don't know about that, James. Crawford got great footwork.
That's what I'm saying.
In the world, bro. Come on, James. You think it's gonna be that easy, James? You just gonna pop him? What you think, bro? Crawford got a chin. He never been dropped before. Never been dropped. That shit was with Mean Machine. That wasn't a knockdown. They didn't count that shit, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah, Crawford got hurt. But name a fighter that never got hurt before. Every fighter got hurt, bro. This is fighting. This is boxing, my nigga. Errol Spence got hurt too. Come on now, James. Errol Spence just got hurt by Ugas, my boy.
Yes. Hey. D the truth. Salute, man.
What up,
Salute.
Dave? But yeah, he's saying he gonna pop him like it's gonna be easy. Like it's gonna be easy just to knock out Crawford, bro. Ain't gonna be no walk in the park, bro. Crawford a great fighter, bro. Why he just didn't go pop Sean Porter then? Why he didn't do Sean Porter like that, my nigga? Come on, man. Bud is a great fighter, bro. It's a reason why people not trying to fight this guy. It's a reason why they took this long to fight him, bro. Believe me, bro. Terence Crawford, the best fighter in the world, bro. Point blank, period. He got the best skills right now in the whole sport, bro. Great fighter. All-around fighter. Can do it all. But I feel you, though. If that's how you feel, bro. It is what it is. You feel me, C-Town? That nigga talking crazy. He talking crazy about my boy Crawford, bro.
Man, I don't listen to none of that shit, man.
Terence Crawford, the best fighter in the world, James. What you talking about? Terence Crawford gonna pop Spence. He gonna pop Spence, nigga. Now what, bro? Nah, nigga. Crawford gonna win. James, Crawford gonna win. Crawford gonna pop Spence. You stop with all that noise. You stop with all that capping, nigga. Crawford gonna knock his ass out, bro. For real.
Hey, man. Look, man. If anybody think that this gonna be an easy fight for either one of these fighters, you lying to yourself. You just lying to yourself. You can pick whoever you want to pick to win, but it's not gonna be easy. Whoever win the fight, it's just not. They're too skilled. Both of them is just too skilled. They done proved it too many times. Both of them have proved it too many times, man. And that's just what it is. You can have your favorite side or your favorite person or whoever, but I mean, at the end of the day, they ain't never been in the ring with somebody like the person that they're gonna be facing that day. You feel me? That's just what it is. Right here, homie. Oh, that was it right there, dog.
It's facts, bro. You right about that shit. Come on, James. What about when Kell Brook was popping your boy Errol Spence? What about when Kell Brook was popping his ass? What about when Sean Porter was popping your boy Spence? Popping his ass, right? Come on now, James Brooks. He said, I will bet Earl ASAP. I got Crawford all day, every day. Terence Crawford, the best fighter in the world. #1 pound for pound, my nigga. Undisputed champion. 3-division champion. Y'all niggas wasn't in no rush to sign that contract, bro. Yeah, make that shit happen. When Terence Crawford knock your boy Spence out, what you gonna say? What you gonna say, bro? Terence Crawford, the face of boxing, bro. Terence Crawford, the face of boxing, bro. Stop capping, my boy. You gonna be mad when your boy Spence get knocked out. Yo, James Brooks, you gonna be mad, bro, when your boy Spence get knocked out. Promise you that, James.
Hey, Spence. Hey, that's a possibility. That's a possibility for both of them, man. Because it ain't like Spence don't hit hard. That motherfucker hit hard as fuck. I don't think people give him credit to how hard Spence hit. For real. They think he don't hit hard. He ain't got no power. He ain't breaking people's shit up with no power, dog. Or accuracy. Or aim. Or timing. Or distance. Like, he got that shit, man. He got all that shit. All the attributes you talking about that you think he don't got. That shit is very, very relevant. And very, very obvious. And if man, this is a great fight, man. It's a great fight.
It's gonna be a great fight. So, I mean,
fight.
like leading up to this fight right now. You know, when was the last time you think we had a great fight like this? If it happens, when was the last time we had a fight like this? What'd you say?
A long time.
Pacquiao, you think this is gonna be better than Mayweather Pacquiao or what?
I think it's gonna be better because Mayweather Pacquiao, I knew Mayweather was gonna destroy that motherfucker.
Yeah.
Like I ain't even trying to be funny, man. Like it was just very obvious his skill set was just way better than that motherfucker, man. Like it's just like and like yeah, it was just very obvious because he had trouble with people that had similar skill sets to Floyd that wasn't as good as Floyd. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, I just looked at it for what it was, man. I knew it was a big fight because like that's what the people was calling for. It actually made sense. The fight made sense. You know what I'm saying? Like because both parties proved themselves to be the big draws that they was at the time. You feel me? So I mean, but at the same time, everybody knew that shit wasn't gonna go well for Manny. You feel me? So maybe that's just me. I don't know, man. I don't think it's just me. Like people around me thought the same thing because we watch boxing like that and we into it like that. But I mean, I think it's gonna be way better just on the strength that the skill sets is similar, and but the styles are very contrast. You know what I'm saying? They're very different from each other, but the results are the same. You feel me? Like
Yeah.
it don't be no
James Brooks. Man, James Brooks talking that shit though, C-Town. That boy James Brooks, he said, I'm picking Spence, and I'm telling you how he's going to win. He said, what will be the biggest difference maker? You know what I mean?
I think it's the timing, the power, the speed, and the punch output. Like depending on how that shit go, it's go determine how the fight go. And then I think it's the adjustments. The adjustments is the biggest thing to me. The adjustments that each fighter make or that each team make. You know what I mean? Whoever can adjust faster and make and actually apply what the adjustment needs to make a difference in that fight, in that round, or in that moment. I think that's what's the biggest. The adjustments is the biggest thing, man. The adjustments.
Damn, hey, he tell the truth came back. He said the sooner Crawford feel his power, Spence going to sleep, nigga. He said Spence going to sleep. You think there's a chance that Crawford to knock him out, my nigga?
Hell yeah. I do too, D. I ain't even gonna lie about that. I've been saying that. I think if Spence eat his power, what Crawford gonna do then though, D? You feel me? What if Spence eat that shit? You feel me? What Crawford gonna do then? It's gonna be a long night, I think. But if Crawford crack that motherfucker, Spence ain't gonna be throwing no 100 punches no round every round, bruh. He gonna slow that shit down because he got cracked. And he don't feel that. I don't care who you is. If you've been in that ring before, you've been in any type of combat, full contact sport, when you feel that shit, you be like, yeah, you be weird that motherfucker immediately. You're like, I gotta watch this. Look, that's just how that shit goes. And yeah, that's the biggest factor, man. The biggest factor is the adjustments. And that
you said if that nigga take the power, he's going to win by points.
Yeah.
If Spence can take the punching power of Crawford, you said it's going to be a long night. A long night for who?
A long night for Crawford.
You don't think Crawford can outbox that nigga, win him on points, on some Floyd Mayweather shit, outpoint that nigga?
Hey, man, if Spence take your Crowder, he walking through that shit, dog. He ain't no sucker. He gonna be like, yeah, he can't hurt me. I'm about to beat his ass. For real. They both dogs like that. They both dogs like that. You feel me? I think Crawford could do the same thing if Spence can't crack the way people think he can. And Crawford be like, oh, you can't hurt me? He gonna be like, oh, I'm about to beat your ass. You know what I'm saying? For real.
So you feel like if Crawford don't knock him out, Spence is gonna win the fight. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, more than likely. I'm saying if Crawford can't hurt him physically, like visibly, we see him hurt him. You feel me? Not no make believe shit like he got hurt. No, like some leg buckle, Shane Mosley Floyd shit. Like we knew Floyd was hurt, nigga, flat out. You get what I'm saying? Like that shit didn't feel good. I gotta watch this shit. I gotta wait for my moment, type shit. You feel what I'm saying? If that shit don't happen, it's gonna be a long night for Crawford. But if that shit do happen, it's gonna be a long night for Spence. It's gonna be a real long night because he gonna.
I don't know about that, bro. Because Terence Crawford is a great boxer. He could outbox him. He could win on points.
Yeah,
You know,
but
point him.
he don't use his legs like that no more, H.
Crawford, dude, he was using his legs against Sean Porter.
No, he wasn't using his legs. He look, he was on his back foot with Sean Porter and just taking half that back, half that forward, taking an angle at times and grabbing the shit, man. That
He
wasn't
was using his feet.
like, he wasn't doing. Look, he wasn't using his legs like he used against Postal. You feel me? That's when he was using his legs, bro.
Yeah, but
You
he
know
was
what I'm saying?
in that Sean Porter fight. He was boxing, using his
Yeah,
footwork.
he was boxing. He was using his footwork, not his legs, to get away.
Yeah, that's what I mean. His legs, his footwork, his feet.
Yeah, man. Look, he was not bouncing around like he was with Postal, man. He wasn't.
I mean, he probably did it better against Paul Starr because it looked different. He stepped it up in competition with Sean Porter. Sean Porter was tougher than Paul Starr.
I believe that too. I agree with you with that, Ace. But Postal was still a very good boxer. He wasn't no pressure like Sean Porter was like that. You feel me? He wasn't pressing the issue like that. Sean Porter made that motherfucker use his footwork like that. You know what I'm saying? I'm from Cleveland, man. I love Sean Porter. You feel me? Like,
that's what Bomac kept telling him in the corner. That nigga was using his footwork. He was using. He wasn't being flat-footed. You know what I'm saying? He was using that ring. You know, he was picking his spots. Started to put his punches together, and eventually got him out of there. You know what I'm saying?
No, he didn't do that till the later rounds. He only did that the last couple rounds.
He was still hitting him with some combos and shit. He was winning rounds in there too, though.
Yeah, I know the uppercut. No, that uppercut was to the chest and to the neck area was rolling.
Nasty.
Nasty as fuck.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That little shit like that might make the difference in this Spence fight. That's what I'm saying. How you go judge that? You can't fucking judge that till you see it, man.
That nigga hand speed too is very elite.
Yeah, it's very deceptive.
Fast ass hands, Terence Crawford. Check this out by my boy D Tell the Truth. He said hand speed will be one-sided. Also, Spence sits down on his punches too much. You know what I'm saying? Which will lead to his downfall. Counter punching, right? He said Spence sit down on his punches too much, leave himself open, which will lead to his downfall. What you think about that?
Hey, Spence sit down his punches at the angle he can take. That's when he said. But I do agree with. I think Terence Crawford got enough sense to time that shit to where if he do it too much, he go get cracked. You feel me? So that's too many intangibles, man. Like it's hard to disagree with any type of scenario that happened in this fight because these fighters is just that skilled. You feel me? It's like hold on, I'll put it to you this way. Like if let's say what's a good fight? Two skilled fighters at a good weight class. Oh man, I don't know. It's a lot of it, but let's say like Roy against Andre Ward type shit, or you get what I'm saying? Like who you go pick? No, I'll put it to you this way.
So you think it's like that close?
Yeah, Michael Moore against Holyfield. Michael Moore against Holyfield at cruiserweight.
You think this fight gonna be that close though?
Yeah, I think that fight that close, man.
For real?
Michael Moore against Holyfield at cruiserweight. That's a serious ass fight, dog. You feel me?
Crawford that much of a beast that he can move up. You know what I'm saying? To 147 pounds.
He did that already though. He did it already. He done proved it.
The top nigga though.
He ain't fought the
top nigga.
No, what I'm saying, H, is he done moved up 2 different weight classes, and the result is still the same. He knocking motherfuckers out, man. Period. The result's still the same. The men are still bigger, stronger, faster, longer, all that shit. And he knocking their ass out. You got to give credit to that shit. You got to say something about that. That's a point that has to be made, man. For real. Regardless of what you think about the competition, this motherfucker done moved up 2 weight classes, and the result is still the same. He putting them to sleep.
Okay, so I want to talk to you about Terence Crawford, some of his fights, right? Let's start off with Terence Crawford, you know, his fight with Mean Machine. What you thought about that one? Terence Crawford, you know, destroyed Mean Machine, knocked him out. You know what I mean?
But it was a
But
tough ass fight, and I think
you
that
thought it
was
was a
real.
tough ass fight.
I think it was a real knockdown. People, I don't give a fuck what
I
people say.
didn't think it was a knockdown.
I know, no, I think it was a knockdown just because his glove touched the canvas on some
Pushed
room.
him down though. It wasn't
Yeah,
from a punch though, because he
yeah,
got hit
but
with the punch. He didn't go down.
yeah,
He
I know,
went
I
down later
know.
after the nigga pushed him
No,
down.
he got pushed down. It looked
Yeah,
like he
yeah.
got pushed
You
down.
see what I'm saying?
Yeah, he got pushed down. He put both his hands on his back, and he pushed him down. But I saw that motherfucker a little wobbly, man. You know what I'm saying? And I think it wasn't just from the push down. You feel me? So, I kept watching that shit over and over and over and over and over and over again. And he got hit. He got cracked real good right before that shit. And he ended up being down. And both his gloves touched the canvas. That's the only time I ever seen Terence Crawford even coming that close to even being considered a knockdown and shit. You feel me? So
Yeah.
that
So
shit had to
you
mean
thought
something.
that fight with Mean Machine was a tough fight for Terence Crawford? How many
Hell
rounds?
yeah.
How many rounds did that fight go? Like
I,
what? Like 8 rounds or some shit?
it
9
was like
rounds?
it was a late. That's the thing about it. See, that's what's crazy about the Spence fight. What if it do go 11 rounds? Terence Crawford could knock your ass out in the 11th round, man. Hardcore too.
But
Not
Spence
no,
ain't Mean
not
Machine
no.
though, bro. Spence ain't. You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah, no. But all I'm
yeah,
saying
yeah,
is
you're right.
his
You are
power
right.
carries
Because
all the way to
Crawford
the
got
fight
the ability to knock your ass out in any
in the
round.
12th round.
Yup.
Look,
Like he did Jose Benavidez.
Vidas in the 11th round, and then in the 11th round, he hit him with that uppercut on the ropes, and that motherfucker went to sleep, bro. It wasn't even no question. That motherfucker was out of there. You know what I'm saying?
Yup.
It might take 11. It might take that nigga 12 rounds, but he figured it out, man. You feel what I'm saying? Like he might get his ass beat the whole 12 rounds. You know what I'm saying? And then he catch you with that one good ass punch he been waiting on for the last 3 rounds of shit. You know what I'm saying? And look, man, that's a possibility that can happen again. That's what I'm trying to tell you. This you can't call this shit. This is a very close fight. It's a close fight.
Facts. Okay. So now, you know what I mean? It's gonna be a big fight, man. It's gonna be a big fight. So they saying it's gonna happen next. So how big you think this fight is for the sport and for the culture?
It's the best fight I've been waiting on this fight for like 4 or 5 years, man. For real. Like I've been wanting this shit for a long ass time, man. It's a couple other fights I've been waiting on for that long too. That shit still ain't happened. But like, cause I've been wanting Tank and Lomachenko for a long ass time. I've been wanting Tank and Devin for a long ass time. I've been wanting Devin and Shakur for a long ass time. Oh my God, it's a lot of fights I've been waiting on for a long ass time, especially at 140 because 140 been rocking for a long ass time. It's a lot of talent at 140 pounds, and I've been watching. That division is really, really motherfucking stacked, man.
Hell
Really
yeah, it's a
stacked.
big
That
fight,
shit
man.
is
Like you
fucking.
said, it's one of the biggest fights in boxing. It might be the biggest fight in the whole sport, man. So what you think about the winner of this fight? Should the winner of this fight be number one pound for pound?
Yeah, definitely, man. Cause you know,
You got Crawford number one already?
no, I got Crawford number 1 already anyway because he proved that shit too many
So if
times.
Spence beat him, would that make Spence number one?
I think, in my opinion, that do make Spence number 1 because if you beat the number 1 guy, if you win the NBA championship, who are you? You the champion of the fucking NBA. You know what I'm saying? Like it don't matter who you beat. It don't matter if the team you don't. It don't matter if that team deserved to beat it or not. They won their way to that shit, and now you beat them. Now you're the best. You see what I'm saying? Like, don't nobody question nobody in any other sport but boxing. Like that shit's stupid to me. You feel me? I don't get that shit. Like you beat the best person at that time that people say the best, and then people still doubt you, and you ain't the best no more. You ain't number 1 on everybody. Like that shit only happened in boxing, man. That shit retarded as fuck. That shit retarded, man.
So that's right. So if Errol Spence beats Terence Crawford, you're gonna have Errol Spence number one pound for pound. You already
Definitely.
got Terence Crawford number one pound for pound.
Yeah, look, man. If Errol Spence beat Terence Crawford, he the number 1 pound for pound fighter in the world, man. It's just that simple. Like, cause I consider Terence Crawford number 1 pound because he ain't duck no smoke. It don't, man. You can't complain about motherfucker not fighting whoever the fuck when they couldn't. They didn't fight this nigga. They didn't want to fight him. He couldn't fight him. He was blocked from fighting them. It's all kinds of reasons, not excuses, reasons. It's a difference, man. Like these is facts you can't dispute. So like when you can't dispute that fights was not given to this man because the promoter didn't want this fight to happen. You feel me? You can't dispute the fact that the fighter said they didn't want to fight this man because of whatever reason. You feel me? These are facts. These ain't excuses, man. They people said this shit and did this shit to this man. So now you can't be mad who he had to fight to get to the status where he got to. You know what
For
I'm saying?
sure.
The same with Errol Spence. You feel me? He
Yeah,
wanted
I
other
feel you,
fights.
bro. You cooking right now. Bro, the winner of this fight, right? What you want to see them do next? Do you want to see a rematch of this fight? You want to
Yeah.
see a
Hey,
rematch?
no, I'll stop you right there. I want to see the rematch immediately. I don't give a fuck who wins. Look, y'all. Exactly.
Yeah.
Look, time out.
Hey,
Make
do
it
it
at
gotta be a good
154.
fight for it
No,
to be a rematch, though?
make it at 154. I don't give a fuck what weight class is at. Make that shit. I don't give a fuck who wins, because that next fight, that shit gonna be real, nigga. Listen to me. Whoever lost, oh, shit fire. Look, listen to me. That shit gonna be real. They gonna want that shit back. They gonna really want that shit back. You feel
So
me?
you think this guy
Man,
like
that
potential
shit.
to be like a motherfucking
This is gonna be a trilogy, man.
yeah.
Listen to me.
Oh,
Look,
okay. Like
look, nigga,
Wilder and
look,
Fury,
man.
maybe like
Listen
a
to me.
Wilder and Fury
Hey,
type of
man,
shit.
whoever lose this first fight, go want that
Like
smoke right back.
I like
I'm telling
Ali
you.
and Frazier, like
Yeah,
Ali and
yeah,
Frazier.
yeah, exactly. But not, it's not the same circumstances. It's not the same style type shit. You feel me? Like it's closer than that. You feel what I'm saying? Like, cause everybody counted Frazier out in the first fight. You feel me? They're like, man, ain't no way Frazier gonna beat this motherfucker. And he
Mm.
said, this is what my dad and them thought. You feel me? I remember this shit, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, they used to, like, I wasn't even born when that shit happened. That's the crazy part. I just remember them talking about it and rewatching the fight, and I grew up around boxing my whole life, man. You feel me? Like my family was into that shit. Like we
For
trained,
real?
golden
For
glove,
real? So when you start watching boxing though,
man, since I can remember, dog. I'm telling you, man, my cousins, my older cousins, all Gold Glove champions and shit, and fucking fought in the military and all of them. Look, man, my dad shit, my uncles and shit, like that shit crazy, man. I just don't speak on that shit because I don't care if nobody know that shit. I just love this sport regardless. You feel me? I like this is what I love to do. This is what I love. This man, I got video of my daughter, man. Like she put the gloves on herself, bruh, and start hitting my heavy bag in my basement, bruh. You feel me? She ain't gonna believe when she did that shit. Cause she been seeing her dad do that shit her whole fucking life. Like she can't make that shit up. You feel me?
yeah, that's great right there. Rachel, what's up? How you doing, Rachel?
Chilling. What are you guys doing?
We good. We good. We talking about last night's fight with
Yeah.
Magsayo. What you thought about that fight?
Uh, I mean, the
Hey,
thing is,
Rachel, salute, man. Tell you.
he he. I mean, we all knew that the blueprint was going to be there from the last fight, Magsayo, where if you outbox Magsayo, he's going to stand at basically a Hail Mary punch. Um, It was the same thing with Vargas, and Vargas was a taller puncher, so that distance wasn't something that he was used to. He did catch Vargas, in the ninth, and but unfortunately, it wasn't something that was going to put him out. It was something that was blueprinted and written there from the day one that Mark Magsayo is a dangerous puncher, but he has to be within range, and he couldn't break the range because Vargas he's tall. He is tall. Luckily he's one of those guys that can use that range, and he used that range to keep him out most of the time. He wanted to fall in love with let's exchange, let's see where it goes on the ninth, and he found out that wasn't the place that he was supposed to be. So um he went back to his game plan. um One of the things that I loved about the Paul Butler fight with Sultan is that the 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 what is it called? Where he concentrates on the focus on 12 rounds of what the hell the game plan was. The discipline in 12 rounds. And that is difficult. If you were to focus on one task for 45 minutes, most of the majority of people can't do that. And you see when they get off the game plan and want to go into their innate nature of fighting, of throwing out the game plan and just brawling. This is what happens. He got dropped in the ninth. And it is a difficult task. You read a book for 45 minutes. Do something that you're supposed to only do something for 45 minutes. It is difficult. So I applaud the guys who, like Haney, stuck to the game plan for 12 rounds. It is hard because you want to prove yourself. You want to get in the fight. You want to do this, do that, but you know what will get you that win. For Vargas, it worked out. For Magsayo, it didn't. So, I mean, Magsayo is a strong, heavy puncher. If he catches you, it's going to be a game changer. But if you stick to the game plan of boxing and moving around and staying away from that red zone, which is what we call it, then you have a chance of winning against him because you're not staying in that red zone and getting caught with that lucky shot, that Hail Mary. There was stuff that he was throwing that was a little bit too wide and could be read from miles away.
Vargas was making him miss for sure. Vargas, he boxed a smart fight. He was using a jab. He was much taller, and he had good hand speed as well. And Magsayo was a power puncher, and it looked like he was looking for one punch. Really, I didn't see him use the jab at all. He was looking for a one punch knockout, and he's very explosive. He showed the power. He was able to drop Rey Vargas, but Vargas got back up like a true champion, and he started boxing. He started boxing after that, and he started winning those final rounds. Do you feel like it should be a rematch for this fight?
I mean, there's not going to be if we play the game how it is, with him being the mandatory, there is no rematch clause on a mandatory. So if you play the business of boxing, Rey Vargas does not need to give him a rematch. Now, if he feels like for the lack of a better word, the masculine, the like, hey, I can prove to you I can beat him 12 rounds, then that's going to be to his detriment. Or he's just going to box the whole 12 rounds and it's going to be a little bit less of a boring fight because now he knows if Mark can't close in that distance, he's not going to land anything. And we will watch a boxing match that's just going to be from the distance. But to Rey Vargas's point, if he were to move up to bigger purses, why move? What he got the win, so why go backwards into a match that isn't as lucrative as the other matches at 126? Business wise, why do that? You already won the title. Now you're making more money. You can demand more money against anyone in the 126. Why would you prove anything when it's not mandatory?
Okay. And what you think about a fight between Rey Vargas and Leo Santa Cruz? They're both with Al Heyman. They both fight on Showtime, and they're both champions. Rey Vargas is the WBC World Champion, and Leo Santa Cruz is the WBA Super Champion. What you think about that fight?
I think that's going to be a very interesting fight. I think they're both rangy fighters. They want to fight from out of the distance. They're going to want to exchange. And we've seen what happened with Santa Cruz when he wanted to exchange in the middle. Both of them are suspect to being within red range, whether it's mid-range or in the inside. I think that'd be an amazing fight. And if I were Vargas's management, I would rather go for that than to prove my worth that I already had with Magsayo. What's the point of rematching Magsayo at this point? You're not going to do anything. You're not going to get a higher payday. You're not going to prove any of your worth or mettle against fighting him again. So go towards the money and the legacy. Leo Santa Cruz has an amazing legacy. And beating him in that where it's almost a mirror image at this point, the way that they fight, prove to the world that you can beat someone who's been a stable, a name within households, and then make your name through there.
Okay. And Rachel, what do you think is next for Mark Magsayo, a former champion, the man that beat Gary Russell? A lot of people had high hopes for this guy. Some people were saying he was the next Manny Pacquiao. I heard some people say he was the next Nonito Donaire. Young fighter still, only one loss, wasn't knocked out or anything like that. He didn't take any real punishment. What's the next move for him?
My personal opinion is he has to find his foundation and his base. I think I've watched Magsayo for a very long time, since he was younger, and he does have a powerful punch. You stand there, you take it, you're stupid to take it. He has a lot of power behind the punches that he does throw. But the one thing that he doesn't have is a lot of ring generalship and IQ. He should have been able to cut Vargas off. Whoever was training him and coaching him, that's not a knock on what they are training him or coaching him as to. But the thing is, can he do it? I've seen a lot of boxers that in the gym were like, do this, do that. And they can't. They just, whether it's the IQ or their acumen in boxing, they just can't execute what you're asking them to do. It's beyond their realm. I would like to see Mark Magsayo be with someone who's going to challenge him, to expand his horizon in what he can do. I don't think we've seen what Mark Magsayo can do. I think they've played to his strengths, which is amazing. Yes, play to their strengths, but you have to play to their also weaknesses and strengthen their weaknesses so they're not weaknesses at all. I think Mark Magsayo is young. I think he's moldable. I think with the right coach that challenges him and makes him feel uncomfortable to be in those situations, he can be a threat. But who is that coach at this point? Because at this point, Freddie Roach is an amazing coach. He is. Strategically, he is amazing. But we have to just call a spade, call a goose. If you can't change a fighter, if you can't bring the best out of the fighter that he is capable of, then you're a detriment. So I don't know who that guy is at this point for Mark Magsayo, but I believe in the right hands, he can change and learn and challenge himself to be a better fighter. He is strong. He's really strong in the gym. He does have an acumen to put his best foot forward. He has discipline. He just has to have someone that's going to make him feel uncomfortable. And when I heard that they told him to win round by round, box round by round, that's not Mark Magsayo, because that's not how he fights. No one's trained him to be that way. And he's young enough to learn. The question is which coach is going to be able to bring that out of him?
Yes.
Yeah, Rachel. Another fighter fought on that card last night.
Brandon. Wait, Mark. Because I want.
My bad.
No, you good. But I want to ask her about what she just was saying. Now, Rachel, we know that he is with Freddie Roach. Now, Freddie's a great trainer, legendary coach. Do you think Freddie is the guy for him?
I mean, I haven't been at Freddie's gym for a long time. The rumors I have heard from the fighters that he have had is that It really is to the point where he takes over at a certain point, but it's very far and few between. I don't know. I've never been there, and I'm not going to say that I've witnessed it. But the people that I have talked to say that he has people that do mitts, he has people that run game plan, and eventually within 2 to 3 weeks of the fight, then Freddie steps in. For me, if you're going to get that paycheck, that 10%, 12%, whatever it's going to be, it needs to be an all-out kind of thing where there's a synergy in the camp, and you know what you're working on between sparring and the mitts and the bags is supposed to be what's showing in sparring and what's supposed to be put into the ring, personified in the ring. I don't doubt at any point that Freddie Roach is a great strategist, but I do doubt to the point of the detail that he's putting in just the everyday. If you're going to change a fighter, if you're going to correct what is wrong with a fighter, it needs to be an everyday. It can't be, it honestly can't even be the 8 weeks before the fight. It has to be 12, 16, even more if you're going to correct something and make them believe and be comfortable in the things that you're correcting them with. You can't step in 2 weeks before the fight and expect a fighter to all of a sudden box when that's not something that they've ever trained for, ever. So if Freddie wants to be a part of these fighters' lives, I feel like, again, never been in that camp, but things that I've heard is you have to be able to set a game plan for their strengths and their weaknesses and realize it throughout the camp before the 8-12 weeks and work on those and be present and see. For example, if you were to say fighter X is supposed to be working on his straight, you tell him 2 weeks before the fight, your straight should be this way. You're off center. That shouldn't have been addressed at 2 weeks. Should be addressed 16 weeks, even more, because a foundational training is extremely difficult, especially for boxers who have learned foundational training and have learned the wrong way. But if you're going to come in at 2 weeks before the fight and say, well, you're throwing it wrong, how do you expect them to actually correct it at that point in time? So my point is, I think that Freddie can. He just needs to be more involved from the get-go of the fighter and before camp even starts.
Facts, Rachel. I totally agree with you on that one. Do you feel like Freddie, maybe he has too many fighters, and that's why he doesn't, have that time for a mark because he's busy with so many different fighters that he has?
I think that's an interesting question that you're presenting because, we were in this position with Robert Garcia. Robert Garcia is, of course, he's an amazing friend, part of the family. But Robert Garcia was highly recommended, highly sought after when we were with him. And he didn't have the time between us, Brandon Rios, and other fighters that he had. He was pretty much Zooming some of the training sessions that we were having, telling us what we had to work on and things like that. He would come out for sparring and then he would go back to Brandon. That isn't a knock on Robert. That it is what it is. We've heard different fighters say, Reynoso. We've heard, Ryan Garcia say he doesn't have time. And Ryan Garcia got thrown under the bus because they were saying, "Oh, you're being a prima donna. You want some time." If you're paying a trainer 10%, he should be able to show up. It's an interesting, I don't know. It's an interesting payment because you're asking for part of their time. But when you're looking at Ryan Garcia versus Canelo, and the amount that they're paying is 10% of Canelo's versus Ryan Garcia's 10% worth it, quote unquote. And I'm just saying it from a trainer's perspective. When you look at the investment of time that they're looking into, is it worth it? Problem is, most of the time it isn't. When you want to build up a prospect is not looking at, first of all, from amateur to pro, you're looking at $600, maybe $600. 10% of $600 is $60. Is that worth it for you to put that 10% out? It is in the long run, but we're looking at, in this day and age, a very, very quick turnaround. What they want is instant gratification. If I do 10% of Canelo's purse, hell yeah, that's totally worth it. But 10% on a Ryan Garcia or 10% on a prospect is not as much. And we see these guys, these trainers, of course, look at that. What is my percentage? What am I making? What is the time in that I'm putting out? And does it compute? Unfortunately, most of the time with the prospects, it doesn't. So they're looking for someone that really does believe in them to bring that, to fruition. That's not always what happens because of the fact that they have someone like Canelo, someone that brings in heavy dollars and dictates a lot of the time. So how do you even justify? If you look at something like a 401k or anything like that, a long-term investment, yes, it will pay off. Most of the time, boxing, because of how boxing is, and I will tell you how boxing is, with Nonito and what happens in boxing, it's a very ebb and flow type of thing. You can be up and then you can be down. It's a gamble for a lot of these trainers. And most of the time they will go and lean towards the ones that immediately make the money because they know that's a secure fund than the ones that they actually have to build.
I got you. Thank you, Rachel. Go ahead, Mark. Go ahead, brother. Come off mute, my brother Mark.
Oh no, I was just gonna ask her about a potential fight between Figueroa and Mark Masayo. If Figueroa is not gonna get the Vargas fight next, who you think wins that fight, Rachel? Because I'm very high on Figueroa.
The thing with Figueroa is he has a lot of. So Figueroa is going up to 126.
Yeah, he just fought a title eliminator.
Yep, he fought yesterday. He's it was at 126 his fight, so he's officially at 126 now.
He was at 122. So if he's going up to 126, the thing with Figueroa is that he is a very pressure fighter. One fight at 126, I can't determine where he is at that point because of the pressure that he brings at 122. Now, if he brings something that really does carry the weight in 126, then I will consider him. But at 122, he is a taller fighter. He's a pressure fighter. He likes to drown you. He's just overbearing and just hangs you on the ropes because he's just so overbearing in the way that he fights. I'd have to see a little bit more of where he is in the 126s. As far as that goes, Mark Magsayo would have to learn how to counter more than press. That's his game. Mark Magsayo is a haymaker in where he pushes you back onto your heel. And then when you're not in balance, that's where he capitalizes. He hasn't really that's the interesting part of the Vargas fight is that he hasn't really fought a fighter that has ever been taller than him, bigger than him. So if he was going to fight Figueroa, I mean, he would have to figure out how to keep Figueroa off of him because we know Figueroa just leans. He takes his body weight, puts you on the ropes, cuts you off, and takes the air around you away. Makes it a very small ring, and no one has done that to Magsayo. That's going to be a very diverse fight. It's going to challenge Magsayo on his back heel as far as whatever he's going to bring. I don't know if Mark Magsayo has never really ever been on his back heel. His big one is throwing haymaker punches on someone who's on the ropes in exchange on a red line fighter, mid range, short range. So, and Figueroa likes small range. He likes it a short range, but his height and weight does play a factor at 122. I don't know about 126, but at 122, him leaning on you, pushing on you on the ropes does take a toll.
Yeah, and another question I want to ask you is about Nacho Barastan's the style that he teaches his fighters, that counter punching style, but you don't see too often in Mexican fighters. Like, do you think that he could become the dominant featherweight of that division? With that style.
Mark Magsayo? Oh, Vargas? So you're asking
No, Vargas, not Masayo.
So you're asking me if Vargas can actually take the Nacho Bernstein role, like how he. I mean, he can. He'd have to be a little bit more. I feel like in this fight with Mark Magsayo, and I think because of course he was the challenger, right? I think he was a little bit more hesitant in the things that he could have done. I think he was playing safe, and he knew that what Mark Magsayo brought was within the red range, the mid and the short range. I think that he can, but I don't. We go back to what can you do? How versatile are you as a boxer? We see a lot of boxers that are very athletic. They can do everything. They can jump a huge box, and their abs are amazing, but then they can't perform. The thing is being open to change. I don't know Rey Vargas as much as I would like to, and his fundamentals, and if he can. What? Sorry, no Neil's talking to me because Rey Vargas. I was supposed to train Rey Vargas for this fight, but anyway,
Really?
they asked me to do the strength and conditioning.
Shout out to Nonito.
Sir.
Nonito.
Oh, what's up, champ?
What's up, man? How you doing?
I'm blessed, man. Blessed.
What's good? How you feeling?
I'm amazing, man. I'm blessed, man. Me and my wife got into a date, so we went on a date, and we're happy, and we're blessed, man. That's just how it is. So I'm grateful for that.
Absolutely, champ. You work hard and you play harder. That's what Mayweather said.
You come back stronger. That's what it's all about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. We definitely can't wait to see what's next with you, man. I know you still got that fighter spirit, and you got a lot left in the tank, and man, we love you, and man, we support you 100%. And I can't wait to see what's next for you.
No, I appreciate you, brother. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate this whole thing. The thing about it is, in adversity, that's when true passion comes from. And this is where I feel that I'm coming back stronger, is because I'm just seeing a lot of things, and I got a little surprise coming into the next fight. So look for it. It's gonna be fun.
I mean, that's the interesting thing. Like we talk about the 115 and we talk about the 118. Not to divert from the question that was asked for me, but the question, like I said, I don't know Vargas enough because I haven't trained with him to be able to figure out if he's an adjustable fighter. or if he's a coach. He's a coachable fighter. I don't know because I didn't get that chance. I had turned down the opportunity that I had to train him because of the fact that I knew Nonito was fighting Japan, and then it was my birthday, and I didn't think it was fair for me to take him on. As far as Nonito's career, it's an interesting game. If we look at the 115s, Estrada. No, let's look at the 115. So 115, Estrada is supposed to fight Franco. If he fights Franco, he will lose the WBC franchise because he's supposed to be fighting Chocolatito. From what I've heard, he's not going to fight Chocolatito. He doesn't want to fight Chocolatito, so he's going to lose the BC if he decides to fight Franco. If he decides to fight Chocolatito instead of Franco, he's going to lose the BA. That's a hard decision. You're between a rock and a hard place. The only other one is
Go ahead, my bad.
Nietes versus Ioka, which is supposed to be, I think, on Friday. I think Nietes versus Ioka. That's another bout. Nonito doesn't feel inclined to fight Nietes. They've had respect since day one, and he'd rather not take it from another, Filipino at this point. But if Ioka does take it, then we'd be more than willing to fight that. So that's at the 115. He doesn't want to fight Bam. He will if he has to, but Bam is someone who's looked up at
They're like
him
family. Garcia, Robert
12.
Garcia.
No, since he was 12, we've
Yeah.
known Bam.
Yeah, but I mean, like with Robert as well. That's why we never cross with Robert's guys because I'm just like that. I got loyalty.
Which is not something in boxing because usually people are like,
They're gonna do it for the money. Some people are gonna do it for the money, but for me, I've always just looked at it as a character. I've always looked at it as respect, and that's how I'm gonna stand. I'm never gonna compromise my integrity for money.
so at the 118, what we look at is, again, we look at Jason Maloney, who is the number 1 at WBO
And WBC.
and WBC. If Paul Butler decides on the fight with Inoue, because I have heard that there is a conflict in the purse that Paul Butler wants, and Inoue doesn't accept, or I should say his promoters don't accept, then Inoue has made it a point that he will move up to 122. If at that point Inoue moves up to 122, all belts are vacant, besides Paul Butler's. Maloney is at the BO and the BC number 1. And if he chooses he has to choose one, the BO or the BC, and he will drop in ranking on one of the belts. So if he chooses to, I guess, challenge Paul Butler at the BO, then he'll drop in the BC. Interestingly, Inoue's brother is at number 4 in the BC. So we could challenge Takuma, who had fought Ubali and got dropped by Ubali at the BC level. Jason Maloney would have to fight either Paul Butler or John Real Casimiro. John Real Casimiro, of course, is thinking of moving up to 22. So there's a lot of movement. There's a lot of let's see which game plays and which is the better option at this point. Knowing that Naoya is going to move to 122 because he said he can't make 118 anymore. And also the fun little games of the sanctioning bodies at 115.
So it's like 2 options right now, and that one of them is Inoue's brother, and you said Maloney, right?
It is.
118, yeah.
118 is
Well, the ultimate goal is pretty much getting into the mandatory position or in line for a title shot.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty much. However that looks, that's the route we're gonna go, the fastest route.
Okay, and say the fight with Inoue's brother, if that fight does happen, will it be in Japan?
Inouye's brother is not with Top Rank, so we can pull him to any other country that we decide.
Okay.
I don't feel in what I feel like his promoter, who is Ohashi, will want to put Takuma against Nonito.
That's what they said. They don't want him to be with me. Even his brother don't want me to. He don't want him to be with me as well, to go in the ring with me. So his whole family don't want me to fight him.
But he's the BC4.
Yeah.
So I mean, we'll come for him.
Yeah, I can't blame him. I can't blame him, champ.
Naoya wants, like, his whole thing, and what he said is he wants to give his brother a belt, and we're gonna make everything. Oh well, first of all, Nonito's not in this. I'm gonna make everything possible to make that very difficult. You want the belt? Then let's fight for it. And Naoya is not going to want Nonito to fight Takuma at any point. But he is number 4. Jason Maloney's number 1. So in the best of the game, Jason Maloney fights. I mean, I would rather Nonito fight Paul Butler, but I don't think that that's like a thing that Paul Butler wants to do. If Jason Maloney fights Paul Butler, he relinquishes his number 1 spot in the WBC. So we request for Nonito to fight Takuma in the WBC to fight for the vacant title, which they're not going to be super happy about. I don't really care about feelings at this point. You're gone at 118, you go to 122, you're not going to give your brother a belt. He's going to have to fight for it.
You don't think the WBC, you know how they like to play politics, you don't think that'll get in the way?
As far as what?
As far as Nonito fighting Takuma.
I don't see why not. Nonito was the BC champion, grabbed it against their champion, beat their mandatory.
I think they're gonna try to make it. I don't think it's gonna be a problem, because it's gonna be a challenge for the belt. That's pretty much what it is. It's an open game, and they can't play that game, especially with Richard around. And they've always been really well and fair with us, the WBC. So I don't think that's going to happen in terms of politics when it comes down to that.
Well, I mean, if Takuma wants to be ranked in the BC, he's going to have to fight. If his brother wants to give him quote unquote a belt, he has to fight for the belt. And he's ranked, I believe, number 4, number 5. So I mean, you can't just. It's not an inheritance. You have to fight for it. You have to top. You have to fight the
if
top.
Politics comes into place, it'll be something like this, like him fighting an easier fight, but they're gonna have somebody like me to be mandatory or the number 1 contender.
Who's the easier fight though? Jason Maloney. If Jason Maloney challenges the WBO, if Jason Maloney, then he's out of the number 1.
So it's gonna be.
So then there's only you and Takuma.
I don't know who else is.
There's no one in the ranking BC.
Is Gary Antonio? Well, I don't know. I've heard Gary Antonio's Russell name in there. I might be wrong.
BC?
Yeah, I might be wrong. Let me look that up.
I'm looking at the same time you are.
Okay. But champ, that's amazing. Like you just dust yourself off like that, and you're right back in there. You want another title.
He's a warrior. He's a legend.
That's what champions do, bro.
Mm-hmm.
That's what champions do.
Yep. Hey, Nonito, the Flash. We want to see the Flash, And Nonito, the sweet science, brother. You a master of boxing, and when you come back, I want to see the Flash. I want to see the Flash.
So I'm looking at the bantamweight ranking.
There's some Thai dude with 53 wins. He's at number 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
No, well, okay.
Yeah, I think after losing, wrong besides out of the picture too. After losing to Bam.
No, that's the 118. That's the other wrong
Oh, that's
beside.
another wrong beside. I don't know how you fight.
No, but if you petition for a number 3 versus a number 4, Takuma is actually the number 3? Okay.
I'm number 4.
Yeah, I know. Takuma's the number 3. He hasn't fought in 118 for the last 3 fights, and yet he's ranked at number 3?
It's like this.
That's what I'm talking about, Rachel, but politics.
No, I get it. I understand. I'll call it out as is. But I mean, Takuma hasn't. But the last time he fought Ubali, he got knocked, and he hasn't been back to the 118 since. So how he's ranked is a questionable. And here's the thing: they're only going to change the rankings if you question them.
Hey, Rachel.
That is what it is. Because if you're like, hey, I have more qualifications. Dude hasn't fought for the last 3 fights in the 120 and 118. The last fight in Japan, he fought at 122. 12 rounds. How is he ranked in 118? And then so the rankings get changed. You have to keep on top of where you are because it gets lost in the mix. It literally does.
Yeah. Well, I it sounds like you have good relations with the WBC, but I just don't trust nothing they do. And you look at this situation with Estrada. I mean, all of a sudden the franchise belt is being mandated. Like that just shows like they make up rules as they go along. And now you mentioning Takuma, like
for sure, they got a good relationship with the WBC, bro.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're not gonna say anything bad about the WBC.
No, all you have to do is ask. Like the answer is always going to be no until you ask and until you point it out. Takuma has fought in the last 3 fights at 122, so he should be ranked at 122 and not 118, but he's ranked number 3. So put in a letter and say, why is he ranked that high when he hasn't fought at 118? And then it'll be reorganized. Like I said, I trust, but I verify. And I trust that they will do the right thing once it comes to light. The question that we're asking at the point, I'm not to say like there's how many weight divisions and there's how many people that are trying to get rankings. I'm not going to say that. People don't slip through. They're not even looking at it at this point in time. They're only looking at who the champion is and who the number 1 mandatory is. And the 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, they're just like, not really a big deal unless they ask us to rank. At that point, when you ask ranking, then now you're asking for a valid and verified situation of where they've been in the division. And because of how many, sanctioning belts there are and how many fighters there are, it can slip through. I'm not going to say that it doesn't. But as a fighter, as a manager, you have to be on top of that, where your fighter is, who are they ranked against, and what have they done within the division. Takuma has not done anything in the bantamweight since he lost to Wally. His last 3 fights have been at super bantamweight. So he shouldn't be ranked at number 3 because he hasn't fought anyone and only lost to Wally. He hasn't fought anyone that was ranked in the top 10. And I thank you for bringing that to my attention because that's something that I will fight for. Something that does slip through the fingers sometimes if people don't pay enough attention.
Yeah, Rachel.
What you guys think about a fight with Rashid Warren? I know he's with the PBC. What you think about that fight? He's a former champion.
I was looking at that too. You know, I was looking at that because he is a top guy, and I was looking at where because for me it's about getting to the belt faster. Now, if it gets me there, then yeah, I'm all for that. I'm all for anybody who gets me there faster. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. We know you'll fight anybody. You know what I mean? And, you know that'll be a good fight. He's a decorated fighter.
Hmm.
That'll be a pretty good fight. I would love to see that one.
I think it'll be a great fight. It's going to be very entertaining because I mean he's a very skillful fighter, you know, and he got speed, and now he's starting to put some power into his punches from his last fight. So I think that it's going to be a really good fight, and I'm all for that.
Yeah, I like that fight. I like that fight.
But
What
again,
about
it's
Sonny
all
Edwards?
about getting into the belt and getting into to that line to fight for a title again.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Now you were
absolutely.
saying about who?
Oh no,
About
no, no. I was I don't know what I was saying, bro. But no, Nito, bro, it's good to have you on the platform like always, man. We appreciate you, Nito, man, and I want to see you in the future. Next fight, I want to see you boxing, no, Nito, because we know you can bang. No, we know
yeah,
you
you
can
know,
bang. You know what I
yes
mean? The
sir.
last fight we were saying we going for the knockout. You was in his hometown fighting, and you was looking for the knockout for sure. It was kill or be killed in there, and I know
Yeah,
how
and
you.
that's the mentality that I've always had. You know, I've always had that mentality, especially going to another people's country and stuff like that. But you know, I got to give it to him. He was, you know, he caught me good where I didn't see the punch, and it hurt me. You know, it hurt me where it just discombobulated me where I didn't really know where it was going for me. And to me, it was more of like, you know what, I'm gonna keep fighting. I ain't gonna stop. You know what I'm saying? So that's why no matter how many times he can drop me, I'm always gonna get up. You know, that's just how I am. But like you said, I do have that talent, and I've always. That's why they call me Flash in the beginning, is because I've always been able to box well. That was my style growing up, you know, and that's something that I had to reprogram back all over again. You know, it's about time for me. I mean, we did really train hard to box. That's the thing, is we train hard to box. You know, Rach has put so much emphasis and so much game plan to boxing, and that's what we did in sparring and all of that stuff. But I just got to reprogram it because the old program is still there for me, and the program is when it comes down to it, I was always gonna fight, and that's something that I just gotta get rid of.
You know, like that's the thing, is that, you know, like everybody can say whatever they want to say. I can give a fuck what they want to say. I'm sorry, was I not supposed to swear?
You good, Rach? Don't worry about it.
Hey,
Oh
can
wait,
I ask a
okay.
quick question though,
Yeah,
Love
Debo?
that
let her
fire,
finish though.
Rachel.
Let her finish real quick, Debo. Go
Love
ahead.
that fire.
Let
You
her finish.
know, the thing is that, you know, YB had come out to camp. He knew what we were working on. We knew um what we were doing, and fortunately or fortunately, it just depends on the fighter. The innate nature to want to fight. Um, when he had looked back at me, and you can replay the video, Nonito was, you know, he thought he slipped. He looked at me, and I was like, put your hands up. And he was like, holy shit, I fucking got
Mm-hmm.
knocked. And he came back to the corner.
Yeah.
He's like, "What I get hit with?" And if hindsight, if I could fast forward and then rewind, you know, if I had known that that punch was so detrimental to where he was, I would have just allowed it to be called, right?
Yes,
That's
because he never recovered after that
no,
first
No,
knockdown.
no.
that was the thing was, you know, when I came in there, you know, like anything else in the first round, people, no matter how good you are, no matter how things can get dicey. You know, you can get caught with something, and that can be done and over with. You know, especially with a guy who can punch. Same thing as with me. You know, you get hit with some punch, and the thing was, it could have been either me or him because I was setting up for a big punch.
No, he said that your hook, when you landed that hook, he was like, "Oh fuck."
No, no, yeah, that's exactly what it was. Like when he came in and I throw that hook, you know, he told everybody, and he told me myself, you know, how he woke him up and how he felt it. how strong he was, and that's why he started backpedaling. And he was talking to me about it.
Yeah.
But the thing is, when I came for the kill, he got me first. That's just how much it comes down to it. You know what I mean?
Exactly, Nito. Exactly. That's exactly what happened. You got caught in an exchange. Y'all
Hmm.
exchanged right hands, and his got in there, and you went in there looking for the knockout,
Yep.
and it showed. In round number one, you came out with the hard left hand, swinging, power shots. I knew what you was all about. I know what you came to do, and we even talked about that leading up to the fight. We knew that you was looking for the knockout. You were going for the knockout, you know,
Yeah.
and in the future, Noniso, we want to see boxing. I want to see you flash. Yes, I want to
Well,
see.
that's the thing too. Is I want to make it fun now. I want to make it fun. Something I learned about that fight was I wasn't me because I was so serious. In all the other fights, I was always having fun. I wanted that fight so bad. I waited 2 years to
Mhm.
get into that level. To get into it, to get in line with it. And because I was taking it so damn serious, I lost my way of fighting. To have fun and see things and be versatile.
No, I think H knew that because I had gone on to H's channel during fight week and I was like, hey, so no Neil sleeping and this and that, and I couldn't just I couldn't just talk freely because if he woke up, like he's like off live, or like he was so serious. It was
Yeah, it was it
awkward.
was it was
It
it
was
wasn't
weird.
me. It wasn't me. I mean, the last time I've ever felt that was like a long, long time ago. But I'm so different now. I don't fight for anything else but to have fun with it. And that's something that was so different for me was I just got caught up with the rhythm of being serious and close off everything. And that's something that I've truly learned in that. It's like, you know what, I'm here for fun, man. I ain't here for anything else. I want to beat all these guys, but I want to beat all these guys through the way I've always won, which was to have fun and go with it. You know what I'm saying? And because I wanted this fight so bad that I got caught up with the mood of um
Being so
of
serious.
being so damn serious and
Funny.
and not having fun no more. You know, and and the funny thing was Sugar Hill was telling me, man, you ain't having fun. If you ain't having fun, you just you shouldn't be there. And he was always reminding me throughout. I was like, you gotta have fun. But I wanted to fight so bad, and that's just how it is. But one thing I learned is like, you know what, I gotta have fun, and I want to try something different. I want to try something cool, something amazing. Something that I'm good at.
Mm-hmm.
So like you said, H is like, you know what, if it's boxing, man, you're gonna see a different person. It's just now it's not about trying to do something because I
But
ain't got nothing else to prove.
it's literally like,
So,
so French is allowed on this channel, yeah? French.
Yeah,
of
yeah.
course,
So
you
like
already know it,
you
H.
know we're family. Like we live on just putting our emotion on our sleeve. So that's why whenever someone comes up and they're like, they're basic, they're this, they're that, I'm like, go fuck yourself. Do you know the sacrifices the family goes through? Like the boys, first of all, they don't know the hardship. The boys, they couldn't go to this fight because it was a visa lockdown, and it was hard for them because we had to leave. In addition to shutting down because of the fact that we couldn't test for COVID. So we're like, okay, well, you can't go to school, you can't do this, you can't do that. Then we leave for fucking 3 weeks, and that was hard on the boys. And then the boys see the outcome of the fight, and they don't know how to take the phone call from the father because they don't know what to say. And so anyone that ever says that there's a bum, there's a basic, there's this and that, you have no goddamn idea what sacrifices and what the family has to go through for the fighter to fight. And that's where my passion comes through, because I feel like people who are casuals are easy to say, oh, well, just do this, do that, like brush it off, this and that, talk shit. And it's like, dude, do what we do. You wouldn't last a damn week on the things that we do. It's not a gameplay. And the thing is that we can do a Netflix series and it could be amazing. Like we could do actors and all this stuff. But the thing is, when they step in that ring, it's life or death. Things can happen, and for the praises to God, Nonito does not have any permanent damage. It can be. And for anyone to say anything different is disgusting to me.
Yeah, that's one of the problems. Like, I love the internet because it brings us together on this platform, but like it gives like uncertified people the opportunity to disrespect like people who are doing shit. Like great
Yeah, man.
fighters like
Don't worry
Nonito,
about
that
these
shit
trolls,
really
man.
pisses me
Yeah,
off sometimes for
yeah, but
real.
we don't worry about these trolls on the internet, man. Nonito, you're a great fighter, of course. I don't want to see you take any more big shots. I don't want to see you get hurt. I want to see you go out there, box. You got the power. We all know that. We all know you can go toe to toe with anybody. I want to see the sweet signs. I want to see a master boxer. I want to see the skills. You got the skills. You've been a great amateur, great fighters since back in the days. You know what I mean? You got great skills.
I
That's what I want to
appreciate
see,
that, man.
Nonito.
And you
That's what I want to
motivated.
see. Flash.
Yeah.
I want to see the flash.
But I
No,
think like
I appreciate that,
the
brother. I appreciate that.
funny thing is I think that with social media there is their downside, right? But I think there also is the upside. There's a lot of fighters that have grown up younger than us. I turned 40 in June in Cabo. I think a lot of people don't remember what it was to have self-reliance and to have just something that they believed in themselves. And I think there's a lot to be said when it comes from Ryan Garcia, Teofimo Lopez, other boxers that they can't deal. And I think this is a problem. I think social media is a problem where they don't know how to. And I feel like we are that bridge because we are on social media. We're talking to you guys. We're telling you guys this is what it fucking is. It is. This is the downs and the ups and the downs and the ups of boxing.
Rachel,
Hi.
Nonito, man,
What up, man?
it's
Hey,
right
can I
side.
ask a
This,
quick
this,
question though?
hold on, let me. I just want to say this.
Man, you just got on a panel, man.
What it, man? All right, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
Hey, but
Why
look,
you
hey,
changing your freaking like
hey,
thing? Go
hey,
ahead.
but
Go
look though,
ahead.
salute to you, Nonito. You know what I'm saying? As a boxer
Appreciate you,
myself,
bro.
of course I ain't on the level you on, but I understand all the hard work and preparation it take just to even get in the
Yes, sir.
ring. And a lot of niggas talk that shit. They wouldn't even get in the ring. Period. These niggas don't even. These
Yeah, a
niggas don't
lot
even
of
like.
them
These
do.
niggas wouldn't even fight niggas that don't even like them anyway. So a lot of these niggas can't even talk shit anyway. You know what I'm saying? And I
Man, they
know
wouldn't
as a
even look you
fighter.
in your eye if you were in the same room
And
with them.
hold on, man. I gave y'all the chance to talk. Let me talk, and I'm done, man. Respect as a man for sure. But look, I know fighters don't really like talking about fighters, but I just want to know your opinion. Who you got, man? Fulton or New? If you had to bet, I'm a gambling man, so
Fortunately, anyway.
You know
yeah.
what? I know a lot of Phillies. They box well, because I boxed with them in the amateurs, and I think given the right circumstances of using and utilizing the boxing game, I think I truly believe that Fulton is going to do a real good job against him. Like I said before when I came in, I think that Raiz is one of a hell of a fighter that's going to give him a hell of a fight.
Reese is irritating.
Raiz the person that just kind of moves and deflects the punches. So I think Raiz and Fulton can do a really good amount of big problems, and perhaps even beat them. Because
They're not
the thing, yeah, and they don't care about what people gonna think. They're gonna fight. They're gonna fight the way they fight. If it's boring for other people, they don't care about that. It's about throwing the jabs. It's about going around them and he's very straightforward. That's the thing, is he's very straightforward. And guys like him, I'm always gonna have problems with, because it's either I'm gonna land first or he's gonna land first. That's just how it is. But you get guys like Reyes and Fulton who doesn't want to get into exchange if they don't want to, and it's gonna be a hard night for him.
Yeah, like
That's what I think.
He's saying Reyes because
Because we spar with Reyes all the time, and I
yeah.
see what Reyes' capability is.
Reyes is Vegas. We haven't sparred Fulton, but he has the same kind of the same foundation.
The same style.
Yeah, the same style. And the thing with Reyes is, you'll hear me say constantly, he's fucking irritating. I love Reyes, though. Let me just be clear. He's irritating as shit. He's irritating
Rachel.
So you think a dude can't box?
Real quick. Hold on, real quick. Rachel, you love him, right? But the boxing style,
much respect to Reyes.
The boxing style is difficult. The style is difficult.
That's why. See, I don't want to say difficult. I just want to say irritating, because he's irritating.
Yeah,
difficult.
Because the thing about with Reyes is he'll push you to take you off the balance, and then he'll come back. It ain't nothing devastating to come back with, but he will. With the little gloves, it becomes devastating. With sparring, it don't really matter. He just gets out. You know what I'm saying?
It's not devastating, but it's aggravating. It's not devastating, but it's aggravating.
Yeah.
Yes, and at times you get to a point. For me, I don't get into that level, but some fighters will get to a point where they feel desperate that they're gonna open up, and that's when Reyes becomes devastating.
Hey, you know what's so crazy? Nonito, Rachel, man, salute to both of y'all. This is Right Side. I don't know if y'all know who y'all talking to.
Yes, sir. I know your voice, bro.
I know, but he changed his freaking
I know.
I know I got much love for y'all. Y'all know I got much love for y'all.
Nah, thank you, brother.
When in those styles, you know what I'm saying? We always say styles make fights, right?
100%. 100%.
I disagree with it.
Okay.
Styles make fights, and I want y'all to correct me if I'm wrong on this. Styles don't make fights. It's who can implement their style. That's what makes the fight. What do y'all think about that?
No,
Okay,
I agree.
I agree with that one. I agree with that one more than the first one. Yes, I agree with that. It's a people who can implement their fight that makes the fight and game plan that makes the fight towards for themselves.
So
That's
who you got?
100%. Because if you look at other fights,
Let's go back to Canelo Bivol.
Yeah.
Bivol was able to implement his style
and dominate the fight,
and that made the fight. Like I think what people have, I guess what the consensus is, style makes fights because of the activity, right? Is what they're trying to say.
So when I hear about styles makes
that's what they want to tell us. That's what they want to tell us.
All right.
But
so look at Rolly.
Go ahead, bro.
Look at Rolly and Davis. So Davis really didn't implement his style, but he still got the win. So, but styles, when they say styles make fights, I kind of agree, because you could have one fighter that's his style is more difficult to fight against than somebody that has a different style.
That's not always true, though.
But
Davis didn't make him Boso's fight the way that he wanted him to fight.
No, Rolly. I'm talking about Rolly.
Oh, sorry. Rolly versus Davis. He made Rolly fall in.
Yeah, that's why I say styles make fights. So Davis
styles don't make fights. Those who can implement their styles is what make fights. Styles don't make fights. If and I'll give you an example of it. I can give you an example of it. In the normal situation, we would say that a boxer counter puncher will win the fight against a flat-footed fighter. We would say that, but we saw that Rolly was able to win multiple rounds against Tank Davis. The reason he was able to win them is because the style
His style. So his
No,
style
it's
is the
not.
reason why he made that fight the way it
If,
was. Because his style, he
if
made
that,
it difficult.
no, no,
He
no,
made it
no.
difficult for Davis.
If that was the case, if Styles made fights once again, then the boxer, uh, um, then the Tank would have dominated rounds. He would have dominated rounds because his style, according to what we're looking at, was a much better style than Rolly. The
Now,
what?
But look, when
now
when you when you mesh them together, when you mesh both styles together, one style is gonna be better than the other. That's why they say style make fight. You can have a
now this is this, and I agree. I
Go ahead.
agree with Rice on this though. It's because it's implementation, right, and figuring it out, right. So, like, say for both styles, now it worked with Raleigh doing what he needed to do, but the implementation of his fight was try to land that big punch, right. So it didn't work, but he was trying to implement it, and the moment that he implemented it, it worked.
so would you say Davis wasn't trying to implement his style?
So the thing about it is that, like, for me as a fighter, right?
Mhm.
When I spar somebody good, it's I can implement my fight, right, my style, but then they implement their style. So it's a back and forth. Sometimes they get the best of me, then I get the best of them. So we every round is different, right? But who implements the style in a way of a variety of changing up according to the person's way of fighting, again, it's all implementation, because there's going to be fighters and boxers and all this other stuff, right? And sometimes it can work really well, but then if somebody change up, then he has to change up. If he doesn't change his style, and the other guy implemented his style in changing to take advantage of the other guy's style, then the other guy, or the one who changed his style, is gonna be
The
at an advantage. You,
And
you
it-
get you
yeah
get what I'm saying?
Well,
gotta
so
be
yeah.
the question is, in that
advantage.
game, who, if he did not land that punch that knocked Rolly out.
Hold on. Let me just say this. Uh, Man, no, Nito and Rachel, man, I missed y'all, man. I missed y'all. Where y'all been, man? Much love
We
to both
just,
of y'all.
I
Hey,
mean,
brother, go
like,
ahead.
honestly,
No, no, no,
honestly,
no,
right side, like, if you want me to answer that question, we needed
no.
to.
I
Here's
don't,
us being honest.
I don't want you to
Hey,
answer
come
it.
on, right side. Come
No,
on, bro. Stop
I'll
it.
answer it, right
Hey, but
side.
right side,
Here's the thing.
Yeah, right side. Chill,
This
bro.
this is what boxing is. We have to figure out. We have to, figure out analyze, figure out where he is mentally, especially from that loss. We have to take advantage of the amount of time we have with our family, and then we have to address the press. We're not going to come out blazing and say, like, oh, this and that, make excuses and stupid, like, things like that. No, Nito and I we're very we lead from the heart. So
I'm not mad at that. Can I ask a question?
of
And
course,
if we got if y'all got another question, I'll bow down. Y'all can ask the question before I do. Anybody got a question before I ask it?
Yeah, I got one question.
Go ahead, bro.
I wanna ask Nanito, who you got, Bud or EJ?
Man,
Yeah,
why
so
you gotta
Listen,
style.
I
bring
know
that up?
what's
Come
going on,
on,
and I don't
Since
understand
we
what's going
talking
on,
about styles
and
making
all of that
fights,
stuff, right? I just don't
yeah.
understand what's going on. But taking the momentum and all that stuff aside, I think skills wise and versatility, I have to give it to Bud. But the way the momentum is going at this moment in the negotiation and stuff like that, and the confidence level that Spence has, I mean, Spence has the advantage going to this fight.
So you agree that you think EJ will win?
I don't agree with any of it. I mean, me and Bud, we're good friends, but at the
Mhm.
same times, I don't understand what's going on with what with the whole thing. But I do believe in his ability,
Okay.
so I just leave it at that.
Okay. Yeah,
Hey,
you.
hey,
I
Yeah,
can
that's a
respect.
very political answer,
Yeah, that's
Nonito.
a
Very
Yeah,
that's a
you
smart
know.
political
answer.
answer, but I can
Very
respect
smart. You avoided a war on this panel.
Hey, I was
Hey,
trying to go.
listen,
I
man.
was
I'm gonna
trying to
give
get him to
credit
tip it.
when it's due. You know, like say with Spence and the things that trying to make this fight happen and what's going on with all that stuff. You know, I don't understand, but I do gotta give it up to him and give big respect and I gotta give it to him when it comes down to confidence and his level of going into this fight, which I think he has the advantage on. But you know, I can't not dispute the level of talent and skills that Bud has.
Bud can fight. Bud can fight, man.
Hundred percent.
We got to give him his credit. Let me
Yeah.
ask you, and I know y'all. Let me ask this question, Nonito, and salute to you. Hey, you and Rachel, man. Salute to both of y'all. Much love to y'all. Y'all know I
Thank you,
come in
brother.
crazy regardless, but anyway. So when it comes down to that Bud and EJ fight, right?
Mm-hmm.
When the fight breaks out, because in my opinion is when does the fight break out? When the fight breaks out, that's gonna tell me who wins the fight. In my opinion, I have an opinion on who wins the fight, but I don't want to talk about it. When do you think the fight breaks out, and who do you like in the fight? Because there's a difference between boxing and fighting. You know that, and so when does the fight break out, and who do you like in the fight?
Well, the thing too is that I one thing that I can't dispute for myself and me being not only just be a friend of my friend, but a fan of him as well.
I
But
love Bud.
given the fact that he is good at what he does, but then the alternate of that is Spence is good at what he does as well.
What? No, hold on. No, I gotta slow you down. I gotta slow you talking fast right now. What is Bud good at? You say he good at what he does. What is Bud good at? Break that out.
He's versatile. His versatility. He can box. He can fight. He got power. He can move. At the same time, he can switch. That a lot of fighters can't do that. If
Agree.
if the left doesn't work for him when he's fighting Spence, then he's gonna go with the right to see if that works better. He has different angles, has different eyes. But one thing is that Spence is he has that tremendous power and that tenacity to get in front of you and try to land that big punch. And it break you down. He's the kind of guy that breaks you down. Now the thing that looking at the last fight, with Spence is he can't make those mistakes that he made with Ugas. You know what I mean? So I think that we can never say anything else, but I know that they're good at what they do. And that's why we're so eager for this fight, because both guys can take the zeros from one another.
So in this fight, does Bud and I have an opinion, and if you want me, I give my opinion before you do. I Does Bud come out in the orthodox stance, or does he come out and fight in the southpaw stance to start this fight? You know what I'm saying? Not necessarily saying what happens as the fight goes on, just saying how the fight starts. What would you think would be beneficial for Bud? You know what I'm saying? Would it be orthodox or would it be southpaw
I think
coming
Bud's
out in
gonna
this?
go with I think Bud's gonna go in there orthodox, is because it's
I
farther away from the straight, it's farther away from his power, and he's good at the opposite. He's so used to fighting. That's why when somebody's a southpaw, he'll fight orthodox. If somebody's orthodox, he'll fight a southpaw. Because he knows how that works. He knows the process of it. Now at the same time, Spence does understand that because he's a southpaw and he's been fighting guys who's a orthodox. So he understands that too. But Bud has that versatility to change fights and change direction depending on how or where he can take advantage of what stands.
agree
Are
a
you?
100%. Hey, no, and I'm gonna let
Oh,
the
big shout out to my brother YB, by the way.
be in the.
Want that smoke?
No need to, no need to. I need a favor. I need a favor. I need a
Yes,
favor.
sir.
Man, we gotta show YB as much love as possible. This great young brother is making great moves. He's interviewing the heads of. I don't want to put him on Front Street. He interviewing those individuals, and man, we got to put some money behind them. Whatever you got, no need to. I'm putting it behind them too, bro. We got to support YB, man. YB is that
Yeah,
dude, man.
everybody support YB, bro. You know
That's
what I'm
right.
saying?
That's
Yeah,
right.
for sure.
So, do you
Yeah.
think
Go
that
ahead,
Bud?
Josh.
You think Bud will be able to fight in the orthodox stance the whole fight?
Oh, he's gonna change up. He's gonna change up to confuse and to change the direction of the fight. Meaning that, like, say for instance, if Spence is getting into a level where he's taking advantage or he's getting momentum, then Bud's gonna try to change that rhythm so that he gets the advantage, and to interrupt the pattern of him creating more momentum, you know. But so he's gonna switch up. I think he's gonna definitely switch up a lot, unless it's a big advantage of him to stay in the orthodox style.
Nonito needs to put on Ocean Soundwaves for one of our littles that just came up. But as far as like the business aspect, the thing is that you know it's one of those things like when you get a minimum wage off of one employer, right? So Bud has had a minimum wage
With
and
Top
has
Rank?
with Top Rank
Yeah.
and has made money with Porter, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at that and then you look at what he's being quote unquote offered, I haven't seen the contract, but from what I've heard, it's only 1 million above that as a guarantee. Then you start going into the politics and the aspects of how much can you sell, where is it going to be, et cetera, et cetera. So in my aspect, not as a fighter, but as a business person, when you start looking at that, it's hard to blame Bud for wanting more because that's what he's used to.
Okay.
I'm not saying that he's worth that. I'm not saying he's not. But at the same time, what Top Rank got him comfortable with
Rachel,
is,
Rachel.
yep.
I'm not disagreeing. But and hear me out now. I think Bud, because of the fighter that he is, right? I done heard certain numbers. I done heard those. Because of the fighter that he is, I have no problem with Bud asking for what he feels he deserves, right? I have no problem with that. EJ should do the same thing. Ask for what you think you deserve. But now this is my question. If you're asking for whatever number, and once again, not mad at what you asked for, not mad at that. But if the fight don't get made because of what you asking for, am I wrong or right for saying you holding up the fight?
Yeah, you wrong for that, bro. You still trying to blame Bud for some shit.
Do you see what I'm saying, Onito? This shit always starts up when you mention Bud and Spencer's name. It never fails.
Still trying to
First
blame
of
Bud
all,
for some shit.
we didn't bring
Stop
up
it,
Bud
bro.
and
I brought
Spence.
him up.
Y'all did.
I
So
brought him up.
All right side did.
Nah, I did.
we ain't getting blamed for this shit. Y'all brought this shit up.
Yeah.
At the end
Just
of
put it
the
on
day,
right side.
put it on me. I ain't got fuck it. I ain't got no problem with that. I ain't got no problem with that whatsoever. All I'm saying, and this is the problem. I believe that whatever Bud asked for, whatever EJ asked for, I ain't mad at that because that's what they feel they're worth. I'm not mad at them asking for that. I'm not
I
mad
just
at.
feel like like Rachel was saying, like if they say we don't know the number, so I'm just saying like say if
Know the
Bud was
numbers. Know the numbers. Know the. Okay, go ahead. Go ahead,
hold
bro.
on,
Go
I'm
ahead.
just saying say if Terence Crawford was asking for 20 million, then that means that the promotion PBC got to pay the guaranteed 20 million. So you think EJ gonna be like, well, I need 20 million too if you gonna give him 20 million?
But that ain't what Bud asking for. He not asking for 20 million.
Okay, so
I
just
don't know.
so what
I'm just
I had
using
heard,
examples. I'm
what I
using
heard,
examples.
and I'm not going to say that this is like legit, but from what I heard is it was 8.5 each, 50-50 pay-per-view.
Exactly.
That's
15
what I
So
heard. I don't
million,
know. And I
15
also don't know what the cap on the pay-per-view is because a lot of people don't understand.
understand that? Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, so there's a cap on the pay-per-view. So they'll say 50-50 over 200,000 or 500,000 or 700,000 households sold. So it's a gamble. But
Yeah.
from
Okay.
what I understand, from what I heard, it's an even playing. But there has been pull and tug off of I shouldn't make even, I should make more on this side or that side. I don't know. But
Hey,
so
Rachel, is the fight
yep.
gonna happen? In your opinion, your opinion, is the fight gonna happen? I got an opinion. I'll go first if you want me to. I'll go first.
Go ahead. Okay, you go.
The fight ain't gonna happen. It's not gonna happen.
Did you guys just drop him because he said that?
Nah, he left. He'll be back. Nah, he fell off. He'll be back.
I honestly, the only reason I don't believe it's going to happen for October is because we're freaking middle of July. This is a big fight. And to recoup the funds in the way that you want to, as far as a promoter, you need to have as much time as you can for an October fight. Now, if we're going to delay it to December, early next year, then that is a possibility. But I don't think it's possible for October from what they were planning to begin with, because if we haven't signed on the dotted line yet and we're mid July, I don't feel as a promoter, if I was to try to recoup any of these things and put the money into promoting it, I don't think I can at this point. I would love to see that fight though. Like, I think it's an amazing fight. I just, at this point where they are, off of people wanting more, off of the 8.5 when it's an equal split 50-50, someone wants to be the A side. I'm not going to say who, and trying to pull weight. I don't see this coming to fruition for October.
Do you think it should be an A side or B side?
No.
Mm.
No. Just because someone made you feel comfortable and you left them, then your complacency in where you stand, if you felt like what you were getting, you would have stayed with them. But you apparently didn't. So you know that there was some left on the table. And you also felt like they were overpaying you because that sum left on the table on pay-per-view was significant. For me, with the belts that are on the table and the notoriety of both parties, I feel it should be take your fucking gamble, guys. Show your masculine. You want to play? Let's play. I'll take let's look at Haney Cambosos. He
Yeah.
didn't have to do what he had to do, but he gambled on himself. Gamble on your fucking self. If you feel you're the biggest, baddest guy on the damn block, gamble on it. Because when you gamble on it and you win, that money versus anyone in the division is going to be prize money. I mean, first of all, it is prize money. Let's not play. 8.5 is prize money.
Yeah, because I mean, he wasn't really making that. I mean, Bud ain't really made that at top rank.
Yeah.
So
So
like
what are you sneezing about?
anything you make is gonna be great off of this fight.
Exactly.
Plus on the back end.
Yeah.
And
So gamble. Unless
Yeah,
you don't feel like this gamble is worth it.
yeah,
And
right.
that's the whole game, right? You play against business. You play against what do you really feel like your balls can take.
See,
It,
I agree it should be an A side or a B side on this fight. And I mean, I'm not even talking about the boxing aspect, but you have one man with 3 belts that's been the bigger pay-per-view draw over his career. And then you got Bud coming in. He got a
The
belt,
number 1 pound for pound.
but
You
that's
talking about the number 1 fighter in the world?
it's
You know what I
still
mean?
irrelevant. It's still irrelevant.
That's
Yes, it is
irrelevant though,
relevant.
H.
Yes, it is relevant.
It's
Well,
What you mean?
Floyd was the
He's the
number one
number
pound
1
for
fighter
pound
in the
fighter
whole
against
entire
Oscar De La
sport.
Hoya. That ain't mean shit.
Hey, don't matter. Terence Crawford, the number 1 fighter in boxing.
He don't have a better resume.
Yes, he
at
does.
not
Yes,
at
he does. He
welterweight.
beat more champions.
Not
He's a
at
3-division
welterweight.
champion.
Not at welterweight.
It don't matter. You talking about
It do.
welterweight. I'm talking about the whole entire sport. He did way more. That's why he's number 1.
Okay, but what weight division are they fighting at? They trying to fight.
It don't matter what weight division they was fighting
it
at.
does.
Mikey
It does.
Garcia, guess what? He got a 50-50 split, and that was his first fight at welterweight. You wasn't saying what he did he wasn't even a champion.
But that was Earl's first
Mikey
pay-per-view
Garcia.
event,
Hold on.
though.
Mikey Garcia.
It don't matter.
Mikey
Terence Crawford, the
Garcia
number 1
was
fighter
selling.
in boxing.
Mikey
Until y'all
Garcia
start
was
treating him
selling,
like that,
though.
it ain't gonna be no fight. Point blank. Period. Now Errol Spence said the fight is gonna happen. Okay, so I don't know what we talking about. They said the fight is gonna happen.
They've been saying that for a minute, though.
We just waiting on Bud.
Nah, we waiting on y'all.
Nah,
we
you
waiting
heard
on
me.
Earl Spence. We waiting on Earl Spence.
We
He
waiting
said he
on
was
Bud.
cleaning up his side of the street. He wanted to
Hey,
take
it's
the
clean.
easy route
It's
while
clean.
Terence Crawford was knocking everybody out.
Hey, how many belts do Crawford got?
It don't matter. He was undisputed.
Oh, it don't
You
matter
talk about
now.
belts. He
Not
got
at
way more
welterweight.
belts than him. He
Hey,
was a champion at 135. He was
this
undisputed
what
at
kills me
140,
about
and he a champion at
Terence Crawford
147.
fans.
He was a champion in 3 different weight classes.
And that's respected. That's
Okay.
respected. But at welterweight, he
Yes.
got 1 belt. Y'all talk about the past and his accolades at a lighter
Okay,
weight class.
it's about
Let's
your
talk
body
about
of
a man
work.
that got 3
What
belts
you know?
compared to
What
1.
you do? His resume, his full resume.
Not at welterweight though.
Yeah, because he's an all-around fighter. He been to 3 different weight classes, bruh. No need to Donaire 4-division champion, bruh. That
So
shit means something.
Do he got 4
means
belts
something.
at welterweight? Do he got 4
It means
belts at
something,
welterweight?
bruh. You
No,
can't
but
take that away from Terence
Hey,
Crawford.
let's enlighten some of the guys that are listening right now. Someone was saying, Eric Pike, he's saying there's no more money for advertising marketing for the fight. Why not force the boxers to advertise in the contract? Let me address that because I feel like there's things that, casuals don't understand. And I feel like this channel is somewhere where I can enlighten them. Eric, the thing is that when it comes to advertising dollars, the fighters do not get a portion. So, for example, if what is one of the beer that what is it?
Modelo.
Tecate. So Tecate. If Tecate buys into the programming of the boxing of the fight itself, the fighter does not get a portion of the advertising dollars for them to be an advertisement spot on the fight, unless Tecate decides to endorse the fighter themselves. So I just want to enlighten you that the fighters do not get a portion of the endorsement rights of the ring, the stamp and repeat that's behind them, the commercial advertisement. Most of the time, the only thing that is available to boxers is the pay-per-view numbers, which is over a certain household, 200,000, 300,000, 600,000, depends on the promoter. But they do not, it only stems from the pay-per-view numbers and not the amount that the sponsors or endorsers pay for the event period. So no, the boxers do not get a portion of that. So why would a boxer want to promote a certain advertisement or endorsement?
Well, that's the thing too, is that promoters are called promoters to promote, right? That's their job, right? And of course, they at the same time they gotta put it to to gather whatever funds that needs to get there, but that fund comes along in terms of marketing and all that stuff. Nowadays they just do it in 2 or 3 months. Back in the days they do it for a long period of time to make it exciting for everybody. You know, so there's a lot of changes that the new era, the new ways of marketing, is different, and that's something that they got to figure out. But it's not, if a fighter can do it, the fighter can do it, but I think the job really comes down to the promoter and their people, social media people that they have, marketing people that they hire, that they pay for, you know.
Yeah, and Ahmed said it right. He said that I think casuals are overused. I didn't mean to make that seem derogatory into anyone that's listening to this channel, but I feel like the business of boxing and what you guys see, like, the new generation that watches doesn't understand that there's a business behind it. This is all a business, guys.
Yes,
This is
sir. Yes, ma'am. It's a
completely
business.
an effing business. No one is going to do this and drive a Rolls Royce around while their boxers drive Toyotas.
Yeah, because prime example like of the business aspect, you had touched on it, but like look at the Devin Haney and Gambosis. Like Gambosis, he really got messed over on the business side, but he put himself in position to have all the belts.
Yeah. Like we've talked about on the channel before, it's a risk, it's a gamble. Fighters have to be able and willing to bet on themselves. And it comes to the Spence and Crawford fight, because on a 50-50 split, even everything, do you believe in yourself that you're going to be able to take this quote unquote loss, an 8.5 million loss? This is cute. But be able to take all the belts with no rematch clause
Yeah,
and
that's
make money more. Are you willing? Are you that gambler that believes in yourself that much? And if you're not, then you're not. It's okay. You can admit it, but don't hide behind all these little clauses, and don't
yeah,
hide behind the promoters, and don't
Mm-hmm.
just say, you know
but
what? I
Bud need
want
to admit it.
That's what I've been saying,
Bud
Rachel.
need to admit it, man.
I said the same thing about Spence. He was talking about sides of the street, taking the easy route, and Terence Crawford always been calling for that fight. These guys been hiding,
But
So now Terence Crawford is a free agent, so they got to stop making excuses. They
see,
got
I'm a respectfully disagree because EJ he didn't. I mean, when you got a man that like at the beginning of his career, he was like, I'm a become undisputed, and he's taking his time out to
well,
do.
Crawford already was undisputed. He
But
already
listen,
been undisputed.
but
Did that
look,
already. So he had all the belts.
I'm talking
So you
about
talk no, because
welterweight.
you brought up Devin Haney. You said Devin Haney did this and that. Well, Terence
Yeah.
Crawford already was undisputed. Devin Haney, he was not.
But
He
all
was
right,
trying to
you
be
hey,
undisputed.
look
He was
if
trying to do
he's
something
going look
that Crawford did already.
if
Now
he's going
Crawford
into
ain't
the
got to
Hall
do
of
all.
Fame,
You know what I mean?
he got
He
a
ain't got to
impressive
do all of that
Hall
now.
of Fame
You know what I'm
resume.
saying?
But look,
So just make sure you get the money right, and Crawford gonna knock Spence out. That's what's gonna happen. Just like he
hey,
knocked everybody else out. Y'all been ducking and
hey,
hiding, bro, for
hey, look,
years.
man.
Being divas, running around with Keith Thurman and them,
You
running
got to
around with Sean
hey, look,
Porter
you got
and
to
those guys,
understand
while Terence
boxers.
Crawford been calling for the fight.
But look, you gotta understand boxers don't move on how fans want them to move. Boxers have their
Yeah,
own
so
agenda.
y'all
So
fans gotta
if this
stop lying on
look,
Terence
so
Crawford's name.
hold
Y'all
on.
gotta stop lying on his name.
Hey, look, if a man, if you as a man say, I'm going to go to school, I'm going to college, and then I'm gonna go pro, and it's another man saying, nah, man, you just need to go pro. In your mind, you like, no, I'm gonna do what I said I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to college. I'm gonna go to I'm gonna go to high school, college, and go pro. EJ is no difference. He said he was gonna get them belts, and now he's about to line up Bud
Okay, so
and
it's
get
gonna
that
happen
belt.
next. It's gonna happen
He
next.
gonna he
I
gonna get
got
that
Terence
belt.
Crawford, so they gonna fight next.
Hopefully, if your man
They
signed
Well,
a
is.
and the
contract.
thing is that like there's nothing wrong in being a casual, right? Like the casuals are the ones that do buy the pay-per-view, as I've seen in the chats.
Mhm.
I do want to give them the credit, but at the same time, we're talking about industry that we need to enlighten. When we talk about someone ducking, when we talk about someone, a paper champion, when we talk about someone being a bum, we need it is our responsibility as content creators to inform, whether or not you guys decide to realize what this is, because boxing is not the NFL.
No, this is a
It,
dangerous sport.
it's a dangerous sport. There's numerous amounts of promoters. There's numerous amounts of sanctioning bodies, and they all don't get along. This is what boxing is. And the ones that are down in the chats, I appreciate you guys. I hope you guys understand that boxing is one of the dirtiest, one of the smokiest and mirrors of the sports that you can ever get into. And if you support a fighter, I want you to support them 100%. I want you to buy their pay-per-views. I want you to talk about them, but I also don't want you to discredit the amount of smoke and mirrors that are there. And so we're talking about this because this is the sport. It's not the NFL. This is boxing.
Facts. That's facts.
Did I just drop the mic because you guys are all
It
like,
dropped.
what?
It dropped. I heard crickets. I heard crickets. But the business, like, and it's crazy. Like, I'm not saying Bud ducking at all. So before anybody saying Bud ain't ducking, I'm not saying this before I make this statement. But you got people that use the business aspect to duck fighters. I don't think this is the case at all. And what I say by that is like, um, they're lowball the person that's trying to fight them, or they're overpriced themselves just because they don't want to fight them. They gonna make an outrageous number so the fight don't get made.
Well, I mean, we see that all the time, especially with Canelo, right? Like
That's facts.
the guys that fight him are looking for a retirement paycheck because there is a possibility, knock on wood, that they don't get permanent damage, but there is a possibility of them getting permanent damage, and so that retirement paycheck that they're taking that risk to come into a fight that's dangerous, is something that fighters need to contemplate. Do I believe that Spence versus Crawford is necessarily a career changer, dangerous fight? No, I don't. I think either one of them, if they end up getting knocked out, I feel like they are young enough and slick enough to be able to maneuver throughout the division to still be able to get a paycheck. But will that paycheck be hindered? An $8.5 million, let's just say, an $8.5 million check, and you lose.
Yeah.
Will
So
you go
that.
down to 2? Will you
Yeah.
go down to 500? So here's the one thing that we're not talking about.
Okay.
What is the minimum on your contract that if you lose, you will go back to? Because I have seen in contracts from promoters that if you lose, you will go. I know this is extreme, but from world champions, you will go back down to 5,000,
No,
25,000.
that's crucial right there because
It's
if
crucial, but that's the game. That's the gamble, right?
yeah,
If you
yeah.
believe in yourself. So we don't know. I don't know. I have not seen Bud's contract. I have not seen Spence's contract. If you lose, what is your minimum? And if you don't like that minimum and you didn't negotiate that out primarily in this contract, then you are stuck to that. They'll say, oh, well, your minimum is, let's just say Spence loses and his minimum is 500,000. We will do our best in the contract. We will do our best as fair negotiation tactics to get you the best fight that we can. But your minimum is 500,000. So they can literally come back and say, we did our best, but
Yeah.
you're going to get $1 million.
So
Who's to say they didn't?
that's crazy. So like, spent EJ, he been bringing in like 300,000 pay-per-view buys. So like, say if he was to lose, but he still continued to bring in the same amount of pay-per-view buys, you think that he would still get paid the minimum?
Well, let me bring back Arturo Gotti, right?
Mm-hmm.
He always lost fights, but he was always getting paid because he
Paid.
brings so many people in all the
Okay.
time. A
Okay.
lot of people buy pay-per-views and all that stuff. That's why it was, even though he was always losing, but he always gave great fights. He always got bloodied, always got beaten up. He wins some, he lose some. But the point is, he always brought people to watch and you know, in the arena and in on TV. So I believe that when you have the name and you bring people in, you always will have that leverage
You
See,
have
I
to
that leverage,
negotiate.
but yeah, but the contract is a different whole thing. So when
That's a different thing too. If you have
yeah,
a contract that states otherwise, then that's something you got to follow.
that's
so
tough. That's
if
tough.
God if you know, so if Gotti was able to have a million, let's just put it in today's terms. He lost, his contract is 500,000 and they guaranteed him 500,000 as a minimum purse. There is, unless he negotiated that regardless after this, his fight minimum would be 500,000 plus 70% of the pay-per-view, then he has no right to negotiate that. He can, yes, he can completely try to negotiate it, and whoever his promoter was can say, "Go fuck yourself. All I owe you is 500,000." And by contract, Gotti would have to fight or he sits out.
Okay, so look, since with Terence Crawford, not like his pay-per-view numbers been down his whole career. They've been low. Um, do you think if Terence Crawford was to
Hey,
lose?
Spence ain't just been high either though. His been low too.
No,
So what is we talking about?
he
His been
300
low too.
he 300 a fight. EJ,
Not every fight. His fight with Danny Garcia wasn't 300.
yes, it was.
Stop it, bro. No, it was not, bro.
All right, but
Y'all
let me
be
get.
lying about his numbers.
Okay,
You
all
try to
right.
downplay Terence Crawford. Said his numbers are low, but Spence, his numbers aren't that much better, bro. So what are we
But
talking about?
okay, so if H is
They're a
saying that
lot
his
better.
numbers are
Yeah, it's the truth.
300,000, let's put it
Go
at
ahead.
300,000. Let's put it at 300,000 for argument's sake. So if I say 8.5, 50-50, after 300,000 homes, how
With
comfortable would each
79
party,
apiece. Yeah.
how comfortable would everyone feel? Because we have to be in, again, as a fighter, a realm of gambling on yourself. If you feel you can sell more than 300,000 and then get 50-50, then fucking amazing. If you feel you can make, you can sell 750,000 homes, amazing. But if you feel like you can't, then you would guarantee your purse higher because you don't believe in the pay-per-view of the fight.
See,
Facts.
and
Facts, Rachel.
this is the reason it's like that, Rachel, because Terence Crawford numbers ain't been high at
And so is Spence. His numbers ain't that high either.
but look, I'm not talking on opinion.
It's the
Look,
truth. His numbers
but
ain't that
all
high
right,
either.
look,
He not doing a million pay-per-view buys.
no, he's not.
He
He's
ain't
not.
doing 500,000 or
He's
none of
not. But
that.
look. Terence Crawford, his whole career at Top Rank, he's barely reached 300,000 pay-per-view buys.
Okay, it doesn't matter though,
But
bro.
hold on.
Because Spence,
But hold on.
Spence, he's not doing a million. You act like Spence is doing a million. Spence ain't doing Canelo numbers. Canelo do better numbers than him.
That's
Tank Davis
facts.
do better numbers than him.
That's
And
not
Tank do
facts.
better numbers than him.
That's not
And
facts.
Wilder and Tyson Fury did better numbers
That's
than him.
facts.
So what
That's
is we
facts.
talking about? You ain't
But
doing
look,
big
hold
numbers
up,
without Crawford.
hold up.
You ain't gonna do big numbers without Crawford, bro.
You keep cutting
You
me
need
off
Crawford
before
to
I
do
can.
big numbers, bro.
You keep cutting me off before I
No,
can
it's
land my
because you're
plane.
capping. That's why. You capping on Terence Crawford, bro.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
Look.
Because
This,
you
if
try
you,
to say that
hey, look.
Crawford, you act like Spence got big
If you
numbers.
think I'm
His
lying,
numbers, he ain't
if you
doing
think I'm lying,
500,000.
hey,
Did Spence ever do 500,000?
no, he's been
Okay, then. So what are we
consistent.
talking about?
Look. He's been consistently hitting
No, he needs Terence
300,000
Crawford
pay per
to do
view
big
buys for
numbers.
show.
He needs
No,
Terence Crawford
he
to do his
don't.
biggest numbers.
Yeah, to do his biggest. That's facts.
Exactly.
I'm not disagreeing that. I'm not disagreeing. I'm trying to get to a point. I'm trying to make, man.
Go ahead.
Look, in Terence Crawford's career at Top Rank, total, he's hit 500,000 pay per view buys. That's in his career. His whole career at Top Rank, He's hit a total of 500,000 pay-per-view buys. Errol Spence was hitting 300 a fight. Each fight, he was 300 pay-per-view buys, 300 pay-per-view buys. If it wasn't 300, it was 280, right around 300. But a fight. I'm saying this to say this. If Terence Crawford was to take a loss, it would be bad on his career because his pay-per-view buys haven't been there. That's
Okay,
why.
I
That's why I
hate to
think.
be the business person, but
Go
with
ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Spence,
Go ahead.
so okay, so you're saying how much was Crawford's pay-per-view price?
Yeah, like total, like throughout his whole career at Top Rank, if you rounded it all up, like EJ has got that in 2 fights.
And what was it?
It was like hold on, I could look it up because I.
Yeah, come on, bro. Stop capping. Like,
Here's the reason why I'm asking you for the calculation. So the reason I'm asking for the calculation is if a pay-per-view buy is at 29, 39, which ESPN Plus does not normally hold a very high pay-per-view number as far as price, then the amount of people that will buy a lower price threshold is lower versus someone that will buy a higher threshold and have a lower number. So I'm talking about economics at this point, where if you want to talk apples to apples and oranges to oranges, how much was the median household that bought and the amount of numbers versus the numbers that EJ brought, and what was the pay-per-view by number? How much did it cost? And the amount of money that was profited in both sides. Then we can start talking about economics and how much it really did mean for the networks and for the promoters in general for profit.
That's out of me, man. I just punch people in the face, so
yeah, I feel you,
I
know
stay
me,
with
bro.
that.
Like these guys make all these excuses not to
You
fight.
know what I'm saying though, H? Like if I was gonna buy a $25.99 like show versus something that was $75.99, and I had 200,000 homes at 75, and then I had 600,000 homes at 25. What is the profit margin in that what we are talking about? Because there's a difference of median in the households that are willing to spend for a lower amount than ones that are willing to spend for a higher amount, which creates the profit margin in where the promoters are at. So we can isolate how much of the profit was really there in calculating between how much it costs to spend to watch these fights and the amount of people that did pay to watch them. If I'm going too deep, just kick me off. I'm sorry. It's 12:30 and my mind starts to go numbers and business.
Now it's all good. It's all good. But yeah, I want to see that fight. You know, these guys talk all these numbers and all this crazy stuff. No need to, like you said, I just want to see them, fight. That's all I want to see. When they start talking all these pay-per-view buys, A side and B side, to me it sounds like they making excuses. You know what I mean? Terence Crawford, the best fighter in the world. Errol Spence, he's a good fighter though. I like him. He's a very good fighter. But Terence Crawford is better. He got better skills. He's a future Hall of Famer. Terence Crawford already.
Yeah. And like that's the whole game of negotiation is, and I like I said, like that's one of the things that I start going into the deeper details. Like, okay, so you pulled, let's say 300,000 for Spence at 75 per household, but Bud pulled 600 or 500,000 per household at 25, or within the ESPN network, which was just regular ESPN and not ESPN Plus. We would have to calculate exactly who really did pull in profit. I would have to do a freaking Excel spreadsheet, and I'm not doing that close to 1 o'clock in the morning to figure that out. But these are things that are part of the negotiation process and have to figure out, because if anyone and everyone is buying it at 25 because it's just at 25, the hardcore fans will buy it at 75. And if that number is still high in the household to purchase at 75, then that's an argument to be dealt with. But if it's not profitable, then it doesn't make sense and doesn't make it just doesn't mathematically make any sense.
For sure. Thank you, Rachel. Thank you for coming through. Shout outs to the champion, Nonito Donaire. Can't wait to see you back in the ring, Nonito. For sure. Thank you, Rachel, for coming through, Rachel.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, but I just checked. Terence Crawford highest
I know it's getting late out there, you know. I appreciate you coming through.
Terence Crawford's highest pay-per-view bout was with Sean Porter.
Here we go with all the capping.
No, this is facts, bro. You can look it up yourself.
Here we go.
It was 125,000.
Man, he just said he did 200,000 right here with Amir Khan. So you got different numbers.
It was 50,000. I'm looking at it.
Somebody had 200,000 right there.
Amir
it was
Khan
reported
did 50.
that he had 200,000.
No, Amir Khan did 50,000. I'm looking.
My sources say something different. So you
got
got
Amir Khan and
you got to check your facts. You got to check that, my guy.
I didn't check two sites.
You got to double check that because you know.
Okay, how much was the pay-per-view?
It was $69.99.
He
just said Amir Khan and Crawford did 200,000 right there.
Okay. 13.9 million. Okay, so what's Spence's highest numbers?
300.
At what?
Spence did 350K with Porter and Mikey Garcia.
How much was the pay-per-view?
His pay-per-view is $75.
So 22,500. So you have 22,500 minus 14-ish.
I don't think you can look at it like that because them fights, they was fighting people that people didn't want to see fight. So the hardcore fan base brought the pay-per-views.
It's the only thing that you can look at. The only thing that you can base anything that you're going against is things that have already been put into paper. You can't negotiate things that you're speculating. And once you start doing that, so let's just say a $10 million difference. Okay. $10 million difference you're talking about a 300, I think was the highest that you guys were talking, and a 200,000. So where's the cap? That's what you guys don't know. If the cap's at 500,000, does it matter? Because you guys still haven't broken 500,000. So each of you get 8.5 with 50% times 0 is how much?
Right, but the negotiations could be a certain amount guaranteed, and the rest is points from the back end.
Exactly. 8.5 million is, from what I understand, is 8.5 million guaranteed to each. They're all fighting against who's the A side. So
the A side because he sold more pay-per-views. He got 3 of the bills.
What does that matter if you're not breaking 500,000? So what I'm saying is, PBC says,
hold up, let her speak, bro. Hold up, bro.
Yeah.
If PBC says, cool, we'll do 50-50, we're cool. Terence Crawford and Spence gets 50-50 of this after 500,000 homes, and each has not broken 500,000 homes. What is 50% of 0?
But EJ have 500,000. But lately with the
500,000, never had 500,000, bro.
Against Danny
You're
Garcia.
speculating. You guys are speculating. That's what I'm saying.
Hey,
never had 500,000, bro. Stop capping.
What
bro.
I'm
Stop
looking
lying
at
on the
right
numbers,
now,
man.
it says it.
Come on, bro.
But what I'm saying is, you guys are speculating. And the thing is, the boxer themselves has to put a gamble. Okay, can me and Spence or me and Crawford have more than 500,000 homes? It's possible. We also are living in an age of technology where people do not pay for the stream.
Right.
So do you gamble? Do you gamble, or do you just would you rather?
Just a few in this era where there's
Would you rather? So I'm gonna ask you guys one by one. Would you rather say I'll take 8.5 million plus 50-50 on a 500,000 over, or would you say I want 10 million and no pay-per-view?
Give me. I want the money on the backside because it's there.
Yeah, I want the first deal. The first one you said.
Yeah, the money that's gonna come from the
8 million guaranteed and a 50-50. Right?
That's what I'm saying. You have to be so freaking keen on the numbers that you're creating and what you're gambling on right now. Technology has had us freaking streaming, YouTube, everything. Back end people, making links where they can watch the fight with from someone streaming it on their phone who had bought the fight, but there's 100 people watching that. How much money are you losing on that? How much are you willing to bet? That's what it is. When it's not a guarantee, that's what you're willing to bet. And guess what? That bet doesn't pay out immediately. It pays out months.
If that's the case, they shouldn't fight it. They should wait to build it up some more.
I'm just saying.
Is this the biggest fight of boxing or not? Is this the fight everybody want to see or not?
And that's what I'm saying. That I don't think if we were to build this for October, I don't think there's enough time.
I was just about to say that they need to hurry up and make the fight happen because it's going to be other fighters starting to make fights around the end of the year, November. So you got to take that into account too. If you have other people coming making fights during that month, you got to take that into account. People ain't buying 2 pay-per-views in a month.
Exactly. Not at the price that the pay-per-views are at right now. They want A-level fights. They will pay for Crawford and Spence. But who are they going up against? If they're going up against, and this is not happening, but if they're going up against a Fury fight, who are you going to pay for?
Fury about to go to prison or something.
I ain't gonna lie. I'm still gonna pay for the EJ fight, but
Fury can't even come into the United States. He got endorsement deals and stuff and money he can't even get because he can't even come over here.
That doesn't mean he can't fight in the UK.
Against who?
If if AJ or Sick gets the fight, they're all UK fighters. That doesn't mean the fight has to be here.
But the UK pay-per-view is like $25. It's like it ain't the same revenue as the American pay-per-view.
Correct. But if they did price it high, again, this is all stuff that we're just speculating. If we were to go against those two,
if it ain't Wilder, Fury can't do no numbers.
Who would you buy though?
I would buy
if you had to pick one.
EJ and Bud.
People picking Bud Crawford and Spence over anything Fury do.
Yeah, it really right now, like that's the biggest fight in boxing right now.
Right.
Because it's been anticipated for years.
Like Spence did against motherfucking Garcia. You know what I'm saying? So of course Bud and Spence is gonna be a bigger fight. It's gonna be the bigger event. Like this the event of events. All the celebrities gonna be there. They know how much money involved in this, so that's why they gonna figure this shit out. And if it ain't enough money, they're gonna kick it down the can. They're gonna kick the can down the road.
Okay. So let's play the kick down the can. Who is Bud gonna fight and who is Spence gonna fight? That's gonna be worth it. That they're gonna put their titles on the line. That's more than this money at this point.
It's not. It's not a fight out unless either one of the two are going to fight. Jamel Charlo, the one of Charlo's, is not.
And this is the conversation that we had before on H Money's channel, is when Haney fought Kambosos, I would have fucking froze Kambosos fucking out. He's making 10 million.
Yeah,
right? And Kambosos had no opposition. He's like, well, I'm gonna make this and I'm gonna call the shots. Well, what's 0-0? Because you don't have Lomachenko.
Lomachenko said he'll be back in October too.
No. But I'm talking about when they were negotiating the Haney fight. So playing hardball versus hardball, you want 10 million? What's 0 of 10 million because you don't have a fucking fight? You can wait till October, if that even happens. If it happens,
That's facts.
and we can freeze you out. So this is where we are in the Spence and the Crawford, because who are they going to fight that is going to be worth it for them to get up in the morning, train, blah, blah, blah? Are they going to be excited for a $2 million fight for a tune-up because they didn't want to take the 8.5 plus? Probably not. It's going to be a bullshit fight that's going to have bullshit pay-per-views. So what are you gambling on?
I think it's like it. I think the money is like probably the majority part of it, but I think it's like small thing like rematch clauses and stuff like that they haven't agreed on to where they trying to get that ironed out.
Can I say that I fucking hate rematch clauses, because rematch
I,
clauses is a bitch ass fucking way of saying that you think you're gonna lose.
yeah, it is. It's like a security blanket. It just like I say when it comes to rematches, I don't really care for them unless they were close fights. Like the Wilder Fury, the reason why they were selling like that because all the fights were close. It was a lot of build up because it was close fights. But if one of them going there and dominate the whole fight or somebody get knocked out, I don't want to see it again.
I mean, you should have a rematch clause because you might lose, especially when you go against a high level caliber opponent. So they both should have rematch clauses if they smart, because they both can lose. Floyd had rematch clauses, and he never lost, but he still had a rematch clause just in case he again, so he could go get that back.
See, Bob Arum, Bob Arum has
When people
rematch.
thought he lost to Maidana, he gave him an immediate rematch, just like he did Castillo, to clean that shit up right away to show everybody who the better fighter was.
Yeah, Bob Arum, he do rematch clauses with almost all his fighters. That's why we seeing the Devin Haney and Gambosa's rematch.
Yeah, that's a bullshit rematch.
Don't nobody want to see, and that's why Devin is trying to fight Tank, or like get Tank to activate his rematch clause because he really don't want.
You agreed. You got to honor your agreements at the end of the day.
Yeah, he can't get out of that agreement, but it's a bullshit rematch clause. It's back in Australia.
Yeah,
and there's already a purse that's already agreed to. It's a bullshit rematch clause.
It is. It's fact.
Kambosos didn't win. There wasn't even. It was just bad. Okay, there was in no multiverse did he win that fight, and for him to activate it was just. It's just out of spite at this point. I mean, Kambosos had everything working towards him, especially with the mind games that were being played with Haney's camp. He had everything. It was in his town. He was the A side. Haney didn't know who was going to show up for his fight. All this stuff. I mean, he had everything. There's no excuses. The scale was bullshit.
Yeah, Rachel, this is a good question. Ray asked. I want to hear your opinion on it also.
Which one? Oh,
his name Ray.
If you were negotiating for Neo, we're in the position of Bud Crawford. Should Bud be paid based off career accolades or based off of the one belt that he has at 147?
Floyd did 350K against Gotti his first pay-per-view. It was either 300 or 350K, and then he did 400K against Zab Judah.
Here's the thing with that I'm seeing with the negotiations with Inoue versus Butler. The last belt is worth a lot. The fighters have a price point on that belt to become undisputed. But the fighters are not paying for that belt. It's the promoters. So, in that being said, honestly, at this point, and me and O'Neal have talked about it, is go for the even split. Go for the even split. Get the same and bet on yourself. That's what we believe. We don't know who is in Bud's ear. I don't talk to his management or anything like that. But if Crawford believes in himself, which we believe in him, but he needs to believe in himself to be able to take that split and say, okay, all right, cool, even playing field. You're saying that I don't have the accolades at 147, cool, but I do bring, the fan base that I have and whatever accolades before 147, that I'm willing to put it all on the line. Because to have an even split, to have an 8.5 versus an 8.5 is not common.
So you know what's crazy in this age of boxing, like the belts. Just because you got the belts, that don't mean you're getting the best fights. And nowadays, it's like it's the fighters that's bringing in the more popular fighters that's bringing in the most pay-per-views, like Tank and Devin. Like Tank Davis, he's the cash cow at their divisions, and he has no belts. So like
It is. It's like I feel like we've talked about this before because it Nonito struggles with, we do lives and we go to the channels that we feel like doing because we want to, not because of clout, not because we want to get, followers or anything like that. But a lot of these guys that are going around right now is, how much TikTok followers do we have? How much, social media? We don't give a fuck. Like
yeah.
I literally don't remember the last time I think the last time I posted was maybe last week, but that's like a 3-week gap that I posted because we don't give a shit. We're in a new era right now where followers, quote unquote, and we look at Jake Paul, is equal to the amount of viewerships.
That's
The
crazy.
science behind that, unfortunately, is that the casuals will purchase whether or not they've ever watched boxing because they follow Jake Paul. They follow Ryan Garcia. They're diehard fans of them. And this is where we're
One
headed.
thing people don't understand about pay-per-view and the pay-per-view model, none of these guys started off selling a bunch of pay-per-views. Not De La Hoya, only Mike Tyson, because Don King they invented pay-per-view off of Mike Tyson. He the first pay-per-view fighter, and he was a heavyweight sensation. So it was different. You can't count Mike Tyson because he was like a once in the time period and all the time it was right for Mike Tyson to do those numbers. But De La Hoya started at 300 KDL, like Canelo against Argula, his first pay-per-view after losing to Mayweather. He only did 300,000 or like 350K. Lauren, he did 300K the next fight. And I don't think he got to $1 million to the Chavez Jr., which is like 1, 2, 3, 4. How many pay-per-views? It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 pay-per-views later.
I blame like how it is, like how the boxing game is right now. I blame it on Mayweather and how it was smart. I mean for him, but I think it's like it had immediate effect of the future of boxing. And
I mean, how did that? Because nobody has replicated his success. So how did he have an effect on it?
The thing is that, like, and I will tell you from personal experience, and I think I've talked about this before, is that people want to see Floyd Mayweather's downfall.
Okay,
they tune in for that, and we had back in it was before the kids. I don't remember what year, but they basically told Nonito, we're going to create something where you're going to have an affair with a porn star, and it was to create and generate the buzz.
Okay.
Yeah. And Nonito, I mean, literally, this whole plan was plotted out right in front of me, like I didn't exist. And Nonito's like, I'm not like that. That's not. I have to explain this thing to my kids when they grow up. If I have kids, at that point, we didn't know if we were going to. And for the better of him, he believed in the long-term game more than the short-term game. Now, what's interesting, someone like Canelo is represented by his country and supported by his country. It's interesting to me how we don't support our own American boxers and how we want to hate against them. I've met Floyd, for whatever he shows and his flamboyance in social media, he's not like that in person. if it's for the TV and then it's for,
The sale. It's the
yeah,
sale.
the sale of him being a bad person, I haven't seen that bone in him yet. But of course, um, we're a different extension of what he, might have to be in whatever realm he has to be in. But people buy Floyd's pay-per-view not to see him succeed. And the Americans do not buy to see us succeed. They want to see the villain fail.
I can agree
Right.
with
I think it's in both ways. I think it's a hate type of love thing with Floyd. They hated him, but they loved to hate him. They
Yes.
never wanted him to see him lose. They wanted to see him defy fate one last time. That's part of the thrill of the show. Is he finally going to lose this time? Is the show finally over? And they still continue. That's why he's still doing exhibitions, because is Floyd going to get dropped by this bum he fighting this time? Is he too old? Is he finally going to get what's coming to him? And it still sells.
It does.
It's like, that's how it is. That's part of the marketing. It's like at every fighter you got to market different. Everybody can't be the villain, but some people can be the villain. Some people is easily hateable than others.
But let's be honest, villain sells. Nonito in the Gaballo fight against his mandatory interpreted for his opponent. How viral did that go against if Nonito had mocked and threw a microphone at his opponent and said, "You can't even fucking speak English, you stupid fuck"? Which one would have sold more? Which one would have went viral more? The problem is in society that we love to see the villains, and we support the villains to the extent that we want to see their downfall. And we're not even realizing that we're putting money into the pockets of the villains. But we're not supporting what actually supports the American race and what actually proposes us to actually go forward and propels us. I
think that's just the times, because before you had to be the good guy to sell. You had Sugar Ray Leonard was the golden boy, then De La Hoya was the golden boy. You had to be the clean cut. You had to be a clean cut fan favorite to sell back then.
And now it's different.
Yeah, now it's different.
Now it's different. And now it's actually hard for people like Nonito, who always puts the best foot forward, doesn't get the accolades that he does. He went to sleep, and I can speak on this, but when I saw, it was, he wasn't prompt to do. It wasn't a stage. It wasn't something that we knew was coming. It was something that was from the heart and happened, and that was buried because it wasn't something where Nonito threw the microphone at him. It's hard for people to actually be genuine because they expect you to be worse.
But people are just ignorant. People are just more ignorant in society than back then. Like you got a guy in the comments said Floyd is a boring style, but when Floyd was the nice guy, he was beating people up and knocking people out. He was being the nice guy, and nobody cared.
No, it was boring.
And then when he's old and he's boxing safely because he's an older fighter, so he has to fight a different style. He can't fight like a young man anymore. They say it's boring, but he's selling the most and doing the most because they can scream at the TV and hate him.
He's screaming at the TV. He's showing stacks of dollar bills or $100 bills. He has a strip club. He's this and that. People want to hate him for what he has, and he has every right to show what he has. He's worked hard for it. I have no hate whatsoever in that aspect. But what we do prioritize, and what we do give credence to is the downfall of people. And that's what reality TV is. We would rather see someone else fall and say, hey, I feel better that they fell because it's not me. And we sit on our couch and we're okay with that.
Yeah, people are haters. They want to see somebody try and fail so they can be like, ha, you got it. It knocks you down a couple pegs. That's all. They see when you get to, it happens to every boxer that gets to a certain level of success. See, Spence was the opposite of what he is now, where people was like, y'all think Keith Thurman was in the Spence position. First, Keith Thurman was Spence, and he was calling everybody out, and nobody wanted to fight. Everybody was rooting for Keith Thurman. So like, y'all ducking Keith Thurman. Floyd, you ducking Keith. Everybody was ducking Keith Thurman. Then when Keith Thurman gets into a certain level of, he passes a certain threshold of popularity, it's like, oh, now Keith Thurman's ducking. You don't want to fight Spence. You don't want to fight Crawford. You don't want to do this. You don't want to do that. He's trying to get the big fight Pacquiao to move to the next stage of his career.
I don't like the word ducking, and I think H knows that. I hate ducking, because if boxers were really 100% in control of their career, it'd be different. But they're not. The managers have a certain they have a certain percentage, 10 to 30, and then the promoters do as well. And when it comes to that, and when money comes into play, they're steered into a certain direction. Let's, for example, Inoue versus Butler. Butler wants a certain amount. Inoue would pay whatever amount Butler wants. But guess what? It's not up to Inoue. It's up to his manager that's going to get X amount of percentage, and it's up to his promoter that believes that this fight can generate. Because guess what? Promoters are not going to promote a fight that's in a negative. So when anyone says that a fighter ducks, they don't understand the economics and business of what goes on in the boxing arena. As much as we would like to say that the boxers have control, they do not, unless they have their own promotion, not a co-promote. They have their own promotion that dictates what they want.
Yep, you're right about that. But it'd be a lot of like trash talking too. And that, I think that's what it be most of the time.
Between the fighters?
The fighters and the fans.
They always say somebody ducking. The fans don't. The people who are boxing, the media don't respect the sport. The fans don't respect the sport.
No, the media, okay, 100, the media doesn't respect the sport because of the fact that if you say something and you're an actual legit media person, you're afraid of getting blocked out from credentials. I've seen it time and time again. If you say something against a fighter, you're not getting credentials the next fight. And
you shouldn't say anything fighters at all. That's not their job. Is just report the event. Their job is to talk about the sport.
It's not though, because guess who controls the credentials? If the credentials were given as a blanket, you're representing this media and blah blah blah, and this is your credential, cool. It's not. They can block credentials at any point, which means if you piss me off because you told me that Bud should be this or Spence should be that, and I don't like you, then you're not getting a credential to the next fight. That's how the game is played.
But I'm talking about ESPN. They're gonna take Devin Haney off the pound for pound list. That's like crazy. They're not gonna acknowledge him as the undisputed champ when they the one that started all this undisputed nonsense.
Fuck undisputed. Honestly, fuck the pound for pound list. Pound for pound list doesn't have a credential or a point breaking system to say.
Fan can't follow the sport because they playing all these games. Like back when Howard was commentating, when you watch an old boxing fight and listen to how they commentate the fight, and listen to how they talk to the fighters in the interview, it was way more professional. It was way more. It was way better than what it is now, which is like a zoo. It's like a circus show.
Let's just put it back. Let's rewind. Nonito in 2012 had gone in the Boxer of the Year. In 2012, he was the only one that fought 4 times a year, and he fought Vasquez, Tete, Nishioka, Arce. Only one. Was completely taken off of the ESPY Awards as the Fighter of the Year. Why? Because someone paid more for front row seats? Because someone paid more for tickets? Because someone got more or paid more in sponsorships? It's bullshit. I don't care about the pound for pound list. I think the pound for pound list is bullshit. I think it's opinionated because of the fact that there is no criteria. You can't tell me, and we can talk about Canelo. When he lost to Bivol, Canelo has done a lot in his career. He lost when he challenged. So you're telling me that because he lost to Bivol, who is an amazing fighter, and he went to challenge himself, that he just gets dropped, and someone who hasn't fought the same opposition should be moved up against him? There is no criteria. There is no point-based system. We have nothing that can actually say, okay, so you fought this fighter who is worth this many points. This fighter that's worth this many points. Or, there's nothing. It's an opinion. So fuck the pound for pound list.
Right, that's what I'm saying. But to the person that doesn't know much, to the person they're trying to draw in that's not a boxing junkie, and they're watching regular TV, they're not going to be. They're not going to understand any of this. They're not going to understand the belts, the rank, the sanction bodies, this pound for pound list. They're not going to know anything. You know,
I agree.
It's too convoluted, and they're going to be like, what? They're not going to be interested in it because they don't understand. And then when the commentators are talking, they're not explaining the action in the ring. They're not intelligent. They're not doing a good job commentating the fight to where a person that you're supposed to be able to commentate to the fight to where if I'm not, this is how commentators started because of radio when there wasn't no TV and somebody had to tell you what was happening. So you would know, you being listening on the radio and you know what's happening because they're telling you exactly what's happening in the damn ring. And they don't do that no more. They play these games. They be biased with the commentary. They be ignoring. They be talking about other shit while the fight going on. You know what I'm saying? So a casual person isn't going to learn how to watch boxing to know if somebody is getting robbed on a scorecard or to know what's a scoring punch and what isn't, or to know when somebody is doing something good that they might not tell them because this might be happening too fast or they might not see it or understand what's happening. You know what I'm saying?
And the thing is that what you're saying is that, especially with different like states, there are different states that they want boxers. There are states that like the pressure fighter. And when you're watching just on national television, you can't decipher why the judges are going into some sort of direction. It's the thing with the 10-point system. It's what does the judge want? Do they want someone who's active with a jab that's not hitting, but he's throwing 80 jabs? That's a little bit excessive. 50 jabs around, but not landing. He's only landing 10, but he's sticking it out there. Does that mean he's an active fighter? Does the one that's evading it and not getting hit, does he get points? No. Well, in a different state, he does. The judge sees it differently. That's the problem with boxing. There is no standard. And to not teach the people that are just tuning in, they don't understand it. They want quick knockouts. So with social media, everything that is a highlight reel, that's what they're expecting to see. But when they see 12 rounds of boxing and they don't see that knockout, they don't understand what the fuck went on. They're like, well, how did he win? Why did he win? No one explains it, like you said. And most of the time when we watch boxing matches, we just turn off the freaking commentating because I don't want to hear what they want me to lean towards. That might be because of the way that No Needle's career has been. I mean, with the Ubali fight, they were leaning towards Ubali knocking out No Needle. We just put it on mute. But they're not teaching. And I think that's a great point, is they're not teaching. And if you're not teaching people how to watch, then you're not growing a fan base. You're allowing for people who just clicked in because of the fact that they support that fighter, like the TikTokers or the Instagrammers or whatever, but they'll never be a long-term stable buy because they don't understand, and we're not teaching them.
Right, exactly. That's the problem with the sport, growing the sport. Is you got to get people to understand the sport, because a lot of people they don't watch it because they don't understand it, so they can't get into it unless it's some kind of drama or some kind of show put based something outside of the actual contest put around it to make them interested. And that's why Jake Paul could be doing pay-per-view numbers, because his fans watch him do whatever he already had fans before he did boxing. So that his fans watch whatever he does, so he doing boxing now, so they're watching him. They're watching him because they always watched him to begin with. But it has nothing to do with the sport of boxing. That's why he's doing numbers.
No, it doesn't. Which is a scary tactic, because I mean, the guy from TikTok who doesn't even say anything but just makes facial expressions, he makes a bunch of money. Do we want to see him in boxing? Probably not. But can he command? Yeah, he can. At this point, the way that the game is being played, with the Paul brothers commanding a Showtime contract, he could. That's what's scary. The kids that have grown and from amateurs to professionals and put their lives on the line and put away girlfriends, family parties, proms, and sacrifice to become what they are, and ignored social media norms, are actually getting punished for not promoting themselves on social media now, because these guys that just came into the sport and barely have a 3-0, if that, if not just exhibitions, making more money and getting Showtime contracts. They're disrupting the sport and what it all stood for in the beginning.
Well, I mean, they got to start treating it like a sport and not like a show. It goes back to the shenanigans people play with different promotions, or this. They always playing this. They always doing this cat and mouse game and having these biased agendas and stuff. I don't see the reasoning behind it. It's like a petty. They don't realize it's detrimental to even their own business they trying to do in the whole sport, to the way they behave. And really, more cooperation and more professionalism needs to be happening around, from the promoters to the sanction bodies to the whole everything involved with this.
Honestly, do we need promoters at this point?
Yes and no. If a guy can do it, you need good promoters. Like, every promoter can't do a good job. So a promoter, you need somebody that's going to work and just not try to work off back up the fighters. Like they saying, the fighter supposed to promote himself. So what he paying a promoter for? If he got to promote himself, what the hell does he need a promoter for?
So do we need promoters, considering the fact that promoters only promote 3 months out of the fight, 90 days at most?
I mean, it depends on the boxing situation. Like Mayweather said, if you got to be a real promoter, you got to be able to offer a fighter like a $4 million advance or something like that. And that'd be a good case why a fighter would get a promoter. If you could get $4 million up front, why not?
But most fighters don't get that.
Right.
But aren't the promoters the go between? First off, what's up, Rachel? It's been forever. It's good to hear your voice again.
Hi, Smoke.
Hey, what's up? Aren't the promoters the go between? The go between the sanctioning bodies and the networks?
No.
Yeah, because Boots is dealing directly with Showtime, but he don't have a promoter.
Boots' promoter is Cameron Duncan.
Is that his manager or his promoter?
Promoter.
Is there any fighter that goes around the promoter to deal directly with a sanctioning body or a network?
There's a couple, and it really is snuggling up with the sanctioning bodies and the TV networks. You have to prove yourself. So, do I agree in having a promoter in your early ages of your career? Yes, because you have to be seen. At some point, do I feel like you can break away? Yes, because now you've made the connections enough where it doesn't need to have those connections. Basically, if you were getting paid, I don't know, $60,000 for a fight, and you made the connections to those people and you held those connections, then those connections are worth you taking $60,000 a fight. And when your contract's up, you have that connection and they cannot block you because there's not a non-circumvent in the contracts. That's not a thing in boxing. So if they introduce you to someone like Steven Espinoza, then and Steven Espinoza takes a liking to you and he sees the numbers that are generated on the undercard when you're opening for a fight that are tuned in and believes that you can have a trajectory that instead of paying the promoter X for the whole card, he can put you on whatever card he wants to and pay you more and not pay the referral fee, I guess, quote unquote, to the promoter. Why wouldn't he? Because the network, at the end of the day, when it comes to promoters, the network can stick a fighter into any card.
I mean, so so I get the agency part of it, and you're supposed to outgrow it, and that's what sort of strikes me for this era where Canelo is supposed to be the face of boxing, the big man that can go to any network and get whatever deal he wants, that he's still signing multi-fight deals with promotional companies. Like, I don't quite get, when it was Floyd's turn or Oscar's turn or Lennox Lewis's turn or whoever, it seemed like they had a lot more control over that sort of thing. But he seems to be just fine with going from multi-fight contract to multi-fight contract. Do you think that is a function of just him and his desire to be that sort of that he doesn't mind relinquishing that control, or is that more of a commentary on the way business is done today? Maybe the networks, the streaming services, breaking down. I don't even know where what the issue is for real, but
From my experience, most boxers and most fighters do not want to have to deal within the politics and the business of boxing. Nonito will not try to play in it. And most of the fighters that I have dealt with do not want to play in that game. The game it's really simple, but they don't want to have to, I guess, quote unquote, look for favors. And, because it could deteriorate. For example, if Canelo had signed a Showtime deal and he believed he was not going to get that, he wasn't getting the amount that he should be paid for, then he would burn that bridge. Fighters do that because they're emotional and they talk on a just switch. At that point, with HBO not being a secondary option and ESPN only being the other option, you have to weigh out if my fighter decides to bite at someone like Showtime and there is no HBO and the next option is ESPN or the Zone, is that a good gamble? Most of the fighters don't want to play on business, finances, and politics. And that's why we see a lot of the fighters getting, fighting because they had to, because they're put into a financial corner, because they're passionate. That's what fighters are. They turn on the will of a dime and they do what they want to do. Like I said, Nonito decided to just take off. He didn't say anything. He just went to bed. They do what they do. Unfortunately, that type of fire can run against you if they decide to fire against the person that's actually paying them.
yeah, I see the promotion just being, I don't know, just maybe I'm older and I've seen behind the curtain at this point, but it used to be a lot more spectacle with these big fights and production. But even 2017 had a lot of really big fights that I felt like if it had like electricity to it. And I think we're on a good run all the way to the pandemic. But now it just seems like sort of rushed together and ad hoc, and people just seem a little bit desperate. And I feel like there's not really, that whole like big fight like atmosphere where it's like the event where like this is the premier like sporting event. This is the must see TV kind of thing. I'm not getting that vibes from it.
Well, I think that a lot of the promoters are very old school. We introduced YouTube and a lot of the social media to Top Rank. They thought that the amount of money that we were paying for social media was ridiculous. They said that they're like, why do you need a camera crew? Why do you need this? Why do you need that? Even when HBO was doing the 24/7, it was towards a certain dynamic, and it was for a it was for the boxing industry. It wasn't for the casual household. The casual household, if you wanted to capture them, was what goes on between you and your family. What makes you human? I don't give a shit that you're doing 500 sit-ups. That doesn't matter. Or running a mountain. What makes you connected to me? That's what a lot of the big boxing promoters are missing. They're missing it. When they don't go into a contract with someone like HBO and they say, okay, well, I'll buy that fight I'll buy this card for $1 million, blah, 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 blah. But if you want them on 24/7, it's going to cost $700,000 or whatever their expenses are, to promote the fight. So your pay-per-view numbers on the back end are going to be higher. What they don't understand is that the content that is being created it's not being communicated over to the normal household. And that's what they're missing, because if you look at the average age of most of these promoters are well above 60, 70. They believe the way that they're doing is the way that is supposed to be. And they shouldn't have to put any money, marketing dollars, into the fighters to be able to promote them.
Is that awkward silence?
What'd you say, bro?
Said that was some awkward silence.
What's good, no cap? What's up with it, man?
Shit, nigga. I'm actually writing a movie script right now about boxing.
Good luck with that. H, did you hear about Casemiro's case?
No, what's going on with him?
Well, I mean, only the fact that the witness had retracted her story and said that the powers to be did not pay her the $200 she was promised every month.
Damn, I didn't know much about that situation. He got a whole case going on?
He had a case that was supposedly against an underage girl, or acts of lasciviousness, whatever, bullshit, whatever. I had already known that she was 20, but she came out 3 weeks ago and did a live and said that she was supposed to be getting paid $200 a month. She was only getting $40, as promised by who knows, but that side, to make a case against Casemiro. And she was tired of the death threats she was getting from that side and the lack of money that they promised her, so she dropped the charges.
Well, that's good. And I know Jojo Diaz has something going on too. I think he got a similar situation. And I remember you did tell me about that. You did bring that up to me. I forgot about that. So they dropped the charges on him.
Yep.
That's good. That's good. Just like Rolly then, huh? That Rolly situation.
Yeah. But Rollies didn't go. I mean, Rollies went into investigation, then dropped mysteriously. Out of 9 women, everything was gone. Everything's completely gone. Casemiro's I had looked into it back in God, what I think it was like January. No, they filed it in February. I looked into the girl and I knew she was 20. And then she was promised $200 a month to make this statement to keep him, to keep him from fighting. And she finally came out and said, I was promised this much money from this group of people and they didn't come through and everything they said was a lie and blah 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 blah. So boxing's dirty. It's freaking dirty.
It is. It is. It's a dirty business. It's maybe the dirtiest sport in the whole world, to be honest. The way you see these fighters, they come in the game, and some of them they retire broke, and a lot of them, they suffer from fucking brain damage and shit. You seen what happened to Muhammad Ali? There's plenty of fighters like that, great champions, retire with nothing.
Hey, Boots just put in the chat that Boots doesn't have a promoter anymore.
Yeah, that's an article they wrote in the Philadelphia newspaper.
So he's not with Cameron Duncan?
He's not with Cameron Duncan on ESPN. They said Cameron Duncan was his manager, but he wasn't linked with any promoter. But that was in 2021. This new article was from May 2022 saying he doesn't have a promoter. But there could be a situation where Cameron Duncan is the Al Heyman type advisor to it, but make in his movements, but technically he doesn't have a promoter type of situation. Because he had a promoter with some guy named Chris Medendorf, and he had some kind of lawsuit. Yeah,
wait, Chris is connected with Cameron, I thought. Chris. Why does that name sound familiar? It's 1:30 in the morning. I have no idea, but I've heard that name. Chris Medendorf.
Yeah, there was some guy named Chris Medendorf. He had some kind of lawsuit with him back in last year, last May. But they said the lawsuit was filed in 2019, but I ain't about to read all this crap. It was
Put it in the chat. Put it in the chat. Okay. I'll read it when I have time.
Yeah, but
I don't know what's going on with that situation or how that's working.
No, because the last time I checked, Boots was with Cameron. I remember that we were talking about Boots before because Cameron has a lot of fighters. And we've experienced this with him, and he asked me if I could manage Boots at one time, and I couldn't. And I was like, "Aren't you his manager?" And I swear he said he was his promoter because D&D boxing is promotional. It's not a management. So
it says he is no longer has a promoter, but he has a lucrative multi-fight contract with Showtime. That's what it said in the Philadelphia newspaper when they did it. This was coming into the Clayton fight, which is his last fight. So maybe.
Christmas.
And then I think the boxing scene reported that Cameron Duncan was his promoter in earlier this year, back in February. But maybe they got that missed, or maybe he just stopped. He just went his own way for his next fight. I think that's when he fought. Who was he fighting? Thomas Delorme. This is before he had. I think that was after that fight. I can't remember. I don't know how that shit worked out. But
why do I know this name? I would have to look. But I know that name. I don't know why it rings a bell. But I know Cameron was really active with Boots.
So they saying Boots is a free agent now. He doesn't have a promoter. Who said that?
So ESPN is on a couple. That's in the Philadelphia newspaper. The one I put.
Oh, they just said that today.
No, that's back in May before he fought.
Oh, that's a while ago.
Clayton. Only a couple months. I mean, this is for his last fight.
Boots is a good fighter, and he got a very exciting type of style. So if he had like a big promoter, someone talking about him, and people got a chance to watch him fight,
Well, he could be a star. He could be a star
I
for
mean,
sure.
Espinoza said they believe he the next Mayweather, so they behind him. He got a multi-fight deal with Showtime, just dealing with them.
Yeah, being on Showtime is good. That's good, but you know, if they put boxing back on like ABC and Fox, more fights on Fox and CBS, you know, that would be much better, bro. Like
See, what
UFC
happened is the pandemic killed the momentum for that. And they had the
bro,
empty arena
that's
fights and
way
shit.
better. Imagine Boots fighting on like NBC or Fox, ABC. Bro, he gonna be a superstar, bro. If everybody get a chance just to watch him fight, bro, everybody gonna like him. Everybody.
Okay, so they're saying that Boots was signed with Middendorf, which I have to look through all my stuff to figure out who Middendorf is, because that's something I've heard before. Chris Middendorf is familiar to me, but I can't figure out how. But basically that Duncan signed him to Now Boxing Promotions. So they were pretty much contending against Middendorf, whose promotional contract really stands.
I don't know. I
It
know I
says the
saw an interview with
lawsuit's
Boots said he didn't have a
settled.
promoter. I know Floyd said he was trying to sign him, and then everybody,
Yeah, it says the lawsuit's settled. So if it was settled in Nevada, you can see that because this was in 2021. So you can see what their settlement is as far as that. But Middendorf was saying that he breached the contract, loss of profits, attorney fees and expenses, interest and costs. But it's settled out of court. Because the last time I talked to Cameron was probably a couple months ago. And I know he's been talking about Boots for years.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think he's still linked with Cameron Duncan. They didn't say nothing about him not.
Oh yeah,
No.
Boots the truth. He the
No.
truth.
Yeah, no, the lawsuit is against Middendorf.
Right.
I like Boots. He always training. He trying to get better and better. He want to be a great fighter. That's what I like about him. Him and his daddy. He come from a family of fighters.
Yeah, his brother was a boxer too. But that's how you know. That's why he's so good because he had generations of help to develop.
Yeah, that's just like Floyd Mayweather.
Yep.
Because his dad, Floyd Mayweather, his dad was a fighter. Both of his uncles were fighters. Roger Mayweather, rest in peace, and Jeff Mayweather. You know, and Floyd Mayweather was born into boxing. He was boxing since he was born.
Right.
Because Floyd Mayweather Sr. loved boxing so much that he taught his son since a baby. And then you see what Mayweather did. But Mayweather pissed me off as a promoter. But, you know, he said he want to sign Boots Ennis. They said he can make him a star the way he did Tank Davis.
But I'm thinking Boots might be like, he don't need nobody because if he already dealing directly with Showtime, I mean, shit.
Yeah,
and he put him
yeah.
in fights, he could just knock motherfuckers out and they could just give him some money.
As far as I know, Boots and oh god, the Korean zombie. What the hell is his name?
So the MMA fighter?
No, sorry, not the Korean zombie. I deal with MMA and boxing fighters. Oh god, there's a Korean fighter that's really good. That he was actually on the undercard of. Was he on Gabayo's undercard? Might have been on Gabayo's undercard, and we thought he was going to knock out the guy he was fighting. It was a Korean kid.
For real? Okay, I'm gonna check it
Strong
out.
Korean kid. Strong Korean kid.
Okay.
I think he's half Korean, half Mexican because he has a big
I know
Mexican.
you talk about Brandon Lee.
Yes.
Brandon.
So
Brandon
Cameron has Brandon Lee as well.
Yes,
Yeah,
he
don't
does. I heard
He
Lee
trained
left
Boots
him.
Gym, don't he? Or he
I
in
heard
Boots
Brandon
Gym?
Lee left him. I think YB told me that.
Did he?
Yeah, I think when YB was with Boots in Philly, I think Boots' father, Bozy Ennis, he told YB that. Yep. YB
That
told me.
would be interesting because the thing is that, I mean, in these boxing contracts, it doesn't super matter not super. But if Brandon Lee had signed a Showtime deal under Cameron Duncan, even though Cameron's not, if he isn't part of his career anymore, he still would be allowed to take his percentage from that contract that he negotiated for Brandon.
Yep, Brandon left. Yep, he did
No,
leave.
no, Cameron still has his. I'm sure the way that Cameron works, he would still have his
Still got boots.
percentage. Well, no, he would still have his percentage because he made that connection. He
With
put that
Brandon Lee.
contract in place. Yeah,
So he's still getting his cut.
correct.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Brandon Lee a good fighter, and a lot of people like Brandon Lee. They be hyping him up. There's a lot of hype around that kid.
Like I said, he's half Mexican, half Korean.
Mm-hmm. It's
But
pretty
yeah,
good though.
as far as I know, he landed that deal with Cameron. So even if the contract is completely gone, whatever contract that Cameron landed during the term of the contract, Cameron is still taking part of, whether or not he is active within the management role, because he negotiated the contract.
Mm-hmm. You said they offered you boots to work with Boots at one point when he was, I guess when he was a couple years ago, right?
Yeah, I also was offered Ray Vargas a couple months ago, and I turned it down.
Dang, Rey Vargas and Boots.
I only have so many hours in my day.
I know. I'm sure you got Nonito. You got the kids. You know, you got a big family.
I still have my own career that I do that nobody knows about.
Mm-hmm. I forgot about that. I forgot about that one too. But they offer you a lot of good fighters though. Boots Ennis, that kid a phenom. He's a phenom. They say he the next Sugar Ray Leonard. That kid is good. I like him. He's out of Philly too, just like Stephen Fulton, Bernard Hopkins, Joe Frazier, Meldrick Taylor. So many great fighters from Philadelphia.
Here's the thing, H. Boots is going to be great, regardless of me or not. And if I can't find the time to actually give him, then I'm not going to take it. I don't care about the money. Like Donito's told you a bunch of times, we're fine. We're doing it because we love the sport. But if I can't ethically say that I can give my time and divide it between the people I'm already training and my kids and my family and my own career, I'm not going to take it. The money will always be there. We're fine. And it's just ethically, I can't say yes. Like, I could have said yes to Rey Vargas, but I knew I was going to be gone for Nonito's camp. They're like, oh, you could do Zoom. I'm like, that's bullshit. It's bullshit. I was like, Zoom is not the same. And then I knew I was going to be gone to Cabo for my birthday. So what can I actually give you that you're going to say that you're going to give me this much money that I feel in my heart and my gut that I deserve? And if I can't tell you 100% that I deserve that pay, I'm not going to take it. It's not a freebie for me. I'm not looking for handouts. I need to work as hard as the fighter does. And if I can't, I will tell you. Boots will be great with or without me. Could I make
Exactly.
him better? Of course. I would love to be part of his career. But if I can't give that to him, I'm not going to lie to him or myself.
Mm-hmm. But it's crazy just like to be linked to a fighter like him. And, you know, a lot of people say, you know, he's going to be the king at 147. That's what Big L is saying right there in the comment section. A fighter that talented, you know, has a chance. He has a chance to be one of the biggest stars in boxing for sure. You know, like with him, Shakur Stevenson, Devin Haney, you know, those are some great fighters right there. David Morrell Jr. I like him. I like him a lot. He's from Cuba.
He's a very good fighter. So many great champions in the sport of boxing. You know, Virgil Ortiz, another one. He's another good fighter. I like him. I would like to see that fight between Boots Ennis and Virgil Ortiz. I think that would be a great fight. What you think about that fight?
I think that'll be an amazing fight too. I mean, there's so many, boxing has been amazing in 2022. I mean, of course, we know what no one of us wanted COVID to happen, but it forced the biggest fights and the best fights to happen because everyone sat and people took chances and great fights have been made. And that's why I'm still hoping and holding my breath out for, Spence Crawford because of the fact that, listen, everyone sat. No one had a chance to prove their worth, and everyone aged the exact same 2 years being out of the ring. So, you know, there's so many great fights that can be happened. Boxing is one of those political aspects that you have promoters that don't want to work with each other. And, you have people who want to make more money off the backs of these fighters. And when we get those two out of the way, then it'll be different. It'll be completely different. If boxers had in their contract that it was a mutually agreed upon opponent, and in addition to this is who I'm going after, and these are the minimum purses, it'd be different. But most of these boxers do not plan for the next fight. They don't plan for a year ahead. They don't bet on themselves. They not try to price themselves out, but it's an insurance policy. If I lose, I better make enough money on this fight. If I lose, then I'd be okay. That's where we are. And I don't know how to change this game. That's the sucky part.
For sure. For sure. We got Ryan Garcia this Saturday. What's your prediction on that fight? Ryan Garcia and Javier Fortuna.
Ryan Garcia is fast, but his chin's questionable. I feel like, that right shot, Fortuna can clip him and be able to capitalize on it. I feel like Ryan is quicker. I don't know where his mindset is at this point because we've all seen the different mentalities that Ryan has, and that's not a fault to him. I applaud him for being very honest in where he is because most fighters don't. They have a bravado and they have a machismo about them that they can't be, they can't be vulnerable. But I believe if Ryan just picks shots from the outside and, boxes quick and effectively, he can win the fight. Problem with Ryan is that he loves the spotlight. He loves, his fans and his viewership, and he's going to want to show up. I think he gets in the middle of it and starts trading shots and his chin being suspect. I think that he can get that, that lucky shot that could change the fight.
Yeah, it's gonna be a good fight. Javier Fortuna he's a very tough fighter, and he's a dirty fighter. The guy headbutts, he hits below the belt, rabbit punching, every dirty tactic. And this is Ryan Garcia's first time against a former champion, right? So I think it's gonna be a test. It's gonna be a test for Ryan. Ryan is much bigger than Javier Fortuna. Ryan Garcia, 5'11", with a 72-inch reach. Javier Fortuna is around 5'6". He came up from the featherweight division. So, but he's a tough fighter though. Ryan Garcia, he's very powerful, very strong. He has power in that left hand. He's a big puncher, and he's very strong, very strong. But Ryan Garcia doesn't know how to fight on the inside, and Ryan Garcia doesn't know how to fight going backwards. If somebody could walk him down and push him back and back him up, he doesn't know how to defend himself, like you said. So I think it's gonna be a good fight. I'm gonna go with Ryan Garcia, but I think it's gonna be a test. I think
No,
for
it's totally going to be a test because I mean we've seen like breaking under pressure is such a thing with a lot of the young fighters these days, and the pressure type of fight that Fortuna is going to bring is going to test his mettle. Um, he's going to have to stick to his game plan. We can compare it to Magsayo versus Vargas. Vargas had to stick to his game plan, stick out the jab, move around, play the distance, have a false sense of range, come in, come out, and play Magsayo because Magsayo wanted to be on the inside, of course. Fortuna is going to be the same way, but he's going to be more pressure. And Garcia is going to have to stick to his game plan and not want to trade to show off because Fortuna is a very tough fighter. I don't think at this point in Garcia's career, he has really stapled down how his punches can really generate into a one punch knockout. I think he still has a little bit work to do on how to generate that, and it's a long road. But I don't think he understands how to do it in this fight because with a pressure fighter like Fortuna with the height difference, he's going to rush in a lot faster than most fighters are going to be. And he's going to have to be able to range that distance and time it and beat the speed that Fortuna is going to try to cut the distance in. And I think that that's going to be a detriment to Ryan if he can't utilize the ring enough with his height and just pick him off on shots on the outside. I think he's going to fall into the trap of wanting to trade.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be a good fight. It's gonna be a really good fight. Fat Apple says Ryan beat Campbell, so he should beat Fortuna. Styles makes fights, man. Fortuna's a different type of fighter. They're both southpaws. We've seen Ryan get dropped by Luke Campbell. Luke Campbell's not a puncher. Like I said, Fortuna's a dirty fighter. Very, very tough fighter. So let's see how Ryan Garcia can deal with that type of style.
Yeah, I think
I
Fortuna
don't
is going to come up with his head first. And I think that kind of style is going to be more frustrating than anything, especially if you don't range. If you don't range your jab out to keep Fortuna out, to make him stop leaning with his head first and then throw a shot after, then I think with the head first coming in and throwing the shots within, Garcia is going to be vulnerable. He has to be able to not just throw the jab out because a jab can miss. He can slip the jab and then he's right up against you. If he doesn't know how to range it and throw the jab to where it's a range finder, I don't know if you understand what I'm talking about, but if you throw it out just to hold him in position, to stop him from coming in, and then throw shots from that straight left hook, really quick, small left hooks, and then move out of range. That's a different type of style. And you have to be comfortable with it. You have to be able to do it. Not a lot of boxers can do it. It takes adversity to be able to figure that out. And with someone who leads with his head, that would be my suggestion, is to range him out on his head lead to make sure he doesn't break that barrier.
The different fight. Maybe you guys talked about it, maybe not. What do you think of the Ioka and Nietes fight?
I didn't like Nietes' last fight. I know, in the last fight, Nietes got the better of him. I don't know if Nietes was trying to shake off ring rust. I wasn't impressed with Nietes' last fight. But Ioka is not exactly the biggest threat in 115 either. I don't. For me, like, I'm like 50-50 on the fight. Of course, I want Nietes to win. He's Filipino, but at the same time, if Ioka wins, then that opens up a whole thing for Nonito, right? So I'm personally invested in the winner of that fight because I know Nonito doesn't necessarily want to go after Nietes for that fight.
Right, but he would go after Ioka, is what.
Yes.
Yeah, that's a fight I wanted. I feel like it's a really good fight for Nonito. That's what I was saying before. Anyway,
No, I like that too, and like I said, like being political, and I know what Nonito wants. Like, I don't want to root against Nietes. He's a good friend. Nonito likes him. He doesn't want to fight Nietes for the 115, but in the best of opportunities, it would be best for Nonito's career if Nietes lost. Sucks to say, but I'm just gonna fucking say it. Estrada, I can't fucking wait for that. Figure out who you're gonna fight. Which belt are you gonna drop, Chocolatito or Franco? Because one of them is gonna be open. But at this point, I don't like waiting. I like I like outcomes, and the outcome of Nietes Ioka can make a pathway for Nonito to fight for the 115, especially if Ioka wins. And that fight would most likely be in December.
So what about Sonny Edwards? Which weight division is he?
115.
He's a champion, right?
115, 112.
I think he's 115. Is he?
I think he's 112. The champs
He's
are
112.
Yeah, the champs are 115 are Ioka, Estrada. No, Chocolatito lost his to Estrada.
Chocolatito is the WBC #1. Estrada is BC and BA. BA is trying to force him to fight Franco, who's the regular champion at BA. And then Ioka Nietes.
Nietes has a belt right now? That's a unification?
Ioka has a belt, as far as I know.
I thought so. Yeah, I know that Ioka and Estrada have a belt. Does Estrada have 3 belts? Does he have 2
Estrada
belts?
has the ring, BA, and BC. Franchise
Right.
BC. And Bam has...
Right. It's Bam.
Yeah, but Nonito does... See, here's the problem. Nonito... As a business person, as a manager, I don't care. Nonito has a very different way of looking at it. He doesn't want to cross Bam, and he doesn't want to cross Nietes. Because Bam to him is a younger protege that we've grown up watching and met, coached, all that stuff. Nietes is an old friend. He doesn't want to fight either of them. I can care less. It's boxing. You're going to cross paths. But I've agreed with Nonito with whichever path is going to be open is whichever path is going to be open.
I thought Bam was going back down to 112 though.
I've heard that, but what the thing is that with the belts, they can allow you to hold the belt at 115 and go down to 112 to fight. That's an agreement between the belt and the fighter. They can still hold that belt at 115, even though they fight at 112.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, going back to the Fortuna Luke Campbell fight. To me, Fortuna's not that good. I think Luke Campbell's gonna knock him out. And I don't. No, sorry, not Luke Campbell. Ryan. Yeah, Ryan Garcia's gonna knock him out. And JoJo, I don't know. I feel like people are just like overlooking JoJo. I don't know why it is that people discount JoJo so much, but yeah, I feel like he won pretty convincingly over Fortuna, and I feel like Fortuna is still living off of the Robert Easter fight. The controversy around the Robert Easter fight, really, not even the fight itself, because he wasn't even that good in the fight to me.
I mean, crazy part is you're always as good as your last fight. Everyone will discount the other fight. Like I said, I think the range and distance of Ryan Garcia is going to have to be it's going to have to be tested, and he's going to have to be able to deal with that. I know people were saying that on Fortuna's last couple fights, he had gotten, warned. I don't know if he was deducted.
Yeah, in the
Again,
fight he was winning. Yeah, in the fight he was winning, he got deducted a point. I think this before the JoJo fight, the one before that.
the Easter fight, right?
Oh, and the Easter fight too, but I was talking about just the one, the guy that beat what was that guy who choked the mistress out? Felix Verdejo. The guy that beat Felix Verdejo, Fortuna fought for that mandatory spot that that Ryan was supposed to fight in, and he didn't fight. But yeah, he got deducted a point in that fight too.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like people in the chats are saying Ryan will knock out Fortuna maybe with a body shot. Here's the problem with that. Guess what? If Ryan goes to the body with Fortuna, guess what zone he's in?
Yeah, he's. I don't think his footwork is good enough for that, for a body shot thing. I think it'll be at range. Yeah, and yeah, I think I don't even know that he will figure out the range though. I just think that
No,
Ryan
that's what I'm
Garcia
saying. Like that range is it's difficult. That kind of range and distance is difficult, and I haven't seen Ryan do a range finder, which is what we call it, where you basically stick out your jab and you hold it against their head, and then you drop bombs off of that, knowing that at the full extension of your left hand, your right hand is going to land. That is it's difficult in itself to time and to teach a boxer who believes he knows what to do. I don't know if I've never seen Ryan do it, so I don't know if it's in his arsenal to do it. That's the thing. I would think Goosen would be able to tell him, but I mean, I've seen many of a fighter that I thought that can pull off things, and when you tell them that just boxing IQ is not up to par with what you're trying to tell them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not saying Ryan can't. It's questionable to me because I haven't seen him do it.
That I mean, Fortuna does a bunch of stuff like fairly well, but I don't know. I just feel like he's there. He's there to outwork. He's there to hit. He's there to I don't know. He's there to be an opponent. For I don't know. I may it's harsh to say, but
Ryan should be able to take off this win. The thing is can he stand the pressure of someone coming towards and breaking that barrier? Because Ryan isn't an inside fighter. So if he allows the barrier to be broken, the red zone to be broken, he's going to be in trouble. And Fortuna is known to continue that pressure.
It's just the way that Ryan throws his punch. He throws his hand so hard that he lifts his back foot. He'll throw his rear hand so hard he lifts his back foot off the canvas and he kind of falls into you. So I don't even know if the inside fighting will be there for Fortuna, because I think Ryan's going to be falling all over the dude and draping it. I don't know how much taller he is than Fortuna, but I think it's at least a 2 or 3 inch height difference, right?
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like he's going to be draped all over him and then reset or something. I don't know. Maybe. I guess maybe the ref will come into play in this thing. But I feel like Ryan will, because of his forward momentum, be able to smother Fortuna's work. Not necessarily that they'll be fighting on the inside, but mostly the pocket will get collapsed because Ryan's footwork is atrocious, kind of.
So they would fall into more of a clinch, or the referee would break it.
Exactly.
It's possible. And I don't think Fortuna has the boxing skill to be able to work on the inside and predetermine that if he's falling in, how to calculate where he's going to be if he falls in. That's not Fortuna's skill.
Exactly. Fortuna also needs you to be kind of stationary a little bit for him to do all that bruising kind of work on the inside. Even the Robert Easter, he's a guy, he's tall and all, but he gives up his height and likes to fight on the inside.
So does Figueroa.
Yeah. I mean, Figueroa, like, he kind of did a little bit of range. Actually, I feel like he boxed fairly well from range, like, on this past weekend. I felt like that was a sleeper of the. I felt like that was the best fight of the night, actually.
But mostly he fights inside. He likes to
Yeah.
smother you on the ropes,
Mm-hmm.
and he, for I don't know, the best of him, I guess. He just, if I had him as a fighter, I'd want him to fight more range, because where he is not the best at in close range. Why wouldn't you use your height? I don't know why he doesn't fight on the outside more. Maybe that's just not in his boxing IQ. That's one of the things that you just learn when you train fighters. He can't do it. It's just not possible. There's other fighters that they can take in everything that you say. There's other ones that you're just like, do this, clinch, um, do this, rotate off this way, do this, and they're just freaking dumbfounded. They can't. They just can't. And I think Figueroa was so built on the style that he has created. And it's funny to say, but from being younger and then puberty and then growing so tall, he probably was so used to fighting on the inside. And then he grew the height that he hadn't changed his style to be able to fight from the outside the way that he should. It's working for him. I mean, but at the same time, I think he can make his game so much easier if he picked his shots from the outside, close the distance when he wanted to, but he allows that that pressure fight, and good for him that he has the stamina to do it. But I think his fights would be so much easier if he set up punches more than being in a range that wasn't to his benefit.
Did you just watch the Castro fight this past weekend?
No, I only watched the Magsayo one.
Oh, okay. Yeah, he boxed from distance and said that he made a concentrated effort. Basically, Stephen Fulton gave him a boxing lesson, and he's like, "All right, so let me add another wrinkle to my game." And he used range more than he was just like a bruiser kind of thing for this fight. And it was a marked difference against a pretty good fighter in Castro. And he was very proud of himself fighting from distance, but yeah, he still has a lot to learn.
It's not going to be something that's automatic, and that's something that you guys will hear us say time and time again. Fighters will go back to their fundamentals. No matter how long that you train a fighter, when push comes to shove, they will go back to their fundamentals, especially if it comes to a 12-round fight. The concentration in a 45-minute, stare at a clock for 45 minutes and see if you can't think of anything else but count to 10 every single 10 seconds. And it's the most difficult thing to do. So when I see fighters try to implement something that's different than their style, I appreciate it, but I know that they're going to have to work on it more, because that's not something that's innate to how they normally fight. H, I'm going to go before I get my head chopped off.
Okay, Rachel. Rachel, thank you for coming through, Rachel. Thank you so much. Tell Nonito I said thank you too.
I will when he wakes
Have a
up
great
tomorrow.
night.
You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you in a bit.
Okay.
Good night.
Peace.
Yes, great to man. That's cool. Popped up again. It's been a minute.
Yep,
Yeah, man. I was talking about that Ioka fight. I think Ioka's gonna dust Nietes off. I was like, yeah, Nonito, go get that Ioka work. I feel like he could be a champion and clear up that that little like hole in the resume.
Which hole in the resume?
Being a having a recognized belt at 115. He had the interim at 115. And he wants to like have an actual belt, so he'll have the 4 division.
Oh, you want to see him fight Ioka? And all Ioka got to do is win?
Yeah, all you got to do is beat Nietes. Like people were talking about the Chocolatito fight, which is a better fight, but Chocolatito just doesn't have a belt, so it doesn't really fix what Nonito was trying to fix.
And what you're trying to fix. You feel me?
Say again?
I said, and what you trying to fix too.
For me, like I was just, when they said that they wanted to clear that part up because at this point he's a 3 division. He had the interim at 115. I thought Ioka would be a really good fight for him because I feel like that's a winnable fight. And although Chocolatito may be a more action-packed fight and all this stuff, it's just kind of like it would be better for me. Like it just doesn't fit with their actual goal. I think they're just trying to, end the career on a high note and clean up the, like I said, that hole in his resume. Oh, there you go, 5th division. Sorry.
All right, so you're coming with the master plan though.
Well, that's what I was thinking. That's was my vision for it even before the monster fight. Everybody else was talking about Chocolatito. I'm like, well, Chocolatito don't have a belt, and they're saying that Estrada don't want the fight. So,
okay, she said 115 will be 5, will be the 5th division. That will be the 5th division right there.
115. Hall of Fame, Hall of Fame game, man.
I mean, do we have any 5 division champions in boxing right now?
No, we got a couple of 4s. We got 4.
You got Canelo, who's a 4. Nonito, who's a 4 division champion. Leo Santa Cruz, he's a 4 division champion.
Adrian Broner.
Adrian Broner is a 4 division champion. So to become a 5 division champion, that puts you up there with Floyd Mayweather. You know what I mean? So yeah, that'd be great for sure. Just add to the legacy. And don't you have Ioka in your top 10 pound for pound, Smoke?
I do from time to time. I think Ioka is definitely underrated, underappreciated boxer guy. He's a slick dude. He can transition from offense to defense pretty damn well. He's a good fighter. He's an all-around like joy to watch. He has a really nice left hook. He can. He's nice. I didn't ever say that Stephen Fulton gave him a master class. I said he gave him a boxing lesson.
He's Japanese too, Ioka?
Yeah, he's a Japanese. Kazuto Ioka fights out of Japan. A really good, his last fight, it was all right, but the one before that, the Tanaka fight, check out that fight. And you'll see that was a young boy against just a crafty master. Like it was, if you want to get a good idea of Ioka, watch that fight. It's a better showing. He's had some good fights.
Big ass fight because Nonito, he's already big in Japan. He big in Japan for sure. Because he got those 2 fights with Inoue. So a fight with Ioka, like you said he's one of your top 10 pound for pound. So that'd be a good ass fight, man. That'd be a good one. I like that fight, Smoke. Now you talking my language.
Yeah, I'm saying, man. I'm picking. I'm picking.
Coming up with a master plan. You coming up with a master plan, Smoke. So all he got to do is win, right? That fight is gonna be on Wednesday. So it's gonna be a good fight, a big fight, because Nonito Donaire can fight the winner. And a name like Nonito Donaire, and if he calls for you and he wants to fight you, and you get a chance to share the ring with a fighter like Nonito. Oh, that's gonna be big. That's gonna be big. You know that, Smoke.
Yeah. It's it not only is Nietes Ioka gonna be a good fight, I expect Ioka to win that fight, and that would set it up real nice for Nonito. Slide on in there.
Mm-hmm. So you got a question from Cassidy. He says, "Get the smoke. You like the performance from Del Boy Derek Chisora?
I was a family man this past Saturday afternoon, so I missed it. Well, not. I'm sorry. I missed it is the wrong terminology. I didn't watch the fight. I heard that it went to the distance. It went to the cards, and there's no way that I want to watch fucking Pulev and Del Boy go to the cards. Like, no knockdowns, and it goes to the cards. No, thank you. I know the UK, you guys love your fighters and all that parody and stuff, but bro, like, those guys are super past it. I haven't even tried to check out the highlights. But I'll probably watch it like in a month or two.
Absolutely, Smoke, but that's a big ass fight right there. Nonito Donaire and Ioka. And like you said, you've been speaking highly of this guy. So for Nonito to just be fighting, champion after champion, that says a lot about him, and we already know all about Nonito Donaire, future Hall of Famer in the sport of boxing, so imagine if he wins a champion. Imagine if he wins a belt at 115, makes him a 5-division champion. You know what I mean? That's just only adding to the legacy, and that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah, man. I mean, check out Ioka's style, man. He's a good little fight. He was trained by Ismail Salas for a while.
Wow, Ismail Salas, the great trainer from Cuba.
Yes.
Wow, man, he's one of the best.
Like check out Ioka. I'm trying to tell you, man, you're gonna like this kid.
Yeah,
I mean, he's an older fighter. He's not really a kid, but yeah, he's not.
Watch him on Wednesday. I'm gonna check him out too. I'll check him out tonight too, to see what he's all about. And I've been hearing a lot of people talk about him. I heard you talk about him and a couple of other people. But a fight with Nonito Donaire and this guy. Imagine if Nonito beats him, beat a young great champion like Ioka, a young phenom, somebody that has that type of credibility. Man, that's gonna be great for Nonito, bro. That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah.
If he comes out on top like that, bro.
So
go out.
Yeah. I mean, what a way to go out, man. Like, we're still working. We're still working.
Mm-hmm. That's a great fight to go, end your career with, for real.
5-division champ? What? Man, what? Stop playing. Yeah, I'm excited. But yeah, as far as Stephen Fulton giving Brandon Figueroa a boxing lesson, Brandon Figueroa said Stephen Fulton gave him a boxing lesson. So yeah, like, argue with that guy. Sorry. When it comes to
give Stephen Fulton credit, huh? They want to take away from
it wasn't a master class. I didn't say it was. Like, Brandon Figueroa said after the last fight, I see I needed to add some wrinkles to my game, and so now I'm fighting on the outside because Stephen Fulton gave that guy a lesson, and now he's changing his style. Similarly to when Floyd Mayweather schooled the fuck out of Canelo and changed his whole fucking style up. You learn stuff in the ring. Just deal with it. But yeah, that Nietes Ioka fight is a good little fight in its own right. Beyond the stakes. But yeah, I'm gonna be rooting for my guy. I would think I will get a really good fight between two contrasting styles. And yeah, I think my guy's gonna come out on top, and Oakland's in the house. Who doesn't want to fight like Nonito? Like, Ioka's not gonna turn down nothing but his collar. And yeah, and I'm sure Nonito's champing at the bit to get in there. So yeah. Loving it.
Ain't no doubt about that, Smoke. Ain't no doubt about that, man. That's gonna be a great fight. I would love to see it. You know what I mean? And Ryan Garcia this Saturday. Of course, Ryan Garcia. He's a superstar boxer. He's not a champion, but he's a star, and he's fighting in Los Angeles, man, Staples Center, and Ryan Garcia, man, he's looking to put on a show. He's trying to put on a show, you know what I mean? And Fortuna is a very awkward fighter. Like I said, he's a very dirty fighter, and he's coming to win. You know what I mean? Fortuna's a former champion. You said you don't feel like Fortuna's not that good. Fortuna,
No,
he gave Robert Easter a tough ass fight. You know, he did. A lot of people thought he beat Robert Easter, and Easter was tall and lanky like Ryan Garcia, but he's not strong like Ryan Garcia. Robert Easter doesn't have the power like Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia is much stronger than him, right? So Fortuna, he knows how to make it a fight. He knows how to make a fight an ugly fight. He knows how to make it a very ugly fight, similar to Sakio Bika. I don't know if you remember Sakio Bika.
Yeah, I remember Sakio Bika, of course.
He fought Andre Ward. He gave Andre. We made it a dirty ass fight with Andre Ward. Headbutted Andre plenty of times. They was headbutting each other, and you know what I mean. Fortuna can do that.
No, but the thing is, he knows how to do that against guys who like to fight on the inside. Robert Easter, he's tall and lanky, but he likes to fight on the inside like fucking Fortuna. And he gives up all of his height and his range to fight you on the inside. And that's not right. Like the inside game is not Ryan's game. Like what he's going to do is fall into collapse the pocket and try to punch the shit out of you from the outside. And I don't know that Fortuna is like going to get away from that. In order to.
But Ryan doesn't have a jab though. Does Ryan have the jab to keep Fortuna on the outside? And Fortuna does have some skills.
No, it's not even so much that it's not even so much. It's not even so much keep him on the outside. It's that Ryan, his feet are fucking garbage. So the guy falls into you when he throws punches. So just kind of like, how's Fortuna gonna deal with a guy throwing punches outside of his range and then falling into him by the time Ryan's actually in punching range? Like he's gonna be. I don't know, man. All right, I'll see it. To me, Ryan, like Fortuna needs for you to assist in your own destruction for him to be kind of successful. He needs for you to be stationary, or he needs for you to fight on the inside. Neither one of those things are Ryan Garcia. So,
I mean, he said Big Say So says Ryan finna spark him. I don't know about that. He couldn't spark fucking Tago, right?
Tago's the fuck out of here though. Tago's out. Like he was on his bicycle.
I'm saying Fortuna's better than fucking Tago. I know that. Fortuna gonna make it a dirty fight, bro. We seen Ryan Garcia get dropped. He got dropped by Luke Campbell. You know what I mean? Fortuna is better than Luke Campbell, bro. You know what I mean? So I'm telling you, bro, don't sleep on Javier Fortuna. For all of you guys thinking this shit gonna be a cakewalk, I don't think so. Fortuna knows how to make it a dirty fight, and I'm expecting a tough fight for Ryan Garcia, the toughest fight of his career. And it was a reason why he pulled out of this fight in the first place. You know, they could have fought a long time ago. Ryan Garcia pulled out of that fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
but I mean,
mental illness and all of that shit.
I'm sure, but like after Fortuna whooping on him, I'm sure he feels a lot better about the fight, and there's not as much anxiety and pressure. But yeah, they're like the UK contingent wants to talk about fucking Chisora calling out Wilder. Like nobody gives it that. I'm sorry, UK. You guys need better fighters. Like what we're talking about right now. For me, if you're going to talk about a fight that I want to see the winner, like Wilder fight the winner of, it would be Ortiz and Ruiz, not fucking Pulev and Chisora. But like, nice try though.
He said, "Hey, stop the cap. Fortuna is in Campbell's league. Fortuna was a world champion, bro. He was a world champion. Fat apples. Luke Campbell never was a champion. Let's be honest, bro. Luke Campbell got how many losses? Like 4 losses, bro. Come on, bro. Yeah."
You said top 10 gold medal. Like we gotta go all the way back to the amateurs.
Luke Campbell, bro. Come on, man.
You do realize he got his gold medal at 126 pounds, right?
Exactly. It's gonna be a tough fight for Ryan Garcia. Y'all niggas think this shit is all peaches and cream. Ryan Garcia, that motherfucker is a work in progress, bro. You know what I mean? He's a work in progress. He couldn't finish off Tago. You know what I'm saying? And he might knock him out. He might land a punch to knock him out, but it's gonna be a tough fight. Fortuna ain't coming to lay down, bro. He's not. Fortuna coming to fight. He always come to fight. For real. Y'all act like Ryan Garcia is just a dominant fighter. Like Ryan Garcia is the most skilled fighter. Now he got a lot of flaws. He got a lot of flaws. He ain't got no defense. He don't know how to fight on the inside, and he don't know how to fight going backwards, bro. And if Fortuna get on the inside, Fortuna gonna rough his ass up. I know that. Facts.
Yeah, I just don't see.
See all you want, bro. Ryan Garcia is a work in progress. You know what I mean? Y'all be overhyping niggas too much.
What Garcia did fucking what Garcia is the best that Luke Campbell fought? He ain't fight no best Garcia. He fought Linares and got his ass fucking dropped and lost. He fought Loma and got his ass dropped and lost. And Mendy has never been nobody's best at it at all. Whatever. Like Fortuna's best win was for the belt. Like you talked about a whole bunch of guys he fought, but he didn't beat any of them. So now you're asking for one guy's best win, but you listed a whole bunch of guys that Luke Campbell lost against. Like
exactly, Luke Campbell lost to Mendy. He lost to Linares. Remember? You know
yeah,
what I mean?
and he lost to Loma. And then you're like, what's Fortuna's best win? It's fucking Luke Campbell's best win.
Champion. Luke Campbell lost all of his big fights, bro.
Yeah, like what's Fortuna's best win? Okay, cool. I'll tell you what Fortuna's best win right after you tell me what Luke Campbell's best win.
Fortuna beat Robert Easter. What is you saying? Robert Easter was one of fucking Mikey Garcia's best wins, my nigga. Yeah, yes. Luke Campbell was a champion. I mean, Luke Campbell never was a champion. What is y'all talking about? Who the fuck did Luke Campbell beat? Nigga, stop capping.
Yeah, exactly. Like he said he fought all these dudes that he lost to, but who did he beat? And then it's like, well, who did Fortuna beat? Yeah. Well, the question is, bro, if you're gonna ask that question, tell me. I'll answer your question right after you tell me who's the best win on Luke Campbell's record.
They don't know, bro.
Nobody knows who that is. Like the name that you come up with, nobody will know who it is.
Yeah, Javier Fortuna is an awkward fighter, very awkward. He got skills too, and that nigga's a dirty fighter. He's a rough fighter. You know what I'm saying? And he can make it an ugly fight. You gonna see on Saturday, bro. If Ryan Garcia knocks him out, I wouldn't be surprised. Ryan Garcia might knock him out. He probably will knock him out. You know, I'm picking Ryan Garcia, goddamn. But I know it ain't just gonna be like easy work. Because I know Fortuna coming to fight, he going to rough up Ryan Garcia. This shit is a fight at the end of the day. This shit ain't no photo shoot, nigga. You know what I'm saying? For Ryan Garcia and fucking, come on, bro. Y'all got to stop it. This shit is a fight at the end of the day, bro. Hell yeah, bro. At least Fortuna was a champion, bro. That's what I'm going to say. Yeah, I'm going with Ryan, but Fortuna is going to be a test. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be a motherfucking test. Fortuna coming to fight, bro. He going to rough up Ryan Garcia. Ryan Garcia think he a pretty boy. Fortuna going to headbutt his ass and put a cut on his face. Let's see how he going to react when that shit happens. Fortuna does that with everybody. He headbutted Jojo Diaz, gave him a cut on his eye. Ryan Garcia never had a cut on his eye. So he going to test Ryan Garcia. Do not sleep on Fortuna. I'm telling you right now, do not sleep on Fortuna. That's a warning.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, Fortuna's just his best days.
These niggas act like fucking Ryan Garcia's Muhammad Ali and shit. Ryan Garcia ain't got no fucking defense. He don't even know how to fight on the inside. He don't know how to fight going backwards. That nigga better work on his skills. Motherfucking Javier Fortuna got better skills than fucking Ryan Garcia. If you want to be honest, y'all niggas capping for Ryan Garcia. Knock it off, bro. Y'all niggas honestly capping for Ryan Garcia over here, bro. That shit is ridiculous, bro.
Yeah, no, it's not even so much that. It's just that for all the flaws of Ryan Garcia, I don't think Fortuna
want to cap for Ryan Garcia.
I don't think that Fortuna is the guy that's going to capitalize on it.
Ryan Garcia, he ain't all of that, bro. He ain't all of that. What you mean? It's gonna be a good fight, though. I want to see it. I ain't gonna lie. I'm excited for it, though, bro. Fortuna, I'm just saying, a dirty ass fighter, bro. Awkward fighter, bro.
just because he's French and he didn't.
He's a southpaw too. Ryan Garcia got a lot of flaws. He got a lot of flaws, bro.
Yes, the reason why nobody rates Mendy is because he hasn't been on Showtime and because he's French. That's really what it is. It's not because he's never been a champion. It's not because it's not because he himself hasn't fought anybody, but it's because he's French.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I don't know. Like, let's say, have you heard of a guy called Jason Sosa?
Yeah, Jason Sosa. He beat Javier Fortuna.
They definitely fought.
Javier Fortuna. Jason Sosa knocked out Javier Fortuna.
Yep. And yeah, have you heard of a guy? I don't know. Have you heard of a guy called Jojo Diaz?
Yes, sir. Jojo. I fuck with Jojo Diaz. I fuck with him.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to just talk about guys you lost to, right?
Mm-hmm. Facts. Yep, Lomachenko beat Jason Sosa. I heard Lomachenko made him quit.
You know?
You talking about the same Jason Sosa Gamboa beat back in the day?
Gamboa beat him too.
Oh, yeah.
Exactly.
Oh,
beat
him. Yep. You know, you want to talk about guys that's been in there with people and lost fucking fights. Like, I mean, Luke Campbell, sure. He's in great company of guys that fought good dudes and lost.
I wonder why is Ryan Garcia fighting Fortuna? Did the WBC order that shit, or why is he fighting, and why did they pick him?
I have no fucking idea. You got me.
Then I hope Ryan knocked Fortuna
I'm
out.
saying Ryan gonna beat him. Fat Apples, I'm picking Ryan Garcia. But I'm telling you, it's not gonna be easy. Y'all think this shit just gonna be easy. It's not. It's a fucking fight. Javier Fortuna coming to win, bro.
People forget Ryan already ducked.
Right now, you think this shit is just gonna be easy. You're gonna be surprised. Watch, you're gonna be shocked. I'm telling you.
Like Ryan already ducked Fortuna the first time they supposed to fight.
That's
so he ducked him for a reason.
Mm-hmm. Tell him
feel like he ready now.
No cap cook. There you go, bro. Thank you.
He ducked him when they supposed to fight the first time for a reason. So maybe now he may be feeling more confident about the situation.
Exactly. Thank you, bro. There, keep cooking, bro. Keep cooking, bro. Preach, soldier.
We'll see.
Preach, soldier. Preach.
You know what I'm saying? Ryan got to prove this. Ryan proved this is test right here.
So you feel like Ryan ducked Javier Fortuna the first time?
He definitely ducked him the first time because he
Why he ducked him that first time?
I think he just wasn't confident he could beat him.
Damn.
Yeah, like you know, JoJo beat
that nigga said he had a mental breakdown, nigga. Did you believe
thinking about losing?
But then JoJo beat him up. Then JoJo beat him up, and now he's like, "I got this."
Right.
Oh, you saw
more confidence. Maybe he got with a new trainer with the Goosen and them, and he liked it better over there, and they done built him back up. He feeling confident now. And he was just having problems over there with Canelo and them.
Oh, that's right. Fucking, he was with Reynoso at the time. Mm-hmm. All those fucking champions and all that, like trying to intimidate him and tell him he wasn't
Canelo ass. That's when he was kissing Canelo ass, bro.
Yep.
You know, but now he hate Canelo all of a sudden. Ryan Garcia is such a fucking diva, man. Hey, so no cap. So you feel like, you know, Javier Fortuna can give Ryan Garcia some problems in his fight?
I mean, I expect him to, but I'm saying if Ryan Garcia comes out there and he doesn't have problems with him, that's what he need to do to show that he's a premier name in the sport, that he's not the Instagram, the Jake Paul that could. You know, right now he looking like he could be Jake Paul next victim in the future. You know what I'm saying? I can see him fight Jake Paul if he move up a couple weight. They do like one of them circuit fights at 168 or some shit. I can see that shit happen. They do some kind of circus fight at 168.
You said Ryan Garcia?
Yeah, I can see him fight. If he don't look good as Javier Fortuna, he's gonna be at the Jake Paul stage. Like he got to look good against this guy to fight Tank, dog. Because nobody, if he struggling
Nah,
with him,
they talking about that Tank fight. I've been hearing people, you know,
I mean,
saying,
Tank. When he knocked out Rolly, he said Ryan was
believe,
next. He's like
I
Ryan. You
don't
know,
believe it for a
you
second.
never know what to expect with Ryan Garcia.
Maybe
Maybe
they
they
don't
just
expect none of these niggas, but I'm saying I think they
150.
wait to see how he look. If Ryan go out there and he whoop for 2 of the ass, he definitely fight Tank next.
What you think about No Cap saying that he felt like Ryan Garcia ducked Fortuna the first time?
I mean, I think the entire world feels that, or entire boxing world feels that way.
That nigga,
I mean, not the the
Ryan
people
has that mental illness shit. He's saying that Ryan Garcia ducked Javier Fortuna in the first time and pulled out that fight. You know what I mean? Waited for him to lose to Jojo Diaz. Now he want to fight him. What you think about that?
Yeah, I mean, listen, I don't know that I don't know that having a mental illness gets you out of being called a duck in the sport of boxing. Like this is gladiator, kill or be killed kind of shit. That idea
Just if he
that
really had a mental illness though, like because that ain't like Tyson Fury had to say he got a mental illness, but I'm pretty sure this nigga was just high off coke.
Yeah, whatever. Like, listen, you can be angry. You can be anxious.
Fury was out the ring for 3 years, nigga. So he wasn't capping. Ryan Garcia was out for a couple months.
He got stripped of his belts because of cocaine.
He came back after a couple weeks. You know what I'm saying? So I mean,
no, I mean, listen. Tyson Fury's out for years.
He wanted to 400 pounds of depression, nigga. So that nigga had some real issues. Ryan Garcia, I ain't got
Tyson Fury got multiple personalities.
Ryan Garcia that anything was wrong with him.
He got that even when he.
Well, I mean, here's the thing. So, boxing is mental. That is, it's 90% mental. All right, they tell you it, but what he was experiencing, to me, wasn't like brain damage, but more like psychological and a perspective thing. So that's going to be hard for fighters and like fighting public to really support you and get behind. You're supposed to be able to fight through that shit because essentially it's like anxiety.
But I'm saying, did he really have mental problems? Like a person with mental problems they don't just have a mental problem because of some shit is happening. They just have a chemical imbalance in their brain and they had these mental problems all the fucking time. Like Tyson Fury is never going to be. Tyson Fury had the mental problems his whole fucking life. So even when he went and fights,
bro, everybody's got mental problems their whole fucking life. Like to the extent that Tyson
bipolar,
Fury,
nigga.
Everybody
like
got
Tyson
problems.
Fury, he feel up 1 minute. He feel like the greatest nigga ever.
Everyone is bipolar. Like literally, everyone is bipolar. Bro, everybody's on bipolar. Like literally, everybody has had suicidal things. Like this is nothing that is unique to Tyson Fury. Everyone is on the spectrum of being bipolar.
I ain't never want to kill myself, nigga.
And then you haven't been paying attention.
I never felt any time, and
then you haven't been paying attention. Like I'm trying to tell you, bro. Like the idea that like what's it worth? Is the juice worth the squeeze? Is like just a human impulse. Like doing it is fucked up. But like thinking about
never have thought of taking myself out the game.
I mean, it's all good. I mean, listen, I'm just telling you that is not an uncommon human thing. Like you don't get passes for that shit, especially if you're a fucking heavyweight champion of the world. Like get the fuck out of here. And you just like you're out there fucking game for years because you got suspended because you're on fucking dope. That ain't no fucking mental breakdown, bro. That's you making excuses.
Right, but some people got mental breakdowns not because of situations happening. It's just it's literally something wired in the brain. It makes him feel depressed. It's nothing depressing happening to this nigga. He just has got a chemical imbalance in his brain, so he's feeling depressed.
Yeah, it just so happened, and it serendipitously happened when he tested positive for fucking drugs.
Oh yeah, that's what it was bullshit.
No
it's
causal.
Bullshit.
It's just perfect timing. And him being out of the sport was just right. It just happened to be the length of his suspension. And as soon as he was done with being suspended, all of a sudden his depression was lifted, and now he wants to drop all the excess weight from being out of the sport so long and eating fucking pies.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like he really does have depression, but it had nothing to do with that situation.
No, I'm saying
taking PEDs.
The same way I don't get stripped. The same way that regardless of if you have it or don't have it, it doesn't matter for Ryan Garcia. It also doesn't matter for Tyson Fury. One guy doesn't get a pass while we castigate the other. Both guys, at this point, for fight fans, they expect you to work through this shit. You don't get extra fucking credit for this.
But I mean, Fury came back. At least Fury beat Klitschko before he had the whole fiasco. But really, it's the rematch with Klitschko, and then he got caught with the PEDs, and then he tried to blame it on depression, and that's what they really tried to cover up in that situation. Because Klitschko, and then
Yeah, I mean, listen, it could be. I'm not saying that he didn't battle through mental thing. I'm just saying fight fans expect you to do that shit. You're not Gerald McClellan with a brain fucking injury.
Mike Tyson had the mental problems too, but nobody gave him no slack. Like Mike Tyson
True.
had them same mental issues, and nobody gave him no slack.
Exactamundo. Nobody's trying to hear that shit. You get your fucking ass in there and fucking fight. Fight through it.
But nah.
You see the video with Teddy, Mike Tyson crying, and Teddy Atlas got to like hypnotize this nigga into going out to the ring to fight and shit.
Yeah, bro, that's what we expect. This is a different era.
Sympathy for these niggas.
I'm not trying to go back to the Mike Tyson era because, like, you know, we know more about, and we live in a different society than that. Right. But even in this society today, we still are like, yo, like what you're saying may be the case, but we can't tell, and we're not giving any passes for this shit. Maybe in 10 years, like, people will know even more and be more sympathetic and yada, yada, yada. But today in 2022, nobody trying to hear that dumb shit, bro.
See, I don't know Ryan Garcia's situation. I don't know Garcia's situation, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like he's just not committed to boxing. You know, maybe the confidence not there. You know, but I feel like he's not super committed to the sport at the moment. But I feel like he's getting there. He's trying to build himself back up. You know, at the time he was under Reynoso when he was about to fight Fortuna and shit. So he's under Goosen now, so it's different now. I mean, he's getting the ring with him. You know, and just like Smo said, fucking JoJo already beat him anyway. And not only that, it's like, I feel like what Smo said earlier, like he said that Fortuna is not going to be the guy to capitalize on it. I agree. I don't think Fortuna is going to be the guy to really test him. It's going to be somebody else, just not Fortuna. I don't think it's going to be Fortuna. I think Fortuna, he can give him a little bit of problems, but I think he's going to get finished in the end either way. He's going to get knocked out for sure.
Yeah, if Ryan Garcia was an inside fighter, right? If he thought that he could be an inside fighter, I could see what people are saying. Like, that would give Fortuna a way better shot. Or if all of a sudden Ryan Garcia feels like he wants to improve on his inside fighting and picks this fight to do it, then yeah, it's gonna be a problem. Just like AJ trying to fucking trade blows on the inside with Ruiz. It's a terrible fucking plan, right? Yeah, that could happen.
Yeah, that could happen for sure, definitely. And yeah, Fortuna's awkward, but you gotta realize Ryan awkward too. You know, he doesn't have the best feet. He throws at weird angles. You know, he's an awkward guy his damn self. So, you know, I think Ryan gonna finish him though for sure. This ain't gonna be the guy to test him, man. I don't think it's gonna be Fortuna.
He can't, as long as he ain't getting pieced up in the fight. You know what I'm saying? He got to look good. He ain't got to knock him out, but he got to handily beat him. He got to handily beat him without it being too much of an issue, or it's gonna be bad on him.
I'm not going to condemn, like, hey, Eric, I'm not condemning anybody for doing coke. I just don't think it's an excuse, and you don't get extra credit because you came back from doing coke. Like, fighters had spent their whole fucking careers on coke. Like, right. Why the fuck do I give a fuck about the fact that you just came off of fucking coke? Like, what the fuck?
Right. Benavidez did coke. All them niggas, Tyson did coke before. Then he fought on coke, nigga, which is probably
like before him, bro. Hector Camacho was a cokehead before he ever fucking was a boxer. That dude was in fights on coke. Like, what the fuck do I care about coke for? Like,
Hector Camacho, crazy. Aaron Pryor was on coke, bro.
Yeah, I'm saying, like, ain't nobody all that Tyson Fury, like, you know, like, feels sorry for me or empathize with me and, like, you know, like, big me up for that. Man, get the fuck out of here, bro. Nobody worried about that shit, man. Like, figure that shit the fuck out.
Yeah, there was a lot of fighters on coke, bro. Definitely.
I'm like, shit. I just hope Ryan got it together so he could at least be another name. At least it's good for the. He got to do. It's good for the division for him to look good in this fight.
Yeah, definitely. I agree with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Dante Boxing Nation had a good video the other day talking about all them losers should fight each other, like T.O. Cambosis, Bobachenko, and Rolly, nigga. They need to mix it up, nigga.
Yeah, he's a loser. Need to fight somebody. How about that?
I think what was I about to say? Damn, I think they want Frank Martin to fight Rolly. That's what Errol Spence saying. They want Frank Martin to fight Rolly.
I mean, yeah, that's the next logical fight.
That's not a bad fight though. Yeah, I mean, shit, fuck it. That's not a bad fight. Rolly just got knocked out. He need an opponent. Frank Martin need an opponent. He just destroyed Marina, so fuck it. I'm not mad.
But did you hear Chris Colbert trying to insert himself?
Oh yeah, Chris Colbert. Yeah, fuck Chris Colbert, man.
But that's what Spence called him out. Did Spence say Chris Colbert could get his ass whooped too, or something like that? Because I know him and Spence got some words back and forth. Because Chris Colbert,
yeah, they got some back and forth.
Yeah, he was always talking shit about Spence for some damn reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, I don't know either. Chris Colbert's at fucking 130, man.
If Big Fish Spence is playing promoter now while he's still a fighter, what? Yeah, you got to get that work in. Why not get that, collect that multicolored fucking scalp of Chris Colbert? He'll talk the fucking fight up and lay the fuck down.
Frank Martin beat Chris Colbert, dog. He'll beat Coach Colbert ass.
Yeah, and then you can get another dude that talk shit. Yeah, because Frank Martin is a little bit
dry. From that nigga. He ain't gonna be able to run from Frank Martin like he did the other guy.
Yeah, Frank Martin beats his ass.
Chris Colbert, for sure. Yeah, like Frank Martin is a little bit. His personality is a little bit dry. He's hella motherfucking old, and yeah, he can be like the champion of like the tier. The B level guys. Yeah, just as long as these dudes keep talking up the fucking fight, why not?
Yeah, you might get that WBF built, the World Boxing Federation. See if they can
about to I feel him. Look at Spence. Look at him go. I see you, bro. You got yourself a nice little payday set up.
Hell yeah. It's crazy seeing him as a promoter now. That shit kind of crazy.
That's how the game should go. You supposed to bring in the next nigga. He got like 8 more years, probably less than that.
That's what I'm saying. Like, bro, like, what the fuck is going on with fucking Canelo? How the fuck are you like this dude, this accomplished and all this shit, and you not bringing up anybody? You're not promoting your own fucking fights. You're not going to the networks and negotiating deals. Like, you still like acting like you motherfucking Devin Haney, like training this shit.
Money, then Canelo just picking up free money everywhere he go, nigga. He ain't
bro. Like, yeah, I hear you. That shit sound lazy as a motherfucker. Like, why are you getting $15 million and $30 million and not $300 million? Like, where the fuck are your fights, bro?
But do you see that lawsuit where he tried to take Oscar to court? He never read the contracts or the zone shit and none of that shit.
Apparently he did, because he won that fucking lawsuit. He's no longer with fucking De La Hoya, and the zone, man, bro. And this, why are you not negotiating directly? What is Eddie Hearn doing for you? I don't get it.
He doesn't promote him. He's just the spokesman for the zone. And he's not signed to Matchroom, which is Eddie Hearn's promotion company.
For 3 fights he is.
But Matchroom or the Zone Network?
No, he's fighting to Matchroom. These are all going to be Matchroom fights. I mean, it'll be K2, like a co-promotion with Triple G, I suspect. But I think the very next one's going to go right back to Matchroom.
Well, Eddie Hearn, all he talk about is fucking Canelo. Shit, so see, like that's the only nigga he got. Like he don't promote nobody else.
But why is Canelo promoting anybody? He don't know. Like, bro, this dude been in the game for 15 years. He hasn't met any fucking fighters to develop.
You gotta let people stay into their depth. Maybe he just don't give a fuck about this shit. Don't want to do that shit. He got enough money. He already rich. You know what I'm saying? Nigga got Bugatti. You can drive a Bugatti.
That fool, man. These fucking UK fucking trolls, bro. Chisora, they steady trying to make Chisora into something, bro. Chisora goes the distance with Pulev, and now we gotta listen to how he should fight Wilder. Like, okay, bro. Okay.
I seen a little interview with Chisora.
Yeah, next man up, Chisora. Cool, I got it. Dillian White gets his ass fucking whooped, and now Chisora's the second coming because he went 12 with fucking Pulev.
Fucking Pulev.
Yeah, get the fuck out of here. Was it? Wait, hold up. Was it a UD? Was it a UD with Pulev?
I
What
don't
was
even
it?
know. I ain't watched that shit.
Ain't nobody exactly. These motherfuckers. Like, bro. Let's see. Got his ass whooped twice by Fury. Got his ass whooped by fucking Vitaly. Got his ass whooped twice by fucking by Dillian White. Was getting his ass fucking whooped by Takam before he scored a what is it? A Hail Mary fucking shot. Yeah, like listen, like we are hardcore boxing fans, so we know some UK fighters, and that's the only reason why we know who the fuck Derek Chisora is, Del Boy. But yeah, you guys are just into your own. You're staring at you're navel gazing with this shit. You're just, you're infatuated with your own reflection. Nobody gives a fuck about Derek Chisora outside of the fucking UK.
He's a true character.
Yeah, he's a character. I respect Chisora.
Yeah, I get it. But you know who else is a character? Big Baby Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they treat him
like he's coming back too.
Exactly. No, he just fought. Not only.
Okay.
Yeah, he came back, dude. Tipped the scale at 341 pounds.
Damn. What the fuck?
Yeah, how about Chisora versus Big Baby Miller? That sounds a little bit more the same speed. You're like,
hey, that's not a bad fight.
Wilder. Like, yeah, bro, I got it.
That's gonna be funny as shit.
Sure.
Chisora versus Big Baby. That's not a bad fight. I ain't gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm saying Big Baby Miller, Chisora. Yeah, I feel like Del Boy's gonna get run the fuck over by Fat Man, Fat Man Pharmacy.
Yeah, I'm not mad at that one.
Talk with some respect for North London. That is in North London. Listen, that shout out to North London, but we talk about world class fighting right now. We talk about guys in their fight prime. He's had a hell of a career, but he's had a hell of a career dinking and dunking behind the elites of the division. He gave Vitaly a hell of a fight. Don't get me wrong. 12 with Vitaly at that point, nice, overachieved. But yeah, the corner throwing in the towel, I don't know, man. That stoppage against Dillian White, and you know what I feel about Dillian White. Yeah, I'm sorry. Like, Chisora's a good fight. Usyk's a good fighter. That's cool. He fought Parker too, right?
He fought Parker, yeah.
Yeah, right. So I would have Wilder fight Parker before he fought Chisora. I'd have Parker fight Dillian White before he fought Chisora, and I would have him fight AJ before Chisora, Usyk, and Andy Ruiz, assuming Andy Ruiz beats Luis Ortiz. Like Chisora is behind a whole bunch of guys, like more guys than I think Wilder has fights left in him. So yeah, sorry, bro. Find somebody else for Chisora to get his ass whooped by. Yeah, Robert Helenius. Fight Robert Helenius or some shit like that. Or or Adam Kovnowski or like Frank Sanchez or some shit like that. I don't know, bro. Like, there's a plethora of guys who are happy to beat the entire fuck out of Del Boy. Without mentioning fucking Wilder.
Yeah, I respect Chisora as a fighter, man. I got respect for him. But yeah, Deontay Wilder, that's not a fight I want to see or whatever. That's not what I asked for, man. Maybe someone else against Wilder, like Andy Ruiz or some shit, Not no fucking Chisora, bro.
Yeah, Chisora's not gonna test Wilder's chin because they're not gonna fight. Because Chisora is not, he's levels below where let's say Wilder has like 2 or 3 fights left in him. Like, nobody's gonna be like, oh yeah, Chisora should have been in there.
Well, I think he fight if AJ could somehow pull off the victory against Usyk, he'd fight AJ next.
I'm trying to tell you. Let's say Usyk beats AJ and Usyk beats Fury. People will want to see Wilder versus Usyk, not fucking Wilder versus Chisora. Like, the only way that people like you know, like people aren't interested in that particular fight is if like Fury beats Usyk. And then, all right, fine. But at that point, I still think there'll be more money in an AJ fight for Wilder, and there'll be more demand for that fight too.
Man, I don't know. I think Fury up the paint with that legal shit they got with them Canahan niggas. Like they in some deep shit. They linking the murders and shit, nigga. They niggas making documentaries about this shit.
No,
in the hood, bootlegs. They made all the bootleg. This is white boy from Detroit, Al Prophet. He made all these bootlegs.
He said to talk as if Chisora is levels below Wilder. Yeah. No level. I'm not talking about. No. Sorry, I didn't mention Chisora's resume being levels below Wilder. I'm telling you that nobody gives a fuck about Chisora, like that fight, and like that's what I'm telling you. And Chisora can get his ass whooped by a whole bunch of people not named Wilder.
Yeah. Chisora has a good resume. He's fought everybody, bro. He's not.
It ain't about his resume.
Yeah, it's not about his resume though. That's what he's saying. It's not his resume. He's definitely tough. He's a tough ass journeyman, bro. Much respect to Chisora. It's just that's the fight I don't want to see. I'd rather see AJ or some shit. I know fucking Chisora. I don't even think Wilder would take that fight, bro. He gonna look at Chisora like, man, this dude want to fight me. What the fuck? Like, that's not a fight he want. I think he would rather take an AJ fight or something like that. Something that has money, man. A big money fight. I think that's what Wilder would take.
Yeah, Wilder bring his ass to the O2.
See, look, AR said I want Chisora to retire. Yeah, he's getting to that point. AR's for sure. He definitely is.
Yeah, man. Like, come on, bro. Like, I like my man. He throws and he does a hell of a fucking press conference, and he shows up to fight. And you know, Wilder is not going to be moving around, so old man don't got to huff and puff. But you know, Del Boy's going to have to come forward and then eat a right hand. Like, listen, there's just a bunch of guys that don't beat the fuck out of Chisora. Like, why? Like, listen, like every single person that beat Chisora is a better fight and a bigger fight for Wilder.
Yeah, man.
I mean, maybe not Joseph Parker. Joseph Parker is like kind of he's a man without a country a little bit.
The only reason why I watched that card was for the Sora and Madrimov rematch, but I got pissed off because of that shit. That shit got ended by a fucking cut, no contest, bro. That shit pissed me off, bro. Because the last fight had some controversy and the rematch. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? Last fight got ended early because Madrimov hit Soro after the bell, you know, and the ref stopped the fight. They thought he got stopped, but it was well after the bell. And then they had a rematch, and then the rematch got cut short to a headbutt. I'm like, bro, what the fuck? So they probably gonna have a third fight. That shit crazy. He said 150, that fight cursed. Oh God, it is. AL's that fight is fucking cursed, bro. It's just like fucking Warrington versus Lara. Just like that. He said Magsayo already exposed. Yeah, Magsayo was never really good, man. I'm not surprised he lost to Rey Vargas. Like even Gary Russell one hand. Gary still getting a little trouble.
Yeah. Chisora would not be the third best fighter he fought. He will not be the fourth best fighter he ever fought. He won't be the fifth best fighter he ever fought. He might be the sixth best fighter that Wilder's ever fought. And when you only have 3 fights to go, and Joseph Parker's out there, Joseph Parker would be a higher rated opponent than Chisora. If Andy Ruiz is still out there, Andy Ruiz would be a higher rated opponent than him. If Dylan White is still out there, Dylan White would be a higher rated opponent than Chisora. And if AJ is out there, so will AJ. So if you only got 3 fights left and you got 6 fights to choose from, then why the fuck would one of them be Derek Chisora? Why would you go through a training camp for old man Chisora? What exactly does he actually bring to your resume outside of like UK fans would like to see somebody challenge Wilder so they can feel relevant?
Yeah, no, I agree with that. There's definitely other guys out there than Chisora, bro. Definitely.
The other 2 guys, Bermain Stavern and Chris Arreola, are both better than fucking Derek Chisora.
There's a lot of guys out there better than Chisora right
Well,
now.
no, he's asked me to name the 5 guys. Yeah, Chisora would come in right after Bermane Stiverne and Chris Arreola. But you know who would come in before those guys? Or around those guys? I feel like Joseph Parker, he could probably get in there before Chris Arreola. Andy Ruiz would get in there before fucking Bermane Stiverne. Dylan White would get in there. Ooh. I think Dylan White might still be number 6.
What Dylan White, man?
Oh shit, bro. Dylan White fucking hot garbage. These dudes. Oh shit, they make me laugh, man. What about a young banger? Who is Wilder face that's a young banger? You mean the guy that gets knocked down in every motherfucking fight? Unless he's fighting Maurice Walk? That guy. Like, whatever, dude. Yeah, okay. He gets knocked down by everybody, not named Maurice. That's all right. Oh, man, I mean, I guess Lucas Brown. Yeah. Right. I know he hasn't fought those names. That's what I'm saying. Those are better names than Chisora. He should fight those guys, not Chisora. I know he hasn't fought them. That's the point. He also haven't fought Chisora. So of all the guys he haven't fought, yeah, Chisora is like, yeah. Yes, Bermane lost to Trevor Bryant. Yep. And you know who Chisora lost to? A guy that doesn't even have the cachet of Trevor Bryant. and not even as good either. An equal bum.
He said Dillian White coming back stronger. No, I don't know.
I mean, I'm not mad at that. I hope he does because I would like to see the White fight. I mean, I would like to see White and Wilder. Now you got some action. Now I'm interested in that fight. Like I'm saying, like for me, if there's only 3 fights left, I would like to see Ruiz, assuming he beats Ortiz. I would like to see AJ, regardless of who wins, and I would like to see Usyk if he beats Fury and is undisputed. If Fury wins and is undisputed, then you can slide White up in there. You can slide White or Parker, like whichever.
Yeah, I want to see, man. There's a lot in the heavyweight division, man. I definitely want to see the undisputed, who comes out on top. You know what I'm saying? Definitely want to see that. Damn, who else I want to see the young guns get in the mix, man. Like baby, Jared Anderson, bro. You know, Big Baby and fucking Richard Torres, Felipe Hergovich. Definitely want to see those guys get in the mix. Damn, who else, bro? Shit, I want to see Wilder come back, Miss Wilder. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully Wilder's all right. I feel like he took some damage in his last couple of fights, but I think he'll be fine. You know? And then shit, that's pretty much it, man. Like besides that, like Chisora and some of these other guys, man, these dudes gonna retire sooner or later. They're not gonna be around for long, man. These young guns finna take them out. Joe Joyce looking pretty good too. He's a bit on the older side though. He's an old ass prospect, but he's pretty good though. Joe Joyce is very durable, very tough. Definitely want to see him get in the mix. Andy Ruiz, you know, hopefully he beats Ortiz. I think he'll win that fight anyway. But yeah, there's a lot of shit in the heavyweight division. Definitely, there's a lot.
Yeah.
A lot of fights.
If AJ were to beat Usyk, then I would say that the UK will not be able to afford that Fury versus AJ fight. But it's going to be a big one. All right? That'll be a great one. If AJ happens to beat Wilder, like whoever, as long as Fury doesn't become undisputed, then there'll be some action for Wilder for that undisputed fight. But if Fury is undisputed, I don't think there'll be a lot of interest in Wilder versus Fury 4 for undisputed. Like,
yeah, I agree.
It has to be either AJ or Usyk.
Yeah, I agree with that. He said in about 4 years, heavyweight division gonna be real quiet.
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I feel like there's gonna be more names coming up and shit. Definitely.
Yeah, you got Jalalov in there doing his thing.
Yeah,
Dinkin, you got
Jalov. Yeah, I
fucking,
forgot about him.
you
Yeah,
got
Jalov.
fucking Hergovic still doing shit. You
Mhm.
got Big Baby Anderson doing his thing. You got that guy Frazier out of the UK who was just in the Olympics. You got Daniel Dubois still around. Yeah, I think the division's in good hands.
Yeah, for sure. Yo, hold on real quick, bro. I'm hearing, man, these UK guys, man. Y'all just love feeding y'all fighters, bro. I swear. I'm hearing
Yeah, you
fuck.
just want to talk about the fighters. That's good. It's funny how
I'm
they
hearing
slide him in there. Hey, what do you think about Joe Joyce versus Muhammad Ali? Like, okay, yeah, let's talk about it. Sure, why
Yo.
not?
No, I'm just hearing fucking Bivol versus Buwasi. What the fuck? Are you fucking serious, bro? Look, Buwasi's a good fighter, man. It's no disrespect to him, but man, Bivol though, I don't think he beats Dimitri Bivol, bro. I remember they was trying to make him fight Vlasov. Vlasov would have whooped his ass. He's lucky Vlasov fucking retired. He said, "Yup, 150 in London." Yeah, bro. What the fuck? They're seriously trying to make that. How, and that doesn't make sense to me. How the fuck can Buatsi get a title shot against Zurdo Ramirez? Zurdo Ramirez almost has 50 fucking fights. How the fuck does Buatsi get a title shot before him? I hope they don't make that fight, bro. Because Bivol gonna jab his head off. I don't think he's gonna win that fight. What the fuck? That shit's crazy, man. And then you got Yar trying to fight Beterbiev. Man, fucking Beterbiev gonna spark him. There's no point for these fights, bro. Let's just get it on with the undisputed. That just don't make sense to me. It really doesn't. Buatsi is a prospect, and he gets a title shot before Zurdo. What the fuck? And Zurdo has almost 50 fights, bro. He said, "Can Bivol take Buatsi's power, though?" I think he can, man. If he can take a shot from Joe Smith, yeah, for sure. Definitely, I think he could take Buatsi's
How is Buwasi? How is Buwasi landing this power?
Hey, that's true too with that tight ass high guard. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. I just don't understand it, man. He said name Zurdo's best win. Vlasov. That's his best win. Vlasov. That's his best win, bro. Hands down. Sullivan Barrera, that's not a bad win. Everyone fought him. Andre Ward fought him. Fucking Joe Smith. I think Joe
He
Smith
was
lost.
nice. He was nice after the Ward when he went kind of downhill, but he was still pretty good even when Bivol fought him. But after the Bivol fight, he was officially fucking done.
Yeah, he was done after Bivol beat him. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, Sullivan Barrera's not bad. That's not a bad win, but he was a little older, definitely, when Zurdo fought him. Zurdo stopped him pretty quickly. And he already had some numbers on him, just like Get the Smoke said, hell yeah, he got his ass whooped by Bivol. He was done at that point. But Vlasov his best win, Team Batman. But you really think Buatsi should get a title shot over Zurdo? And I don't even like Zurdo. Joe Smith beat Vlasov. Yeah, nah, I don't think he did, but they gave him the nod. I thought Vlasov won that fight. He said Buatsi would have beat Vlasov. No, I don't think so. That's a tough fight. Why didn't they make it then, Team Batman? Why didn't they make the fight? They didn't go through with it. And they had Buatsi fight Craig Richards instead. I feel like Vlasov was a wild card at that division, bro. But now it's like, I understand Vlasov retiring. Like, Beterbiev has all the belts. Bivol has one belt. He's not about to sit here and wait to get a title shot. It's going to take a long time. So I understand why he would retire. He's not waiting for shit. And they trying to make him fight prospects and shit like that. Come on, man. He's been around for a while as well.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we got some I'm definitely down for this fucking Ayoka Nietes fight.
Oh yeah, it's a good fight. Hell yeah. Great fight. Definitely want to see that one. I got Ayoka in that fight. I think he'll win.
Yeah, I think Jesse Hart's his best win. That's
Yo. didn't make it. He got injured. Okay. Yeah, Vlad's retired. AOS, yeah. He's retired now. He said, I would rather. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I'll just see Undisputed then. Exactly. I feel like all these fights are a waste of time.
Yeah, let this old man go fucking, raise his fucking family. Like, he seems like he misses him.
Yeah.
Let Better Beef go, bro.
Yeah, bro. Got him fighting Yard and shit. Come on, man. That's unnecessary, bro. Unnecessary. Do people really think Yard gonna win? No. He's gonna get destroyed.
Yeah, Yard did not look happy to get this fight. Yard trying to embarrass me on TV. They get that tank clip. They trying to set me up.
Yeah, exactly, bro. You really think he's happy to fight Better Be after seeing him destroy a dude in 2 rounds? What the fuck? You telling me he's happy? He's not happy, bro. He's not happy at all. He just seen him destroy Joe Smith. That nigga ain't happy.
Yeah, man. He's like, fuck, I got millions for that goddamn Kovalev fight, but that shit kind of sucked. Oh, fuck, that's funny. And okay, why does Yard still have Kasim Uma's hairdo also? What's up with the 4-year-old fucking partner spin to the head?
Yo. Get the smell funny as hell, bro.
Is he killing me with this shit, man?
I don't know, man.
They're trying to talk up Derek Chisora. Oh, shit, yeah, man. He squeaked by fucking Pulev. Let's go.
You gotta let the niggas live after that shit.
Fuck yeah, Anthony Yard about to get his ass whooped. Did you see the look on Better Beef's face once he blocked one of Joe Smith's fucking punches? He's like, motherfucker, you hit my hand that hard? Fuck you. Mr. beat the shit out of that dude. Just for hitting his hand too hard. Like, man, y'all better stop with this shit. Yard about to get his ass whooped.
Bro, that boy fucking Better Be's power is just insane, bro. Like, the first knockdown he hit Joe Smith with, he didn't even hit him with a full punch. He hit him with his wrist, bro. And he still fucking fell, bro. That's how you know he's strong. He gonna do the same shit to Yard. Like, come on, man.
And goddamn, fucking Joe Smith tried to shake his head, shake it off, shake the cobwebs out like it's 1935. Like, the fuck kind of move is that? Oh wow! Me shake myself awake. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yeah, man. Like, Yard about to get his ass knocked the fuck out.
Yeah, he's getting knocked out for sure.
Hey, no, your opinion is he only fought 2 better. The fact is, Chris Arreola would have beat the entire fuck out of Derek Chisora, and so would have Fairbanks Taverne. And they're active around the same time. So when I say old man Chisora, it's because of how long he fought. Like, Chisora was going when Wilder was just getting into the fucking sport. Like, you guys got to understand, like, whatever. Like, big up your guy. Not tripping. Let's sing his praises, sing his pom-poms. He did fight for a title way back when fucking Vitaly Klitschko was fighting. Just so you know, Deontay Wilder was never eligible even for a Vitaly Klitschko fight, because by the time Vitaly Klitschko, I think he had his last fight in 2013. Yeah, like, Wilder was not even ranked high enough to get the fucking fight. Like, and guess what? His last fight wasn't Derek Chisora.
He said Chisora.
You're talking about Vitaly fucking Klitschko, bro. The older Klitschko. Like, get the fuck out of here, bro. Yeah, Derek Ward Chisora. He's the man. Like I said, he gives good press. He definitely gives good press conference.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah, he could build a fight, no doubt, definitely. He could build any fight, but it just right now at this point in time, is he really the guy that should fight Wilder, or get a title shot? Even I don't think that he's the guy right now. Definitely not. There's definitely guys I put ahead of him at this point in time. But much respect to Chisora though.
Yeah.
He said, "Lord, Chisora beat them all. Even now, nah, I don't know."
Yeah, I know. Yeah, right. Because he squeaked past Pulev. Now they beat their chest because Pulev. Like, if you guys got to stop with this shit, man. Like, I hear you. So, like I said, like all those people I just mentioned, but not with the exception of Bermain Stavern, that dude's done. But I would love to see Chisora versus Areola. That's a good fight.
Man, I don't want to see Areola do anything.
Man, Areola just dropped fucking Andy Ruiz.
Yeah, he did though. He came in good shape too.
Yeah, now he's looking good. Like Chris Areola looked good. Chris Areola looked better in that fight, in the loss, than fucking Chisora. Anyway, I'm not even gonna say that. Before I go too far, let me back it up because I haven't actually I was going to
like off his quick win off Joshua.
Yeah, hold up.
He's still basking in that false glory, nigga.
These motherfuckers want to send their guy right to the top. Chisora won. He got a W. What he should do, he should fight the very best, not name Usyk, AJ, or Fury. Because
Chisora need to fight an MMA fighter, dog. That's what he needs to do.
No, man. I think Areola can give him some work. I think the Nordic Nightmare could give him some work.
Man, I think one of them MMA niggas would beat Chisora, dog, for real.
Nah, hell no.
You know who Chisora could like look really good against and be really good name on his resume actually at this stage? Charles Martin. Former champ. Yeah. There you go. There's a champ you can beat. You already tried Parker. Parker beat that ass.
Yeah, I think Chisora beats Charles Martin here.
Yeah, get that Charles Martin action up in there. Bermain Stavern need to beat the fuck out of, but whatever. Everybody beats the fuck out of
Stavern. Nigga, who brought this nigga?
No, I'm just going I'm just going like former champions. They talk about Wilder, so I'm just like trying to give them some former champions so Del Boy can go out with some dignity with a champion under his fucking belt, so we can move the fuck on. Like, he can stop telling me I hate UK fighters. Just because.
I'm just saying, man, the UK guys, they just put their prospects in the deep end hella early, hella quickly. Like,
these motherfuckers want some bed nods, and they want to root for a guy. It's like World Cup and shit. They just want to cheer the countrymen on. Like, the fuck?
Yeah.
I think Rampage Jackson will whoop sore ass in a boxing match.
Nah,
Rampage is done, bro.
Yeah, he's dead. I don't know about that.
Chisora done too.
Yeah, Chisora getting older, but nah, I don't know. It's different when an MMA guy gets in a boxing ring, man.
Man, that's because you see MMA niggas who ain't got no hands, no type of hands whatsoever. Like, it's different. Like Anderson Silva beat Chavez Jr. nigga. That nigga fought.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, but Chavez Jr. is trash though. that
nigga was a champion, nigga. It fought Canelo.
Yeah, he was. I'm very surprised he was a champion. I'm surprised he beat fucking Sergio Martinez. I remember
they can always find a boxer for everybody nigga to beat. They can find They can find anybody to beat anybody.
Now you've gone off the deep end. Hey Butch, there's two guys with belts right now. Which one of those do you want to see Chisora fight? Tyson Fury, who already beat him twice, or Usyk, who already beat him once? Like he's talking about, like Pulev doesn't put you in title contention. The fuck you talking about, bro?
It doesn't though. Come on, Cassidy. It doesn't though. It really doesn't.
Like, and I don't beat this wrestler. He knocked out the MMA nigga Frank Mir, who a damn grappler, who ain't got no hands whatsoever. Like, but he was on that card with them niggas that all lost. All the boxers lost except for Pulev.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? It was MMA against boxers. All the boxers lost except for Pula because he fought the damn wrestler, nigga. The damn jiu-jitsu nigga who can't fight for shit with his hands.
Yeah, man. Jeez, these fucking people.
Ain't nobody want to see none of them garbage ass niggas. They can they can get the fuck all the way Sora, all them niggas.
Yeah,
ain't nobody trying to see that shit.
Yeah. You know, like shout out to fucking Warjasaur, bro. Shout out to Del Boy. But yeah, y'all gotta, you know, maybe you can drum up interest in that shit, but you guys are now the boy that cried wolf too many fucking times. First it was AJ, then it was White, now it's Del Boy. Like, stop it.
Yeah. He said Rampage had a very scary look though. Nah, he won't beat your sword. He won't.
Yeah,
He's
no,
done.
he'll come in there with it, like, you know, a chain around his neck, like an actual chain, not like a jewelry, but like lock and key and shit.
I know he was supposed to fight. He's supposed to fight the Let's Go champ. Nigga, what's with Shannon Briggs?
Yeah.
He was talking hella shit, and they had the little team
Shannon
battle.
Briggs, yeah, he old
Let's go, champ. So, like, you know, yeah, man.
I'd rather watch Rampage and Shannon Briggs fight than Chisora do any goddamn.
Bro, I'm not an usually I'm not an ageist. Like, typically, I'm not an ageist, but Shannon Briggs seems like he got sleep apnea. Like, that dude seems like he's battling the scale. Like, he's need to figure that shit the fuck out for real. He's old as fuck too.
Yeah, he's old as shit. Hell yeah.
Man, that nigga, the steroids keep that nigga young, dude.
Yeah, exactly. The steroids keeping that nigga young.
This nigga sweats testosterone, nigga. That shit.
You cannot tell me you don't take steroids. You cannot tell me that shit.
Oh yeah,
he definitely does. There's no way he don't.
Yeah, getting outboxed by Chael Sonnen.
Rampage got way better hands than Chael Sonnen, man. You capping up.
Oh, dude, you guys are fucking silly. Right. Oh wow, fucking Chael Sonnen. That fight where fucking Anderson Silva broke his toe though, fighting Chael. That was kind of fucked up.
Yeah, hell yeah.
He beat that ass though.
I remember Anderson Silva broke his fucking leg, bro. God damn, that shit was crazy. And the shit funny too, because the same thing happened to his opponent that he got his leg broke again. Same thing happened to his opponent, bro. That shit crazy.
That's because MMA niggas is jack of all trades. They ain't really like they don't really kick like the kickboxers. Like sometimes they get their leg broken because a dude did a strategic check to break the nigga leg, but it's like most of the time they be throwing their kicks in between punches and shit, so they can't get checked with the knee to get a break. You know, they set they kicked they set the kicks up to where they ain't gonna be vulnerable to that. But these niggas just be kicking, they be leading with the kick, so it's easy to check the kick. When you know it's coming, that bitch hit the shin hit the knee bone, your fucking shin is going. The knee is harder than the shin, nigga.
Yeah, yeah, BK, hang out with more Americans. Plenty of Americans pick Fury.
Pick Fury for what?
What are you talking about?
To beat Wilder?
Yeah. I picked Fury to beat Wilder.
Yeah, tons of Americans did. Like, come on, man.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, these boys are reaching. These boys are reaching, but yeah, I guess the fight on Wednesday. I'm hyped. The fuck kind of what is this today? Oh, it's Monday. It's Monday, all right. Yeah, I don't even know that. Yeah. I don't even know, man. Yeah, Spence Bud, blah. Canelo Triple G, Charlo and Andre out. They're both out. What's up with Tim Zoo and fucking Charlo?
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that shit.
I mean, Tim Zoo is mandatory. You gotta fight him, bro, because he took the step aside money. If he was guaranteed, I know he was the mandatory, but he said he'd step aside. I don't think they gave him money. I think he just agreed to step aside as long as he had the next shot, so they could do undisputed.
Why is fucking Josh Taylor just let him take belt by belt like it's a fucking Monty Python skit? Like, 'tis merely a scratch. The WBA belt, that doesn't mean anything. WBC belt, like, bro, like, why don't you just vacate the shit and move up? Like, why do you got to take it from you one belt at a time?
Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Josh Taylor, bro. They just taking him apart. They just stripping everything from him. Exactly.
Man,
they only got 2 belts now.
They always. That's why, like, why people want this undisputed shit? But all they do is drop the belts as soon as they get the shit.
Bro, I'm not worried who you hang out with, BK. You're the ones that the Americans said this. Like, we're a monolithic group that all just pick fucking based on our fucking flag. Plenty of Americans picked fucking White to win that fight. I mean, picked Fury to win that fight.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Tons of them did. Like, so your whole thing about Americans told me, yeah, okay. Well, listen to different Americans that said other shit. Or, like, miss me with how many Americans you know. Like, I don't even give a damn about that. Like, not worried about that at all. I'm not concerned. But, yeah, man, I need for my Josh, it would be nice if he rematched Prograis. It would be nice if he rematched Catterall. But I don't need him to do any of that shit. I think it'd be very cool if he fucking just well, I guess he can't, like, he's still the WBO guy, right?
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. He still got WBO. He's got a WBO, and I think he has an IBF still. But that WBA is gone, and that WBC by
I said the UK fan. I said the UK fan what? The fuck are you talking about? Dude, like, is that supposed? Am I supposed to, like, read your mind? That's not even a complete sentence, bro. Like, what are you talking about? Don't use it to deal it. Like, speaking it, like, write a complete fucking sentence, and then, like, yeah, like, you know, yeah, you got Fury versus Wilder, correct? Cool. That the fuck that guy, like, good for you. I'm just telling you, a bunch of Americans fucking picked Fury. It wasn't us versus them, the way your comment seems to suggest. He said he's taking the rematch with Catterall. That's cool. Yeah, that's cool. That's what Batman says. I mean, it sounds like he's just trying to save face in the chat, but whatever.
Oh yeah. That's what Josh Taylor been saying, but hopefully he does. Oh,
okay, so are they just taking a long time to negotiate it?
Yeah, that's what it sounds like right now. I think that's
he said they've been saying that the day after the fight. You don't remember any Americans picking Fury. Hey, Big Say So. Who did you pick in the fight? In the Wilder versus Fury fight?
I picked Fury. I picked Fury the first time, the second time, and the third time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Let's see what your memories like, games you love. Let's see if you remember Big Say So picked him all 3 times. You know who else did? D. Jefferson. Yep. Speak Your Mind Sports Talk. Talk about it all the time.
All the time, bro. Literally. Yep.
You know who else did? Julius. Ring IQ.
Yep.
You can go back and look at all the fucking videos from there. Maybe it'll jog your memory, or maybe you never went by the channels.
The channel we on right now, H Money, he picked fucking Fury. Come on, man.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, but person after person. There's an entire man, anyway, whatever. I'm not fucking interested in this shit. Like,
yeah, it was mixed, bro. It was everybody, a lot of people pick Wilder, a lot of people pick Fury. It's just one of those fights, bro. That's how it is. It's just one of those type of fights. It's a super fight, bro. That's what happens in the super fights. You get a lot of splits.
Yes, everything I say is UK fans. I'm talking about you fuckers in the chat, not every UK fan on earth. I'm talking about you fuckers in the chat. You team AOBs every now and again, Cassidy, every now Jerome, like you fuckers, you UK fans in the chat. God damn, bro. Yeah, you gotta. I guess anyway. It's not like I have a direct line to like UK fandom and everybody's saying Chisora. I'm only seeing this shit in the chat. I'm laughing because you guys. Oh yeah, fat apples. Yeah, like you fuckers. As opposed to Eric, who is not from the UK. I guess he's really the only one that's representing right now. I can't backtrack. No, you're just lost in the sauce. There's no backtracking. I've only been reading the comments in the chat. I haven't read. I don't. Okay, this is what I don't do. When I read your comments, I don't act like you're speaking for millions of people that I'm not talking to. Right? I'm only talking about you people in the chat who happen to be from the UK and like telling me about how great Derek Chisora is and how now he should fight Deontay fucking Wilder because he got past Pulev. I hate UK world class super talented pugilists. I don't hate them. I like both of them. You know, Lennox Lewis and Joe Calzaghe. I mean, I guess if you want to throw if you throw Prince Nassim, although I didn't really like.
Yeah. I always put Nassim in that UK mix. He's definitely.
I mean,
he's
but
probably one of my favorites out of all of them.
Is he really from Canada? Are you sure he's not from Jamaica?
He's a Jamaican.
I mean, he's born in England, right?
Jamaican with a British accent.
I mean, he's born in England, right? I'm just saying, like Lennox Lewis. Yeah, like when it comes to UK elite, super talented pugilists, I love both of those guys. In the last 100 years, I love both of them. If you think that Calzaghe was super talented, I don't know. He's all right. I don't know what you mean by super talented.
Yeah, I think the last
qualifier too many.
The last 100 years, yeah, definitely their best. Probably Lennox Lewis, fucking Nassim Hamed, Joe Calzaghe.
Yeah, I'm saying
those definitely their best.
And you know, yeah, Nigel Benn, sure, but Nigel Benn. I mean, I guess Chris Eubank wasn't bad. Michael Watson wasn't bad.
Yeah, Chris Eubank.
But I don't know if you call those guys super talented, elite world super. I don't know what you call. Like they're cool, but I mean. Nigel Benn would have been nicer if I got the James Toney fight or the Michael Nunn fight or the Roy Jones fight. Like maybe it was like what was missing from Nigel had Iran Barkley and he had McClellan. But McClellan knocked him the fuck out the ring and then like home cooking took over. Like I don't know. It's one of those things where Nigel Benn's cool. I don't know if he qualifies in that long ass title of UK elite world class super talented pugilist. That's a lot of shit. He's definitely from the UK. He's definitely world class. Is he elite and super talented? I don't know. For Nigel Benn. But I definitely will give that to Lennox Lewis. I'll give that to fucking Prince Nassim. And yeah, fuck it, Calzaghe. I'll give it to Calzaghe. Why not? The Italian Welshman. I'll give it the Italian Welshman in there. Like, you know, he got in he got in undefeated. Yeah, I'll give it to him. So sorry. When I said both of them, I meant to say all three. Yeah, I love all three of those guys. All those UK super talented world-class elite pugilists.
The pugilist specialist. Yeah. Lewis always said, I'm a pugilist specialist.
Yeah, I love all three of them. Yeah, home cooking. Yes, Nigel Benn got knocked out the motherfucking ring, and the fight should have been over because they let him climb back in the ring after 20 count. Yes, home cooking. Where did the fight happen? Happened in London. Is Gerald McClellan from London?
Nope.
No. Where's Nigel Benn from?
Y'all ain't got no love for Ricky Hatton.
I mean, I love the way he got ran into a turnbuckle. I love the way he got knocked out. That's one of my favorite fucking knockouts in all of boxing. Like
Hey, he did that, man. Like he did the Ric Flair when he did, but then Ric Flair get hit in the turnbuckle.
I thought Ricky Hatton did Castillo dirty. I thought he did Paulie dirty, and I thought it was mean. They was beating up on those fucking guys. But yeah, Ricky Hatton's all right. Like I like the thing is, they were rabid in Sheffield. Wherever the fuck, where's this dude from? Manchester? I think he's from Manchester. Anyway, wherever fucking town he's from, they were rabid for him in that fucking town. And I would like before he came to the States, I'd be watching this dude fight and all the fans like losing their fucking minds, like he's Michael Jackson. And I was like, this dude will come to the States and get his ass fucking handed to him. And sure enough, not only was it comical what fucking Floyd did to him, but what Manny did to him was downright, it was borderline criminal. That shit was fucked up.
Manny obliterated that man. Yeah, he was already chilling. He lost his confidence after getting sent to the turnbuckle with Floyd. I think that demoralized him.
That was bad beer. Like, what the fuck? Talk about a bad day at the office. You go from fucking Floyd to Manny, back-to-back fights.
He looked like
That's crazy. That's one
he
thing.
looked like a bomb blew up in his face. And then Manny knocked out him, bro.
That's one of my favorite KOs all time, bro. Man, Manny,
Yeah,
that shit was crazy.
Yeah, that
Nah,
shit
Ricky Hatton, I mean, he's a decent 140 pounder. He's definitely beat some guys, but would I say he's the best UK fighter? Hell no, definitely not.
Nah, bro. Like
Definitely.
I said, all three of them, I named the three guys. I love all those dudes. And then like today, right? So the super talented guys of today, I don't know. All right. So the super talented elite, and AJ and Tyson Fury. I like both of those dudes. I like them both, actually. I would like AJ. I feel like if he had a better corner, he'd get better results. I feel like he has the attributes, and he has a bunch of tools. I think he has the attributes and the tools to beat Usyk, but I think he has the exact fucking wrong team.
Yeah. He said,
what happened to Wilder with Peak was also, though, he was getting knocked out by those peeps called Pillow, Piss, and Fury. Yes, that happened. You know how that happened? Because Tyson Fury dropped the zero and got with the hero in Javon Sugar Hill, and he taught him how to counteract that Kronk designed right hand. But I like Tyson Fury.
Yeah, that
you also have to get up the canvas 4 times to do it, but sure. Yeah, he did it.
Yeah, he got that Kronk style down pack, definitely. Sugar Hill taught him a lot.
So you can't really give UK credit for that win because he had to come to America to learn how to.
I can still credit him. I'm just telling you.
I still give him credit. For that.
I give him all the fucking credit just so you understand where that came from. When he was Ben Davidson, the motherfucker's the reincarnation of fucking Sugar Ray Leonard, dodging fucking punches.
Fury Pops is funny as hell. He called that nigga Ben Davidson a companion. He was like, he's not a trainer, he's a companion.
Yeah, exactly. That shit the fuck up out of here, bro.
Yeah, he called that nigga a companion, dog.
He's nice now. Yeah, now he fights you. He uses his weight. He's coming to knock you out. He's 3-0 with 3 KOs with Javon Sugar Hill. So we know you're a big UJ fan of those uppercuts. He was all right. Like Eubank Jr. was real. I liked his actual style. Like if you fuck with him, he was ready to fight. The only thing I didn't like about him is that dude was scared to come off the fucking porch. He would not leave the UK if that shit was on fire. And then Steve Collins beat that fucking ass. Steve Collins put a hurt on Eubank and fucking Nigel Benn. Anyway, I don't know what you mean by elite and all that other shit. Like, I'm gonna let you go with your elite shit, bro. Like, whatever you guys feel like. If you feel like those are your guys, cool. Yeah.
Ben Davidson, I don't think he's the best trainer. I don't think he's good as a trainer. I feel like he's just very unexperienced. He's like 28, 29. He's very young for a trainer. You don't really see trainers that young.
Oh, supposed biggest puncher? If he's not the biggest puncher, then getting up 4 times fucking sucks. What I heard was Wilder's a bum. I heard how Wilder couldn't fight. And look, who did he fight? And he's a bum and all this shit. Like, I heard that he had no skill. So if you're saying your elite guy had to get off the fucking canvas 4 times against a bum, are we really saying that he's elite? Is that your elite guy? Like, I don't know what you.
Yeah,
I don't know what you want.
We gotta stop calling Wilder a bum. He ain't no bum, man. I used to hate on Wilder a little bit because of his fan base, but as time went on, I came to appreciate him. He is skilled, bro. He's skilled enough to land that right hand bomb on anybody. He's gonna land that shit on anybody he fight. It don't matter who it is. You know what I'm saying? And he has that outlier, bro. He can knock his shit out. He's dangerous every single round in the fight. You know, and he's got some skill. He's not a technician, but he's got some skill, definitely.
Yeah,
but,
and
I
Chris
miss Wilder too.
yeah.
Hell yeah, I want to see him again for sure.
Wilder's only fight outside U.S. was Ollie Harrison Law. Yes, and Chris Eubank's only fight outside of the U.K. was nobody. Law. The motherfucker never left. Now, if you want to say, by way, for example, Floyd Mayweather never left Vegas. Law. Sure, then we can look at his receipts out of fucking Las Vegas. Law. This shit, you fucking people are so insecure about your fighters. It's really fucking funny. I went back 100 goddamn years for your fucking ass, and who did I'm leaving out? Who's the elite guy? Like Ken Buchanan? Is that your elite dude? Like,
you can't forget the legendary Frank Bruno.
Let USA. Floyd never left Las Vegas. He never fought in Texas. Didn't fight in New York. Didn't fight in California. He fought in Las Vegas.
Did he fight Gotti in Atlantic City?
Every fight was in Vegas. Every fight.
Every single one. He never left Vegas.
Did he fight Gotti in Atlantic City?
Did he? He might have. He might have.
I think he fought in LA.
I think you did fight him in Jersey. I think you're right. I think you're right. I think there you go. He fought him in Atlantic City. There you go.
Yeah, he did, but most fights was in Vegas though. Yeah, Smoke right.
I think that's after he beat De La Hoya though, where he started calling all the shots. I think he fought De La Hoya in LA.
Yeah, once he beat
home cooking applies.
That's when he
home
became
cooking applies to the home cooking. Like everybody gets home cooking. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, once he beat De La Hoya, that's when he became money made. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I think Canelo, like who doesn't get home cooking? Like all it takes to get home cooking is be at home.
Yeah,
wherever your home is. Like for Nigel Benn versus Gerald McClellan, that was in the UK, and the guy did not enter the ring within the allotted time. Therefore, home cooking. It's not really that difficult a concept to fucking grasp, unless you're obtuse or just insecure about guys out here just insecure as fuck about their fighters. Like, I guess I would be too if I had like 3 guys in 100 years to speak of. We're talking about Ted Cheeseman next.
Ted Cheeseman. Oh man. Yeah, that dude's a warrior, but man, he gets his ass whooped all the time.
Well, how come we're not talking about Frank Bruno? He was a champion. Like, okay, bro, I guess we can if you want to. Carl Froch was a champion.
Carl Froch. Oh man, he was a beast though. He was a beast.
Oh yeah, I get it, bro. But you know, mention Andre Ward around Carl Froch, see what happens.
Now that nigga hates Ward Guess. This nigga hates the sound of the word of the syllables in this nigga name just to sit and fucking send this nigga into a ring.
Fury beats every heavyweight in American history.
Nah, I don't know about that.
I don't even know what that is supposed to mean. Like every American heavyweight, like
yeah, every single one. Yeah, come on, bro.
Yeah, every heavyweight since America's been around since 1776. Like, what the fuck are you trying to say?
Yeah, that's
he could barely beat fucking Wilder, dude.
Yeah, man, I'm saying
that started boxing the same age as Jake Paul.
Yeah,
like Wilder literally started boxing at the same age as Jake Paul started boxing. This nigga with life or death with this motherfucker.
Ward never sold 80,000 though, so Froch won the war. What is the war? Is the war about? So it's not boxing; it's how many people came to see the fight live.
But what the?
Okay, I guess. I mean, that's definitely like a cultural difference between you guys and us. Like, we don't really care how many people showed up to watch the fight. We care how much the fight grossed. So, like, if your fight grossed, like, let's say by waiver, for instance, 80,000 people showed up to watch Froch, a Froch fight. By contrast, I believe 15,000 showed up to watch Floyd fight. But Floyd got $70 million off the fucking gate. So while 80,000 people is more than 15,000 people, $70 million is more than Froch made in probably all of his fights combined.
And people don't realize how much them tickets cost for the big fights, dog.
No,
They don't
yeah.
factor in that shit.
No, you don't understand. Froch is a name for a coat, right? But what I'm saying is, what I'm telling you is, I'm not even gonna go there. Listen, I'm giving you guys. You guys are trying. I don't mean to bully you. Cool. Yes, call Froch. Yeah, I'll leave it that way. Let me stop. Let me stop. Before you guys put a hit out on me. Before you send Jason Statham to my house. Yeah, exactly. You don't give any fucks about how much they gross. That's the difference between us and you guys. Like, you guys care about how many people showed up. And the difference is because they don't actually tell you how much the fucking fights grossed. All they tell you is how many people showed up. If you knew how much the fucking fights grossed, you'd start caring about that a lot more. If they actually published that particular detail. Oh, you caught that one, right? They'll send the mechanic to my house and clean me up. Yeah, don't send Christmas to my house, bro. Yeah, no, it was definitely fun. You care how much the fight grossed while earning zero. I care. Why would I care about how many people showed up to the fight if I'm watching it on TV? By that same token. Like, the United States is a lot bigger than the UK in landmass. I think that you can pick any stadium in the UK, right? Not just in England, but in the UK. I believe that you can drive to every single stadium in the UK and be home the same day. Conversely, if I left my house right now, like if I wanted to, like I live in California, if I wanted to drive to the Madison Square Garden and then come home, it would take me probably 10 days, right? Like, we watch our sports on television. We're not going to the fight. So, yeah. Yeah. We don't have states. Okay, I get. I guess the United. I think the hint is in the name United States. Okay, I'm getting delirious. Maybe I should have another drink. I'll take a couple more of these and then pack it in. They have providences. Okay, I get you. I'm not boasting about it. I'm contrasting. I'm just telling you, like, this idea about going to fights is a UK thing because your country is really not that big by landmass, and even your collection of countries is not that big by landmass in comparison to ours. So this idea about like showing up to fights, that's a thing that you guys do. Like, for us, we get 100,000 people at college football stadiums every fucking Saturday, and not just one stadium, but like 30 of them. Like, that's where like the attendance means something to us, because in college football, they also de-emphasize the fact that it's a capitalistic endeavor. And so they try to tell you it's academic and don't tell you about the money being generated from this fucking event. They just tell you how many people showed up. And then meanwhile, they're raping everybody. They're raping all the fucking students. Not rape, sorry. They're exploiting all of the fucking talent and not paying them and all that stuff. So yeah, it's a different. It's just a cultural difference. It's not us versus you. It's us in compared to, like, the way that our system is a little bit different than yours. Not saying anybody's better. If you want to feel like yours is better, cool.
It's definitely facts. Get the smoke. Hell yeah. Them fucking college people love filling up them stadiums, bro. But nah,
Yeah.
they don't pay them for shit. Hell yeah, bro. I've been saying that shit for years. They should pay college football players, basketball players. They should pay all them motherfuckers.
Yeah, like at Texas A&M, Alabama, Clemson, South Florida, University of Miami. They'll all be playing on Saturday, and all of them will have 100,000 people in the fucking stadiums.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. Yep.
And I didn't even mention it, like Stanford or the Oregon or or Oklahoma, or like, I mean, it's just like, it's so many, like, it just boggles the mind if you like really think about it. And I'm not even talking about, that's people who show up to the games. If you look at the ratings for the games, you'll start seeing 13 million views, 6 million views. They, like, people in America, just so you understand, our thing is geared around college fucking sports, not even the pros. College sports dominates the ratings, dominates attendance, because they don't have to pay the fucking talent. We are a capitalist country. You want to keep your labor costs low, and then everybody shows the fuck up, shows out. That's how we fucking rock it. As soon as you start getting into the whole money thing, and like, boxing is a sport in America where the fans actually have to fucking pay for it, or it wouldn't exist.
Yep. Yeah, that's very true. Hell yeah. Yeah, that's why college football hella big. Down, I live in North Carolina. That's a hooping state. College basketball is big over here.
Exactly.
We got all the schools, bro. We got NC State, Duke, and the Tar Heels.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. People love basketball over here.
No, our college sports dwarfs your football, because your football, like, so it does. It is comparison in terms of numbers, but we just have way fucking more. Like, I can't even. I think I named 10, and I can just keep going on and on, and it's like every fucking Saturday, and that's just one sport kind of thing. I don't know. It's just kind of a weird thing, but yeah, it is similar. It's just I don't know. Like the Premier League. How many teams are in the Premier League? Is it like 15 of them?
Bro, there's so many soccer leagues, bro. It's a bunch, bro. It's too many.
No, I'm just talking about. I'm not. But that's all over fucking Europe.
You're talking about
I guess all over the world. I'm just talking about within the UK, and really, it's really about England, right? Because like the Scottish team, like whatever. Anyway, I'm just saying in the Premier League, I think there's 15 teams. I'm telling you that there's like 30 different colleges that do this. Yes, that's international soccer. I'm only talking about the UK versus the United States, not the entire world versus the United States. Fucking hell, dude. These dudes, goddamn. Your country is a great country. Do I need to start saying nice things about the UK so you guys are like not so triggered? It's a great country. I'm only talking about scale. We're fucking bigger. Like you guys have 60 million people. We have 300 million people.
Yeah, we're way bigger. Hell yeah. Definitely.
Our landmass is slightly smaller than the continent of Europe, than your entire fucking continent. Not just not just the UK. Like it's a different. We're talking about scale.
I've been to
There we
both
go,
places.
Matt Chad. Bro, I tried to fucking save your link, bro. Like, listen. I can only do so much Slugger Sam, but I did try to fucking save your shit, bro. Like he was putting high pitched squeals on it, and I tried to put some music on, so it wasn't just this dude squealing. But yeah. If you're gonna, but I'm definitely not going to be the guy that regulates the quality on your channel. I did it one time, and that was it. That was my service.
Yeah, I've been to both spots. I've been in the UK and I live in the US and I've been in the UK, so I know how both sides is. And I've been to both areas, so I know how it is. I've been to London before, but that was a long time ago. That was back in 2010 in March. Went there with my family. It was a little family trip, but that was years ago. Rode on the London Eye and shit. Seen Big Ben. I seen all that shit. To me, the UK is like a foreign New York. That's really what it is to me. Like big city, busy. You got the underground trains and the buses and shit. I like how they bus got like two seats, bro. You know, you got all the seats at the bottom and then the seats at the top. I like that shit.
Okay, games you love. In the next, for your next, yeah. So tell us how much money the Premier League generates, and then tell us how much college football generates. But you don't have to guarantee. And while you're at it, you should probably just spell check. Like that is certainly not how you spell guarantee. No, you should look it up as well as the spelling of this term. You should look it up. And nobody needs to apologize. It's just like mistake. Like these guys are really fucking in their feelings about this shit, bro. It's just a fact.
You shitting on their country. What you expect?
But I'm not. I'm only talking about the comparison. Like I don't know. See, like why you got to feed this fucking fuel to this shit? Like I'm not trying to talk shit.
On Frank Bruno, shitting on.
Bro, do you think Frank Bruno? You said world class elite UK fighters, right? So I'm just trying to say. To me, that's three guys. There's other guys that are good. Like I said, Frank Bruno's good, but is he world class elite? Like I don't.
But did Mike Tyson beat him for the belt when he came back?
Yeah.
Before,
I mean, but like Tony Tucker for the belt. Like what's that supposed to mean? Like Charles Martin had a fucking belt. Like
a world title is a world title.
Yeah, but does that make you elite? Is Joseph Parker and Charles Martin, do they scream elite to you?
I thought Joseph Parker's from New Zealand or some shit.
But I mean, he certainly ain't from elite. Wherever the fuck he's from, it ain't from elite.
He damn sure not elite.
No, I don't think Andy Ruiz is elite. Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know. It is what it is.
Man, they know that you ain't gotta rub it in. That's what I'm saying by shit, don't you? You ain't gotta let them know they fighters ain't shit like that, man.
Okay, what's super elite? Like Frank Bruno is super elite. I need to understand what criteria, because I feel like Lennox Lewis, for me, that's elite. Prince Nassim, I'll give him the elite thing. Joe Calzaghe, fuck it. Why not? Why not? Right? Those guys. after that, who am I leaving? Like Nigel Benn is good. I don't know. I just like the elite thing. I'm not sure.
What about Prime Chisora, nigga?
What about who?
Prime Chisora.
Nah, hell
Prime
no,
Chisora. Elite.
Nah, hell no.
And I mean, I guess for the UK, that's what I'm saying. Is like I feel like I need a grade on the curve. Like for the UK system, there's a bunch of really good fighters. But
What
if
about
you're just
Kell
talking
Brook?
about, say again.
What about Kell Brook? He was good before he got sacrificed to Triple G.
He was good. I mean,
He beat
elite.
Sean Porter easier
Okay,
than
so for me,
Crawford beat Porter.
Okay, so for me, elite to me means the best of the best.
Yeah, I wouldn't say Kilbert the best of the best, but he is good though. Definitely a good fighter.
When it comes to the best of the best, like I can say, like I'm saying, I can squint my eyes real close and like usher Calzaghe and fucking Prince Nassim in, even though I know who the fuck they didn't fight in order to remain that that semblance of elite, being elite status, right? And the champions that were active in their weight class at the same fucking time, right? But fuck it. They had good fights. They fought good guys. They looked good in those fights. They had their little style of thing to them. Like, yeah, fine, elite. Who do we got? Carson Jones. Mad Chad is fucking mean. Those are those are professional sports teams. Like what you don't know is how much does the NCAA make off of fucking football?
The NCAA is a cartel, man.
They make a shitload of money.
Yeah.
Just off of that's the point Smoke trying to make. It's just fucking college. That's the point, bro. It's not even pro shit. It's not even the pros. They still could make that much money.
Yeah, so the NCAA, they have a few different deals, and I think they total somewhere in the realm of like $12 billion, something like that.
I know the Michigan Wolverine Stadium is like the biggest fucking stadium. Like the most people. It's like even more than the NFL stadiums. Like how many people that the big house, how that much that bitch make. Like how many off the ticket sales, and like how many people is in the stadium, nigga.
Yeah, Michigan.
Let me see how many people fit in there. Let me see, God.
Yeah, Michigan love their football.
Right, the Michigan Stadium, University of Michigan Stadium, got a maximum capacity that's like 115,000 some shit like that.
Damn.
It's a fucking college, nigga.
And that's a fucking college, exactly. Yeah. That's the point. It's a fucking college. That's a lot of motherfuckers. Damn.
That's a lot of motherfuckers.
For real.
That's why it's a premier job, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, hell yeah.
You want to be the coach of that motherfucking team.
Yeah. Okay. Just so you know, so I just took a look. College football generates $31.9 billion every year. So I think I don't know what list you're looking at, Eric, but 31 is greater than 5 by a magnitude of 6.
Yeah. 31 way bigger than 5.
Yeah, just so you understand, like the numbers that we're talking about. Yeah, I'm not sure what Eric's talking about, but yeah, 31.9. Oh, sorry, not even per year, but per school year, which is like 8 months.
8 months, yeah. Damn. Per school year, god damn. Yeah, that's crazy. Now that's crazy.
31.9 per school year revenue generated. 31.9 billion. So yeah, get your game up, UK. That's like that's like what do you got? You got 30. You have 30 million people in the UK, right? Give each one of those dudes $100, and you got that's college football. Okay, let's see how much the Premier League generates. Okay, let's take a look. We might as well do it. How much money is generated by the Premier League? Because I'm sure everyone is
they got over there
way more money outside of the
We got
UK.
baseball, we got basketball, we got football.
Okay, so let's see. The GV gross value added is set to the GDP of a country.
We got motherfucking NASCAR and shit.
The Premier League is 7.6 billion pounds, which is $9.9 billion.
Yeah, college football blows it out of the water, bro.
3 times as much. You guys do a third, right?
Yeah,
a little less than a third. So
yeah, college blows that shit out the water.
Yeah, just
Yep. Not surprised though.
Nigga, the gambling of college sports blows away whatever the fuck they making. When they shit they be making off the fucking gambling, man.
Yeah, man.
That's in England. Football is considered a national sport and governed by the Football Association, which is turnover approximately of 468 million British pounds in 2019, mostly through broadcast rights, sponsorship, and licensing. God damn, that's all, man. If you don't get the fuck out of here, guys, man, you guys, I feel it. You're very proud of your country, man. Like, why you have to do this? Because now it seems like I'm hating on you. How can college be 31 billion? Okay, I don't know how it is. I'll tell you how. Let's see. How did they come up with this
It's
number?
not believable though. I don't think it's a lot.
You got free labor.
Yeah, all that shit free. That's free TV, bro.
They get all that bread. They don't have to pay the athletes any money.
You ain't gotta pay nothing, bro. Yeah, hell yeah. Y'all gotta realize that. These kids are not getting paid for this shit. They're not getting paid at all. And it's free TV, bro. All you gotta do is turn the TV on. It's right there. That's it.
Right. So a large portion of the revenue comes from TV deals. ESPN's deal to broadcast college football players is worth roughly $470 million per year. Power 5 conference TV contracts, another $200 million. Producing schools, Texas does $144 million. Georgia does $134 million. 144. Georgia does 134. Michigan does 126. Ohio State does 116. Alabama does 110. Yeah. It's how many fucking schools. That's really what it is. It's a national thing, and how many fucking schools. Number 2, then you got basketball, but we're just talking about football. We're not even talking about all of college sports. I'm only just talking about college football. If you want to talk about college football and basketball, then you start to understand what I'm saying to you. That college sports dominates our fucking market. It's not the professional game at all. It's not NFL. It's not the NBA. It's not boxing. It's college sports here.
Facts.
Where's the money going? To the NCAA, bro. They're so corrupt. It is literally the most corrupt thing. But it's like it's collusion. It's the biggest graft. Like the college pro league system in America is the most anti-capitalist thing in, like, it is just straight exploitation.
Yeah, it is definitely. These kids don't get paid at all. Shit sucks. And these dudes, these coaches and shit, they making names off them and shit. The NCAA, they making names off these kids. Making money off them. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I just it's not really that difficult, guys. I mean, all I did was I just did a quick Google search. I'm not like making shit up. I said how much money is generated by college football. Very first thing, Yahoo Finance, 31 nil.
Yeah, I believe that shit definitely. I'll look it up right now on my damn self. I know it's gonna say the same thing. I believe it does make sense because these kids ain't getting paid for this shit, and it's all free. Come on now. But yeah, man, I'm about to dip, man. I gotta go to work, man.
That's what's up. It's 4 fucking a.m.
Yeah, it's fucking 7 right now. 7:06 over here.
I'm trying to
I keep
stay up
hating
to
on
this
the
damn
UK.
stock market over.
I get off at 3, so I'll be back on later and shit. I know y'all gonna
No, I don't really hate on the UK. I hate on the notions that you people come up with in the chat. This is not a reflection on the UK. This is a reflection on you guys. And Fat Apples, you are the one who started this shit with Derek Chisora and fucking Wilder. We just haven't stopped because the UK is in the fucking building. Let's chop it up.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, nobody hating on the UK, man. Nobody hating
Yeah,
on
man,
you.
UK is fucking nice. London's a great fucking time. Like
Hell yeah.
there's very few places on earth that can beat London for a good time. But some of them are, but a couple of them are in America. Like, I mean, I don't know beating them. Nah, the UK is awfully fucking cool. New York's a good fucking time too. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, man, I don't know. Like LA, it can be, but you got to know people and all that shit. But if you just a regular fucking Joe, LA is fucking nice.
Yeah.
I mean, sorry, London's fucking nice.
Yeah. Hell yeah, bro. London was when I went there. It was definitely fun. It just reminds me of New York. That's all it reminds me of. Just it's literally a foreign New York, fast-paced city. Everyone's walking. Got pigeons flying around. Big city. It's cold outside.
Man. It's just a cool fucking place. You know.
It is cool.
When you get to the rural places, people are a little bit more like provincial and like kind of mean-hearted and like kind of mean-minded, but it's still all right. Like once you get past the gruff exterior, you can get some love. I mean, if you want to go through their sourcing, right? Like, if you want to find out this, I don't know. Like Yahoo Finance is not like a tabloid, bro. Like they list their sources and you can pull apart the methodology, but you don't just go like hand wave because it's Yahoo Finance. Like, what do you want? You want me to call the NCAA office and have them give me the fucking gross receipts for the last decade? Like, the fuck are you talking about? You left my ass off Yahoo Finance. Yeah, this is why. Like, it seems like I'm hating on the UK, but literally, I'm just hating on you.
Yo. Yeah, man. On that note, I'm gonna go, man.
Yeah, man. Peace, man.
Yeah, see y'all later, man. All right, no cap. All right, get the smoke. Shout out to the chat as well, man. Shout out H Money for having me on as well, bro. I'll be back on later, my guys.
Yeah, next time, baby. See, college football has more teams than the NFL. That to begin with, they have more participants. The stadiums are even fucking bigger. Like a college stadium versus a professional stadium. A college stadium will fit over 100,000. The biggest, nicest ones of professionals only seat 80. All right, that was for the per year. Now I hear you.
It drives professors and state employees crazy. Well, the football team, the sports make more money for the college than any of that academic shit. So they should be. So shit.
Yeah. So right. So if you pull that one apart, right, and then you do the thing, like if you look at that article, right, Like, where's the money coming from? Right. Yeah, the numbers come in at a lot more than 31 billion, right? So if you look at the whole thing, you check out the article. Not my fault, bro. I'm just reporting it. Yeah, the punching machines, I don't think they're accurate.
They are. It depends on where you hit the machine. Like some people,
Okay.
you got to hit directly on the sensor.
Right. So here's the thing, Batman. You keep putting these numbers. Where are you getting your 25 billion? Because I just did the same thing for. I just substituted the same search. Instead of college football, I just put Premier League. How much money is generated by the Premier League? The Premier League, right? And the number I got was 9.9 billion. Then you got how much money the Premier Leagues make. Let's see. Around half of Premier League's television revenue is distributed between 20 clubs. So 20 clubs at 84 million a piece. So it's 20, 84. That's 1 point. That's what is that? 160 million. No, but it's so add another zero to 160. You get 1.6 billion. Yeah, I'm not seeing 21 billion. Yeah, where are you getting this from? Let's see. Revenue streams 2.3 billion. Like,
At the end of the day, we don't give a fuck about that shit over here, no soccer shit.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just, we're just here talking.
I try to watch the World Cup. That shit,
like,
I couldn't fuck with it.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you're talking.
You gotta be drunk. You gotta be
Premier League.
on some drunk
All
shit.
we're talking about is USA versus the UK and our difference in culture when it comes to consuming sports. That's all it is. I'm not talking about the entire fucking continent of Europe. Like, what the fuck?
Maybe watching fencing and
one
some
country.
shit.
Like, we are one country. We're not an entire continent. Like, what the fuck? Yes. Yeah, no, I won't be wearing the earrings, and yeah, I haven't worn any earrings. I haven't worn earrings since 91, 92 maybe. It's been a long time. It's been like 30 years. Yeah, I got my ear pierced when I was 18 years old, sure. And I wore it. It's been like I stopped doing that shit by the time I was 22. I got to be like 1991, 19, somewhere around there. But yeah, first I have to be paid for winning my bet before I don't wear the earrings. And then also, but I definitely will keep them as a trophy. Won't be wearing them though. But yes, I'm definitely hating on you because you're so easy to hate on with your like weird ass trolling. Chisora, bro. Chisora. Everybody wants Chisora versus Wilder. He just beat Pulev. Didn't you see it? The fuck out of here. Yeah, that's all I'm saying. I wasn't saying one thing was better than the other. I'm just talking about like our shit is about the my point was the college game is more widely viewed and more lucrative than the professional fucking game here.
Shit, Big Baby Anderson.
Again, keep saying soccer has billions. Nobody's saying soccer doesn't have billions. We're only talking about within countries. For the last fucking time, I am not talking about worldwide receipts. I'm only talking about receipts generated within the country or countries of the UK. A particular country or the combined countries. I know Premier League is not. I mean, I think it's just England, right? Like you don't have Scottish teams in the Premier League or Irish teams in the Premier League. Like you can tell me if that. I thought like the Premier League is just England, Man City and Man U and Leicester City and Crystal City, all that fucking shit. Like a bunch of a bunch of English cities.
Man, Wilder fuck around and murder Chisora. Get that motherfucker doing the seizure in the damn ring and shit.
Correct. So all I'm talking about is just fucking England. So the Premier League in England's fucking thing. And really this was only talking about we go for the money generated. We don't talk about how many people showed up to a thing. Like if you go like how many people show up to an Alabama game every fucking week, right? Like you'll find that more people go to the Alabama fucking football games than go to, for instance, the Dallas Cowboys. Anyway, yeah, like this is not a pissing contest. Wasn't trying to do it. Just trying to draw a cultural contrast so you understand how our things operate a little bit differently than yours. Oh my God, dude. Yes, I know that everyone sells out every week. So does the football games. So here's the difference. I'm going to give you just one quick fucking, just something you to think about because it's just about the scale of it. If college football happens on Saturday and they have hundreds of thousands of people that watch it, the 100,000 people that go to the game, and then you have tens of millions of people who watch the game on TV, and then the pro game happens on Sunday when another 80,000 people go to those games, and then millions of people, not tens of millions, but definitely millions of people still watch those games. Then you understand that football, both college and pro, dwarfs what the fuck you guys are talking about. Like I would understand what you're saying if the Premier League did all that and you also had like a developmental league that did like at least comparable, if not double or triple what the Premier League.
Well, what the hell is y'all even arguing about? Like, what is the point?
Because it's a back like all of these are regulars, right? They're here. There ain't shit going on in boxing if these guys are talking about Derek Chisora. So if that's what the fuck they got talking about, then this is totally where they live. And you can tell this is where they live because the way that they talk about fucking boxing, it's like they're fucking soccer fans and it's hooligans. They're like cheering for their city. It's us versus them and all this dumb shit. Like,
I'm just trying to figure out how the fuck is soccer so entertaining. I'm trying to figure out what's entertaining about this shit.
It's fucking fun as fuck to play. I got it. Like, it's not as fun to watch, but but the way they do it there, it's like a baseball game. Like, it's just fun to go to. It's more fun to go to than it is to watch.
Because everybody's drunk.
And they sing songs.
You go to a baseball game, everybody's fucking drunk. Because you gotta be drunk to sit there and watch that shit.
Yeah,
especially the way the shit is now. Like back when they had the baseball had back like when they allowed them to have personality and shit. Maybe it was more entertaining to watch. But then they had that good old boys club mentality with baseball. That shit is fucking boring. Then they did the same thing to the NFL and took all the fun out of that shit.
Yeah, no, I'm a big fan. Like, so yeah, you're barking up the wrong tree with that one. I love fucking watching this shit, bro.
Baseball,
I like the Bundesliga, like Premier League, or like fucking Eredivisie, like that shit is my thing. Yeah, that's just me. Like I like teams, like and PSV Eindhoven is pretty good. Shit, Juventus is one of my favorites.
They post a clip of a highlight
Arsenal,
of some shit. And you like, man, that was a great play. I gotta watch this. I gotta see how he did that. Football, you got a bomb. You got a motherfucking nigga breaking tackles and shit, cutting holes and motherfucking throwing a deep pad, throwing bullets and shit across the motherfucking field. What the fuck is they doing in soccer that's so damn exciting, bro? That's what I'm saying.
It's fun to, man, like ball control, situational things like field awareness, sprints, like all of a sudden, like, going from being totally stopped to a dead sprint over and over again, like trying to outrun guys, control, like there's a lot to it, but it's fun as fuck to play. And if you play it and you understand it,
the pads they wear to make it worse. The helmets and pads make it more dangerous to run because it's like you got a speeding bullet coming at your ass. Nobody's gonna tackle anybody like that.
Do you like watching? Do you like watching baseball?
Hell no, I used to, like a long time ago. I used to play baseball, but I hate the shit now.
Yeah, exactly. So if you play a sport, you can appreciate it better, right? So you understand that part of it. But baseball is also another thing that is kind of like, I don't know. There's not a lot. Like the moves are the same. That's really what it is. It's like it doesn't matter. Like the highlight reels for soccer and baseball are the same in the sense that you're going to see the same kind of play
I think what happened was
over and over and over again.
The baseball season is too fucking long.
Too many games, yeah, I got you. But it is fun to go to the games, and you get you get fucked up. You cheer for your team, and they have like day games during the week and shit. So
NFL is popular because they get straight to the fucking point. Every game counts. Every game matters. So you will watch every game.
It's like. But there's so little fucking action for how long the goddamn game lasts. Like most of that shit is just like hurry up and wait.
Because they changed the game. That's why they changed the rules of the game to make it more pass heavy. But that was the fucking physicality of shit came from them running the damn ball. Like it's a whole different product now. Bro. It's a different type of game than what this shit used to be. I mean, they always changing the shit. Shit always gonna change with time. So,
yeah, just so you know, because I like hating on Fat Apples because he makes it so easy. You're making a point I already made, and you made it in caps. All you did was restate what I said, and oh my god, this cat is so dumb. Now you know how I feel. Yeah, go ahead. Anyway. I literally said I already said the difference in magnitude, all of that shit. Yeah.
Now I did see like an amazing ass play from this guy. It was not even it's a damn minor league player. I don't even know if it's minor league. He might have been some little league tournaments or some shit. Whatever the fuck they call it. Like this motherfucker did like a slide. This is the fucking craziest fucking slide I ever seen. I gotta find the clip because this shit was a motherfucking amazing move.
Yeah, but I mean, like, it's just like every year we see a guy climb the wall and rob a fucking, it's just kind of like I don't know. It is what it is.
He did like a slide cancel. Like he was sliding and then stood up. He was sliding and then stood up. I'm gonna post the shit in chat because you gotta see the shit to even know what I'm talking about.
Man, my time
in fucking India was fucking crazy.
My time in India, those dudes love fucking cricket, dude. They are goddamn crazy for it. They'd shut down the whole fucking city when it came down to the local team playing, the local club playing, or the national team. If there's a national team or a visit, like when England fucking came, the whole fucking country shut down for that shit.
I gotta say that Japanese baseball is better than American baseball.
Mm-hmm.
The Japanese baseball would be lit. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with the Japanese baseball.
Yeah, yeah, I don't know. Like cricket players seem to be like kind of snobs. Basketball players seem like, I mean, and what I mean, I don't mean by cricket players who are like professional players. I mean people who like to play cricket, like just in the street, your regular guys that play cricket. You know, you're like, yeah, I don't know much about it. Can you teach me a game? And then they just roll their eyes and ignore you. Like, fuck. It's like a basketball person. I don't know. They'll take like a little bit more time. They'll pick on you if you're a scrub, but they'll like help you out.
Cricket is a game, not a sport. That's the difference. Cricket is a game.
Yeah, I'm not. Like living in a cricket playing country was like kind of a odd fucking thing, to be honest with you. I gotta like, I still, do I still have a cricket hat somewhere? I still might have one of those fucking cricket hats. I also got to say, I prefer a baseball hat to a cricket hat. Mm-hmm. Anywho. All right. There we go. Yeah. Yeah, man. What you got? No cap. What you got on an interesting conversation about fucking boxing?
I'm trying to stay up until the stock market opens. See if I can make me 500 before
it already opened.
Sleep.
It's already open. The pre-market's already trading. I've already looked at my portfolio like 4 times. Yeah, pre-market trading, bro.
What time is it right now? I think Oh, my fucking phone is fucking dead.
Trinidad versus Spence at 147. What do you got on that one? Trinidad versus Spence at 147.
Trinidad versus Spence.
Yeah.
Shit, I don't know. I ain't watched Trinidad fight so long. I gotta remember how this nigga fight.
My top 2 right now. Let me take a look. Give me a sec. Metro Man. Fuck. What's performing well right now?
Man, I think Trinidad's a bad motherfucker though, man. I can't just say it. Spence beat him, especially at welterweight. Right. That nigga was a beast.
I'm saying that's a really tough one. So my Jasmine is up 2 cents, which is great because I bought it at 1 cent, right? So I've tripled my position, my value so far today.
You day trading or you?
My X2. I will day trade, but like the market just is so fucking flat. Like I'm not even trying to do that shit. I'm just taking a look. I'm really looking to like buy in. This is a buyer's market to me.
Right. You try to get some shit on the low.
Yeah. That's why I'm like what's cool is this but like most of my positions are kind of 6-month positions, so
you fuck with the options, the puts and the calls.
Yeah. Yeah, but that's when I trade though. I trade options. I don't invest options for the most part. Like everything I'm in is like an investment, not trade.
Right.
And it's like 6 months. Like I'm in positions to like after the election kind of stuff. I generally like trade around election time. I'll do like I'll do option trading and all this stuff.
Mosley versus Marquez.
Yeah, that's a Trinidad versus Spence. That's too hard for where I am right now, bro. So my Jasmine is up. Jasmine is a Japanese blockchain. Like it has a coin attached to it, but it's really like data storage and usage, and it's done by that one like think tank group out of Japan that produces all the fucking technology that has like the heads of Panasonic and Sony and all those fucking Toyota. They all come out of that one think tank. The guy who started some like that 80-year-old Japanese dude. Anyway, at this point, it's a 5-year play for me, and I got in when it was a penny. It's gone up to like 35 cents, and it went down to 7 cents.
Too damn scared to fuck with penny stocks.
Say again?
I be too damn scared to fuck with them penny stocks.
I mean, I don't fuck with them in general. Like I have that one because my homie told me about it, and I have a couple of them in cannabis that are okay. They do what they do, but this one is like really fucking volatile. I've like I sunk 6 figures into this one, so it's like kind of cool.
You just sunk 6 figures into a penny stock.
Yeah, man. I increased my position over the last 6 months.
Yeah. You only need that shit to go up about a couple cents to be good.
Correct. I think it's going to get to $2. I think it's projected to go up to $10.
Shit, you'll be paid. You're gonna be rich.
It's a 5-year play. It's a 5-year play, and it's supposed to go to $10. But even if it goes to $2, I'll probably take a third of it out at least. Probably more.
Shit, this shit called Jasmine?
Yeah, Jasmine. Yeah. This market is fucked for trading. Like if you trade in this market, then you're either a goddamn genius or a fool.
Whatchamacallit, Warren Buffett said, when the people is fearful, you be greedy. When people is greedy, you be fearful.
Exactly with the why, bro. It's Jasmine with a Y, and it's spelled with an S. Sorry, yes, it's an S and a Y, not Jasmine. Jasmine.
Do you know the ticker symbol off the top?
Say again.
Ticker symbol.
I think it's spelled JASMY. It's a coin.
Y.
JASMY. Jasmine coin. Let's see.
I thought that crypto shit was going belly up right now. This shit.
Yeah, this is
I know it's not a
This is like a proprietary Japanese thing.
Oh, I see.
It's not like a. It's like tied to the way like the data store. It's like a personal data storage. It's really fucking complicated to get into. But like I said, it's like a 5-year play, and yeah, actually it's at a penny right fucking now.
All right.
I guess it got as high as $5. But I didn't know about it then. I got in after that fucking thing, after that run. But yeah, so the question is, why do I do stocks that's seriously gambling but won't bet fights where you have a much better knowledge of the game? Because I don't have better knowledge I have a way better knowledge for companies because of their reporting than I would for a fighter, if I'm not in the camp, I don't know what the fuck the fighters got going on. Whereas for a company, they do financials every fucking quarter. And you can get all kinds of literature about what they're doing, like for stockholders, what's happening on really a daily basis, depending on how, your relationship with the company, but definitely on the weekly basis. Like there's all kinds of investor relations for like damn near every publicly traded company. Like there's way more information about companies and what's going on, the health of a company there than the health of a fucking fighter. You don't know what the fuck is going on until they weigh in.
But
and
anybody
you still don't know if his wife cheated on him or his fucking dog died or he's beefing with the coach. Like you don't fucking know. But I am not committed to Bitcoin. No, I'm not committed to. I'm not at all. I have this one, and I got in because it's cheap as shit, and it doesn't take much for it to go up, and I can figure it the fuck out. Yeah, see what I'm saying? Like you're just an easy guy to mess with fat apples because you say dumb shit all the time. Like Oakland has a hillbilly. Like if you even understood, you clearly don't know what Oakland is or a hillbilly. And I haven't worn an earring in like 30 years, and I don't plan on changing it. You just mad because I don't know. I don't know why you're mad actually. I think it's because the sun don't really shine where you live. And I think you long for the days of like England being a naval power and shit like that, like wooden ships and puffy shirts and shit, like when people gave a fuck about what you thought. Let's see, Marquez versus Valero. Prime and Nue versus Rigo. I think Rigo would have fucked him up. Marquez versus Valero. It's a good fucking fight. I might take Valero. I'd probably take Valero in that one. But yeah, these are like that's, like I said, that's a yeah. Like that. Chill, I was born in Oakland. Yes, I wasn't talking to you, mixtape fire, and saying you were born in Oakland sounds like you don't live in Oakland and didn't spend much time in Oakland if you're gonna go all the way to you being born, because you're not really aware of your surroundings when you're fucking born. Talking like he's been all over the world. Dude, you haven't ever left your state, let alone your country. You're just too uneducated. I can't believe. Okay, I lived in England. I lived in India. I lived in Belize. I visited, between 60 and 70 countries, right? Depends on how long you think, what constitutes a visit, right? Like, I stepped foot in 70 countries, but like 10 of those I spent less than a weekend. So it's just kind of like, I mean, do you really say you visited a country just because you were there for like a couple days? Maybe. Yeah. I'm from Oakland. I went to college in DC and New York. So there's that. I lived in 3 different places within my country, and I lived in 4 different countries outside of my country. So yes, maybe the uneducated thing, right? Once again, you're just too uneducated. Now you know how I feel. The crazy shit that goes on with stocks, I know it doesn't in boxing, but a lot of fights we know it's gonna go down. You can buy the stock. La la la. I knew Tank stock was going up against Rolly with a finish. You're talking about the fighter's stock. I'm talking about investing in the growth of a company because I understand the sector, their mission, the way they're positioned. Like it, yeah. I mean, all of it is a gamble, but you have heads up about your risk when it comes to stocks. And then other companies are just like kind of rock solid. It may be hard to get a return on investment, but what are you going to do? Like just stick your money in a bank and have it sit there? Like you have a limit on deposits when it comes to insurance. I mean, if you want your money to make money, then it is what it is.
You're not supposed to invest what you can't afford to lose. Then you ain't got to worry about the shit.
Right. Because I need to lie in order to impress inbred Jed making dumbass fucking comments in a fucking section. What would you like to know about any of the countries that I said I lived in? Right. I did 6 months in Paris. I did damn near 2 years in England. I did 5 years in Belize. I did 1 year in India.
Take a year. So what about the coin? What about the Jasmine coin itself? Is that going to go up too, or just the stock?
Yeah. I don't know. I'm not even in it for that shit. Like they do a whole thing, and my guy's a part of it. And that's a multifaceted play. And like I said, it's a 5-year play for me.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I just start buying the coin. Look about just as cheap as the damn stock. Shit.
Yeah, it's not even like for the coin. It's like they have a coin aspect of it, but it's like more like personal data storage.
Right. I mean, that's what the blockchain. That's what this actual project is for the whatever the fucking coin is supposed to be.
Yeah, but they're trying to consolidate all of your fucking thing, like all of your passwords, all your profiles. You know how you have like a Google profile that tracks you cross devices and all that shit? Like they're having like a one catch-all place for all of your data, so it can always be secure, like everything you have. But it's like I said, it's more about looking at trends and how privacy is going to become more of a premium in the future than it is right now. But it's also the capital of India. What does that have to do with living in India? What the fuck? Do you mean Mumbai? I mean, I don't know what the like what? What does that have to? I wasn't in Mumbai. I was in Bangalore. Specifically, I lived in Benson Town neighborhood and Sada Shivnagar. I went to Kodaikanal, Magic Mountain. I was in Goa for the midnight. I was in Goa for the midnight. It could be New Delhi, right? It could be New Delhi, but I wasn't even in New Delhi. I was in Pune. I wasn't even in Pune for very long. Mysore. It was right like the next town over from Bangalore. You go there a bunch. Yeah, I don't like what the fuck. I don't know what you like. I'm not a tourist. Like, what the fuck do I care what the capital of India is? The fuck? I don't have a Google map out. I just lived in the place. I actually got married there. Like my first kid was like conceived in Goa. Yeah. Yeah. Sorry if that like clashes with your narrative about who I am, but whatever, dude. I think you should just take the L, bro. Just don't trip and take the L. Yes, because I didn't like what like I don't know like how would be naming a capital. I didn't live in I didn't go to the capital. I wasn't there as a tourist. I lived there a fucking year. I could understand I could understand this idea if I was like, hey, you know what? I just want to see a place. You know, hey, what's the capital? Like even then it's kind of weird. Like I don't like what's the fucking capital of England? I don't fucking know. I was in
I
England.
thought
Does that mean I
London was
wasn't
the
in
damn
England?
capital.
Like the fuck? Is that like you sound like you haven't been anywhere? If that's your fucking question, oh, if you've been to the country, what's the capital? The fuck? Okay, whatever, bro. You got it. Yeah, I've never been to Mexico because I don't know. Is Mexico City the capital of Mexico? I think it is. But
I've
I've
been to
never been.
Canada. I don't know
Never
the
been to
capital of
Tijuana.
Canada.
Didn't go to Rosarito because I don't know the capital of Mexico. What's the capital of Canada?
I have no fucking clue. And I've been
I
there a
have
bunch of
no
times.
idea. But I know I was in Vancouver. Is Vancouver? Is it British Columbia? Like, where is the capital of? I don't fucking know. The fuck? What is the What is the capital of England? Is
The
London the
capital of England
capital?
is London, nigga.
Is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
You mean
Uh,
yeah, London is like
it-
Washington D.C. They like city states.
yeah, but so I lived in DC. Like that's the thing. I didn't live in London, so I don't fucking know. I lived in fucking East Grinstead.
He
Gives
says
a
it's
fuck.
Brighton, nigga. I thought it was London. I don't know what the fucking real shit. But there you go.
Yeah. I
I
mean,
never heard of Brighton, nigga.
what's the capital of France? Is it Paris? Is it Toulouse? I don't know. I was in Toulouse. I don't think it was. I don't know. Sorry, bro. Oh, Ottawa is the cat. Yes, I certainly was not in Ottawa. I was in Vancouver. Everyone in the capital of England is Brighton. Okay, there we go. There we go. Yeah, you know, I don't fucking hang out. I don't know why knowing the capital would be the requisite like question of if you've ever been there. Like, okay, it's an interesting theory though. Thanks for sharing. Oh, okay. No, I don't know the capital of England, and furthermore, I don't care. I actually don't care about like countries' capitals. I'm not like a tourist like that. Like I explained to you, I don't go there to like see sights. I was there to like hang out with people. I was like living there. I was living fucking life. I shot a film in fucking. I shot a film in India and got married in India. And yeah. Anyway, my wife at the time was going to school there, and I was finishing grad school, which is I don't know. Anyway, I'm not trying to explain all this shit to you, bro. I don't actually care if you believe me or not believe me. No, I didn't say 17 countries. Sorry, bro. You did not understand what I said. I said 70 countries, not 17. 70. 7 times 10. Yes, I've been to so many fucking countries. The capitals of them don't matter to me. Like I wasn't there for the capital. Like when I was in Holland, I wasn't like trying to figure out what the capital of Holland was. I was just having a good time in fucking Amsterdam. And I was in Czech Republic. I wasn't trying to figure out what the fucking capital city was. I just had a good fucking time in Prague. Is Prague the capital? I don't fucking know. Wasn't there to figure out the fucking capital, bro. I was in Holland doing a fucking cannabis cup, not taking geography fucking tests. What the fuck? I was in France. I wasn't trying to figure out what the capital city was. Sorry to disappoint you or disappoint your sensibilities. Name 70 countries. Okay, how about no? Like these, aren't you the same guy that asked me to name the 15 fights I saw from Nigel Benn? Like what would you get from me naming 70 countries? The fuck? Yeah, I don't know, bro. Like this dude is crazy. I went from going nowhere to not even going to 17 countries, and now you think 70 is like, bro, like get the fuck out of here. Just leave me alone. Just leave me all the way alone. Yes, in Asia, I've been to a bunch of countries. Like, in Africa, I've been to a bunch of countries. In Europe, I've been to a bunch of countries. In Central America, I've been to a bunch of countries. In North America, I've been to every country. Figure it out, bro. In the Middle East, I've been to a couple of countries. A few, I don't know. More than a half dozen. Yes, I lived in Paris for 6 months. And no, I don't know the capital of France. No, not at all. When I was there, I was mostly, and that was in 98. I was there for the World Cup. That was cool. That was fun. And it didn't really come up. I hung out with my friend in a chateau at Boussier-le-Grand. What the fuck was the name of that fucking town? You know what? Let me figure that shit out. It's been a couple of months. Some fucking small town in the south. It's like right over by the Spanish border. Yeah, it didn't cross my mind. Like I don't care about the capitals of countries. That's not anything I give a fuck about. Sorry. And also, like India's big as shit. Like, I had to fly. Like what is it? I came in. Where did I come from first? I was in Thailand for a minute. Then I was in Japan, and then there's China, and then India. I came in to Mumbai. And how did I get there, though? What the fuck? I remember the train station, and then I took a flight into Bangalore. I don't know, man. Too many years ago. Oh, yeah. Definitely been to Israel and Egypt and whatever. Amsterdam was all right. The only problem was with that was I was there in the summer, so it was like overrun with like the last time I was like, so I went there a few times actually. So it was during the for cannabis cups. So I wasn't there for very long for those things. It was like 4 and 5 days, but the couple of weeks I spent there was during the summer, and it was overrun with fucking tourists, and they really had an issue with like they were really like xenophobic, like they were like tripping off of, I don't know, like Holland's weird, man. Like they let you smoke. They don't care if you smoke weed, but they were frowning if you smoked outdoors. And people still looked down on you if you smoked weed. They just didn't think you should criminalize it, but they still like kind of thought you were just kind of a loser if you smoked weed. I guess it's kind of like being a drunk or something. But yeah, I don't know. It was a good time. We got some mushrooms from the cafe, got some weed. It was an okay time, like, without the hostility. They just, and also I'd been living abroad for a while, so I didn't look in it like anyway. I'm not gonna go into that part of it. Doesn't matter. Yeah, man, like trying to change fucking money. And so I was in Belgium first, and then I was in Holland, and then I went back to Belgium, and neither fucking country would take each other's currency. That shit was bullshit.
You know, you was there fucking with them hoes and them glass booths.
Man, I'm not into sex workers, bro. Like I've never have been. I like strippers and all that shit. Bro. I'm not like, if you got to monetize your sexuality, like what the fuck is going on in your life? Like how you don't have a single marketable skill. Like what you can do is what human beings have always fucking done since the very first human being. You know how to fuck, like for real. That's like getting paid to like eat or like shit. I don't get it. And yes, that is a job, getting paid to eat and then tell the people what you think. I mean, I'm not like hating on anybody who did that, because a friend of mine actually like was he got his sexuality back from visiting a sex worker after he was paralyzed, like in a diving accident. And yeah, he couldn't function properly, and so like, you know, the patience it took to rehab him like sexually and get back with his, like, you know, feeling like a sexual being again. He got that through like visiting hookers and shit. So I'm not like mad at the fucking
You went
job.
too deep with that shit with that, man.
Oh man, I can go deeper. You want to talk about India, man? Like I was there. I learned that the sex workers had a fucking union.
Yeah.
But that's not my thing. Yeah. I don't know. It is what it is. Now I have not been to the country of marzipan. Mm. No, man, I had a great time in Paris. Yeah, man. Like, I'm sorry. Like, you guys have different values than I do. Like, it doesn't. Like, I played soccer at the fucking Eiffel Tower. Got jumped by a bunch of fucking Algerians. Like, there's fighting dudes for my shit. Like, yeah, man. Like, you know, I've been to Louvre a bunch of motherfucking times. Champs-Élysées. Like, I know what you want. Yeah, I've been there. No, I've paid hookers before. Don't get me wrong. I've paid hookers, just not to fuck. I've paid hookers because I've been out. Like, so when I was in Senegal, I was with a guy who really liked fucking to hang out with hookers. And I was there during fucking Ramadan too. And we're staying at this like devout Muslims like compound kind of thing. But anyway, we're going out. We went to rooms and he wanted to fucking get hookers. So I paid for my hooker. He paid for his. And I got the worst fucking back rub in life out of this fucking hooker. Like, this bitch was completely uninspired. Like, it's like I didn't pay her at all. I'm like, no, we're not gonna fuck, but can you just rub the like thing out of my shoulders? Can you get? Nah, man, that shit. Act like I fucking farted in her face or something. No, I did not go to Cannes. My aunt and my cousin did though. When they were presenting their thing, my aunt did a I don't know. Fuck. If I tell you the film, then I'll dox myself. Yeah. I get it. You think I'm a sausage because I don't know what the capital of Paris is, but here's the thing. I don't care what you think. Like I said, I don't have the same values as you. Like, I paid for my own fucking ticket and I went there for my own reasons. So like what you think I should know and what you think I should have done, you didn't buy my fucking ticket. If you want me to learn the capital of these places, buy me a ticket to these places, and I'll learn everything you want me to know. Otherwise, I don't give a fuck what you think I should know about the place. I'll just tell you what I do know about the place from my own observations, from my own interests while I was there. That's me, bro. The world is my oyster. I don't give a fuck about the capitals. Vibe waiver, for instance. I live in California. The capital is now Sacramento. It has been Oakland. It has been San Francisco. It has been Benicia. It has been San Jose. In my own state, the capital has moved at least a half dozen times. Yeah, Piccadilly Square. I've been Piccadilly Square, yeah. That's kind of a good time, yeah. Oh, the women synagogue, man. All right, so beautiful fucking women, definitely drop dead fucking gorgeous, but the most jacked up fucking feet. God damn, they look like they just like, I don't know, bro. Like they do everything.
You on that Eddie Murphy boomerang shit, no?
Nah, bro. Like I'm trying to tell you, like Eddie Murphy boomerang, that was just one chick. I'm talking about almost to a person. Like he was jacked up feet after jacked up feet after jacked up feet. Like God damn. I don't mean one person. I mean a city full of them. I was in the car, right? I didn't really go to the rural parts, but yeah, like the best traveling experience I had. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not actually a fan of traveling. I like to be there. I like to like hang out with people, and I got there. I think like one of the best was probably '98 World Cup, Paris. That was pretty fucking fun. But the pyramids was pretty fucking fun too. I lived in places like I had a business in Belize. I was throwing shows and shit. I had a hell of a fucking fun time. I don't know if that's called traveling there. I don't know. I guess it depends. Like, but yeah, it probably. But also, I was, Jerusalem was kind of fucking a blast too. Or if I wasn't fighting the whole fucking time, but it was still fun. I don't know, man. I don't know. That's a hard. I don't know about the funnest. Although '98 World Cup was pretty fucking good. Paris for the World Cup in '98 was fun as fuck. I'm gonna probably stick with that. Yeah. Yeah, well, he had imported this fucking woman from fucking Sunnydale, and because he was with the wife and the kid. Anyway, I'm not even go through that. Even in that trip, like what Mr. Paz is talking about with DJ Vlad, like that trip was how many countries? It was Greece, Senegal, Morocco, Egypt, France, and Israel. Like that one trip was like 8 countries. Oh yeah, man, Jerusalem was like cool. Like I like the wall. I like the dome. Tel Aviv was like it was a little bit cooler, because of the beaches and shit. And McDonald's, like because we came from Cairo, and Cairo was just such a mind fuck. Like Israel was like just like really cool. Like like actually Israel, it feels like Europe. It's actually like fucking Egypt was hot as fuck, and Jerusalem had fucking breezes and all this stuff. Like it was, I don't know. It's hard to put into word. Like it had cobblestone. Like it just felt like a European city. Whereas like the rest of it, like Egypt felt like the Middle East, not really like Africa. And then Whatever. I'm going too far into this. Yep. My bucket list has Ethiopia on it, or Abyssinia, and Brazil to like a lesser extent, and the Seychelles I want to fuck with. Australia is starting to like heat up for me. Like if I could hit it, Australia and New Zealand, that would be like a pretty cool Polynesian chain. I've done Tahiti and I've done Hawaii. So I've done like French Polynesia and American Polynesia. So it'd be cool to like hit up some more of that Polynesian chain. Yeah. I don't like traveling too much either. I hate flying. Like I don't like the flying part of it. I like being in places, but I don't like actually traveling to there. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah. There you go, Fat Apples. Keep dreaming that I'm lying and haven't been anywhere and never left my state and all that weirdo like fucking trolling shit you do. Spain, great time. Barcelona, titties on the beach. I'm not gonna turn that shit down. Italy just was in there, in and out. Slovenia, I didn't get to, but I've heard it's really fucking nice. Greece, I was there. Well, I mean, yeah, Italy and Greece, I was there in and out. I went to the Mykonos and all that. Israel was good. Egypt, Morocco, yeah, all that stuff. That's Ibiza. I hear interesting thing. I might be too old for that trip, or maybe I don't know.
You ain't never get no damn disease doing all that traveling?
No, and I didn't get shots either. I was I like traveling to Cairo with weed was kind of a weird thing, because they were like, I didn't realize it was a hanging offense until I got there.
It's a hanging offense.
Yeah, like it said, like I was in the airport and it said, drugs strictly prohibited. Violators will be hanged to death. Not just hanged, but they're gonna make sure. And I had an ounce of weed, like safety pins in the inside of my fucking pants.
You was about to get that Brittany Griner treatment.
Yeah, man. I got on a motherfucking. I got on a tourist. They had like these tour packages in the airport. I jumped on one of those motherfucking things and got like a tour of Cairo. And they took us to all these. It was the most ghetto, fucked up tour. Like I wasn't going for quality. I just wanted to have escorts out of the fucking airport, right? So this goddamn tour, bro. They took me to this one carpet fucking making factory. I don't know why the fuck they thought I wanted to see how carpets were made, but yeah, they took me to this carpet making factory, and I guess it was just like buy trinkets kind of thing. But as soon as the tour fucking, so first off, like when you went into the factory, you see all the carpets all over the place, but you see like there's kids making the fucking carpets. Right. And as soon as the tour guide turned his back, the kids just start fucking begging for money and like help and shit. I'm like, what the fuck is happening? And then, but I just like waved it off because I'd been like India, the goddamn tour, like the beggars are off the fucking hook in India. Like, so I wasn't like, I was done with the child beggars kind of shit by the time. Anyway, I've been well traveled by that point, but it turns out that like they make the children harass the tourists and then they take the kids' money. Like I found that out like later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, there was like nasty ass back alleys, like all these like off the beaten path like souvenir shops. You know, like these reproductions of like tombs, etchings, and all this shit. It was fucking bad. Yeah, Monte Carlo's not bad. Yeah. Yeah, Zurich is probably the fucking cleanest city I've been. Zurich is fucking pristine. And Singapore is actually kind of, it's pretty fucking clean too. I
They
would not.
speak English in Singapore?
No. They like the people that I was with, Chinese people, but they spoke English. There's a big like Chinese population in Singapore.
Mm-hmm.
My homegirl from fucking college lived out there. Went out there to fuck with her. Oh yeah, he just asked me if I went to Singapore. There we go.
Yeah, that's where I'm gonna go if America collapses.
America where?
If America collapses, I'm going to Singapore.
If America collapses, the closest place that I have property is Belize. The only problem is, how do you like if America collapses? How do you travel the length of Mexico?
You got to get out before it collapses. You got to get out ahead of time.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, I don't know. America, like the American collapse. I guess this getting into Mexico from Texas is a thing. I don't know.
You always got to prepare for the unpreparable.
Yeah, I just don't know how it would happen. Like I am on the other. I'm
trying to learn how to fly an airplane now, so I can fly my ass off this bitch.
Yeah, but you still got to get gas, and you still like. I'm just saying, I live in the middle of California. Like I live in like sort of the center of the state, so I'd have to drive. I would say it'd probably take me like 8 hours to get to the border of Mexico, and then it'd take me like 4 days to drive through Mexico. Yeah. Is Simi Valley nice? Simi Valley is a suburb. I wouldn't call it nice. It's comparative. It's okay. It's like kind of there's nothing going on in Simi Valley. It's boring as fuck. It's just like a suburb. They do call it NorCal, but it's actually center. Like Northern California, for real Northern California, is about 5 hours for me. No, you could call it 2 hours, maybe 3 hours. 2 or 3 hours, like really.
What's that, Sacramento?
No, that's more east, and that is about an hour and a half for me. But it's an hour and a half east. It's a little bit north, but it's like mostly east. It's probably like, I don't know, 10 or 15 miles north, but hella fucking far east. I'm at the water, so I'm like at the fucking edge.
So what the fuck is up north?
North is Eureka. Like it's like Oregon. There's a whole bunch of fucking nothing. Like Humboldt. So let's see. It starts. I would say you could call Sonoma County north, but I really don't even start. I guess you could call Sonoma County north, but you could. I mean, Mendocino is definitely north, like Mendocino County, but it's just a bunch of rural fucking places that it's mostly agricultural. Northern California. That's like where you get trees and fucking fish and all this stuff. It's like
Shit just ain't on fire up there. Them wildfires and shit.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a redwood forest. Yeah, exactly. It's a forest shit. Like, California is very fucking long and not very wide. But like the redwoods are like kind of, I mean, they go from the water all the way into the border, but it's like most of the redwood forests are kind of east. But yeah, the OJ was moved to Simi Valley. Yeah. They do refer to Bear as NorCal, but it's really like if you look at it on the map, it's really like center of the state. If you're trying to like drive to if you're trying to get out of the state of California by going north or south, it's about equidistant. It takes about 8 hours to go north to get to Oregon, and it takes about 8 hours to get to LA. But the reason why is different. Like, the road to get to Oregon has like 55 miles an hour and 45 mile an hour speed limits. But it is still basically the center, though. Yeah, I'm already kind of in the mountains. Yeah. So what would you say some of the biggest must-see attractions in California for someone who's never been there? It depends on what you're into. But it's always the beach, right? Manhattan Beach is a great one. Santa Barbara has great beaches. All the way up, just drive up the coast, Highway 1. It's a great fucking drive. If you're into deserts, go dune bugging the Mojave. If you're into skiing, check out the Lake Tahoe for skiing. If you're into nightlife, you got to know people for LA to really be worth a damn. San Francisco's probably a better thing. Like, they're a little bit more forgiving in San Francisco. You can like not know anyone and still like, come up on the hottie and take something home with you, kind of thing. But yeah, like San Francisco is a good time if you want to shop. For like if you're into fashion, like San Francisco's a little better than LA, but both of them are pretty good. I don't know. So what do you like?
I thought San Francisco was overrun by crackheads.
Say again?
I thought San Francisco was overrun by crackheads and dope fiends and shit.
Overrun? Hell no. Like that all that shit is controlled. Like the Tenderloin used to be. The Tenderloin isn't even overrun anymore. There used to be like one part of San Francisco that was pretty fucking infested, but even that shit's kind of cleaned up. Yes, I have gone skiing in Aspen. That shit is like getting into that part. Like, it's on this really weird fucking slope going through Colorado, so you just go through. I prefer Vail, though, to be perfectly honest. Aspen is like it's all right, but Vail is, I prefer Vail. It's got a pile of trash in the middle of the street for a couple of blocks. What are we talking about? The Tenderloin. Yes, the Tenderloin used to be that, but the Tenderloin is not that. Like, you're talking about the Tenderloin from a long time ago. It's not like piles of trash piled anywhere now. It's like, yeah. San Diego's all right. It's just big as shit. Like, you have to, again, it's another one of those towns where you have to know people. And San Diego, the beach part of San Diego is cool, but like, again, it has this huge like suburban place where it's just like cul-de-sacs and shit. And I don't know. They got nice houses, sure, but it's boring as fuck. It's like strip malls and I don't know, flavorless people.
Flavorless people.
Yeah, you know what I mean, man. Like, talking, everybody's off the rack. It's a nice rack. I mean, everyone's Saks Fifth Avenue, but they are wearing the same like kind of shit. Like, everyone's hair is done, everyone's nails done. It's like Benz's and Porsches and BMW. I don't know. It's just fucking cookie cutter as fuck. Oh yeah, they're definitely still shooting up in the Tenderloin. They don't. That part hasn't changed. The shooting up part still happens in the Tenderloin, but it's just not trash everywhere. That's all. Like that Occupy Wall Street got bananas in California, where people were just like camping out and they made the whole fucking thing up. I want to see the Grand Canyon too, kind of. I'm kind of want to take the kids there, but the wife never did. So, I mean, I like looking at nature. I don't actually like spending lots of time in nature anymore, just because I did it so much. Like the thing about growing up in California, the way that I did, like I was a Boy Scout. I did in my boarding school, had this thing in order to graduate. You had to spend 3 weeks either in the Sierras or in Death Valley. I don't know. I just spent a bunch of time in fucking nature. I'm done. I'm over it. I don't like camping. Like my parents have a fucking cabin. I don't like going there. My wife's fucking family has another cabin up a different part of the fucking river. Anyway, I'm good. Been there, done that. Got the fucking mosquito bites. Yeah, your Boy Scout. Yeah, man. I was a Boy Scout for fucking 8 years. Been to a bunch of jamborees, all that shit. Okay. Yep. And just like that. Fuck, I was gonna get off at 4. It turned into 5:30. Just jaw jacking with you motherfuckers. Yeah, exactly. I went to a prep boarding school. I went to a fucking. This will kind of give you a chuckle, maybe. I went to a Skull and Bones prep school. It was started by Princeton guy, Skull and Bones guy.
You the feds or something, nigga?
Say again?
So you the feds or something, nigga?
No, I'm not. I'm literally the opposite of that thing. I am the person that is trying to legalize all that shit. I'm the guy that's trying to free you, not the guy that's trying to enslave you for my own business benefit. But I did go to school with those fucking people, and I've been to their fucking thing. Like, yeah. The threat is real. I'll just put it that way. Oh, yeah. These motherfuckers don't give a fuck about you, bro. They are trying to figure out how to line their pockets and actually make your life even more difficult. Like, when it's a generational game, it becomes like a different thing. Like you start to realize there are people, like, it doesn't matter how much you work or how much money you make, you will never be able to achieve what some people are like just born with. Like Bill Gates could be the richest dude on earth, but like he just doesn't own a country. And like his manservant wasn't his great-great-grandfather. Is not the great-great-grandson of his great-great-grandfather's manservant. Like,
basically, you're saying there's some levels to this shit.
There's so many levels to it, bro. Like, yeah, I mean, my homegirl's boyfriend, like, meeting the Pope and all that shit, going to Vatican City, yeah. Anyway, yeah, like people are, yeah, the threat is real. I'll just put it that way. Let me leave it there. Wall Street people, hell no. Like Wall Street people are like, nah. I mean, they can be. That's a kind of a broad statement. Like investment bankers can have it. Like, I don't know. It depends on what you mean by it.
So you want them 33-degree niggas, 33-degree Masons?
Nah, man. I'm a commission sciences guy. I'm 360 degrees, baby. Not that 120, not that 130, not that 33. I believe it'll be radically different, socially, technology, and economically in the next 30 years. Yes. I think it has already changed dramatically in the last 30 years. Like, think of like 30 years ago, the phone, a portable phone weighed like 2 pounds. And all you did was make a phone, and all it did was make phone calls. That's what life was like 30 years ago. There was no internet. There was no like dial-up. Like I remember AOL from like 95. That was like 56K dial-up. And like AOL was the service provider, the internet service provider. And then like Netscape was the browser. Yeah, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be different. Oh yeah, you don't know about Skull and Bones, Eric? Yeah, bro. Like read up. Yeah. Yes, Skull and Bones is a club in Princeton. Is it Yale? I think it's Yale, actually. Yeah, it's a Yale club, not Princeton. Sorry, it's Yale. Right? Yale? Let me make sure. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's Yale. Yeah, Dyke Brown's a Yale. But yeah, it's a club. I guess it's one of those like secret society kind of things. But it is it's sort of a breeding ground for American leadership. Put it that way. Yeah, I went to the Athenian school out here in Blackhawk. Yeah, but anyways, yeah. Yeah, just think of like how far we've come in 30 years. Like, yeah. YouTube is not 30 years old yet. No, I have not played Quake. All right. I got your watch time up on a slow during the slow boxing week. Yep, Windows NT. Yep. You went to Iowa State. I went to a state school afterwards. So I came out. I went to Georgetown first. Then I left Georgetown. I went to SF State, and then I went to the New School for Social Research. That's where I got my advanced degrees. Yeah, man. I still use Boolean searches, like straight the fuck up. Alta Vista. If you remember the early days of the internet, you can still get your fucking your search on really well. But no, I stopped my video game days. Video game playing days ended in 2009 when I got repetitive motion. Bonding with my boys, playing video games with the fucking youngins, like broke my thumb. Not like physically broke it, but like if I start playing for 5 or 10 minutes, and I'll just get a horrible thumb ache. But as long as I don't play video games, it's just fine. I used to love them though. I was pretty good at Counter-Strike 98. 98 to 2001. That was some good Counter-Strike playing. Although my wife was like, hated it the whole fucking time. But yeah, anyway, yeah, that's good times. Did I use a mouse and a keyboard? Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that's how you played Counter-Strike. And there's another one like tournament something death something. What was it called? There was a capture the flag game in it. It was two teams. What was it called? Death. Yeah, I can't remember it. Unreal Tournament. There we go. That's the one. Yep. This shit used to give me fucking motion sickness a little bit, actually. But Unreal Tournament was kind of fun. Oh my god, you guys are taking me back. What's up, Bruce? Yeah, we're doing a thing. Yeah, man. I had like I went date night last night with the old lady. Saw that fucking movie, the unbearable weight of massive talent. It's all right. It's pretty corny. It's kind of campy, but it's good. What's on you guys' mind? Anything? I keep saying I'm gonna pack it in, but fuck it. I'll power through. Yeah. Like a blind man in an orgy. You're gonna have to feel things out. Top 5 movies of all time. Just for right now, entertainment purposes. I don't really have one, but I will do one off the top of my head. Number 5, in no particular order, The 5 Heartbeats. The Godfather.
Shit, I had to make me a cup of coffee, pot of coffees. I might as well not even go to sleep.
Yeah, shit, I'm up. I thought I was gonna go to sleep. Let's see. 5 favorite movies. Fuck. I can do 2 real easy. I really like Godfather. Yeah, man. Now I've seen so many.
Top 5 movies.
Yeah,
I'm
gonna get. Like it's
I already
kind
pitched a couple of my scripts to Hollywood. I've been out there to LA.
It's actually easier to do directors. I think I can do like 2 movies, but I think like mostly after I do those 2 movies,
I tell you the movies.
It turns into like directors. I like Spike Lee. I like Coppola. I mean, well, that would say Coppola. I like Scorsese. I like Wes Anderson.
Spike Lee fell off a long time ago, though.
I mean, I just like him as a director. So I mean, Inside Man is still fucking good. I can still fuck with Do the Right Thing.
Do the Right Thing. And Mo Better Blues was in the
that changed.
Yeah,
Malcolm, all that shit. I mean, I can keep going with that dude. But that's why I'm just going with directors, and I'm trying to break down movies. I like Kubrick. I like Lumet. Fucking The Verdict was a hell of a fucking movie. That's Paul Newman. That's a hell of a fucking flick right there. That's David Mamet. No, not. Oh yeah, you're talking about the parts he had. Yes, the parts he had cutting his hair. But I also liked what was that one with Jesus Shuttlesworth?
He Got Game.
He Got Game. That's also a great one.
All his shit with Denzel was great. They was the dynamic duo.
I'm just saying, Jacob's Ladder. I thought of that one, right? I like Tim Robbins a bunch, and I actually saw that dude in Chelsea when I was living in Chelsea. He's tall as shit. But yeah, Jacob's Ladder was good. Danny Aiello, Tim Robbins. I liked it. It was just kind of weird. I didn't really like the ending. He was dead the whole time. I don't know, whatever. It's like that that M. Night Shyamalan fucking twist ending shit. I'm not really a big fan of. I did like the Royal Tenenbaums. Royal Tenenbaums might be, but I don't know. It's a little bit corny. Like, Aquatic Life with Steve Zissou.
The Royal
it's not
what?
really one of my favorite movies, though. It's just I kind of like Wes Anderson's stuff versus I think his thing. Versus I feel like
you got to get some better movies in your life. You got to watch Glenn Ross. That's a real movie.
That shit is that's a fucking play that they did. I don't know. It's all right.
They had the best cast. They didn't need nothing, but the actors did the whole made the shit interesting.
Yeah, but it's a play though. Like it's not even a movie.
It's a movie. It is a movie. Al Pacino
they adapted a play into a movie. But here's the thing: movies you're supposed to tell a story. The difference between a movie and a play is movies tell the story with pictures, and the plot it turns on visuals. Whereas plays, the story is told through dialogue, and the story is changes on what people are saying. And so Glenn Ross has great lines, but I don't really want to watch a play as a movie. I would go to a play and watch a play. I actually hate that adapting plays to films shit. I don't like that at all.
It didn't seem like a play to me. They converted it to I never seen the play, so I can't really compare. But
yeah, no, I'm not. Like,
Alec Baldwin's speech is it's better.
Correct. It's all about the monologues. Correct. It's that shit. It's all about the fucking monologue.
Alec Baldwin's speech that shit wasn't in the play.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm not into that. That's not a better movie than fucking Five Heartbeats. Sorry.
Five Heartbeats is a classic.
I'm trying to tell you. You telling me I need to get better.
But it's not better than Glengarry. I fuck with Robert Townsend and all his shit, but that's not better than Glengarry.
Smoke that like Dog Day Afternoon. Yes, I did like Dog Day Afternoon. That was Fredro and fucking Al Pacino. Alpa. But it was all right. I didn't really like. And now, actually, here's the thing. I like heist movies where I don't really like bumbling idiots that get fucked up in the end. Like if you're gonna pull a heist movie, I like guys that get away with it. I actually hate watching the little guy go down, the little guy with big dreams, even if they're doing some things that are like basically like frowned upon. I still want him to kind of get away with it. I don't want anyone to get hurt. But yeah, if all you're going to do is rob a fucking bank, I feel like you should get away with it. If I'm going to watch a movie.
Well, most bank robbers get away with it. They just keep robbing banks. That's how they get caught.
Well, I'm just talking about a movie about robbing banks. Like I don't like the town, like just like bank robbery movies where they don't get away. Out of sight. There's tons of fucking like Heat. I guess Val Kilmer got away in Heat. Yeah, Inside Man, exactly. Inside Man, they got away with it. I like that kind of shit.
It's funny you brought up the movie Out of Sight because I was involved in like this real estate fraud scam with that house that's in that movie. That's the George Clooney movie, right? Jennifer, I'm thinking of a different movie.
Yeah. But there was two ones. So the real estate scam thing was a Jason Statham and Jennifer Lopez. She was in that one too. But Out of Sight was the bank robbery with George Clooney and Ving Rhames and Don Cheadle.
Because I'm trying to think. Well, it was a house in one of those damn movies. I know George Clooney was in the fucking movie. I don't know if Jennifer Lopez was in it too. But I know if George Clooney was in it. Can't think because the owner of the house was telling me the fucking story. But he was like a federal agent. He was supposed to sell his house. Because it was like a big appraisal. It was like $11 million house in like Bloomfield Hills, Michigan. Which is like
it's George Clooney and Michael Clayton was a fucking hellified movie. Another Sidney Lumet job. Anyway, yeah, I like Yeah, City of God was great. City of Men, I wasn't really tripping off of, but City of God was good. I remember Cool C. Robert Bank. Yes, I also like. There's a guy, James Page, out of here. He's a boxer. He was in there with Frankie Pendleton. But he's like the homie of the homie, and he's like, that's what happened to his career. Got sent up for bank robbers, robbing banks.
I don't know. Movies just got trashed though in the last 15 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like kind of hard for me to
like. I watch them, but I won't be watching them. I don't be really.
I like and the great directors are like they just gone. Like Christopher Nolan is now a great director, and that dude sucks ass to me. And Jerry Bruckheimer, like that dude, and like
But he was a great director 10 years ago. Like he really he been. I mean, he
like
really directed.
I like Wes Anderson, but his movies are kind of I don't know. He's also getting a bit formulaic for me.
That's because they stopped making interesting movies. They used to make movies about everything, like shit that'd be like motherfucking.
Is Elite Squad? Isn't that their fucking what's the guy from fucking King Arthur? And he was also in Sin City.
Thinking of Michael Mann, not Michael Mann, but
Oliver. I was on a fucking flight with him. He's he's an English guy, dark hair.
Guy Ritchie, something like that.
No, that's the director. I'm talking about. He was in the movie The Croupier. Where did he start from? He played the Big Fat Kill. You know Sin City? He played Dwight in the Big Fat Kill. The Rosario Dawson one with the Green Mile.
Like a comic book movie?
Yeah. But that one
he was so trash, I can't remember it. I remember I've seen it before, like in glimpses. But it was like super trash to me.
What the fuck is his name, bro? Elite Squad.
That fucked up movie with Rosario Dawson in it.
He's in the movie Shoot 'Em Up. That's what his fucking thing was.
I know what you're talking about. I know exactly what you're talking about, but I can't remember his name.
Here we go, Clive Owen.
Yeah,
Clive Owen. I was on a fucking plane with this guy. Coen Brothers used to be my favorite. Like Roger Deakins, his cinematographer, only used like natural light. So all of his fucking pictures look really fucking good. I like that guy a lot. Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is like it's a great fucking one. Big Lebowski, of course. I'm a Judas Priest, of course. Big Lebowski. The Coen Brothers are my favorite, but the one brother gave up, and so I don't know. Yeah, Christopher Nolan's he's fucking hot garbage, dude.
The Interstellar movie was hot trash too. I was disappointed I wasted time watching that shit. Everybody's hyping that shit up like it was gonna be some kind of monumental achievement.
Like movies, they have terrible endings. They don't know how to end them. They go on too long and they don't know how to fucking end them.
They way too fucking long, and because motherfuckers be thinking they doing something great. Like they be thinking the ego that goes into the shit. They thinking they trying to blow your mind with all this blow this shit they put in the motherfucking. But they'll realize you're supposed to be short to the point when you're making a movie. You're not supposed to be dragging.
Yeah, that's like loose ends. It's just like spend 15 minutes on a fucking landscape panoramic. That's not storytelling.
That's why I don't like Tarantino. This nigga movie's way too long for no reason other than his own fucking ego.
Tarantino. All right, so Django. There we go. And I really like
I never even finished Django. The shit too long.
Holy Christ. Django is a good one. I watched that one a bunch. Pulp Fiction, I watched a bunch.
Pulp Fiction, I couldn't finish either. Like I watched it I watched it part. This shit too fucking long.
That was a whole bunch of fucking dialogue in that one. They just kept fucking running their goddamn mouths.
I think the only movie I liked that he made that I watched in West City was Dust to Dawn, because that shit was a damn.
Which one?
That's the one where George Clooney was he was killing the vampires and shit.
Oh, Dust to Dawn. That's Robert Rodriguez. That's Robert Rodriguez.
Oh, so he was just in the shit. Well, I don't like none of Tarantino movies. The shit too fucking long. Bro. Like Kill Bill, that shit was fucking trash. Every time somebody said the Tarantino, they tell me they try to hype this guy up to be like this dude. They was like, watch this movie. Tarantino, shit was all trash to me.
Nah. The Tarantino movie is definitely Django to me. If you're gonna watch one Tarantino movie, right? I mean, I liked Reservoir Dogs. I liked Pulp Fiction. I liked True Romance. He just wrote that one. He didn't even direct it. I liked. I'm missing something from Tarantino that was free. Inglourious Bastards. It's all right, but I don't know. The Bear Juden. That shit was kind of funny though. He's really good at like, having these empowering the disenfranchised through cinema, through like cliche, like pandering. Really, is what he does. But
yeah, that's what I'm saying. His shit seemed like too much. Django seemed like it was too much pandering to me. I didn't like that shit. She was kind of disrespectful to me. I was feeling some type of way watching that shit. And motherfucking Kill Bill, that shit was just trash to me, nigga. Like the shit was just long as fuck for no reason. Yeah, I didn't see the Hateful Eight. My pops watched that shit.
Hateful Eight was all right.
Shit.
Platoon was all right. I saw that in the theaters when it came out. 4 Rooms, yeah, all right. I mean, I like kind of weird fucking movie. Like Wild Orchid was a good movie. I like fucking Angel Heart. There we go. Mickey Rourke and Lisa Bonet. I saw Pulp Fiction here, but I also saw it in India. And like in India, they still have the fucking while I was there, I don't think they still do. But while I was there, they still did the intermissions. Right. So like halfway through the movie, they'd stop and let you go get smoke a cigarette, get fucking snacks and all this shit. It's pretty good. But anyway, I came out of it and I didn't know this at the time, but this guy that I knew, the Sudanese guy, was also in the movie theater watching the movie. So when he came out, I ran into him and he was like, the black man got fucked in the ass. That's all he said about the whole movie.
Yeah, see, that's the type of shit I'll be like, was that shit really
necessary? Man. That's what I think. And yeah, he's always got to, it seems like he makes movies so he can drop N-bombs and make black people look bad.
Let me take that back. I'd like Jackie Brown.
Jackie Brown was great. But that was
Jackie Brown.
But he didn't write that. I mean, that was adapted from a novel.
That's probably why I like the shit there, because he didn't make the story up. But the motherfucking let me see.
Bad Lieutenant is probably Harvey Keitel's best role for me.
You ain't see that new Top Gun? Now that's a fucking movie, dog. That new Top Gun that just came out.
Bro, I'm not gonna watch any PG-13 movies, bro. Now that my kids are grown, like the rise of PG-13 like coincided with me like being over 35 and like having kids and shit.
Yeah, but PG-13 is like R now compared to what it was back then.
Nah, it's not. So, it's still robots punching each other in the face, and there's a kid involved. And
let me take it back because I realized R was like, I guess because my pops always let me watch rated R movies for some reason.
Oh, the Professional is fucking raw. That's John Reno, little ass Natalie Portman. But that's
when I like the pedophile vibes of that movie.
And Luc Besson is like kind of a weird one. I mean, Fifth Element. I don't know. My homeboy started working under Luc Besson. My college buddy, Louis Lettier, he started on Luc Besson. He was the art director on the Transporter film series. And Luc Besson's all right. The Professional's by a lot, probably far and away his best one. From Paris with Love was kind of lame. He's a little bit lame, but he's all right. Fifth Element, I liked Terry Gilliam. Like Fisher King was good. Time Bandits was good. Eric Diane Aiello, so whatever. Do the Right Thing. He played it. Gary Oldman's always really weird. Yeah, the Professional was good. The Adventures of Baron Munchausen. Like that. Fish Called Wanda is good. Like there's some great movies.
You know what? They don't make sport movies no more. That's why I started writing this a boxing script.
Because Draft Day was a good one. I like Draft Day. You pancake eating motherfucker. That's Kevin Costner. He plays a GM, a football. He plays a GM for the Browns.
I ain't never seen this shit.
Oh, you should check it out. It's pretty fucking good. John Wick is a pretty good action series. The only problem with John Wick is first he shoots you in the head and then he starts beating you up. I don't get it. I don't understand like why he needs to shoot one guy that many times and also wrestle them.
I think that movie The Raid is better than The Raid 1 and 2, better than any of the John Wicks. As far
The
as
Raid?
action.
Mr.
It's
Raid.
called The Raid.
Oh, The Raid. I don't know that one. I'll check it
It's called
out.
Raid 1 and 2. It's so
Raging
It's some Asian motherfucker, dog. I forgot his. I don't know what the dude started.
Raging Bull
got the best
is
action series.
Raging Bull is one movie. Rocky has at least 4 of them. They're good. I think there's like 7 of them that he made, right? But like 4 of them are good. Like Raging Bull, you can like it once. I don't know if it's better than like 4 of the Rocky. Like if I had to pick between 1 Raging Bull and 1 through 4 of Rocky, I'm gonna go with 1 through 4 of Rocky. No, like De Niro's good. Don't get me wrong, but yeah,
I ain't never seen Raging Bull, so I can't say. I
it
just
wasn't
seen Rocky
as good
2
as Taxi
be dead
Driver.
time.
I actually liked him better than Godfather 2, and he barely was in that fucking movie. I actually liked him better than Analyze This.
That's another thing I couldn't get into was Godfather. They kept saying this was a great series.
Oh shit!
It was boring as fuck to me. I couldn't get into
I'm just talking
it.
I'm just talking about the Godfather, not the whole series.
Maybe because I just ain't got patience to sit there and watch and sit there and watch the shit. Maybe you just got to be a part of that time and that space and time where that shit was part of the ingrained in the culture or something.
Like Raging Bull was about one guy, whereas Rocky was about boxing. Like there's no more comprehensive look at like how boxing works from the political side, like the rags to riches, like how these guys are not very bright about like what it takes, like how they can get exploited, how they can have long career. Like Rocky was all like it's fun to me. There's a lot of shit that happens in boxing still today that was covered in the Rocky movies.
Right. But see, the first Rocky is a different type of movie than the other ones.
Akira Kurosawa movies. Like I just watched Yojimbo again the other day.
Here we go with another boring Mayweather fight person. Y'all still on that shit?
No, but you know, it's Jose Garcia. I think the name gives it away, right? The Jose Garcias of the world are still in their feelings about fucking Mayweather, who has not fought and had not had a meaningful fight in the better part of a decade, is already in the Hall of Fame.
The first Rocky was a real movie, though. That was like a serious movie.
Definitely Rocky's a comedy.
Not the first one. The first one was like a real serious movie. And then the other ones is kind of like cartoon, kind of over the top. They was kind of like straight up popcorn, movie. You know what I'm saying? I like the Rocky 5 though that people said sucked. That shit was the best one to me. I like when he fought Tommy Morrison in the street. That shit was hard.
And he gave he gave the greedy promoter the uppercut.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, like the training scenes and all that shit, bro. Like, yeah, it can be fun and all that shit. I'm just saying, like, if you want to talk about the acting that Robert De Niro did, yes, of course, he's a way better actor. I don't even think Rocky is. I feel like I like Rambo more than I like the Rocky series. Like, if you want to just talk about, Stallone's work kind of shit. Rambo 1, 2, and 5 are excellent fucking movies, in my opinion. If you want a body count, Rambo, that guy gives you a lot of motherfucking body. Shoot him up, my man caught a lot of bodies too, Clive Owen. But yeah, but Rocky though, man, stop playing. Oh, that Ivan Draga, I must break you. If he dies, he dies. Yeah, all that shit. Arnold Schwarzenegger is greater than Stallone. Arnold Schwarzenegger's movies are kind of unwatchable.
The only good one is Terminator 2.
Even that is
That
unwatchable.
shit still hold up. That shit still live.
Nah, it does not. To me, the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie that holds up, it might be Terminator 2, but I just can't watch it anymore.
The action scenes of that shit
It
was
might
on
be
point.
Terminator. It might be Terminator, but he doesn't speak in Terminator. I'll be back.
That shit, ain't nobody watching that shit to hear him speak. You got the big
Commando?
ass Gatling gun and shit.
What is the seminal Arnold Schwarzenegger movie? I can't even think of it.
They all the same because he played the same character in all them shits.
Predator. There we go. Predator is a good one. Terminator is kind of. I mean,
like the Danny Glover Predator better than Errol Schwarzenegger. Because that's the only one I remember.
Oh hell no! That first Predator,
that
shit was the bomb. Jersey Ventura. Shh! You give my position away again, I'll kill you. And you had Apollo Creed in it too. Man, that Predator. I watched that shit right now.
Handshake.
I watched Predator right the fuck now. They're like Charles Bronson, Death Wish. Yeah, I might have liked Death Wish 3 more than Death Wish.
I got a movie you probably ain't up on that you should have probably been up on with Ice-T called Surviving the Game, but he was a homeless
Surviving
man.
the Game with the Rock.
They took that nigga out to the woods and shit.
That's Rutger Howard. And F. Murray Abraham when he killed his friend.
That's a good ass movie right there.
Oh man, and then the Rock, the guy.
That's what I'm talking about. They was more creative back then with they.
Yeah, man. You know what? You can't even get. You know, let me see if I can get this. Hold up. Where's my shit? Surviving the Game.
Hey, he was fucking them up with the
Surviving the Game. Oh, I love that shit. How he rigged the ATVs.
Right.
He went 1-1. He's fucking them up.
That shit is a classic. I don't care what nobody say.
I have to rent it or buy it. It's on Warner Brothers. Okay, I gotta pay for it. They want $4 for me to watch Surviving the Game. All right, I got your $4. Charles S. Dutton. Charlie Bronson. Who do you think you are, Charlie Bronson? Gary Oldman and Wild at Heart. Not Wild at Heart. That's another good one, actually, with Nick Cage. But True Romance. Gary Oldman playing the pimp in True Romance. Who the fuck you think you are, Charlie Bronson? All right, you come in here.
Unforgiven is a classic too.
Unforgiven is cool. I worked with the chick that got cut up, the hooker that got cut up in the Unforgiven. I worked with her in something else in New York. I saw them titties. She liked the show. I don't know. She was anyway. It doesn't matter. Yeah, it's pretty good. Clint Eastwood is good, but I like his Fistful of Dollars. I like the Lee Van Cleef trilogy, Fistful of Dollars, the Man from Nowhere series. Yeah.
Why don't you talk about the movies that don't hold up and shit that's trash that people?
Yeah, fucking Terminator 2, bro. In my opinion, like
man,
that shit is not fucking
good for an old ass movie.
Airplane. Yeah, I never liked it. I do remember there's one of my ex-wife's fucking.
That's like all the horror, the Scream and all that shit is fucking trash. Like all them motherfucking movies from back then, horror movies, motherfuckers are super trash.
Oh, yeah, Ghostbusters. Yeah, I guess it's all right. The Good, the Bad, the Ugly, Fistful of Dollars, Few Dollars More. Those three, those shits were great. But I like Sergio Leone just period. Like I like that guy. He's in his weird ass fucking sound fit. Once Upon a Time in the West. Tombstone.
Man, they smack the shit out of Billy Bob Thornton.
You know what ruined Val Kilmer? Him playing Jim Morrison. He couldn't stop playing Jim Morrison for like years, and then he just got fat.
I thought he had some kind of disorder, though, didn't he?
Say again?
I thought he had some kind of disease.
Whatever. I'm just saying he just got stuck in his own fucking sniffing his own farts forever.
That Doc Holliday, the greatest performance.
I'll be your Huckleberry. He's educated. Now I know I hate him. And then when he started twisting the cup, hey, Val Kilmer was pretty good as Doc Holliday in that movie.
He was like, "You too drunk." He's like, "I got 2 guns, one for each of you." He's like, "You seen double or some shit?" Everything he said was gold in that movie. Everything he said was on point.
Yeah. Yeah, he had some good. I like Pale Rider, actually. This is probably one of my favorite. Like, I watched that over and over again. Yeah, it's hard for like a favorite movie, man. Yeah, Running Out of Steam. Gary Busey. I did the soundtrack for Gary Busey, Frank, the Hammer Williamson movie. The fuck was it called? Anyway, fuck it. You know what? I'll try it out. Fred Williamson. Fred the Hammer Williamson. See if I can find it. Original Gangsters. That's a fucking funny one. How many of these motherfuckers are there? 61. Fuck this. Black Caesar. That was a hell of a movie.
Black Caesar. You talk about the black exploitation movies? Oh, you gotta check out Boss Nigga. You ever seen Boss Nigga?
No.
I think that's it. Fred Williamson. A movie called Boss Nigga.
Oh, there it is, right here. It just
Rick
came
Rock
up.
sampled the theme song of one of his songs. That's how I found out about the shit.
Did you know Django Unchained is a remake?
But the original Django was like a western that had nothing to do with how the Django was fucking white in the motherfucking original.
Yeah, he's fighting like Mexican banditos after the Civil War kind of thing. But it has the same like theme song as the thing. It has, yeah. They switched it up a little bit. No, I'm not seeing it. Although I don't even remember the name of the movie, so that's gonna be a problem. King Cohen. I don't think it's any of these though.
Hey, that Superfly remake wasn't that bad. I finally watched it because at first I was like, this shit probably trash.
I can't get to that shit.
That shit was actually a lot better than I thought it was.
I did again. I don't like when the organization goes to shit because people are stupid or they hate each other or hating on each other. Like, I don't need that shit to imitate.
That's usually how it happened in real life.
Yeah, I understand how guys get locked down and how everybody gets killed, bro. Like I'm coming here for an escape. I don't need for you to put the headlines in a fucking movie. Like, get the fuck out of here. Tarantino's best movie. Probably Django, in my opinion. Although Pulp Fiction, I don't know. Probably Django.
Pulp Fiction overrated. If it were for Samuel Jackson doing that English motherfucker being Sam Jackson, nobody remember that shit.
Who is that on the nag? Oh my god, dude. That movie actually, Jacob has some. Yeah, Django has his moments, man. I think it was Django. Reservoir Dogs is all right. Mr. Pink. But I do like Honey Bunny and Bad Motherfucker and all that stuff. There's moments. Quentin Tarantino has moments. I don't know. Do I like Westerns very much? Westerns are like, people are like, the way that they value human life in a Western is just so fucking crazy. Like, you can die for not drinking with somebody. Like, that's killing words. Like, I don't want to drink with you. And then all of a sudden, everyone gets tense. About to have a shootout over fucking drink. Open range, by way of, for instance, they killed 30 motherfuckers for cows grazing on open land. Like, what the fuck? That's Inglourious Bastards. I really like it. We talked about that one. The Bear Juden. Yeah, there's this whole new, like, there's this movement out there to, like, rehabilitate Nazis, where, like, rehabilitate the image of Nazis. Like, they weren't really Nazis. They're just rank and file soldiers. Like, bro, I hear you, but I like Jetsons, not the Flintstone. Yeah, man. Right? I'm just saying, bro, like the Wild West, they had that shit completely fucked up. Like, if the Wild West was really that goddamn dangerous, nobody would live. It's like some rap videos, like, bro, like how many?
It would be most of the time people would be doing their cattle ranges and shit like that, but then the marauders would just happen upon them, and then some shit would go down. So it was all random. It's just random acts of violence. That's why you had to bring the lawman in, but if the lawman was too soft, then they couldn't control the criminals. That's why they had to get wild up.
All that shit was game. All that shit was game. First off, the entire exercise was stealing fucking Native Americans' land. That was what it was. Is they empowered everyone to be vigilantes so it could clear the fucking landscape of the human beings who were living there to begin with. and then once they killed off all the fucking natives, they wanted the violence to stop. And then they came in to regulate that shit. And even that way was like through this weird power broker situation and like with the railroads and all that shit. Anyway, I'm not even trying to get into the, how America was built kind of shit. Popeye was my shit. Oh my God, dude. I don't mean Popeye the movie, but Popeye the cartoon. Holy fuck. You talk like, and that's when, like, that's what I'm saying. Like the 70s, like we grew up, it was violent as fuck. Like the cartoons, bro. If like you were to watch what was going on in cartoons, they were shooting each other, but putting dynamite down people's fucking pants. Oh, Sam Peckinpah, of course, bro. Like get out of it. Like yeah, like Walter Oates and Sam Peckinpah. What's that Charlton Heston, Walton Oates, Sam Peckinpah flick? But yeah, Sam Peckinpah's violence is is great. But yeah, like, but the metaphor, the way they drew the fucking man, there's this one fucking I still use this from time to time. There's this one where Popeye was fighting these Indians, like these Native Americans, right? They were on the warpath. And he beat up the whole band, and then this huge fucking like war chief with the eagle headdress. He had the like deer skin, and he was hella big. And Popeye hit that fool so hard, this thing turned into Gandhi, like a completely different kind of Indian. That shit was fucking jokes, dude. And he was like all smiling and happy. That shit was all fucked up. It's so fucking wrong because it was like racist kind of too, like the way they did the Native American, the way they drew Gandhi, like it was just they would fuck you up. They would have like there's this point where like Bluto would put like a little horseshoe in his gloves and hit Popeye with that shit. There would be raining punches down, like literally like the drops of rain would be punches. It would be boxing gloves and shit. Yeah, all you need is spinach. Power up and fuck somebody up. And fucking Bluto was a straight rapist. Like Popeye, like if you actually break down what's going on in these cartoons, it's fucked up. But yeah, I love Popeye. I also, but what really is my favorite of all the cartoon lore, if I could imitate anything and bring it to real life, I want Wile E. Coyote's credit card. Like that guy could get anything delivered to him anywhere. Like he'd be in the middle of a fucking desert and he'd get like a rocket delivered to like right to like where he was standing. Like I would love Wile E. Coyote's credit card. Boys in the Hood was pretty good. Menace to Society. I like Boys in the Hood more than Menace to Society. Yeah, olive oil was they could have made olive oil look better. Like olive oil was a baddie for them. You know what? I like Jason the Argonauts. You remember that movie? I don't even know. That might date you. Sinbad, the Seven Voyages of Sinbad. Those animatron movies.
Some of like old ass fucking epics.
Yeah, for Cyclops, it was like stop motion.
Fucking Clash of the Titans and shit.
Yeah. Airdrop was all right. Fuck, it's 6 o'clock. You know what? Fuck you guys for keeping me up this long, jaw jacking. I'm out. It's great talking to you. Now, yes, I was just talking about Road. Yes, Wile E. Coyote. The Iliad. Yeah, I mean, what about it? Yeah, I don't know. I finished work in 3 hours. You still, hey, went to work, and now I was about to get off of work. Yeah, I hear you, bro. The thing is, like, cartoons were the same from my grandmother's age all the way through my age. So the same cartoons my grandmother watched, I watched, but they changed them for my younger brother. That's when like the Animaniacs and shit came out. But basically, like Bugs Bunny was from the 30s and the 40s and shit from when my grandmother was a kid. Yeah, bro. Oh, hey, Dick Justice. So after the fucking that mad chat stream, I put on music in order to at least provide some kind of entertainment for what the fuck that idiot was doing with the high pitched tones, like sound tones kind of shit. I don't know if it came through. Yes, no, I get that the stories were from the Iliad. I'm talking, yeah, I got you. Yes, I got you here. I was just talking about the Iliad as its own standalone work. I'd like to actually, to be honest, I prefer the Knights of Arabia to the Iliad. I like, anyway.
Well, I'm about to take my ass to McDonald's. I'll let y'all niggas later.
Yeah, yep. That's me. Yeah, you know, I'm into Achilles. Yeah, I don't know why he lets him on. I don't get it, but I guess, yeah, I guess that's his thing. But guys, it's been an excellent one. I'm fading a little bit. I'm gonna smoke some weed and check my portfolio. The marketer has opened, so that's my time. Oh yeah. Oh, you like that cult of personality? Yeah, I broke that. Hell yeah, that was it. Yeah, I played that one. I played Battery, Metallica. I played Charles Jordan, This Where to Go From Here. I played a couple and I didn't know if it came through. But yeah, that's peace, guys.